Qingzhou one high school, the most prestigious top-tier academy in Beijing City. Here not only gather the students with the most outstanding grades, but also all manner of wealthy heirs and rich kids. Here if you were to close your eyes and hurl a brick toward the sports field, among the 10 students you hit, at least 8 would come from families that practically own mines. On Saturday afternoon, at the peak of dismissal, the miserable third-year students only have half a day of break. They must return to campus again on Sunday afternoon. An 18-year-old youth was walking through a narrow alley, his height around 1.78 meters, a single strap bag washed so pale it had turned whitish, slung diagonally over his shoulder. His gait was lazy and careless, eyelids drooping as though he had not truly rested for a long time. At this moment, he was ambling absent-mindedly along the back street behind the school. He lowered his head to glance at the digital watch on his wrist and muttered under his breath the coordinates. Should be somewhere around here. The scene shifted. In a dark, dead-end alley off the back street, a traditional campus ritual of raw feral brutality was currently unfolding. Bang! A young man with dyed yellow hair, clearly a street punk, viciously drove a kick into the stomach of a boy lying on the ground. Cursing under his breath, the yellow-haired thug flicked the few red banknotes in his hand and sneered, "Just this much? Is this what you give to beggars? If you don't double the protection fee next week, I'll beat you every single time I see you." Reality proves that no matter where you are, this most primitive Hansen form of extortion is never absent. Shen Chang'an merely stood at the mouth of the alley, casting a brief glance at the unlucky boy on the ground, his nose bruised and face swollen. He looked somewhat familiar. Oh, Shen Chang'an remembered. He was from the neighboring class, one of the so-called good students. Shen Chang'an checked his digital watch again, confirmed that the locator pointed precisely here, then slipped one hand into his pocket and sauntered lazily into the alley. His crisp footsteps rang conspicuously in the deadened alley, causing the group of thugs to turn around in unison. The yellow-haired leader narrowed his eyes, sizing up the newcomer from head to toe. The youth before them had a rather handsome face that somehow made one itch to punch at, his expression listless and lacking in vigor. Most crucially, he was still wearing the unaltered blue and white school uniform issued by the school. At Qingzhou one high, most students had already tailored their uniform trousers into slim Korean-style cuts or changed into their own clothes the moment school ended. In the yellow-haired thug's mind, only poor, helpless, overly honest types would wear the original uniform, which looked like a fertilizer sack, straight over their bodies. Yo, the yellow-haired punk chuckled and blew out a ring of smoke. What bro, planning to play the hero? I don't have that kind of free time. Shen Chang'an halted, the corners of his lips curling into a mild, polite smile. I'm just here in the area looking for someone. However, since I've happened upon such illegal acts of extortion and harassment, I can take care of them along the way. After all, I am a law-abiding model student. The words were upright and righteous, yet paired with his entirely indifferent, lazy expression that seemed not to take them seriously at all. The provocation in his attitude soared to its peak. Damn it, you're begging to die, huh? The henchmen behind the yellow-haired punk bristled, instantly clenching their fists as they cursed and closed in around him. Boss, don't waste words on him, let's beat him together. Today we're stripping this kid of his uniform and making him run barriest around the entire one high track. The tall, burly punks fanned out in an arc as they closed in, the oppressive pressure instantly crowding the narrow alley. Any ordinary high school student would likely already be trembling, so hard their legs gave out. Yet Shen Chang'an remained standing where he was. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, old Zhao. Lock the location on me. Then have the logistics team come over later to clean up the mess. The punks exchanged bewildered glances, stunned for 2 seconds before bursting into uproarious laughter. Huh, this kid's brain must be broken. What's he pretending to be? The yellow-haired punk laughed so hard his eyes were watering. Suddenly, he snatched up a rusted steel pipe from the side, thrust it towards Shen Chang'an's nose, and cursed viciously. Now you're thinking of calling reinforcements. Too late. Even if the Heavenly King himself came today, you're still going down for me. Whoosh. The rusted steel pipe sliced through the air with a sharp wind, swinging straight towards Shen Chang'an's forehead. Anyone else would probably have already squeezed their eyes shut, ready to call an ambulance. Shen Chang'an, however, did not so much as blink. He simply slid half a step to the left with casual ease. The pipe skimmed past the tip of his nose, the gust it stirred blowing the few lazy strands of hair on his forehead. Having swung with too much force, the yellow-haired punk lost his balance and pitched forward. Shen Chang'an raised his right hand in passing and delivered a precise knife-hand strike to the base of the thug's wrist. Click! The pipe slipped from his fingers and clattered to the ground. Immediately after, Shen Chang'an leisurely lifted his right knee and drove it squarely into the thug's stomach. The yellow-haired punk didn't even have time to scream. His eyes rolled back as he curled on the ground like a boiled shrimp retching up sour bile. Damn, tough nut, everyone get him. The remaining 3 punks, seeing this, roared as they lunged in from 3 directions. Shen Chang'an still kept one hand buried in his pocket. He angled his body slightly, letting the fist from his left pass by, then seized that attacker's collar and tugged him forward, sending him crashing squarely into the buddy rushing from the right. Their two skulls collided with a dull thud. The last thug attempted to grab him from behind in a waist lock. Without even looking back, Shen Chang'an flicked his right leg casually behind him, hooking the other's ankle with exact precision. With a scream, the last punk went face first into the black mud mouth full of dirt. In scarcely 10 seconds, all four robust young thugs were sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. Throughout the entire sequence, even Shen Chang'an's breathing rhythm had not changed. Slumped in the corner, Wang Hao had momentarily forgotten the pain in his own body. His eyes were bulging like copper bells. He stared blankly at this boy in a school uniform, while his mind spun furiously. Who was this? Since when had no one hidden such a martial arts master? The boy looked very familiar, definitely from their school, but aside from the impression that he always slept through class, Wang Hao simply could not recall the name of this ruthless character. Shen Chang'an ignored the four wastes on the ground. Instead, his gaze locked onto the fifth person at the very end of the alley, the only one who had yet to make a move. It was a gaunt young man with sunken eye sockets and a sharp chin, hair a mess of dry yellowish strands. At that moment, he was staring fixedly at Shen Chang'an with a gaze that was both cold and riddled with doubt. Shen Chang'an lifted his hand and pressed lightly on an inconspicuous button on the chest of his uniform. Beep. A faint electronic tone sounded. Law enforcement recorder activated. Shen Chang'an murmured to himself, then turned his gaze to the gaunt youth. You have violated Article 14 of Chapter 3 of the Provisional Regulations on the Management of Yao Entities of the Dongwang Nation, entering human society without filing a report, and are suspected of engaging in provocation and robbery. The Qingzhou District Night Patrol Division has now decided to place you under arrest. At these words, the gaunt youth's expression changed dramatically, a flicker of terror flashing through his eyes. He simply could not fathom how, despite his usually flawless disguise and the fact that he only dared trail along with these bottom-tier punks to scrape together some pocket money, he had still been targeted by official personnel. Escape. Without the slightest hesitation, the gaunt youth whirled around. His legs exploded with a spring force far beyond that of an ordinary human as he launched himself like a giant gecko, scrambling with both hands and feet toward the 3-meter-high wall. Target attempting to resist enforcement detected. Initiating compulsory capture protocol. Before the words had even faded, Shen Chang'an moved. He kicked hard off a nearby trash can with his right foot, his whole body shooting into the air like an arrow loosed from its bow. With a clean wall jump, he instantly rose another 2 meters, his right hand snapping out to seize the young man's ankle with pinpoint accuracy. Get down here. With a low shout, Shen Chang'an's arm tensed. He brutally yanked the half-climbed youth who had already leaned over the top of the wall back into the alley and slammed him heavily onto the ground. Courting death. The youth, hanging in midair, let out a shrill scream. He forcibly twisted his body as he fell, and his hands instantly warped sprouting black talons, as sharp as daggers, that slashed straight towards Shen Chang'an's throat. If those claws bit down for real, they could shear through reinforced steel bars. Yet Shen Chang'an merely lifted his hand in an almost casual motion, catching the fur-covered paw with flawless precision. Far too slow. Shen Chang'an gave his verdict, then flipped his wrist and gave a fierce twist. A sharp crack of breaking bone rang out, and the gaunt youth's wrist dislocated in an instant, drawing a pig-slaughtering scream from his throat. Riding the momentum, Shen Chang'an pinned him hard to the ground. With his left hand, he reached into his well-worn faded single-strap bag and pulled out a pair of specially made metal shackles. With a crisp click, he locked both of the youth's hands in place. The instant the shackles snapped on, the youth could no longer maintain his human form. His face twisted, a mouthful of sharp fangs and patches of yellow fur forcing their way out, and a fluffy tail sprang from his back. A second-rank weasel demon. Let me go, you despicable human. The weasel demon convulsed with pain, yet still thrashed madly on the ground, spouting vicious threats with a show of ferocity that barely masked his inner fear. My father is Master Huang of Beishan Ridge. If you dare arrest me, he will never let you off. Is that so? Shen Chang'an rose to his feet and brushed the dust from his hands, his tone perfunctory. He looked down at the little demon on the ground. Clearly, it had only recently come into human society, and its family had not bothered to prepare it properly. It seemed utterly unaware of how terrifying the Night Warden Bureau truly was. Fine. Have your father come find me at the Qingzhou branch of the Night Warden Bureau. I will be waiting at any time. Just then, a harsh screech of brakes suddenly sounded from outside the alley. Blinding red and blue strobe lights instantly sealed off the mouth of the alley. In a matter of moments, the nearby crowd was forcibly dispersed. A squad of personnel in black tactical combat uniforms surrounded the entire lane so tightly not even water could seep through. A middle-aged man in a black trench coat strode quickly into the alley. His name was Wu Hong, around 40 years old, deputy director of the Qingzhou District Special Incident Office. That office was effectively an auxiliary agency of the Night Warden Bureau, usually responsible for logistics. The moment Wu Hong saw the subdued demon on the ground, he stepped straight up to Shen Chang'an, snapped to attention, and gave an impeccably standard salute. The offender has been apprehended. He resisted arrest, which will add to his crimes. Shen Chang'an pointed at the weasel demon on the ground, his tone slipping back into that drowsy, half-awake laziness. Wu Hong gave the weasel demon a brief glance, then waved to the subordinates behind him. Put a hood on it. 2 aides stepped forward at once and pulled a specially made black cloth bag down over the demon's head, covering it tightly. And these, ordinary people. Wu Hong glanced at the 4 punks, still howling on the ground, then at Wang Hao, who was slumped in a corner against the wall, completely stupefied, and asked for instructions. Same old procedure. Use the forgetting spray to scrub their memories. Shen Chang'an yawned and hitched his backpack strap up again. They'll head back first. You handle the cleanup. Understood. Take care on your way back. Wu Hong nodded respectfully. Shen Chang'an did not leave through the front. He turned to face the high wall, took 2 quick running steps, then used the wall for leverage to execute 2 effortless backflips, his figure light, as he vaulted out of the alley. Only after Shen Chang'an had completely left did Wu Hong turn around, his demeanor settling back into stern authority. He drew a spray canister from his belt and walked up to the wide-eyed Wang Hao. Sir, just now that was... Wang Hao had barely opened his mouth to ask a question. A sharp hiss sounded as Wu Hong, expressionless, pressed down on the spray. A puff of pale blue gas burst out, washing over Wang Hao's face. Wang Hao's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Escort the weasel back to the containment facility first. As for these 4, Wu Hong cast a look of disgust at the small-time thugs on the ground. Disturbing the peace. Turn them over to a regular precinct, half a month in detention. Leave a plainclothes officer here to watch this student. Once he wakes up, confirm that his memories have been fully cleared before letting him go. Yes, sir. The SWAT officers responded crisply, and the cleanup of the scene unfolded like the workings of a precision instrument, methodical and perfectly orderly. By the time they left the scene, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. The May breeze carried with it the restless heat of early summer. There was less than a month left before the college entrance examination, and this was one of the rare weekends when third-year students could catch their breath. Shen Chang'an wandered lazily back to his residence. Guanlon Residence, the most prestigious wealthy district in Qingzhou. The place was built on the principle of either rich or noble. Any random flat taken out of the complex would start at 20 to 30 million. And the place Shen Chang'an was returning to was a standalone luxury villa in the best location in the entire estate. Of course, the house was not his. It belonged to his uncle Zhang. For as long as Shen Chang'an could remember, he had been a lodger in the Zhang household, eating and living off them. Uncle Zhang Hai and Aunt Liu treated him as their own, raising him almost like a biological son. These days, the couple spent their time at home, tending flowers, the very picture of a peaceful, affluent middle age. Yet in his younger years, Zhang Hai had been a bona fide lamp-bearer of the Night Warden Bureau. Aunt Liu had worked in administration. Although Zhang Hai had retired due to severe injuries, the Night Warden Bureau was famously protective and generous toward its own. So long as one did not break the law, that lavish disability pension and internal stipend were enough not only to keep one free from worry for life, but even to let one sample what was called the plain and monotonous life of the comfortably wealthy. Shen Chang'an walked up to the imposing front gate of Guanlon Residence and had just fished his access card from his pocket to swipe it. A sudden shriek of brakes roared behind him. A garishly painted, heavily modified Ghost Fire scooter skidded to a stop outside the gate of Guanlon Residence. A girl swung herself off the back seat. She wore delicate, carefully applied light makeup and had perfectly inherited Zhang Hai's youthful, upright handsomeness, as well as Li Yu's beauty. One of those girls who would make passers-by turn their heads again and again on the street. She was Zhang Hai's beloved daughter, Zhang Qingqing. Zhang Qingqing wore the same one high school uniform as Shen Chang'an. Her oversized school jacket hung open, revealing a snug inner top, and the standard baloney uniform skirt had been secretly shortened by 10 centimeters, exposing a pair of long, fair legs. She was 1 month older than Shen Chang'an, and also a third-year student at Qingzhou No. 1 High. Damn, Qingqing, you actually live here. The girl on the scooter had a head of hair streaked with all manner of bright colors. Staring at the gilded, silver-inlaid gates of Guanlon Residence, her eyes practically shone. This place is insanely luxurious. It's the weekend anyway. Let me come in and hang out, yeah? Get familiar with the place. Another time. Knowing full well that if her parents saw her bringing people home at random, they would definitely scold her, Zhang Qingqing deftly came up with an excuse. It's the weekend, and both my parents are home. If my dad sees me coming back on your bike, he'll totally go off on me. You should head out, bye. After several rounds of polite refusal, the dyed-hair girl could only smack her lips in regret. Gunning the thunderous engine of her scooter, she roared off down the street, looking back every few steps as she went. Zhang Qingqing sighed in relief and turned towards the entrance. Then she met the expressionless gaze of Shen Chang'an. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. Zhang Qingqing rolled her eyes dramatically, her disdain evident in her expression, and asked irritably, "Did you hear everything just now?" Shen Chang'an honestly nodded. "Unless I suddenly went deaf, it would be hard not to hear it." Zhang Qingqing clenched her teeth and warned, "Shen Chang'an, mind your own business. Don't turn around and report to my parents claiming I'm mingling with people from the outside world. Don't worry, I have no interest in that." Shen Chang'an yawned, casually swiping his card on the sensor. With a beep, the gate opened. He stepped inside, thought for a moment, and instinctively reminded her, "However, the brake pads on that car are clearly worn out. If you ride it again, it's best to buy accidental insurance for yourself in advance. After all, if your face were to scrape against the asphalt, Aunt Lee would be heartbroken." Originally a kind reminder, but paired with Shen Chang'an's groggy appearance, Zhang Qingqing was instantly furious and sneered, "Take care of yourself. Who do you think you are? Eating and drinking for free at our house every day, being completely useless, always asking for leave and bothering my parents, and you still..." Halfway through her words, as if suddenly touching a taboo, she abruptly swallowed the second half, "without parents." After all, they grew up under the same roof. Although she was extremely disgusted by Shen Chang'an's parasitic behavior, she still felt a twinge of guilt when it came to his parents. Zhang Qingqing stomped her foot in frustration, let out a heavy snort, and without looking at Shen Chang'an again, she angrily stomped past him, not turning back as she headed towards her family's villa. Watching Zhang Qingqing's furious departure, Shen Chang'an did not take this minor friction to heart. As a mature underground gang leader, emotions management is fundamental. Moreover, Zhang Qingqing excelled academically, consistently ranking in the top 10 of her grade, aiming directly for the country's top prestigious universities, so it was normal for her to feel pressured. In comparison, Shen Chang'an's grades were quite stable. He usually hovered around 300 in his grade, just barely. This wasn't due to a lack of intelligence, it was purely because he had no time to study. The local night patrol department in Qingzhou district only had 3 official lamplighters left. One of them was even injured and gradually transitioning to a clerical position. Thus, the head of the night patrol in Qingzhou district was either on leave to hunt monsters or out on weekends capturing illegal demon entities. To maintain his grades, it could be considered that Shen Chang'an had an extraordinary talent in mathematics and science. Not long after, Shen Chang'an casually arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 8 in Guanlan Mansion. As soon as he reached the yard, he heard the classic family drama dialogue coming from inside. "Look at what you're wearing. Why cut your school skirt short? Your eye makeup looks like you've been punched in the face. Are you going to school or walking the runway? When I was your age..." "Oh my, I'm already 18. This is light makeup. Do you understand what that means? It's so..." Then came the sound of stomping footsteps up the stairs in anger, followed by a loud bang as a door on the second floor was slammed shut. "You little brat, try slamming another door." Downstairs, Li Yu's furious reprimands could be heard. Shen Chang'an paused at the door and took out his phone to check the local news. Once the aftershocks inside settled, he pressed the keypad and pushed the door open. "Aunt Li, I'm back." Shen Chang'an greeted her gently and politely. Upon hearing his voice, Li Yue, who had just been seething, turned around, and the anger on her face instantly melted away like ice and snow, replaced by a warm smile. "Chang'an is back. Are you tired from studying today? Hurry, change your shoes." Li Yue, in her 40s, did not show many signs of aging due to her good maintenance, and she looked more like a stunning woman in her 30s. She casually took Shen Chang'an's faded shoulder bag and smiled. "Go wash your hands. Uncle Zhang is cooking sweet and sour ribs for you in the kitchen. It will be ready soon." "Thank you, Aunt Li. I'm not tired." Shen Chang'an smiled. Seeing Shen Chang'an's well-behaved and obedient demeanor, Li Yu couldn't help but sigh, glaring at the second floor in frustration. "Chang'an, if that little brat upstairs could be half as sensible and worry-free as you, your Uncle Zhang, and I wouldn't be driven to the brink of a breakdown every day." Meanwhile, in the second-floor bedroom, Zhang Qingqing threw herself onto the soft bed, tightly hugging a pillow with an anime character printed on it, her eyes slightly red and her emotions at their lowest point. Listening to her mother's gentle tone towards Shen Chang'an downstairs, her grievances surged like a fizzy drink spilling over. Since she could remember, Shen Chang'an had always been in their home. Her parents treated this outsider with more affection than their own daughter. Not only did they spoil him with food and drink, but they also never raised their voices at him. Why is that? Zhang Qingqing bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. She studied relentlessly every day, maintaining an impressive top 10 ranking in her grade, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And what about that Shen Chang'an downstairs? Aside from looking decent, he slept in class, asked for leave every day, and acted like a drifter. What made him better than her, who worked hard for a living? The more she thought about it, the angrier Zhang Qingqing suddenly sat up from the bed and grabbed a hideous plush gorilla nearby, throwing it on the floor. On the gorilla's forehead, the words Shen Chang'an were crudely written in marker. "Die Shen Chang'an. A parasite." Zhang Qingqing mercilessly stomped on the Shen Chang'an face, with her foot clad in white socks, grinding it down, venting her inner imbalance as if she wanted to release all her pent-up frustrations from the past decade onto that hideous face. After a while, the enticing aroma of sweet and sour ribs wafted from the kitchen. The door to the kitchen swung open, and Zhang Hai stepped out. He was a robust, middle-aged man in his 40s. Even in loose home clothes, the contours of muscles that resembled steel and iron could be vaguely seen beneath. However, the sleeve on his right side was empty, swaying slightly as he moved. "Is Chang'an back? The food is ready. Wash your hands and prepare to eat," Zhang Hai called out. "They'll go call Qingqing down for dinner." Liu wiped her hands on her apron and turned to go upstairs. Shen Chang'an helped by bringing the dishes out. Before long, Zhang Qingqing reluctantly followed her mother downstairs. The light makeup on her face had been washed away, revealing her naturally stunning features. But at this moment, her expression clearly conveyed, "I am not pleased at all." The family of four sat around the dining table, the atmosphere initially a bit silent. Zhang Hai picked up a piece of rib and placed it in Shen Chang'an's bowl, casually asking, "Chang'an, have you been tired lately?" Shen Chang'an took a bite of rice, his expression calm. He certainly knew that Uncle Zhang was not inquiring about the fatigue from preparing for the college entrance exam, but rather about the work of the Night Patrol Division in the Qingzhou district. "It's okay," Shen Chang'an replied lightly. "There's quite a bit to do. It's busy, but they are all minor issues. I can handle it." Sitting opposite Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but roll her eyes, muttering softly, "What could you possibly be busy with? You look like you haven't woken up all day. Are you busy meeting the King of Dreams?" Shen Chang'an heard her, but merely raised an eyebrow and smiled, showing no intention of rebutting. Zhang Hai shot his daughter a glare, then cleared his throat to forcibly bring the topic back to the surface. "Speaking of studying, Qingqing has indeed been working hard lately. In last week's mock exam, she ranked 6th in her grade, which is quite good. If she continues to maintain this, admission to some of the top universities in the country is basically assured." Hearing her father's praise, a glimmer of pride flashed in Zhang Qingqing's eyes, but to maintain her aloof image, she kept a stern face, desperately suppressing the corners of her mouth that wanted to rise, pretending to be indifferent as she nodded. However, Zhang Hai shifted the topic, looking at his daughter. "In the future, if Chang'an has any questions regarding his studies, you should help him out more. You two have grown up together. Helping each other is only natural." Zhang Qingqing's previously soaring mood instantly plummeted. She lowered her head, poking at the rice in her bowl, and vaguely mumbled, "Oh, I got it." The meal ended in a subtle atmosphere. As soon as Zhang Qingqing put down her chopsticks, she hurriedly slipped back to her room on the second floor, as if avoiding a plague. Shen Chang'an habitually rolled up his sleeves to wash the dishes, but was pushed aside by Liu. Go, how can you let a kid preparing for college wash dishes? Your Uncle Zhang needs you. Go to his study." Shen Chang'an nodded, turning to follow Zhang Hai into the spacious study located in the corner of the first floor. Once the door closed, the sounds from outside were cut off. Shen Chang'an relaxedly slumped onto the leather sofa in the study, taking a long breath. "How's the situation in the Qingzhou district lately?" Zhang Hai sat behind the desk, pouring 2 cups of tea. "Nothing major has happened." Shen Chang'an picked up a cup and took a sip. "The preventive work has been satisfactory, and the daily patrols are keeping up. However, we are severely short-handed in such a large Qingzhou district. There are only 3 people working non-stop." Zhang Hai sighed a bit. "It's still old Zhao Yu and that new little demon." "Yes, by Yin," Shen Chang'an nodded. "A 3-tier spiritual cat just happens to be attending the same high school as well. It's fairly easy to work with, although sometimes it doesn't use its head and keeps trying to bring me mice." Zhang Hai chuckled. "All right, be content. By the way, the items you asked the headquarters to get were delivered this afternoon." While speaking, Zhang Hai dragged out a long black metal safe from under the desk and pushed it in front of Shen Chang'an. Shen Chang'an's eyes lit up. The earlier laziness instantly vanished. He quickly sat up straight, input the password, and with a click the safe popped open. Inside lay 2 heavy metal gun bodies covered in ancient black patterns. High-grade spiritual weapon, Tribulation, Cloud Heavy Gun. Zhang Hai looked at the 2 weapons, exuding a terrifying aura, his expression complex. This thing is generally only available to provincial level bigwigs at the 6th or even 7th tier who can apply for top-level equipment. You, on the other hand, boldly applied for it at the 5th tier just because you turned 18. For this broken gun, your contribution points accumulated over the years in the Night Patrol Division must have been wiped clean, right? Out with the old, in with the new. After all, contribution points are meant to be spent on items. Shen Chang'an aligned the 2 gun bodies, twisting them together firmly. Click! A heavy long gun about a yard long, exuding a menacing aura, instantly took shape, with the tip even faintly swirling with a dark red glow. Good stuff. Shen Chang'an stroked the gun body with satisfaction. The reason he went all out to exchange for this Tribulation Cloud was not only because it could perfectly carry his terrifying spiritual power at the 5th tier, but also because he could assemble it. As a model student who had to wander around school and the city carrying a 2 to 3 meter long spear would land him in the news the next day. However, if it were disassembled into 2 sections, it would perfectly fit into the black wooden guitar case he had prepared. Carrying a guitar case to school is reasonable, right? That's very reasonable. Zhang Hai watched Shen Chang'an skillfully dismantle the long gun, his eyes filled with a mix of pride and concern. Finally, he just patted his shoulder, saying, "In any case, be cautious during missions in the future. Staying alive is the most important thing. By the way, I also helped you modify the vehicle you use for commuting, though its performance has been upgraded several levels. It's parked in the underground garage, and the key is still the same one. Thanks, Uncle Zhang." Shen Chang'an carefully placed the disassembled Tribulation Cloud into the black wooden guitar case, and then excused himself from the study. Returning to his bedroom at the end of the corridor on the second floor, Shen Chang'an pushed the door open. This room was probably the most incongruous place in the entire luxurious villa. The room was quite large, but very empty, with almost no extra decorations aside from a bed, a wardrobe, and a spacious computer desk. Shen Chang'an liked this minimalist style, without any frills. He casually leaned the guitar case against the wall, sat down at the computer desk, and skillfully powered it on, double-clicking an icon for a secret software named Black Ancient Tower. This was the internal exclusive intranet system of the Night Patrol Division. The account logged in automatically. ID Chang'an. Avatar, a completely lifeless, pure black image. The Night Patrol Division's interface was mainly divided into 3 sections: Internal Forum, Bounty Hall, and Equipment Mall. Shen Chang'an instinctively clicked on the Equipment Mall, wanting to see if there were any new tactical items available. But when his gaze swept to the top right corner of the screen and saw that his contribution points had turned into a big 0 due to exchanging for the long gun, he expressionlessly pressed the red X in the top right corner. A broke person does not deserve to browse them all. Shen Chang'an sighed and opened the contact list. As the nominal first person in charge of Qingzhou District, his list was filled with various work groups. On a daily basis, he not only had to coordinate with the headquarters in Beijing City, but also keep an eye on the abnormal reports from several subordinate towns. He first glanced at the large city group of hundreds, where the screen was cluttered with mundane check-ins and trivial arguments. Very well, today has been another peaceful and safe day. Shen Chang'an contentedly closed the large group and opened the pinned small work group with 4 members. This group consisted of only 4 verified members: Shen Chang'an, by Yin Zhao Changfeng, and a member with a profile picture of a large question mark Liaison 07. Shen Chang'an had never seen this liaison in person. He only knew that the person was a logistics manager sent by the headquarters. Typically, the liaison was responsible for filling in gaps, settling tasks, and helping these frontline operatives mobilize various surveillance and weapon resources, serving as a purely behind-the-scenes tool. At this moment, messages in the group were flashing continuously. Liaison 07. Shen Chang'an, today's task: settlement, second tier, yellow weasel demon successfully captured and transferred to the containment facility. Task rating D. Contribution points awarded 100. Task bonus 2,000 yuan expected to be deposited into your bound account within 3 days. Following this, a series of messages flooded the group. It was Baiyin's messages, all filled with pictures of sashimi and grilled fish from a Japanese restaurant. Old Zhao Baiyin. This is the highest combat command group for Qingzhou District. Do not post irrelevant food messages here. Also, the oysters from that restaurant are not fresh. Don't ask me how I know. Baiyin. Cat frantically bowing and sliding. GIF. Got it. Sorry, Uncle Zhao. Baiyin, a prominent figure from Qingzhou No. 1 High School, is also the daughter of the wealthy Lingyao Pharmaceutical in Qingzhou City. In this era where humans, demons, and monsters coexist, monsters are born from negative emotions, and the abyss existing without rationality, they are the absolute enemies of the Night Patrol and the Demon Clan, and must be eradicated. However, demons are different. They absorb the essence of the sun and moon to awaken their intelligence, some good, some bad, and even able to take human form to run businesses for profit. The Night Patrol's duty is not only to slay monsters, but also to supervise the Demon Clan within human society. In fact, when necessary, they will also recruit some clean background capable demons to join the official ranks. After all, the Night Patrol is also an organization that values structure and resources. In an old district like Qingzhou, there are usually many trivial matters and little profit, making it hard to attract top-tier talents and leaders. Thus, the manpower in Qingzhou District relies almost entirely on local forces, with both Old Zhao and Baiyin being locals and demons. Shen Chang'an observed the lively banter in the group, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He stretched lazily, preparing to close the software, grab some clothes, and take a comfortable hot shower in the bath. Ding ding. Suddenly, a bold red message from Liaison 07 popped up in the previously quiet small. Ding 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 ding. Liaison 07, emergency notice. Strong energy fluctuations detected in the abandoned factory area at No. 14 Industrial Avenue, South City, Qingzhou District. Confirmation of the presence of a 4th-tier monster's aura, and the energy peak is still rising. Nearby lights, please proceed immediately to intercept. Initial task level B. Without hesitation, Shen Chang'an's fingers flew across the keyboard. Task accepted en route. Within 2 seconds, another message quickly followed by Ian. Task accepted. Boss, I'm currently eating Japanese food in South City, just under 2 kilometers from the target point. I'll go scout ahead. Without further ado, Shen Chang'an grabbed the black wooden guitar case from the corner and the tactical backpack from the bed, flung open the door, and rushed down the stairs like a gust of wind. Antly, I'm heading out for a bit, I'll be back later. Before the kitchen's Liu could react, Shen Chang'an had already pulled open the fire door leading to the underground garage and disappeared at the stairway. In the underground garage next to Zhang Hai's Maybach lay a pure black steel beast. It was a heavy motorcycle violently modified by Zhang Hai, its streamlined body coated with light-absorbing material and its thick exhaust pipes exuding a wild aura. Shen Chang'an slung the guitar case over his shoulder, quickly put on the special tactical earpiece used for missions on his right ear, and raised his left hand. The surface of the electronic watch on his wrist slid open, projecting a small holographic screen that prominently displayed the red dot coordinates on Industrial Avenue. Though he rarely used them, these high-tech tools from the night patrol were indispensable. Shen Chang'an mounted the motorcycle, inserted the key, and violently twisted the throttle. Roar, vroom. The roar, akin to a ferocious beast, exploded in the garage, and the massive sound trembled the ground slightly. Then the black motorcycle tore through the darkness like a lightning bolt, bursting out of the garage, leaving dust behind. In the second-floor bedroom, Zhang Qingqing was wearing headphones listening to English listening practice, yet she was still startled by the exaggerated engine roar, causing her hand to shake and the pen tip to draw a long ink mark on the test paper. What is going on? Zhang Qingqing took off her headphones and muttered irritably towards the window. Meanwhile, in the study on the first floor, Zhang Hai held a teacup, listening to the gradually fading violent sound outside, frowning slightly. Tisk, it seems the exhaust module is still not adjusted properly. This sound is a bit too loud. Next time he comes back, it needs to be modified again. On the streets of Qingzhou district, under the night sky, Shen Chang'an twisted the throttle to the maximum. The motorcycle crazily weaved through the traffic with the red dot on the holographic screen still 10 kilometers away. According to the Night Patrol's ratings, 4th-tier monsters already possess preliminary capabilities for large-scale destruction. This thing is like a moving high-explosive arsenal. If allowed to run free in a normal neighborhood for 3 minutes, not only would a street be leveled, but the living inside would also be slaughtered clean. Thus, this was a race against death for positioning. Sizzle. A brief electrical sound transmitted through the tactical earpiece, followed by a forced communication channel connection. Boss, can you hear me? Bai Yin's light and somewhat urgent voice came through the earpiece with the background filled with howling winds. I hear you clearly. State the situation. I have reached the edge of Industrial Avenue. The energy fluctuations are even more exaggerated than detected, at least mid-4th tier, and it may even be approaching peak 4th tier. Bai Yin's voice carried a hint of seriousness. Moreover, this aura is extremely violent, showing no signs of restraint. Are there any civilians nearby? Shen Chang'an asked the most critical question. Hearing this, Shen Chang'an exhaled slightly in relief. No civilians meant no need for restraint. Bai Yin, listen carefully. Your sole task right now is reconnaissance. If the target appears, under no circumstances engage it directly. Your claws wouldn't even scratch its surface. What if it spots me first? Do whatever it takes to stall it, or flee outright. Shen Chang'an's voice held not a trace of levity. Remember, your life outweighs the mission. Everything waits until I arrive. Boom, a deafening shockwave erupted at the intersection as the motorcycle carved through the turn at a perilous angle, skimming the asphalt, its taillights streaking a crimson afterimage before vanishing around the corner. Damn it. In such a rush to meet the king of hell, these reckless youth are losing all decorum. At that speed, you'll crash into a tree sooner or later. Several pedestrians, startled by the sonic blast, pointed furiously toward the motorcycle's vanishing point and cursed aloud. Shen Chang'an paid them no heed. The pulsing red dot on his holographic display was now only 2 kilometers away. Southern Qingzhou Industrial Zone. Once the heart of Beijing City's heavy industry, it now lay in ruin. Abandoned factories draped in ivy, their silhouettes eerie beneath the moonlight. Atop the tallest derelict factory, Bai Yin landed soundlessly. She wore casual gray sweatpants and white sneakers, a canvas bag bearing a cartoon cat paw motif slung across one shoulder. Were she not perched atop this desolate shadow-draped roof, she might easily pass for an ordinary high school girl returning from an afternoon stroll. Lifting her wrist, she tapped once on her custom-made digital watch. A small sapphire blue holographic screen bloomed midair. Its central red dot throbbed violently, pulsing like a frantic heartbeat. It's close. Bai Yin closed her eyes. Instantly, her feline Yao sense, a razor-sharp instinctive awareness, radiated outward. Seconds later, she snapped them open, her beautiful amber irises locking onto the north. Less than 200 meters. Having fixed its approximate location, Bai Yin withdrew from her crossbody bag a palm-sized silver metal disc etched with intricate talismanic runes. This was a standard-issue tactical device issued by the Xinye Bureau, a miniature isolation barrier emitter. Before engaging a demonic entity within city limits, deploying such a barrier was paramount, to contain collateral damage to infrastructure and, more crucially, to shield civilians from stumbling into the battlefield. Bai channeled spiritual energy into the disc and slapped it firmly onto the rooftop's concrete surface. An invisible translucent dome of spiritual energy instantly expanded from the disc, enveloping the entire 3-mile radius of abandoned factories. Barrier deployed. Now all that remains is to wait for Senior Brother. Bai hadn't finished speaking when Calamity struck. Boom. The roof of a factory less than 100 meters due north exploded without warning. Amidst a storm of shrapnel, a warped pitch-black silhouette shot forth like a cannonball, reeking of putrid decay, straight toward Bai. Too fast. Bai's pupils contracted sharply. Instinctively, her feline reflexes seized control. Her body coiled and twisted violently to the right, bending at an impossible angle. Shhhk. A blade of obsidian energy sliced through the air where her afterimage had lingered. Before she could regain her footing, the black mass defied physics midair, twisting its trajectory with terrifying force, and lashed out with a claw wreathed in thick, roiling darkness. Thud. With no time to evade, Bai crossed her arms before her chest and braced for impact. A sickening crunch echoed as she was hurled backward like a severed marionette, tumbling head over heels 7 or 8 times before catching herself on the cement water tank atop a low-rise factory roof. Cough. A thin line of blood traced Bai's lip. She glanced down. Her sleeves were shredded, revealing 3 deep, bone-exposed gashes across her forearms, oozing black, acrid vapor. Terrifying strength, and corrosive properties innate to its very being. Gritting her teeth, Bai drew a slow, steadying breath and lifted her gaze toward the now stationary shadow. It stood humanoid, yet formed entirely of viscous, churning black mist, featureless save for 2 burning crimson eyes. Without doubt, this was a genuine 4th-tier demonic entity. Yao possessed physical form. Beasts and flora awakened to sentience. But Mo were pure manifestations of condensed energy. When overwhelming human emotions, rage, despair, murderous intent, merged with ambient spiritual energy and became tainted by demonic chi, they coalesced into these mindless engines of slaughter. Such humanoid demons often retain the faintest echo of their strongest earthly fixation. Kill. Kill you all. All must die. The figure shrieked, its voice grating and raw. Waves of palpable resentment radiated outward, causing the surrounding concrete to crumble and powder under their corrosive pressure. Bai inhaled deeply, knowing full well she could not win a direct confrontation. Her body began to shake. 2 snow-white, tufted ears sprouted from her temples, a long, supple feline tail unfurled behind her, her neatly trimmed nails lengthened into 10 gleaming, razor-edged yao claws. Yet she made no move to attack. Crouching low, she assumed a defensive stance, her amber vertical pupils locked unblinkingly on the demon. One thought burned clear in her mind: stall it. Wait for Senior Brother to save me. Die. The shadow howled, leaving a phantom afterimage where it stood. In the next breath, rancid wine slammed into her face. Every hair on Bai's body stood on end. Her legs exploded backward, sliding low across the ground in a desperate retreat. Boom. The demon's fist cratered the concrete where she'd stood moments earlier, a jagged half-meter-deep fissure blooming like shattered glass. Using the slide's momentum, Bai twisted her waist with serpentine grace, planted one hand on the ground, and lashed out with her extended right leg. A whipcrack strike aimed squarely at the demon's side neck. A dull, meaty thud reverberated. But Bai recoiled, her foot throbbing with numbing pain as though she'd kicked solid iron. Unbelievably dense, she cursed, inwardly darting like smoke between rusted steel girders. The demon gave chase relentlessly, its obsidian claws slashing wildly, reducing rebar and concrete alike to rubble. Strike. Seizing an opening midage, Bai crossed her claws and slashed, ripping 2 massive intersecting shaped wounds across the demon's chest. But before she could draw breath, black mist churned violently within the gashes and sealed them whole in the blink of an eye. How is this even possible? It's got max-level invincibility and instant regeneration. Bai muttered, exasperated. Her stamina waning rapidly after 2 or 3 minutes of relentless evasion, she reached decisively into her tactical belt and drew 3 silver throwing darts, flicking them forward in a perfect triangular formation. Zzz. Mid-flight, the darts detonated, unfurling into a crackling high-voltage net that engulfed the demon. Lightning arced wildly, drawing agonized shrieks from its core. Now create distance. Bai began to retreat, only for the demon to tear straight through the lightning cage, its massive hand bursting forth like a black iron vise and seizing her ankle just a fraction too late. No. Her heart plummeted. A colossal, irresistible force yanked her forward. Thud. The demon's other fist clenched tight, wreathed in corrosive black chi, and drove deep into Bai Yin's abdomen. Ugh! Her pupils dilated, unfocused of bile, and blood erupted from her mouth in a single violent spray. The blow carried staggering force, blinding pain threatening to drown her in unconsciousness. Only her Yao physiology's extraordinary resilience kept her from being eviscerated outright. Then she flew, limp as a rag doll, smashing hard against a derelict boiler 15 meters away before tumbling lifelessly to the ground. Cough! Cough! Gods! It hurts. Bai Yin clutched her stomach, sweat beading cold on her brow, her vision swimming. Senior brother. If you don't get here soon, you'll lose your only little kitten forever. A distant shadow of a demon let out another furious roar, instantly flickering to stand before Bai Yin. With blood-red eyes fixated on the prey below, the demon's shadow raised a massive blade formed from black mist filled with the intent to sever all, and brought it down ruthlessly towards Bai Yin's head. I'm going to die. But I just celebrated my 100th birthday. I still have hundreds of years left to live. I'm still young and don't want to die. In that critical moment, a loud roar of a heavy motorcycle shattered the night sky. Immediately after, a strange black flame erupted from the demon shadow, without warning. Oh! The demon shadow's previously fierce, killing intent instantaneously transformed into extreme fear as it frantically tried to beat off the black flames on its body, but the fire burned hotter, as if it were a parasite, even beginning to consume its source of demonic energy. Swish! The spear, carrying terrifying momentum, accurately pierced the demon shadow's chest with a loud bang, pinning the fourth-tiered demon creature firmly against the heavy load-bearing wall of the factory. The tremendous recoil instantly covered the entire wall with cracks. Creak! A piercing brake sound rang out as a pure black heavy motorcycle violently skidded to a halt a few meters away. Shen Chang'an braced himself on one leg, still wearing the blue and white school uniform. He took off his tactical headset, glanced at the miserable Bai Yin on the ground, and spoke with a hint of apology. Sorry, there were a lot of vehicles ahead. I arrived late. Bai Yin opened her eyes, and seeing that familiar figure, nearly burst into tears. Boss! She coughed out a mouthful of bloody saliva, weakly pointing at the demon shadow that was still struggling madly against the wall. I'm fine. Don't let it escape. Beat it to death for me. Understood. Shen Chang'an nodded slightly, turned around, and looked at the fourth-tiered demon creature pinned to the wall. The demon shadow seemed to sense the terrifying threat of death. It crazily struggled, trying to pull out the spear lodged in its chest. But Shen Chang'an had already stepped in front of it. Trespassing into my territory without permission and hurting my adorable little kitty like this. Shen Chang'an gripped the handle of the Jiyun spear with one hand, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Are you prepared to die? The moment his words fell, the terrifying spiritual pressure of Shen Chang'an at the fifth realm's spiritual sea realm erupted like a tsunami without reserve. Clang! He abruptly pulled the spear from the wall, the spearhead producing a piercing sound as it cut through the air. The black flames instantly engulfed the entire spear. Shen Chang'an exerted force from his waist, lifting the 100-pound spear with both arms, striking down on the demon shadow's waist with terrifying power capable of shattering mountains. Boom! There was no suspense, no stalemate. The proud defenses and regeneration abilities of the fourth-tier demon creature crumbled like a sheet of paper in the face of absolute power. As the spear swept through, the demon shadow's massive body was directly split in half. The entire abandoned factory trembled violently under the shockwave of this strike as the furious wind mixed with the residual heat of the black flames nearly blinded Bai Yin from afar. One strike. Just one strike, and the fourth-tier demon was slain. Bai Yin sat on the ground in a daze, staring at the young man wielding the spear, who appeared as if a god of death had descended, her eyes filled with shock and fervor. So strong. Ridiculously strong. But when her gaze fell upon the flames burning on the spear, her instincts as a demon made her shiver uncontrollably. No matter how many times she watched it, instilled a deep-seated fear within her. The demon shadow disintegrated in midair, leaving behind only a trace of thick, inky demonic energy that writhed like a small snake on the ground. Shen Chang'an walked over, took out a specially made transparent glass container from his pocket, uncorked it, and absorbed and sealed the trace of demonic energy before putting it back in his pocket. He raised his wrist and pressed the call button on his electronic watch. Old Zhao, the target has been cleared. I've collected this trace of demonic energy. Inform the logistics team to come over and clean up, bring some repair cement materials. The roof of this factory has been damaged quite a bit. After giving his instructions, Shen Chang'an then picked up the spear and casually walked towards Bai Yin, who had barely managed to sit up. Her gray sports t-shirt had several gashes in it, the worst being on her abdomen, where a horrifying dark bruise had formed, yet thankfully it hadn't penetrated through. Shen Chang'an crouched down before her, pulling out a small black medicine box imprinted with the Night Patrol Bureau's emblem. This was an officially supplied external injury ointment that had miraculous effects in promoting the healing of flesh. Bear with it. Without much of a greeting, Shen Chang'an decisively lifted the hem of Bai Yin's sports shirt, pushing it up to her abdomen. The girl's slender and flexible abdomen was suddenly exposed to the cool air. Years of martial training combined with her cat demon physique gave her a beautifully sculpted waist, her skin fair and delicate like sheep's fat jade. But at this moment, the wound crossing over the top was a stark contrast. Suddenly having her clothes lifted so bluntly by a male made Bai Yin's cheeks flush with an unnatural crimson. She instinctively shrank back a little, but upon seeing Shen Chang'an's face, which looked like he was inspecting pork, she froze in place. However, her long black tail behind her could not help but sway on the floor, making a thud-thud sound. Shen Chang'an gently dipped his fingers into a cool ointment and carefully applied it to the wound. Hiss! Bai Yin inhaled sharply, her brows knitting together. Bear with it, the medicine is taking effect. Shen Chang'an spoke in a flat tone, his hands not stopping as he proceeded to apply the ointment to several scattered scratches on her arms and shoulders. After applying the medicine, Shen Chang'an stood up, brushed off the residue from his hands, and looked down at her, asking, "Can you stand up by yourself?" Bai Yin lifted her head, her beautiful amber eyes gazing at him with a watery look, her tail curled up beneath her in a circle, her voice soft and milky, as if she were acting coy. "I can't. Boss, my legs are weak, it hurts so much." As she spoke, she tentatively stretched out her small hands, hovering in midair, clearly indicating her desire for a hug, or at the very least to be carried. In a typical script, the male lead would normally showcase his boyfriend's strength and sweep her up, leaving a majestic silhouette in the night. However, Shen Chang'an simply nodded. "All right, since you can't stand, just sit here and rest for a while. The logistics team should arrive in about 10 minutes. I'll have them bring a stretcher to carry you back to the medical department." Bai Yin's hands raised in the air froze instantly, and 3 metaphorical black lines seemed to hang down on her fair forehead. She looked incredulously at the wooden figure in a school uniform before her, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "Shen Chang'an, do you understand what it means to cherish the fairer sex? No wonder you're so handsome, yet will remain single for a lifetime." Listening to the futile rage of the little wild cat, Shen Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle instead of getting angry. He certainly knew what the little girl was scheming in her heart. He did not refute. Instead, he bent down again, extending his long hand to naturally and accurately rest it on Bai Yin's head. Following the smooth long hair, Shen Chang'an's technique was exceptionally professional, gently scratching the roots of the 2 cat ears on her head, then smoothly stroking down. Meow. In an instant, Bai Yin, who had been clawing and hissing just a second ago, felt her body go limp, as if all her strength had been drained. The 2 white upright ears on her head trembled in comfort, and her eyes uncontrollably narrowed like a true pet cat, instinctively rubbing against Shen Chang'an's palm, twice emitting a faint, purring sound from her throat. When she realized what she had just done, her face turned crimson down to her neck, feeling so ashamed that she wished she could dig a hole and bury herself on the factory roof. Shen Chang'an withdrew his hand, looking at the little girl's embarrassed and annoyed expression, chuckled softly, and murmured, "Truly a little cat demon, she hasn't lost any of the habits a cat should have." A few minutes later, red and blue flashes lit up the night sky again. Wu Hong rushed to the scene with his team. Shen Chang'an stepped forward, shaking the glass container filled with primal magical energy in front of Wu Hong, explaining, "The magical creature has been eliminated, but it suddenly appeared nearby. To be on the safe side, a thorough spiritual energy inspection must be conducted within a 5-kilometer radius overnight. We need to dig 3 feet into the ground to check for lingering hazards." "Understood, I'll arrange for personnel immediately." Wu Hong responded decisively. Seeing this, Bai Yin, ignoring the pain in her abdomen, struggled to come closer, tugging at Shen Chang'an's school uniform. "Boss, let me help search." "Search what? In your current state, you couldn't even defeat a mouse." Shen Chang'an ruthlessly swatted her little hand away and pointed to an ambulance nearby. "Just go lay down in the medical department." Bai Yin instantly deflated like a punctured ball, her little ears drooping as she reluctantly boarded the ambulance. After sending off this battle-damaged accessory, Shen Chang'an did not rush to finish work as usual. The sudden emergence of a 4th-tier magical creature felt suspicious. He had to personally oversee the inspection. The night was deep. A large number of logistics personnel dressed in protective gear advanced slowly through the abandoned factory area, with spiritual energy detectors like a comb. Time passed slowly. By 5 in the morning, a grayish dawn began to appear on the horizon. "Director Shen, Director Wu. There's a discovery," a searcher reported urgently over the walkie-talkie. Shen Chang'an and Wu Hong hurried over. It was an old underground warehouse, hidden in a secluded location, its entrance buried under weeds and garbage. Several logistics personnel were struggling to pry open a heavy rusted iron plate with crowbars. Creak. The moment the iron plate was lifted, a nauseating stench mixed with the odor of sewage rushed out. "Ugh." A young recorder following Wu Hong couldn't hold it in and covered his mouth ready to vomit. Wu Hong suddenly turned, shooting him a fierce, deathly glare. The recorder trembled in fear, forcing back the contents, threatening to escape from his throat, his eyes watering. "He'll go in front." Without changing his expression, Shen Chang'an casually took out a powerful flashlight from his bag and descended the steep steps. The space in the basement was small, dark, and damp. The beam of the flashlight swept across the corner, revealing several decayed and disfigured corpses before everyone's eyes. The bodies still bore signs of struggle, clearly having endured inhumane torment while alive, and the intense resentment was bred from here. Shen Chang'an stepped forward, using the tip of his gun to lift a piece of tattered cloth for a closer look, his gaze indifferent. From the clothing and bone age, they should be the missing homeless or workers. This is a typical criminal case, though our night patrol division does not handle such secular matters. Let the logistics department contact the police's major crimes unit to take over. Understood. I'll make a note, but the expression on Wu Hong's face remained serious. However, Director, such intense resentment can at most form a fierce ghost. This fourth-tier magical creature. That's also what troubles me. Shen Chang'an rubbed his temples, sighing. Magical creatures are generally divided into two types. Those from outside committing crimes, or those bred locally. Externally sourced magical creatures can be dealt with, but if they are locally bred, the nature becomes very severe. Because for human resentment to transform into magic, it requires a shred of pure primal magical energy as a seed. The emergence of magical energy in this area can only mean two possibilities. First, a rift to the abyss has appeared nearby, leaking magical energy from it. If that is the case, then we can simply abandon the Qingzhou district. Wu Hong broke out in a cold sweat. The second possibility. Shen Chang'an's gaze turned cold. Is that someone deliberately brought primal magical energy into the Qingzhou district and chose such an excellent corpse-raising ground to artificially cultivate a fourth-tier magical creature. Can we retrieve the surveillance footage from this area? Shen Chang'an inquired. Wu Hong gave a wry smile. Director, this old industrial area has been abandoned for nearly 10 years. Those old cameras have long become bird nests. There's no surveillance to check. He nodded in agreement without surprise. Closing his eyes, his powerful fifth-level perception spread like ripples deep into the underground, confirming repeatedly. After a moment, he opened his eyes, slightly relieved. Fortunately, there are no traces of spatial rifts. It seems to be the second situation. Someone has poisoned our territory. All right, the remaining cleanup and investigation work will be left to you and the police. Shen Chang'an tossed the powerful flashlight to Wu Hong, turned, and ascended the steps, his tone returning to that lazy, half-awake manner. I need to head to the branch to submit this thing. At 6:30 in the morning, Shen Chang'an rode a black heavy motorcycle into the most central administrative street of the Qingzhou district. Surrounded by imposing and solemn government office buildings, at the end of the street in a quiet corner stood a 7-story old building that looked extremely shabby. The outer wall was adorned with outdated mosaic tiles from the last century, and a large section had even fallen off, exposing a grayish cement base. It hadn't been renovated in a long time. As for why such an official violent agency wouldn't fix up its facade, the document sent down from above clearly stated to maintain a vintage style consistent with the nearby old city buildings, achieving a great concealment within the city. Shen Chang'an parked his car and walked to the main gate, swiping his access card. The security guard, who had been dozing off in his booth, sprang upright like a coiled spring the moment he spotted the listless young man snapping off a crisp textbook-perfect salute. Shen Chang'an gave a slight nod in acknowledgement and strolled into the building. It was still early, yet the first-floor lobby and corridors were already bustling with uniformed staff idly stretching, chatting, and warming up for the day. Most of them were peripheral clerical staff, placed here through connections to polish their resumes or simply bide their time. Even the most marginal positions at the Night Warding Bureau carried prestige, a golden rice bowl, drawing salary from the imperial treasury. Such arrangements were inevitable in any organization. Shen Chang'an headed straight to the third floor and pushed open the door to room 302. The true command center of the Qingzhou branch. Lao Zhao had not yet arrived, but a young woman was on duty in the office. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, dressed in a sharply tailored navy blue uniform, her features elegant, though dark circles betrayed an all-night shift. Shen Chang'an didn't recognize her. He assumed she was one of the newly assigned peripheral clerks. He paid her no mind and walked directly to the desk by the window, his designated workstation as first in command, though he rarely sat there more than a handful of times each year. Yet it remained immaculately clean. After patrolling the city's outskirts all night, Shen Chang'an felt his eyelids grow unbearably heavy. He yawned widely, then pressed the power button on the desktop tower, preparing to file his report and submit the demonic energy sample. Then he'd be done. Hey, you the student in the school uniform. Sighing approached, holding a steaming cup of water, her delicate brows furrowed as she appraised Shen Chang'an from head to toe. Did you walk into the wrong office? She eyed him suspiciously. She knew full well how much influence and effort her father had expended just to secure her this post as a duty officer in such a core department. She understood that while many scions and heiresses entered the bureau through patronage, most were relegated to idle offices on the first or second floors. The third floor was no place for casual connections. No, I'm in the right place. Shen Chang'an kept his gaze fixed on the system, booting up on screen, his eyelids drooping. I'm handling some official business. Please carry on with yours. To Siahi, those words sounded brazen, bordering on insolent. Seeing Shen Chang'an reach for the internal terminal, she grew flustered and instinctively thrust out her hand. With a sharp snap, she switched off the monitor before him. Shen Chang'an blinked in surprise and turned, gazing at her with genuine bewilderment. I'm warning you, don't touch any of the office equipment. One more unauthorized touch, and I'll call security. Siahi stood rigid, her expression stern and authoritative. This is a classified operations room of a special agency, not your school's computer lab. Judging by your appearance, you're probably another privileged brat who got placed here through family ties to pad your resume. Stay where you've been assigned. Don't wander around recklessly. Watching this young woman defend the terminal like a mother hen guarding her chicks, Shen Chang'an felt no anger, only quiet amusement. Her attitude might have been brusque, but her vigilance was commendable. At least she hadn't let a stranger tamper freely with an official system, a sign of conscientious work. Shen Chang'an saw no need to explain himself to a girl so junior, or to probe further. Leaning back in his chair, he pulled out his phone and dialed Lao Zhao. The moment the line connected, ding-ling-ling, a loud vintage ringtone pierced the hushed corridor outside. The door to room 302 swung open. A man in his 30s stepped in, unshaven, wearing a faded uniform. He held a stainless steel thermos packed with goji berries. Ignoring Siahi entirely, he strode straight to Shen Chang'an's desk and greeted him with an easy smile. Chang'an, good morning. Morning. Shen Chang'an returned the smile, his eyes drifting to the thermos in Lao Zhao's hand. How's your health holding up? No flare-ups from those old injuries? Same as ever, still breathing, still useful. Lao Zhao then turned to Siahi. Let me introduce you. This is Captain Shen, first in command of the Qingzhou branch. Siahi froze, stone still. Her eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first in command of the Qingzhou branch. She just forcibly shut down his monitor and lectured him about wandering off. Lao Zhao, a master of reading people, glanced once at Siahi's near tearful expression, then at the black screen before Shen Chang'an, and instantly pieced together what had transpired. What happened just now? He asked, feigning ignorance. Nothing much, Shen Chang'an replied with another yawn. Just that our new colleague shows admirable dedication, deserving of praise. Lao Zhao set his thermos on the desk and waved dismissively at Siahi. All right, Xiao Xia, your night shift's over. Pack up and get some rest. Watching Siahi scramble, Lao Zhao turned to Shen Chang'an and added, she only completed training 2 days ago and was transferred here. Internal personnel files and photos are top-tier classified, never circulated. So naturally she doesn't know you. Please don't hold it against her. No problem. Shen Chang'an waved it off, utterly unconcerned. Siahi exhaled in relief, snatched her bag, and ducked out the door, head bowed. Wait, Lao Zhao called out, his tone shifting subtly, laced now with quiet reprimand. Remember the regulations. Once you leave, say nothing, absolutely nothing, about anything you saw or heard in this room. Your father must have stressed this before placing you here. Everything within these walls is absolute secrecy. Yai's understood. Siahi bobbed her head frantically, then bowed deeply. Director Zhao, goodbye. See Captain Shen, goodbye. With a sharp thud, the door slammed shut. The camera shifted to the corridor. No sooner had Siahi stepped into the hallway than her legs buckled. She slumped against the wall, hands clamped over her face, silently screaming inwardly. What on earth have I done? I just powered down my direct superior's monitor. Siahi, have you truly stayed awake too long? Have you lost your wits? Tears welled, but refused to fall. She fled downstairs in frantic, mincing steps, her soul thought, echoing, please, great lord, don't hold this against a lowly rookie. Lao Zhao pulled up a chair beside Shen Chang'an, unscrewed his thermos, and sipped the goji-infused tea before remarking casually, that's Xia. She's the daughter of our district chief, Xia. Fresh out of university this year. Chief Xia, doting as ever, wanted a stable, prestigious position for his daughter, so he leveraged every connection to get her posted here. But from what I've seen these past 2 days, she's diligent and capable, none of the typical spoiled heiress airs. Shen Chang'an nodded, indifferent to such bureaucratic entanglements, and swiftly redirected the conversation. He unzipped his shoulder bag and withdrew a glass vial containing dense, roiling black, demonic energy, then slid it gently across the desk toward Lao Zhao. The moment Lao Zhao glimpsed the viscous, serpentine blackness writhing violently inside the tube, like a living thing battering its cage, his smile vanished. This caused last night's disturbance. What exactly occurred? Shen Chang'an summarized the incident concisely. Fortunately, it wasn't a spatial rift breach. At those words, Lao Zhao released a long, audible sigh, the tension in his shoulders visibly melting away. Good. Very good. As long as it's not a rift, containment remains manageable. Did you uncover any leads at the scene? None. Shen Chang'an shook his head. It was a derelict basement in an industrial zone abandoned nearly a decade ago. Every surveillance camera nearby has long since failed. Any concrete clues will depend on whether logistics or the precinct can recover anything useful. Lao Zhao nodded and carefully sealed the vial inside a specially designed containment box. Right. Submitting the specimen and drafting the formal report falls to you. Shen Chang'an rose, slung his guitar case back over his shoulder, and said, after last night's ordeal, I need to catch up on sleep. Immediately. Understood, I'll handle it. Lao Zhao stood to see him off. Rest well. By 9 o'clock, sunlight bathed the city in gold. Shen Chang'an rode his motorcycle back to Guanlan Manor. As he pulled onto the villa's front lawn, he spotted Zhang Hai in a crisp, white martial uniform executing a powerful, precise military boxing routine. Uncle Zhang, good morning. Shen Chang'an parked in the garage and walked over. Ah, you're back. How's that bike performing? Notice the boost in power. Zhang Hai lowered his stance and grinned, stepping closer. Shen Chang'an sighed helplessly. The power's impressive, but the exhaust note is deafening. When I took it out at dawn, drivers yelled "Ghost Fire Youth" at me the whole way, and I nearly got flagged down by traffic police. Zhang Hai scratched his nose awkwardly. Ahem, perhaps the muffler module needs recalibration. I'll fine-tune it later. Go on. Those dark circles won't vanish themselves. Shower and rest. Shen Chang'an nodded, made no further pleasantries, and headed upstairs without delay. Returning to his room, he took off his school uniform and stepped into the bathroom for a hot shower. The water washed over his weary body. Shen Chang'an stood in front of the mirror at the sink, casually wiping the mist off the surface, admiring his physique. Years of living on the edge of life and death in high-intensity battles had completely stripped away the boyish frailty of his body. Instead of exaggerated muscles like those seen in gyms, he possessed a well-built and robust physique. Every muscle seemed to be forged from steel, brimming with explosive power. On his fair skin, faint traces of old scars were visible, adding a touch of lethal aura to his nearly perfect body. After casually wiping off the droplets on his skin, Shen Chang'an slipped into a loose white t-shirt and pushed the door open to step outside. As he reached the corridor, the door to the master bedroom swung open and Zhang Qingqing emerged, dressed in a silk nightgown, seemingly just waking up. The two of them collided right at that moment. Zhang Qingqing's gaze instinctively fell upon Shen Chang'an's still damp figure. She paused in her breath, quickly averted her eyes, and nervously focused on the wall's mural. Shen Chang'an didn't even lift his eyelids, completely ignoring her little thoughts, and walked straight back to his room. After drying his hair, he heavily flopped onto his bed. Including the other small cases he had dealt with over the past few days, he hadn't slept properly for nearly 3 days. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. He fell into a deep slumber. By the time he opened his eyes again, it was already past 4 in the afternoon on Sunday. The weekends for a senior high school student were nothing but a joke. After school on Saturday afternoon, he had to roll back to school for evening study on Sunday night. However, the good news was that he didn't need to be trapped in the dormitory like those boarding students. Commuting was quite convenient. Shen Chang'an changed into his unaltered original school uniform and stretched lazily as he made his way downstairs. In the living room, Zhang Qingqing had already tidied up. Perhaps due to some stimulus, she was surprisingly composed today, not wearing the shortened school skirt, but instead obediently changing into loose blue and white school pants. With her natural beauty complementing a high ponytail, she looked youthful and vibrant, a stage where one is naturally beautiful without makeup. Liu was standing behind the sofa using a hairdryer to dry her daughter's hair. Seeing Shen Chang'an come down, Liu greeted with a smile. Chang'an, you're awake. Go wash your face quickly. Oh, dinner will be ready soon. After we finish eating, I'll drive you both back to school. All right, Aunt Li, Shen Chang'an replied, walking to the dining table and pulling out his phone to open the Town Night Bureau's app. In the workgroup, unread messages had been flashing all day. Liaison Officer 07, Shen Chang'an, the Blevel emergency incident has been confirmed as resolved. Task reward contribution points 1,000. Bonus 2,000 yuan expected to be credited before 8 o'clock tonight. Upon reading this message, a glimmer of light finally flickered in Shen Chang'an's typically unfocused eyes. 2 million yuan in cash could only be considered a bonus. The real value lay in those 1,000 contribution points. It must be noted that the Town Night Bureau has stringent precautions against magical creatures, with most tasks ranging from E to C level, emphasizing preventive measures and never allowing incidents to escalate. Incidents like these directly escalating to level with 4th-tier magical creatures occur less than once a year. With these 1,000 contribution points along with the previous 100 points from capturing the Yellow Weasel Demon, Shen Chang'an's recently depleted finances finally saw a bit of recovery. Dinner is ready. Liu emerged from the kitchen with the last bowl of soup, interrupting Shen Chang'an's thoughts. The family of four once again gathered around the dining table. As they were eating, Shen Chang'an suddenly slowed down her chopsticks, casting a suspicious glance between her father and Shen Chang'an. Did I hear the sound of a heavy motorcycle starting in the underground garage last night? Shen Chang'an fixed her gaze on Shen Chang'an. Did you sneak out to ride a motorcycle last night? Shen Chang'an calmly continued, eating, not showing any reaction and refusing to respond. Dad, Mom, aren't you going to say anything to him? Shen Chang'an looked at her parents' calm expressions, feeling even. He's a senior high school student riding such a noisy motorcycle out at night. What if something happens? Zhang Hai coughed lightly and quickly intervened. Shen Chang'an is already an adult. Maybe a friend urgently needed him last night. Besides, his driving skills are quite good. There's no need to worry. He's an adult, and I'm an adult too. Upon hearing this, Shen Chang'an immediately set down her chopsticks in dissatisfaction. I want to ride a motorcycle too. After the college entrance examination, I'm going to get my driver's license and buy a cooler one than his. Nonsense. Zhang Hai's expression turned stern, refusing without hesitation. Girls shouldn't be riding motorcycles. It's too dangerous. If you want a car after the college entrance exam, regardless of the result, your dad will buy you a sports car. You can choose whichever you want. Shen Chang'an nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. It's a deal you can't back out. After dinner, it was Li Yu's responsibility to drive the two of them to school. She didn't drive Zhang Hai's flashy Maybach, but rather an understated older model Volkswagen Phaeton. For residents in such a wealthy neighborhood, this car was typically used for grocery shopping. The car smoothly parked outside the gates of Qingzhou No. 1 high school. As dusk settled, the entrance was filled with weary senior students returning to school. Looking out over the crowd, it was clear that they were divided into two groups. One group had serious expressions, their brows furrowed with anxiety about the college entrance examination and uncertainty about the future. Some were even reciting English words as they walked. The other group, however, was completely different. They congregated in small groups, wearing various brand-name sneakers or limited edition jackets, laughing and discussing which high-end venues they had visited over the weekend and how cool the new gaming peripherals were. For these rich young masters and ladies, the college entrance examination was merely a formality. After all, ordinary people might struggle for a lifetime to earn what they could spend in a year. Here we are, study well at school, and remember to rest, you reminded from the driver's seat. Got it, Mom. Shen Chang'an opened the car door, shouldered her backpack, and didn't even greet Shen Chang'an before quickly merging into the crowd, trying to put as much distance between her and Shen Chang'an as possible. She certainly didn't want her classmates to see her walking with this odd person. Shen Chang'an smiled indifferently, carrying his beloved guitar case and leisurely following behind. Soon the distance between the two was stretched to over 50 meters. With his hands in his pockets, suddenly a shadow sprang out from a dark corner of the greenery ahead. Wow! An exaggerated scare sounded explosively in Shen Chang'an's ears. Shen Chang'an didn't even lift his eyelids, his footsteps didn't even pause, maintaining his leisurely strolling pace. The shadow froze in place. Boss, you are really such a bore. Baiyin puffed out her cheeks and complained in a huff. I've been waiting here for 10 minutes. Can't you show a little consideration? Baiyin wore a neat high school uniform, her hair tied in a crisp high ponytail. The face that sent teenage boys into raptures now wore nothing but a look of defeat. Shen Chang'an sighed. Please. Within a 5-kilometer radius of Yizhong, there is only you who gives off that kind of strange aura. Before you even popped out, I knew it had to be you. Baiyin sulked and cast him an aggrieved glance. All right. Seeing this, Shen Chang'an stepped back half a pace with a mock-serious expression, hands over his chest, intoning in a deadpan voice. I'm so scared, how terrifying. Shen Chang'an. Baiyin, enraged, abandoned all pretense and pounced, battering Shen Chang'an's arm with her soft little fists. Are you just being half-hearted, you idiot? She scolded. All right, stop it. Shen Chang'an laughed and pressed her fluffy head down. Although she had not revealed her true form, the feel of her hair was still pleasing to the hand. How's the wound? Feeling any better? At the mention of that, Baiyin immediately brightened. Completely healed. Boss, medicine works. There isn't even a scar left. Baiyin lifted an eyebrow proudly and slipped her small hand to the hem of her uniform. Look, my skin is smoother than before. To everyone's shock, she actually reached to lift her top in public. Shen Chang'an's heart lurched. He snatched her wrist and, like a guilty thief, looked anxiously around. As expected, several passing boys had their eyes practically bulging out. Are you out of your mind? This is school. Shen Chang'an lowered his voice and tugged Baiin's arm as they hurried forward. Do you want to make the campus forum headlines tomorrow? Seeing Shen Chang'an's embarrassed, furtive manner, Baiin's lips curved into a satisfied fox-like smile as she let him pull her along. Boss, you get scared too. Baiyin teased, leaning close to his ear with a mischievous grin. I beg you, I'm begging. Shen Chang'an kept pleading. I've been slogging away doing hard labor outside. Can't I at least sleep peacefully at school? Stop messing with me, please. When Baiyin first joined the Qingzhou district branch of Shen Chang'an, had laid down strict 3 rules with her. The most important one within the school teaching areas, she must not initiate conversation or run into him. The reason was simple. Baiyin was a supernatural beauty. The moment she appeared, she became the center of attention. Shen Chang'an only wanted to be an unremarkable shadow and drift through his days. He did not want to, because of this little cat, be inexplicably turned into the public enemy of the entire school. Fine. Since you saved me last night, I'll let you off today. Baiyin took the olive branch, composed herself, and grew calm. He'll go to self-study now, Shen classmate. She nodded to him, then turned and walked into the teaching building with elegant strides, pursued by a trail of admiring gazes from the boys. Shen Chang'an wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exhaled. Once Baiyin had gone, he too headed toward his classroom. The distribution of senior classes at Qingzhou Yizhong was social in its own way. Class 1 and Class 2 were the school's darlings, packed with the true academic gods. As luck would have it, Baiyin was in Class 1, and Zhang Qingqing was in Class 2. Both girls were not only beautiful, but also top of their classes, the cherished favorites of every teacher. Shen Chang'an's Class 7, however, was a thoroughly mixed and ordinary cohort. The top student there could only just scrape into the top 100 of the grade. Class 7 had 2 defining features: a cluster of slightly well-off second-generation kids, and a crowd of athletically built, but not especially bright sports students. Pushing open the classroom back door, Shen Chang'an was met by a mingled scent of brand-name perfume and the noisy hubbub of teenagers. Amid the rear row boys' boisterous talk of games and matches, the classroom felt like a lively marketplace more than a study hall. Not interested in any of it, Shen Chang'an walked to his exclusive corner at the window in the last row. A single desk, a private spot, prime real estate. He leaned his guitar case against the wall, pulled out his chair, and settled down, pleased with the solitude. No one bothered him there, and most of his neighbors were long-time silent types who kept their heads buried in practice problems. His quiet VIP treatment in this raucous class had nothing to do with looks, it was due to his slightly odd reputation in class. When he was a freshman, a school bully backed by a relative in the administration stormed into the class with 7 or 8 cronies to lay down the law. Foolishly, they kicked awake Shen Chang'an, who had just finished cutting down a third-tier beast the night before. Within 3 minutes, the 7 or 8 thugs were beaten to a pulp, lined up under the classroom blackboard like a chorus singing conquest. No one in the class dared to intervene. Everyone assumed the boy with no apparent background would be expelled. Yet Shen Chang'an only took a day's leave. The next day, he returned to class as if nothing had happened, strolling back with his single-strap bag. 2 days later, that arrogant deputy director was abruptly transferred out of Yizhong for a so-called sudden serious disciplinary and conduct problem. As for the school bully, he processed a transfer overnight. Rumor had it he left trembling in his legs. From then on, countless wild stories about Shen Chang'an's identity circulated in the class. Some said he was a top scion sent down from the provincial city. Others whispered he was the illegitimate son of a powerful underworld figure. No one could probe his true depths. Everyone kept their distance, afraid that if they crossed this portentous figure, they might be forced to transfer overnight themselves. On top of that, Shen Chang'an served as the head of the Jinyasian office that kept him ridiculously busy. He often produced hospital-stamped leave notes and skipped classes. Naturally, he became the mysterious big figure in their mouths. Deep background seldom seen on campus. Apart from the student who collects assignments, almost no one dared to address him first. Their homeroom teacher, old Liu, was a straightforward man. To avoid ruining the prospects of the few students still aiming for university, he grouped the most taciturn pupils together and carved out a quiet zone in the classroom. Those silent ones sat together and said little. Though Shen Chang'an slept through lessons, his presence held the row of naughty rich kids in check like a statue. He was more effective than the homeroom teacher himself. If anyone dared to make a racket while Shen Chang'an slept, the students beside him would slap the troublemaker into silence without him even looking up. Old Liu's arrangement was, in Shen Chang'an's view, perfect. He carefully placed his guitar case into the corner to ensure no one would knock it over. If some careless classmate kicked it, and 2 segments of a deadly high-grade spirit instrument popped out, tomorrow's Beijing Morning News headline might read: shocking. A cultivation maniac appears at Qingzhou Yizhong. Just as he opened his books to catch a little more sleep, a soft, timid voice spoke at his side. Shen Chang'an looked up to see a slight girl in uniform standing awkwardly before his desk. Her features were delicate in a harmless girl next door way. Her hair was tied in a simple low ponytail, and she held a stack of test papers close to her chest, her clean face shaded with nerves. She was their group's leader, Li Xuan. Even in Class 7, she was something of a local celebrity. She embodied every boy's adolescent ideal: first love. The number of boys with secret crushes on her could fill at least a row. Her grades were steady, firmly in the class top 3 and usually ranking between 100 and 150 in the grade, making her a priority candidate for the class push toward top universities. "What's up, group leader?" Shen Chang'an rubbed his eyes, his tone measured. I came to hand in the weekend English paper. Li Shiwan clutched the papers and avoided his gaze. After all, this was the student rumored to make administrators move overnight. Shen Chang'an froze for a moment and rummaged in his bag. That weekend he had either been hunting a yellow weasel demon or cutting down fourth-tier monsters. The rest of the time, he had used to catch up on sleep. He had not even touched a pen, let alone done the English paper. He pulled out a pristine blank sheet, scratched his head, and said awkwardly, "Group leader, I've had some family matters these days, and was busy, I didn't finish it." He paused, then offered the most classic plea of a struggling senior. "Could I borrow your paper for reference? I'll copy. I know I'll study from it, and hand my paper in with yours before evening self-study." Li Shiwan froze. As a model student and group leader, her instinct was to refuse such blatant cheating. But when she looked into Shen Chang'an's eyes, the girl's urge to survive overrode her principles. "Okay." Li Shiwan took the top sheet, its neat handwriting clear, and placed it on his desk. "Give it back to me after evening self-study. They'll tell the teacher, and then bring it to the office tonight." "Thanks, group leader." "No need to thank me." Li Shiwan nodded and returned to her seat. Shen Chang'an watched her retreat. She was the one classmate who exchanged the most words with him. 3 years as group leader meant a few friendly chats when collecting assignments. He raised his pen to begin copying when a commanding voice cut through the room. "Quiet, everyone. If you want to make noise, then take it outside." The classroom door slammed open. Their homeroom teacher, Old Lu, walked in with a stern face. In his 50s, his hair already half white, he was a straightforward man nearing retirement. Normally, he indulged Class 7's spoiled tempers with a Livy Amlet-Lev attitude, "Don't cause trouble, and I..." But with the Gaokao approaching, Old Liu's sense of duty overrode his desire to remain passive. He pounded the desk with his pointer, rattling the chalk dust down. The back row rich kids and athletes who had been boasting immediately fell silent and slunk back to their seats. The classroom became hushed. "Look at you all. You still have the nerve to chat about games." Old Lu swept the room in a disappointed glare. "Today is May 10th, year 26. The college entrance exam is only 20-some days away. Even if your family owns mines or mountains of gold, even if you have plans to go abroad or to take over the family business, for the love of the next 20 days, I beg you to focus." He paused, letting his gaze linger an extra beat on the usual troublemakers at the back. "I'm not asking you to magically secure a top university in these days, but in warning certain students, if you want study, at least don't drag down those who hope to change their fate through the exam. For the sake of your classmates, even if you're strangers, don't ruin this moment. Keep your mouths closed and your eyes on your own books." After his tirade, the classroom atmosphere was thoroughly suppressed. Apart from the scratch of pen on paper, no one dared speak. Having vented, Old Lu folded his hands behind his back and began to stroll slowly up and down the aisle. When he reached the last row, he noticed Shen Chang'an placing 2 papers together and with remarkable speed copying Li Ziwen's English test. Old Liu's step faltered, and he looked at Shen Chang'an with a complex expression. Unexpectedly, Old Lu did not shout or scold. He did not even offer a word of reprimand. He merely averted his gaze and walked on. Old Lu was a perceptive man. While the other well-off boys might not trouble him, Shen Chang'an was a different matter. His greatest wish now was simply to shepherd this final cohort through graduation in peace and then retire with honor. Regarding Shen Chang'an, Old Lu did not know the monsters and spirits, but the eerie episode when that arrogant deputy director was whisked away overnight had left him uneasy. He sensed danger. He knew that this student who took more leave than class had a background that was far from ordinary. Most importantly, though Shen Chang'an's grades were mediocre and he slept in class, he never caused trouble. As long as he sat in that desk, the row of pranksters behaved like mice in front of a cat, more effective than the homeroom teacher. For a man like Old Lu, this steadying presence was a godsend. He only hoped Shen Chang'an would make it through to graduation in one piece, and dared not concern himself with whether the boy copied his homework or not. The bell signaling the end of evening study finally rang. The quiet Class 7 of the 3rd year instantly erupted like a boiling pot filled with the jubilant cheers of liberated students. Shen Chang'an stretched his back in a big yawn, organizing the completed English test papers along with Li Ziwen's original copy. He slung the worn guitar case over his shoulder and walked to Li Ziwen's seat. "Group leader, here's your test paper back, thanks a lot." Shen Chang'an placed the paper on the desk. Li Shiwan was packing her backpack when she took the test paper and noticed the slightly heavy black wooden guitar case behind Shen Chang'an. A hint of confusion flashed across her delicate face as she casually asked, "Shen, do you know anything about music? I haven't seen you bring this to school before." "Oh, this." Shen Chang'an patted the hard wooden shell of the guitar case, nonchalantly chatting away. "I've recently found studying too dull, so I wanted to learn some art to cultivate my emotions. With the college entrance exam approaching, I thought I'd dabble in music to relieve some stress." Li Shiwan blinked her sparkling eyes, automatically imagining Shen Chang'an sitting on the playground strumming the guitar and singing. With his handsome face, he would likely attract quite a few girls. That sounds nice. The arts do seem to suit you quite well. Li Shiwan smiled politely. You have good taste. Shen Chang'an gave her a thumbs up and turned to retreat to clock in for work. By the way, Shun, Li Shiwan called softly after his retreating figure. The college entrance exam is approaching. While art can relieve stress, you still need to pay attention to your studies and not get too distracted. Shen Chang'an paused, glanced back at her, and his smile grew wider. Got it, thanks for your concern, group leader. With that, he strode out of the classroom. One must admit, such a gentle and kind girl who treats everyone with care truly deserves the title of White Moonlight. Yet it is precisely this gentleness that easily leads to misunderstandings for adolescent boys. Especially for those invisible boys who usually blend into the background, with just a few extra words with her might lead them to plan which kindergarten their future child would attend. After Shen Chang'an left Li Ziwen's desk mate and close friend, He Fei finally dared to approach her. He Fei dramatically patted her chest, speaking with lingering fear. Wan, you are so bold. You actually dared to actively chat with that misfortune, and even advised him to study well. Li Shiwan laughed gently while organizing the test papers, shaking her head. It's not as exaggerated as you say. I think he's quite approachable. He even thanked me for lending him the paper. Being kind to others never hurts. Even if they don't remember your kindness, at least there won't be any conflict. Meanwhile, Shen Chang'an had already reached the school gate. He raised his wrist to check the electronic watch's schedule. This month, it was his turn for the night shift while Bai-in was on the day shift. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, his phone vibrated. He took it out to find an urgent message from the liaison officer. Liaison Officer 07, Shen Chang'an. At Old North Street, Alley 13 of Qingzhou District, abnormal demonic energy fluctuations have been detected. Preliminary assessment indicates a gathering of demon clans fighting, posing a risk of injury. Please proceed to handle it as soon as possible. Shen Chang'an glanced at the location, his brow slightly raised. Old North Street is a well-known gathering place for demons in Qingzhou District, where many low-level demons legally work and run small businesses in human society. Most demons are quite law-abiding. Such fighting incidents are akin to ordinary people getting into conflicts after drinking too much at a barbecue stall, belonging to the routine stability maintenance tasks of the Night Patrol Department, not contributing additional points. Although this job pays nothing, it is still a responsibility that must be fulfilled. Shen Chang'an quickly messaged Bai-in in the workgroup. Shen Chang'an, where's your transportation parked? Send me the exact location. After a few seconds, Bai-in replied. Bai-in, it's in the first parking shed to the right outside the school gate. I sent you the license plate number. Cat image saluting. JPG. Shen Chang'an followed Bai-in's directions and arrived at the dim parking shed. Upon seeing the transportation vehicle, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It was a small, modified scooter painted in a gaudy shade of deathly Barbie pink with an exaggerated Hello Kitty sticker on the front. This taste is truly remarkable. Shen Chang'an sighed, helplessly took out the spare key and inserted it into the lock. Click. Just as he turned the key to ignite the engine, the adorable-looking pink little demon suddenly erupted with a roaring exhaust sound akin to a racing car. Vroom. The noise was so loud it could wake the dead in the middle of the night. This sudden loud sound immediately drew the attention of the security booth at the school gate. Who's over there? Which delinquent is trying to hit on girls at our school gate again? The security guard shouted angrily, a beam of penetrating light from a powerful flashlight sweeping over. Damn! Shen Chang'an was blinded by the strong light and, not bothering to complain about how this vehicle's roar was even more ostentatious than his motorcycle, quickly twisted the throttle. The pink Hello Kitty scooter streaked through the night, leaving behind a flashy pink silhouette roaring at an uncharacteristically violent speed, escaping before the security guard could chase after. In the night, a pink-painted roaring Hello Kitty scooter with its flamboyant maneuvering entered the Old North Street of South City. This is a typical old district of Qingzhou with low buildings, aging facilities, and walls plastered with ads for drainage and painless abortions. Adjacent to the newly built industrial area in South City, it has attracted a large number of labor forces and renters from outside due to its cheap rent. At 11 o'clock at night, the large shopping malls in the city center had long closed, but Old North Street was experiencing its liveliest moment. The streets were filled with flickering neon signs, the smoke of street food mingling with the scent of cheap perfume, creating a tremendous uproar. Shen Chang'an parked the conspicuous pink vehicle in a deserted dark corner, locked it up, and smoothly took off his blue and white school uniform jacket, stuffing it into his backpack. He then changed into a plain black thin windbreaker. As the person in charge of Qingzhou District, it was clearly inappropriate to enforce the law in such a crowded public place with the face of an 18-year-old high school student. He pulled out a soft, flesh-colored mask from his windbreaker pocket and placed it over his face. This was a high-tech, realistic disguise mask produced by the Night Patrol Department's Logistics Division, breathable, fitting, and without any flaws. In just a few seconds, the lazy and handsome 18-year-old high school student disappeared, replaced by an ordinary-looking young man in his late 20s with a hint of shrewdness. Adjusting his collar, Shen Chang'an pinned an inconspicuous black tower badge to his chest, then pressed the switch of the mini camera at his collar. Beep. The law enforcement recorder has been activated. With a faint electronic sound, young Master Shen began his day of work in a plain and unremarkable manner. Following the location, Shen Chang'an wandered into Alley 13 of Old North Street. According to the information sent by the liaison officer, the target location is an outdoor barbecue stall named Fatty Barbecue. Before getting close, a fierce argument reached his ears, and a circle of onlookers had gathered around, while two sweating local police officers were trying their best to maintain order in the middle. Refund. We must get a refund. Double compensation. A tourist with his shirt off and a large gold chain around his neck was banging on the table, shouting angrily. What the hell is this grilled meat? It's all rotten. Do you want to kill someone? Nonsense. My meat is freshly sourced every day. The barbecue stall owner, a burly fat man, waved the skewer in his hand, refusing to back down. You guys have already eaten almost all the meat on the table before complaining that it's rotten. If you want to dine and dash, just say so. Don't slander me here. Everyone calm down, let's talk it through properly, no need to resort to violence. The two police officers caught in the middle were nearly hoarse from shouting. Shen Chang'an stood on the edge of the crowd, hands in the pockets of his trench coat, slightly squinting his eyes. Deep in his gaze, a hint of dark red fire flickered. The fire I was activated. The world before him instantly shed its disguise. In Shen Chang'an's vision, aside from the two police officers who were earnestly mediating, the parties involved in the conflict were all surrounded by a faint aura of demonic energy. For the demon clan to truly shed their beastly forms and perfect their human shapes, they needed to reach at least the 6th stage spiritual abyss realm. Demons below that stage used all sorts of tricks to blend into human society. To ordinary people they appeared human, but under the spiritual sense of high-level practitioners, it was akin to being naked. Shen Chang'an clearly saw that the owner who was waving the skewer was actually a wild boar demon standing upright. As for the troublesome tourists, they were a few grinning hyena demons. After discerning their auras, he realized they were all low-level demons at the 1st and 2nd stages. At this moment, both sides were enraged, the beastly instincts of the demons overtaking their rationality, and the words of the two ordinary police officers were evidently losing their effect. The hyena demons had even rolled up their sleeves, their sharp, demonic claws flickering into view, and it was clear that the situation was about to escalate into a bloody event. Shen Chang'an yawned, parted the crowd, and leisurely walked to an empty table at the edge of the stall. He pulled out a plastic red chair and sat down confidently. Boom! A momentary release of terrifying spiritual pressure from the 5th stage spiritual sea realm. This aura went unnoticed by ordinary people, but to the keen-sensed low-level demons, it was like a stun grenade exploding right next to them. The wild boar demon and the hyena demon, who had been cursing just a second ago, suddenly went silent. They looked like ducks suddenly having their necks grab their body hair, standing on end, as their demonic energy shrank back in fear. Several demons stiffly turned their heads towards the source of the terrifying pressure, all eyes falling on the young man in black sitting in the corner. The young man was looking at them expressionlessly. The black ancient pagoda emblem on his chest gleamed with a cold and deadly metallic sheen under the streetlight. Zhen Yi. Is he a ridiculously high-level monster? Cough. The leading hyena demon gulped, the arrogant expression on his face instantly transforming into a radiant one, like a blooming chrysanthemum. He grabbed the police officer in front of him, speaking in a tone as gentle as a model citizen. Officer, it's all a misunderstanding. The boss meat has no problem, it's just that we are too picky with our tastes. The wild boar owner, trembling with fear, quickly threw the skewer in his hand into the trash and waved his hands repeatedly. Yes. Let's maintain harmony for the sake of business. I'll treat everyone today. We are all law-abiding citizens. How could we cause trouble? The two police officers were dumbfounded, looking at each other in confusion, completely unable to understand how these thugs who had just wanted to draw knives had suddenly turned into moral paragons. Since there's no problem, now let's talk things through in the future and avoid shouting and causing disturbances. It affects everyone negatively. The two police officers, seeing such a drastic change in attitude, were puzzled but relieved. After giving a few routine admonishments, they turned to patrol other stalls. The crowd, seeing there was no longer anything interesting to watch, quickly dispersed. The hyena demons wiped away the cold sweat from their foreheads, just about to make a run for it. Shen Chang'an stood up from the red plastic chair, slowly walked to the center of the barbecue stall, and glanced at them. Fatty rolled down the shutter door. Suspend operations. Right away, sir. The wild boar demon owner, displaying an agility uncharacteristic of his size, rushed out in a few steps to politely ask the remaining ordinary customers to leave. With a clang, he pulled down the enormous shutter door at the front of the shop. After blocking off the view from the outside, Shen Chang'an casually pulled up a table and sat down, crossing his long legs and tapping the table. All right, routine inspection. Everyone take out the temporary residence permits issued by the Zhenyi. The few hyena demons and the fat owner did not dare to delay, obediently forming a line and pulling out a small green-covered booklet from their pockets, handing it over with both hands. Shen Chang'an flipped through the booklet, checking the information one by one. Li Daqiang Wild Dog Demon First Stage. Registered residence in Songjiang Province, Shiyuan City. What are you doing in Qingzhou District? Reporting, sir. We came from another province looking for work. The hyena demon leader rubbed his hands, forcing a smile that was more like crying. The competition in Shiyuan City is too fierce. We heard that a new heavy industry zone opened in Nan City, so we thought we could find some work carrying bricks and hauling cement. Shen Chang'an nodded, checked the fat owner's documents, confirmed there were no overdue or illegal records, and tossed the documents back to them. Now tell me what happened just now. In my jurisdiction, I won't accept nonsense. Under absolute power pressure, the hyena demons dared not lie, and they quickly explained the truth. It turned out that they were newcomers with almost all their money spent wanting to take advantage of the seemingly honest fat owner to dine and dash, while also extorting some travel expenses. All right, the matter is clear. Shen Chang'an took out a special marker and drew a prominent red cross on the residence permit of the hyena demon leader. Since this is your first offense and has not caused serious consequences, I will only issue a warning this time. Shen Chang'an slammed the residence permit on the table, his gaze turning slightly cold. You understand the rules. Collect 3 warnings, and your permit will be revoked, and you will be deported to your original residence. At that time, don't say you can't even enter human society, let alone carry bricks. If you don't want to roll back to the deep mountains and forests to gnaw on tree bark, then behave yourself. Yes. Thank you for your mercy, sir. We will go to the construction site to carry bricks tomorrow, absolutely no trouble. The few hyena demons, as if granted amnesty, repeatedly bowed, then scurried out of the shutter door. Thank you, sir, for upholding justice. The wild boar owner let out a long sigh of relief, approaching with a beaming smile. Sir, from now on, whenever you come here, barbecue and beer are on the house. No need, we have discipline. We won't take a single needle or thread from the public, nor a single big kidney from the demon clan. Shen Chang'an waved his hand, stood up, opened the shutter door, and walked out. For the next half of the night, Shen Chang'an, wearing a disguise, meticulously sifted through the entire southern city, Old North Street, and the surrounding demon gathering areas. Only after confirming there were no hidden dangers, and that no other low-level demons dared to cause trouble under the cover of night, did he return to the school and change back into his blue and white uniform. It was already bright outside. Ding! Clock and successful night shift over. Shen Chang'an pressed the electronic watch and let out a long sigh of turbid air. Shen Chang'an, I finished my shift. I parked the car back at the shed from last night. Got it. Boss, you've worked hard. He put away his phone, rubbed his sore neck, and dragged his heavy footsteps towards the school, unable to help but grumble. The current manpower in the Zhenyi has truly reached a shocking shortage level. Even trivial matters like dining and dashing require the highest officer to personally mediate. In fact, years ago, the Zhenyi had also recruited a large number of ordinary people as external patrol officers to handle disputes among these low-level demons. But soon trouble arose, and it was a scandal. At that time, a team of ordinary patrol officers while on patrol targeted an inexperienced second-stage fox demon. The patrol officers, taking advantage of their official status, forcibly detained the fox demon, committing acts of violation and even filming a video to blackmail her into engaging in illicit activities for their financial gain. When the incident was revealed, these beasts actually bit back, claiming that their lack of cultivation had led them to succumb to the fox demon's natural allure and that they had made a grave mistake. Due to the loopholes in the judgment mechanism at the time, the poor fox demon was executed as maliciously inducing humans to commit crimes. This incident thoroughly enraged the higher-ups of the demon clan. Several demon kings personally demanded an explanation, and the truth was finally uncovered. The patrol officers were naturally sentenced to severe punishment, but the impact caused was irreparable. On one hand, the absolute impartiality of the Zhenyi was severely questioned. On the other hand, during the coercion of the fox demon to solicit clients, many ordinary people came into contact with the demon clan, almost triggering societal panic. During that period, the relationship between humans and demons fell to a freezing point, nearly sparking a full-scale conflict. To quell the situation, the higher-ups of the Zhenyi took drastic measures, directly cutting off all ordinary patrol officers without cultivation. They established a strict rule: all events involving demons and magical beasts, regardless of size, must be personally handled by a qualified lantern bearer. Although this regulation effectively prevented ordinary people from abusing their power to oppress demons, it also successfully turned Shen Chang'an and his fellow grassroots lantern bearers into year-round, overworked beasts of burden. The reason why young people like Shen Chang'an still need to study in high school is simple: it is an ironclad rule of the Night Watch. Mortal anchor points. The higher-ups explicitly state that all lantern bearers must maintain a complete life as an ordinary human during their youth. Whether attending school or working, they must never detach from the masses. This is to prevent these violent machines wielding extraordinary powers from losing their humanity due to prolonged contact with the abyss of demons, ultimately becoming madmen who consider themselves gods. Of course, under normal circumstances, a lantern bearer who can break through to the fourth realm before graduating from university is already considered a prodigy worth nurturing. Someone like Shen Chang'an, who directly reached the fifth realm at 18 and even took on the responsibilities of a district head in his senior year, is a rare freak in the entire Eastern Huang Kingdom. Thus, the price of genius is becoming a nuclear-powered workhorse, attending school by day and hunting demons by night. Shen Chang'an casually found a budget hotel near the school and booked a room for a short stay. After washing away the fatigue from the all-nighter and the smell of last night's barbecue, he changed into a clean school uniform from his backpack and strolled into Class 7 of the senior year just as the morning bell rang. As per usual, ignoring the surrounding noise of recitations and idle chatter, Shen Chang'an walked straight to the quiet area by the window in the last row, pulled out a chair, sat down, and buried his face in his crossed arms. In one breath, he fell asleep within 3 seconds. His consciousness plummeted, and the clamor in the classroom instantly faded away. When Shen Chang'an opened his eyes again, he found himself not at a desk piled high with exam papers, but in an expansive space radiating a soft white light. Back here again, huh? Shen Chang'an stood straight, stretched his muscles, and looked around the empty white space. This pure white dreamscape was Shen Chang'an's greatest secret in this world. Ever since he could remember, at around 7 or 8 years old, he would occasionally be pulled into this space during his sleep. This occurrence was utterly unpredictable. Sometimes he would enter once a month, and other times he might not return for half a year. Calculating the time, it had been exactly a month since he last entered here. Just as Shen Chang'an finished speaking, a ripple suddenly appeared in the pure white space not far in front of him. Soon after, a figure enveloped in intense black flames emerged. The figure was indistinguishable in features, lacking any details of clothing, entirely formed from a blurry silhouette of pure black flames. "Good morning." Shen Chang'an naturally raised his hand and greeted the shadow with a smile. He had known this shadow for over a decade. Although this shadow had never spoken a word in Shen Chang'an's heart, he had long regarded it as half a mentor. The overwhelming black flames it possessed, along with the ability to see through the true nature of demons with its fiery eyes, were all skills Shen Chang'an learned through relentless one-sided beatings in this dream. As usual, the shadow did not respond at all. It simply raised its right hand casually, and the black flames surged wildly from its palm. In the next second, a heavy long spear radiating overwhelming malice instantly formed in its hand. The shadow casually tossed it, and the spear flew towards Shen Chang'an in a black parabolic arc. Smack! Shen Chang'an caught it steadily. It felt heavy in his hands, covered with familiar ancient black patterns. "Hey, isn't this the Jiayun I just replaced yesterday? You can replicate my external equipment in real time in a dream. How advanced?" Shen Chang'an raised an eyebrow in surprise while gripping the spear. The shadow ignored his banter. It simply flipped its palm, and the black flames converged once more, forming another identical Jiayun long spear. Then, holding the spear with one hand, the shadow gently shook its wrist. Clang! The dark red spear tip tore through the air, pointing steadily at Shen Chang'an's throat. The meaning was simple and brutal: draw the spear and get hit. Alright then, I just got this new weapon, and it only took one move to take down that fourth-tier monster in reality. I haven't fully adapted to the feel of this spear yet. Shen Chang'an's earlier laziness instantly vanished. He slightly bent his legs, assumed a stance, and gripped the heavy spear tightly with both hands, his bones cracking like popping beans. With a thought, the violent black flames of annihilation covered the entire spear with a loud bang, the terrifying heat distorting the surrounding white space. The young man's eyes were sharp, and a hint of an excited smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Then, let's see what you've got." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the pure white floor beneath Shen Chang'an exploded with a shockwave, propelling him forward like a cannonball, burning black flames on the Jiayun as he charged. Clang! The two heavy long spears collided violently in midair, producing a deafening clash and a shower of black sparks. Shen Chang'an's attacks were ferocious. Thrusts, sweeps, and slashes. The spear weighing 100 pounds danced in his hands without missing a beat. Yet the shadow merely held the spear in one hand, moving gracefully, as if taking a stroll, casually blocking and deflecting every lethal attack from Shen Chang'an. Though he hadn't gained the upper hand, Shen Chang'an felt he could still keep up with the rhythm, and even found opportunities to launch a few tricky side attacks. However, this calm lasted less than a few minutes. When Shen Chang'an attempted to force the shadow back with a powerful horizontal sweep, its movements suddenly changed. It was too fast. So fast that even Shen Chang'an's fifth realm dynamic vision could only catch a glimpse of a shadow. The long spear in the shadow's hand transformed into a venomous snake, smoothly circumventing Shen Chang'an's defense at an angle that completely defied the laws of physics. A remarkably real sound of flesh tearing echoed in the white space. The burning spear tip accurately pierced through Shen Chang'an's abdomen, emerging from his lower back, while the black flames began to scorch his flesh. Ugh! Shen Chang'an's pupils contracted sharply, nearly popping out of his eyes. Before he could recover, the shadow coldly twisted its wrist and violently pulled the spear outward. Swoosh! A large chunk of flesh mixed with internal organ fragments was yanked away by the barbed spear. An unimaginable pain inundated Shen Chang'an's nerves like a tsunami. In this dream, he would not die and all wounds would swiftly heal into white light in the next second, but the 100 real sensation of pain was etched into his mind. Shen Chang'an clutched his already healed abdomen, his face contorted in agony, cold sweat soaking his back. He gasped for breath, taking a good 10 seconds to suppress the urge to roll on the ground. Huff! Shen Chang'an wiped the non-existent blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, gritting his teeth as he stood up straight again, forcing out a smile that looked more like a grimace. Damn. It's been a month since I last got hit, and my pain nerves are still a bit unaccustomed. Let's go again. The shadow uttered no more words, shaking the spear, transforming it into a black storm of death. What followed was a brutal one-sided slaughter. Shen Chang'an's combat skills, which he prided himself on, felt like those of a baby just learning to walk in front of the shadow. The shadow spear techniques had no fixed pattern, each strike coming from angles Shen Chang'an could never anticipate. Uft! The long spear pierced through his heart. Crack! The spear shaft shattered his kneecap. Boom! The spear tip pierced through Shen Chang'an's forehead, emerging from the back of his skull. Time passed unmeasured. Shen Chang'an was left battered and bruised in the white space. Even as pain blurred his consciousness, his eyes, burning with dark red flames, remained wide open, unblinkingly focused on every technique, every step, and every trajectory of the shadow's spear. He was like a withered sponge, frantically absorbing the combat experience from the shadow amid the extreme pain, even attempting to counterattack with a shot just before being shot in the head. Uncertain how many times he had been killed, he had no idea how long had passed in this timeless space. When Shen Chang'an finally dragged the Jiun up again, struggling like a dead dog to rise from the ground, his entire body was uncontrollably convulsing. This time the shadow did not initiate an attack. It slowly lowered the long spear in its hand, gazing deeply at Shen Chang'an. Then the entire pure white space began to shatter and dissipate like a broken mirror. Bang! The rear of Class 7 erupted with a loud crash. Shen Chang'an, who had been sleeping on the desk, jolted awake, his knees slamming harshly against the iron pipe beneath the desk. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes still reflecting the violent killing intent and pain from the dream, gasping for breath. Every cell in his body was sending phantom pain signals to his brain, making his fingers tremble slightly. He turned to look out the window. The glaring sunlight poured through the glass onto the desk. It was already noon. The classroom was mostly empty, with most students having rushed to the cafeteria, leaving only 5 or 6 classmates in the front row. Startled by the commotion Shen Chang'an had caused, those few classmates shuddered, glancing back at him. Upon seeing Shen Chang'an's pale and terrifying face, they quickly averted their gaze as if electrocuted, wishing they could bury their heads in their desks and not make a sound. At that moment, a slender figure awkwardly approached. It was Li Shiwan, holding a lunchbox, evidently just finished with her work and heading to eat. "Shen, are you okay?" Li Shiwan stood a meter away, looking at Shen Chang'an drenched in cold sweat, and asked softly with concern, "You look really pale. Are you sick? Do you want me to call the school nurse?" Hearing her gentle voice, the murderous aura in Shen Chang'an's eyes gradually dissipated. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the chaotic spiritual energy and intense phantom pain within him, then leaned back in his chair and forced a casual smile, waving his hand. "I'm fine, no need to worry. I just had a nightmare where I scored 0 in the math exam, and it scared me awake. I'm leaving now, heading to the cafeteria." But, after saying that, he closed the book that was soaked with saliva, and with his hands in the pockets of his school uniform walked out of the classroom despite the nagging pain in his head. Shen Chang'an arrived at the cafeteria, casually ordered a rice bowl with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, and found a discreet corner to sit down. As he shoveled rice into his mouth, he habitually pulled out his phone and opened the internal app of the Night Watch. The screen displayed that Bai Ying had a task today for maintaining stability, involving mediating disputes among low-tier demon clans. Have these little demons been getting so agitated lately? They keep getting into conflicts. Shen Chang'an muttered to himself. However, he didn't take it to heart, as such trivial disputes were common in the old city. After all, Bai Ying was a third-realm spiritual cat. Handling such small matters was well within her capability. Time slipped by with startling swiftness, long days of idling and napping, and the nightly rounds blurred together, and a week vanished in the blink of an eye. It was Saturday afternoon, May 16th. The third-year students finally enjoyed a brief, well-earned respite. Shen Chang'an returned to Guanlan Mansion, devoured the dinner Li Yu had prepared in a hurry, and without so much as answering Zhang Qingqing's barbed jeers, he slipped into the underground garage, mounted his heavy motorcycle, its silencer freshly tuned, and rode off. There was work tonight, and it was a dirty job. At 7:30, Shen Chang'an piloted the bike soundlessly into an aging resettlement complex on the northern outskirts of Qingzhou district. Only half an hour earlier, the liaison had posted a glaring red emergency alert in the workgroup Beiyuan Community, Building B Room 401. A Yao creature injured and killed a person. The scene had been sealed off by the logistics unit. The district head must arrive at once to classify the aftermath. An event labeled Yao-inflicted fatality was under the Zhen Yixi's code a grave and odious crime. Once such an incident occurred, blood had to be seen. The complex's ground floor was already ringed with tape. Since everyone present was from the Zhen Yixi logistics team, Shen Chang'an couldn't be bothered to don the human face mask. He strode in wearing a slightly faded blue and white school uniform and a guitar case slung over his shoulder. The attendant at the entrance recognized the unmistakable guise, and instead of stopping him, respectfully parted the tape and offered a salute. Wu Hong stood smoking at the apartment block's doorway, his brow drawn into a deep furrow. When he saw Shen Chang'an arrive, he stubbed out his cigarette and hurried over. "Commander, you're here. Fill me in as we go." Shen Chang'an climbed the stairwell toward the fourth. "It's a couple. The victim is human, the perpetrator is Yao." Wu Hong followed close behind, his tone laced with resignation. "But both of them are women." Shen Chang'an's stride paused for an instant, an eyebrow arching, then he caught on. "Lesbians." "Yeah," Wu Hong exhaled. "Young people these days have strange tastes. There are more who like that kind of thing." Within the Zhen Yixi's weighty interim regulations on Yao, there was an iron rule: human Yao romances were strictly forbidden. The ordinance specifically guarded against unions between the sexes of different species. Its core purpose was to prevent human Yao coupling that might produce half-Yao offspring with dangerously unstable genes and a propensity for madness. This, however, left an awkward loophole: the regulations made no explicit prohibition of same-sex relationships. After all, two women or two men could not produce offspring together. Many low-ranking Yao, tempted by the comforts of human society, exploited that gap and took same-sex human partners. Even when the logistics unit discovered such arrangements, they usually pretended not to see. "Have you identified the victim?" Shen Chang'an asked. "The victim is Wang Li, 20 years old, a second-year student at the nearby vocational campus." Wu Hong scrolled his tablet. "The assailant is a second-rank rat Yao calling itself Chunjiji, currently at large." By the time they reached the door of 401A, the air beyond the security door was rank with the metallic tang of blood. Shen Chang'an pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was a modest one-bedroom rental. The living room was strewn with torn books and battered appliances, obvious evidence of a savage struggle. He went straight to the open bedroom. The cramped room was soaked in blood. Most of the sheet and a large portion of the floor were dyed a deep red. A young woman lay half-clothed beside the bed in a pool of blood, her neck ravaged by a massive tearing wound. A fatal injury. She was stone cold. Shen Chang'an stood at the bedroom threshold, produced a pair of medical gloves and a mask from his coat pocket, and put them on. He stepped over the debris to the bedside and began his examination. Although this was ostensibly a crime of passion, the cruelty of the scene still unsettled him. The deceased Wang Li had been pretty. Traces of the carefully applied makeup she'd worn for the date remained on her face. Now, though, pain and terror had contorted her features beyond recognition. Her clothes were disheveled. There were coarse, brutal scratch marks across her chest and intimate areas, and her limbs were mottled with bruises from desperate struggle. What made Wu Hong and the other older officers awkward was that among the torn garments scattered on the floor, there were also certain intimate toys. It seemed this human Yao couple's private life had been rather adventurous. "The lethal wound is to the neck, arteries severed instantly by sharp claws," Shen Chang'an said. He nudged the tear at the neck with a gloved finger, his voice calm and clinical like a coroner's. There was a struggle, but in the end she was killed with a single strike. He straightened and glanced at the bedroom's open window. The apartment was on the fourth floor, glass lay shattered beneath the frame, and there were several gnawing marks on the sill, the sort left by rodents. "Commander, the assailant fled through the window," Wu Hong said, pointing to the sill. "I've sent people to check the complex's cameras." He craned his neck to scan the footage positions and found too many blind spots. "Don't bother with the ordinary cameras. A Yao that wants to escape won't be caught by them." Shen Chang'an closed his senses and discovered to his surprise no lingering traces of spiritual energy at the scene. From his bag, he produced a curious object that resembled vintage aviator goggles and slipped it over his eyes. With a soft click, a faint, ghostly blue sheen raced across the lens. This was an advanced device developed by the Zhen Yixi Logistics Department, the Lingwang Suyuan Mirror Spirit Trace Lens. Worn thus, human blood appears as a dull black in the field of vision, while blood suffused with spiritual energy glows an eye-searing azure. Shen Chang'an bowed his head and combed his gaze across the floor of dark human blood. Soon near the corner by the wardrobe, he spotted two minuscule, half-dried blue stains. Found it. He removed his glove and dabbed at the dried Yao blood with his fingertip. Then he produced another bronze instrument from his bag, a disc-shaped device, like a compass. The Chinli Pan 1000-mile thread compass. The device was specifically made to track Yao. Introduce blood or spiritual residue bearing the target's aura into the pan, and it will forcibly lock onto that being's location. Shen Chang'an pressed the Yao-stained fingertip to the center of the compass. The bronze pan emitted a faint, buzzing whine. Then a delicate thread of crimson light visible only to Shen Chang'an drifted out from the instrument and threaded itself through the broken window, extending northward across the complex. Bearing locked, he pocketed the compass. Wu director, leave the scene to your team. This involves a Yao. Externally declare it an ordinary burglary homicide. We mustn't incite panic. Understood. Commander, be careful. Shen Chang'an nodded. He had briefly considered leaping from the shattered fourth-floor window to save time, but seeing the growing crowd of onlookers below, he abandoned the reckless idea and instead took the stairs down. Under Building B of Beiyuan Community, a crowd of residents surrounded the yellow caution tape in layers, curious about the commotion. At the periphery stood Li Ziwent, dressed in her school uniform, looking perplexed at the blockade around her own unit. Annie, what's going on? What happened? Li Ziwent politely asked a woman beside her who was munching on sunflowers. Oh dear, you just got back? Someone died. The woman spoke in a thick Beijiang dialect, lowering her voice and speaking mysteriously. Right in 401. I heard it was a gruesome scene, blood everywhere. The moment these words were uttered, it was as if a switch had been flipped, and the surrounding elders began to chatter excitedly, each story becoming more outrageous. No way. I just saw the murderer throw the person out the window. An elder insisted, pointing at the shattered window on the fourth floor. You are the one talking nonsense. There's no blood on the ground. I bet it was just a couple fighting, and they broke the window. Well, regardless, a murder happened in this building. It's unlucky. I'm going to find a realtor tomorrow, sell my place. And Li Ziwent's face turned pale as fear gripped her. How could such a thing happen in her community? Just then the entrance door of Building B opened. Shen Chang'an initially intended to leave through the front door, but upon seeing the crowd outside the caution tape, including several women peeking in, he decisively halted and turned towards the back door of the building. Even though he moved quickly, Li Ziwent caught a glimpse of his silhouette. Huh. She was taken aback and rubbed her eyes. The figure wearing a blue and white school uniform, carrying a large worn guitar case. Why did it look so much like Shen Chang'an? How could he emerge from the scene of a murder? A strong curiosity compelled Li Ziwent to break away from the crowd and dash toward the back door of Building B, bypassing the caution tape. Shun, is that you? Shun. When she finally reached the empty space behind the building, she found it completely. Only a few ivy leaves on the mottled wall swayed gently in the evening breeze. Li Ziwent stood still, looking around in confusion. Could I have been mistaken? She patted her cheeks, slightly flushed from running, and murmured. Then again, how could he possibly be involved in such a murder? I guess I've been so overwhelmed with studying lately that I must be seeing things. After convincing herself, Li Ziwent shook her head and turned to head back. Shen Chang'an straddled a pitch-black, heavy motorcycle, twisting the throttle all the way, racing along a faint red line toward the northern outskirts of Qingzhou district. This rat demon was incredibly fast. He had to intercept it before it escaped the borders of Qingzhou district. Otherwise, once it crossed into another area, the subsequent transfer procedures would be a nuisance. The motorcycle shot through the night like a black lightning bolt. A few minutes later, Shen Chang'an abruptly slammed on the brakes outside a deserted little grove. The red line projected by the thread of fate no longer extended forward here, but instead tangled up like a messy ball of yarn. I've been circling here for quite some time. Shen Chang'an pulled out the key, dismounted, and closed his eyes. His powerful perception, as if an invisible radar, instantly spread outwards. In just 2 seconds. Found it. Shen Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes, his leg muscles tightening. Boom. A dull explosion sounded beneath his feet. Shen Chang'an unleashed his explosive step, propelling himself like teleportation, rushing towards a thicket dozens of meters to his right. Almost at the same moment he moved, the soil beneath the thicket began to violently churn. The rat demon's innate skill, digging, trying to escape. Shen Chang'an rushed closer without a moment's hesitation. His right arm bulged with veins, fingers clawed, and with a surge of violent spiritual energy, he effortlessly penetrated through layers of soil, grabbing down fiercely. PFF. Soil splattered, but he grasped nothing. This rat demon not only knew how to dig, but had already excavated an extensive escape route underground, slipping away like an eel frantically burrowing through the underground passages. Playing a tunnel war in front of me. Shen Chang'an sneered, slowly standing up. He raised his right foot and, carrying the terrifying spiritual pressure of the 5 realms, stomped down violently onto the ground. Boom. The ground around his point of impact cracked like a small earthquake, fissures spreading out in all directions. The violent spiritual energy transformed into an invisible shockwave directly flooding underground. Squeak. Accompanied by a piercing scream, a grayish figure was forcibly squeezed out from the ground by this terrifying shockwave, landing awkwardly several meters away in the open space. The rat demon's illusion was completely ineffective. Due to its low realm, it could not maintain a half-human, half-demon form with cat ears and a tail like Sighing. At this moment, lying on the ground was a giant rat the size of an adult dog, covered in gray, for a rather unpleasant sight. "Spare me, officer. Please spare me." The giant rat lay on the ground, its front paws clasped together in a bow, speaking human words as it desperately begged for mercy. "I didn't mean to. I really don't know why I acted. At that moment I just lost my head and couldn't control myself. Spare me the excuses, save them for the interrogation room at the night patrol department and the polygraph test. I don't have time to listen to your rationalizations." As Shen Chang'an spoke, he pulled out specially designed restraints from his pocket and stepped forward, preparing to complete this capture without any bonuses. However, just as he took 2 steps forward, a strong sense of danger surged through Shen Chang'an's spine like an electric current. Bang! A dull gunshot suddenly rang out from the depths of the dark forest in the distance. It was the sound of a large-caliber sniper rifle fitted with a silencer. Shen Chang'an didn't even have time to look back. Purely relying on his honed combat instincts, he sharply bent his waist to the left. Whoosh! A specially made spiritual energy bullet whizzed by, almost grazing his nose, blasting a palm-sized hole in a large tree behind him. How dare someone ambush the night patrol department's officer with a specialized spiritual energy sniper rifle in the outskirts of Beijing City? Such audacity was simply beyond belief. Shen Chang'an's expression hardened as he prepared to roll away and find cover. Just then, the rat demon that had been lying on the ground, desperately bowing its head, suddenly showed a strange crimson glint in its small green eyes. It let out a violent roar, unlike that of a rat, exerting its limbs with force, taking advantage of Shen Chang'an's moment of evasion to open its foul tooth-filled mouth, charging at Shen Chang'an's throat like a cannonball. Overestimating yourself. Faced with this sudden counterattack, Shen Chang'an didn't even bother to look closely. He merely utilized the twisting force of his waist, clenched his right fist, and threw a brutal punch at the airborne rat demon. Boom! There were no flashy techniques, only pure, unadulterated physical force. The terrifying power of a 5-realm practitioner directly produced a sonic boom in midair. The giant rat demon's head exploded upon contact with his fist, akin to a pair of trousers being struck by a hammer, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The headless rat corpse fell heavily to the ground like a torn sack. Shen Chang'an slowly retracted his fist, just about to turn and locate the sniper who had fired the shot. Suddenly, a faint wisp of black mist drifted up from the corpse of the rat demon on the ground. Huh! Shen Chang'an furrowed his brow and quickly stepped back 2 meters, observing the wisp of black gas. Demonic energy. Shen Chang'an muttered to himself. No wonder this second-tier low-level rat demon dared to kill, and after being captured it would become mentally unstable and claim it couldn't control itself. It was not driven by hatred at all. Rather, like the previous 4th-tier magical creature, it had been secretly implanted with demonic energy within its body. Shen Chang'an's gaze turned icy, his perception sweeping out, without reservation, directly covering the forest within a 2-kilometer radius. There was no sound of breathing, nor any fluctuations of spiritual energy. He moved like lightning, quickly reaching the sniper's position where the gunshot had just sounded. Aside from some trampled grass, there was no one around, not even a shell left behind. The retreat was clean and swift. A classic tactic of drawing the tiger from its mountain lair combined with assassination. First, a low-level rat demon, easily influenced by demonic energy, committed a murder to lure Shen Chang'an, the highest combat force, out of the heavily guarded urban area. Then in the remote wilderness, a high-caliber energy sniper rifle was used to take a cold shot. I must say this tactic is quite ruthless. For ordinary 3rd or 4th realm cultivators, if they hadn't activated their protective spiritual energy in advance and were caught off guard with a headshot, they would likely perish on the spot. Unfortunately, the assassin severely underestimated Shen Chang'an's abnormal neural reflex speed. Shen Chang'an glanced at the empty forest. Instead of blindly pursuing, he took out his phone and dialed Old Zhao. Old Zhao grabbed the logistics team, Northern Suburbs Forest. I've been sniped. Less than 10 minutes. Accompanied by the enormous roar of helicopter blades, a helicopter painted with the black ancient tower emblem of the Night Patrol Bureau descended steadily, whipping up a gale as it landed on the open ground. The cabin door opened and the fully armed logistics team streamed out, quickly taking over the scene and wrapping the headless giant rat in a body bag for containment. Old Zhao, draped in a large trench coat, hurried over to Shen Chang'an with a furrowed brow. Here. Shen Chang'an casually tossed a glass jar containing a trace of primordial demonic energy over. Old Zhao caught it, and upon seeing the familiar black mist inside, his expression also darkened. The two walked to the sniper's position, which left no trace. Old Zhao crouched down, pinched a handful of soil, and rubbed it, snorting coldly. The hands are pretty clean. However, a heavy anti-material sniper rifle capable of such range and power is not something that can be easily hidden. Oh, I will have the intelligence team check it out. He stood up, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag in the night wind, his brain rapidly analyzing. First, since the opponent chose to use long-range firearms to make a black shot, it shows they are well aware of your background, knowing that once they confront you heat-in at close range, they may not be able to defeat you. Second, there is no residual demonic energy here, so the shooter is likely a human. Humans using firearms, and also involving dangerously high levels of demonic energy. This group of madmen has grand ambitions. Shen Chang'an, with his hands in his pockets, spoke calmly. Within a week, the Qingzhou district has experienced 2 incidents of man-made poisoning with demonic energy. Our territory has been turned into an experimental field. This is serious. Old Zhao stomped out his cigarette, but forcefully. I will urgently report tonight's findings to the Beijiang City Bureau and see if I can get a few lights from above to come and assist. Speaking of which, Old Zhao paused, adjusting the collar of his trench coat. Also, starting tomorrow, I will reassign myself back to the frontline combat sequence. Right now, there are only you and Buying running around in the Qingzhou district. Too many matters cannot be attended to. Shen Chang'an frowned slightly and looked at the despondent uncle. Aren't you risking your old injury? Get lost. Don't look down on your Uncle Zhao. Old Zhao laughed and scolded, patting his broad chest. In my day, I was a peak 3rd realm tough guy. Cultivators are not as fragile as you little brat think. Enough of this sentimental talk. Hurry up and ride your broken bike back to the city. The remaining cleanup work I will monitor with the logistics team. Once I'm done, I'll return. Shen Chang'an knew Old Zhao's temperament and understood that the current situation indeed required manpower, so he didn't insist. All right, just pay attention to your safety. Call me anytime if anything happens. Shen Chang'an turned around, walked towards the pure black heavy motorcycle, mounted it, and with a roar transformed into a fleeting shadow heading towards the city. After 11 o'clock at night, the night wind was slightly cool. The pure black heavy motorcycle slowly drove into the underground garage of the Guanlon mansion along the slope. As Shen Chang'an just pulled out the key, he noticed a flickering crimson cigarette, but in the shadows of the garage. Zhang Hai was draped in a coat, clearly having waited for him here for a while. The two tacitly refrained from saying much in the garage and entered the study on the first floor, one after the other, closing the door tightly. Shen Chang'an walked to the tea set, poured himself a cup of already cold tea, and downed it in one gulp, forcing down the heat brought on by continuous battle and travel. Is the situation really bad? Zhang Hai pulled out a chair and sat down, frowning. It's a bit tricky. Shen Chang'an toyed with the empty teacup. In just 1 week, there have already been 2 incidents of man-made demonic energy poisoning in the Qingzhou district. Moreover, tonight, while chasing the demon in the northern suburbs, I was cold shot by a high-caliber energy sniper rifle. Zhang Hai's weathered face also darkened. He knew all too well how dangerous this hidden snake was. As long as you're not injured, that's good. Zhang Hai paused, suddenly fixing a sharp gaze on Shen Chang'an. Wait a minute, did you wear a disguise during your mission? Shen Chang'an's actions suddenly froze. When he went to the Beiyuan community, since the scene had already been sealed off by the logistics team, and all were his people, he took the shortcut and went straight in. Later, while racing to the northern suburbs to track the rat demon in his rush, he completely forgot about the disguise. That hidden sniper had definitely seen his face clearly through a high-powered 8x scope. I was too. Shen Chang'an rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat irritated. I'm used to being a student at school. Oh, I actually forgot such a basic counter-surveillance detail. You, after all, are still too young. Zhang Hai sighed, earnestly reminding him. Chang'an, you are a natural monster with 5th realm strength. You can walk sideways anywhere. But you must remember, the people around you are not at the 5th realm. Once your true identity and residence are exposed to those madmen associated with demonic energy, they may not be able to do anything to you, but they will definitely turn their attention to the people around you. Shen Chang'an's gaze turned cold as he immediately said, Uncle Zhang, how about I move out tomorrow? I can stay in the staff dormitory alone to avoid implicating Aunt Li and Qingqing. Nonsense. If you move out now, aren't you just making it clear that our family has a connection to you, making us guilty? Zhang Hai glared at him and waved his hand. Since your identity may have already been exposed, just be more cautious in the future. As for home, you don't need to worry too much. Moreover, the identity of the lights is common. They might think you are just disguised. Zhang Hai continued. In the coming days, I will find an excuse to restrict Qingqing's outings on weekends. As for school, Qingzhou No. 1 high school is a gathering place for the children of the city's elite with high security level. Even cultists would not dare to carry out a terrorist attack inside, as it would mean tearing faces with the entire Dongwon country's officialdom. Shen Chang'an nodded, knowing that Uncle Zhang made sense, and temporarily suppressed his worries. Returning to the second-floor bedroom, Shen Chang'an took a shower, dried his hair, and sat down at his computer desk. Although Zhang Hai spoke lightly as the guardian, he could not possibly entrust the safety of his family to the enemy's daring attitude. He took out his phone, opened the app with the black ancient tower icon, and directly entered the equipment shop. The 1,000 contribution points that had just arrived in the afternoon were originally meant to be saved for exchanging cultivation resources later. It now seemed that was not feasible. He typed in several keywords like defense protection and alarm, and soon a dazzling array of equipment lists popped. Shen Chang'an's gaze quickly swept through, finally stopping at an item named Mother and Child Talisman, a disposable micro-defense field generator. It can withstand full-force attacks from 4th Realm Spiritual River Realm and below for about 3 minutes. Upon activation, the mobile app will immediately receive a high-level satellite positioning alarm. Price, 1,000 contribution points. 3 minutes is enough for me to rush over for rescue. Shen Chang'an looked at the price, his heart bleeding. But he decisively pressed the Exchange Now button. Ding! Exchange successful. Your current contribution points are 100. The items will be secretly delivered by a specialist tomorrow morning. Please pay attention to receive them. Nuclear-powered cows and horses, not only do they work year-round without a break, but I also have to pay for security fees out of my own pocket. When will this life come to an end? Inside a dim, dilapidated rental apartment somewhere in Qingzhou district. Thick curtains blocked out all streetlight, plunging the room into near-total darkness. The space was chaotic. Takeout containers littered the floor alongside scattered objects reeking of pungent chemical reagents. Click! A key turned in the lock. The rusted security door creaked open. A man in an oversized black tactical jacket, hood drawn low, slipped inside and locked the door behind him. At the center of the room stood a broad, weathered wooden table. Seated around it were 3 figures, each wearing a distinct mask. Unsuccessful. Number 8 glanced at number 10, his voice hoarse. None of the 4 used real names, only code names. At the table sat numbers 7, 8, and 9. The hooded man who had just entered was number 10. No. Number 10 offered no explanation, only slammed a heavy black weapons case onto the tabletop with a resonant thud. Then from his pocket he withdrew a compact tactical camcorder and tossed it onto the table's center. But I captured the face of Qingzhou's lamp bearer. At those words the others instantly perked up. Number 9 reached for the device and pressed play. On the screen froze the image of a youth in a blue and white school uniform. The exact moment Shen Chang'an had ducked for cover amid the northern suburbs woods during a sniper ambush. A high school student. Number 8 frowned, skepticism thick in his tone. Are you certain that isn't a hyper-realistic prosthetic mask? The Night Watch Corps' operatives, those nuclear-powered workhorses, always rely on disguise for missions. Would they ever dare move openly under their true identities? Then verify it. Number 9, a tech specialist, snorted coldly, yanked the memory card from the camcorder, and slotted it into a heavily encrypted custom-modified laptop before him. His fingers flew across the keyboard as facial recognition algorithms scoured both the dark web and breached civil registries. Within 60 seconds, a standard personal dossier appeared on screen. Match confirmed. Shen Chang'an, male, age 18. Senior 3, class 7, Qingzhou No. 1 high school. As number 9 scanned the file, his brow furrowed deeper still. Clean background. Raised as an orphan in foster care. Utterly unremarkable. Silence hung in the air for several long seconds. Then sharp, derisive laughter erupted. Fake. This is obviously a fabricated decoy profile. Number 8 slammed his palm hard against the table. An 18-year-old at the 5th realm, ocean of spirit. Do you grasp what that implies? Of course we do. Number 10 lowered his hood, revealing a sullen, shadowed face. It means, if he survives unscathed, he is guaranteed to reach the 8th realm, spiritual manifestation, at minimum. He could even brush its threshold by 24 or 25, and breach the legendary 9th realm, spiritual torch, before 30. This is absurd, pure international farce. Number 9 shook his head, utterly unconvinced. Across the entire Dongwang nation, a prodigy of this caliber would be enshrined like a living ancestor by the Capital Bureau. How could they possibly assign him to Qingzhou, a backwater district, to serve as a frontline supervisor, perpetually one misstep away from death? This is unquestionably a trap, deliberately engineered by the Night Watch Corps to lure us out. The 3 exchanged rapid, heated assertions, all convinced it was a crude ruse. Just then number 7, who had remained silent at the head of the table, let out a low, chilling chuckle. Truth or fiction? There's only one way to find out. Number 7 rose and strode to the laptop, his fingertips gliding over the screen, displaying class records for Senior 3, Class 7, Qingzhou No. 1 high school. The Night Watch Corps clings obsessively to their hollow dogma about protecting civilians. I happen to be forging a new artifact and require fresh puppets. These teenagers, robust and chi untainted by society's cruelties, are ideal raw material. His gaze swept idly across the full class roster before settling on one student's ID photograph. He tapped the screen. His residence lies conveniently close to our safe house. Excellent target. To strike. The next morning sunlight pierced the narrow gap between loosely drawn curtains, spilling across the floor. Shen Chang'an sat up in bed raking fingers through his unruly hair, then reached for his phone on the nightstand. The instant he unlocked it, the Night Watch Corps' official app flooded his screen with non-stop notifications. Work reports cascading endlessly. Following last night's resurgence of demonic energy and the sniper incident, the entire Qingzhou branch had activated Level 1 combat readiness. By noon, patrols completed along Old North Street. Lanes 3 through 7, a security sweep concluded at East District Joy City Mall complex. No anomalies detected. Cat yawning. JPG. Zhao Chongfeng Logistics Units 1 and 2 deployed fully across the West District's Old Industrial Zone. No abnormalities reported. Reading Zhao's and Bai's exhaustive round-the-clock updates, Shen Chang'an exhaled slowly, then typed back, received. Well done. By noon, a specially dispatched courier arrived at Guanlon residence. Aunt Liu, off for the weekend, was preparing lunch in the kitchen. Shen Chang'an signed for the package, carried it upstairs, and opened it. Inside lay a protective talisman worth 1,000 contribution points, disguised as an antique red sandalwood pendant bearing no inscription. The wood was of exceptional quality, warm and smooth as jade beneath the fingertips, its surface carved with seemingly benign auspicious cloud motifs, which concealed a masterfully miniaturized defensive formation. Shen Chang'an descended to the first floor and found Zhang Qingqing seated cross-legged on the sofa crunching potato chips while watching television. Here, you take it. He walked over and dropped the red sandalwood pendant onto the coffee table before her. Zhang Qingqing jumped, snatched up the intricately carved piece, stared at it, then blinked wide-eyed at She shoved the chips aside, folded her arms tightly, and assumed a pose of exaggerated suspicion and haughty defiance. Then blurted out, Shen Chang'an, what's this about? Suddenly gifting me something. Don't tell me you're trying to court me. Let me warn you, though we share this roof, I have zero interest in someone like you. Stop. Shen Chang'an cut her off, flatly expressionless, and pointed at the pendant, picked it up casually at Nanshan Temple the other day. The abbot claimed it was carved from century-old thunderstruck wood, capable of calming the mind, stabilizing spirit, and warding off malign influences. You've been drowning in Gaokao stress lately. I'm afraid you'll collapse midexam. Just wear it for fun. Don't overinterpret. You're the one who'll drop dead. Zhang Qingqing retorted, exasperated. She pursed her lips reluctantly, cradling the pendant in both hands, muttering, Fine. Since this block of wood shows a shred of decency, your highness shall accept it. Remember. Shen Chang'an fixed her with sudden, piercing intensity. Now that it's yours, you must carry it at all times. Shower, sleep, even the restroom. Never remove it. Understood. Startled by his razor-sharp gaze, Zhang Qingqing instinctively nodded. Yais. Understood. Ugh, so bossy. She snatched the pendant and dashed upstairs to her second-floor room, bare feet slapping against the floorboards, half fearing he might retract the gift. Returning to her bedroom, Zhang Qingqing leaned against the door, gazing at the smooth redwood plaque in her hand. Oddly enough, as soon as she grasped the plaque, her previously restless mind, troubled by her studies, miraculously calmed down. She rummaged through her belongings to find a beautiful red string, carefully threading the plaque onto it, before sweeping up her long hair and placing it around her fair neck. The redwood plaque rested perfectly against her delicate collarbone, neither too big nor too small, and looked rather nice. Zhang Qingqing looked at herself in the dressing mirror, and an image involuntarily flashed in her mind of Shen Chang'an, stepping out of the bathroom this morning without a shirt, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Actually, this guy is quite handsome, and his physique is surprisingly good, like a model. Zhang Qingqing muttered to herself in the mirror, but then her expression darkened with annoyance. But his personality is just too terrible. He always looks so lazy and half asleep, and is particularly weak and cowardly. I speak so harshly, yet he doesn't even retort. If he could just stand up for himself and argue with me, I would think more highly of him. Zhang Qingqing grew increasingly irritated. She then recalled the incident at the beginning of their first year when Shen Chang'an had beaten up the school bully and sent him to the hospital. He can fight well, but when trouble arises, he still relies on my dad to clean up the mess. Zhang Qingqing thought of her father, who used to work in a mysterious confidential unit, and pondered privately. If it weren't for my dad using his old connections from the confidential unit to find numerous contacts to suppress the incident, Shen Chang'an would have been expelled and sent to a juvenile detention center long ago. And then there was the incident before. Riding that noisy motorcycle out to party in the middle of the night, and my parents didn't even say a word to him. When I said I wanted to buy a car, I got scolded. Oh, why don't they manage Shen Chang'an at all? Double standards. Although she complained incessantly, Zhang Qingqing still honestly kept the plaque close to her. On Sunday afternoon, after enjoying a lavish dinner prepared by Li Yue, the two were getting ready to return to school for evening study. Once again, it was Li Yu who drove them to the entrance of Qingzhou No. 1 high school. Mom, we're going in. Drive carefully on your way back. As soon as she got out of the car, Zhang Qingqing immediately returned to her aloof demeanor at school. She adjusted her backpack, not even sparing a glance at Shen Chang'an, and quickly walked ahead with small brisk steps. This had become her usual routine. At school, she absolutely would not allow any classmate to associate her with Shen Chang'an, that poor student who got in through connections. Shen Chang'an watched the retreating figure which he could not help but avoid and smiled indifferently, casually carrying his guitar case and strolling leisurely towards the teaching building of Class 7 in the third year. During the evening study session for the third year, as the countdown on the blackboard continued to decrease, the atmosphere became subtly relaxed. With less than 20 days until the college entrance examination, the teachers had long stopped teaching new material, and even the test papers were rarely distributed, leaving most of the time for students to review quietly and discuss their mistakes. For Shen Chang'an, who sat in the quiet zone at the back of the classroom, this was an extraordinarily rare moment. He comfortably leaned against the wall, hiding his phone behind a mountain of review materials, the screen lingering on the internal communication interface of the night patrol. After staring for an entire night, aside from a few trivial check-in records, nothing significant had occurred. Another day passed smoothly, perfect. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the class dismissal bell rang punctually. The classroom instantly erupted into noise. Shen Chang'an stretched lazily, picked up his guitar case leaning against the wall, slung it over his shoulder, and walked down the aisle. As he passed by the familiar seat in the third row, his footsteps paused slightly. Li Ziwen's seat was empty. Although a few textbooks were neatly stacked on the desk, her backpack was nowhere to be seen. Hey, do you know why Shiwan didn't come to evening study tonight? Li Ziwen's deskmate, He Fei, was packing her bag while gossiping with the girl behind her. Old Lu was just in the hallway fuming, saying he couldn't reach her on the phone and couldn't contact her family either. The girl behind shook her head. I don't know, she never takes leave. She didn't come. A slightly lazy yet piercing voice suddenly rang above them. He Fei jumped in surprise, looking up to meet Shen Chang'an's deep gaze. Seeing this classmate, who was usually elusive and had an unfathomable background, take the initiative to speak, He Fei was so nervous that she stumbled over her words. Shen classmate. Yes, Shiwan didn't come tonight. Old Lu can't reach her parents. Shen Chang'an keenly seized upon the key point. He Fei swallowed hard and explained in a low voice. Actually, Shiwan is quite pitiful. Her parents divorced early and each started a new family. Since she was 15, she has been renting a place on her own. Her parents basically only deposit her living expenses on time and hardly care about her. So old Lu probably wouldn't be able to reach them anyway. Shen Chang'an's expression darkened as he asked directly, do you know where she lives alone? I think it's in an old community in the northern suburbs. He Fei tried to recall. Yes, it's called Beiyuan Community. Upon hearing this name, Shen Chang'an's pupils contracted sharply. Beiyuan Community. He did not ask another question, simply saying thank you before unhesitatingly turning and striding out of the classroom, moving so quickly that he stirred up a gust of wind. Leaving He Fei, who was stunned, and the girl behind exchanging bewildered glances. As he rushed downstairs, Shen Chang'an had already pulled out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen. Shen Chang'an, contact 07. Immediately use your authority to pull up all the household registration and current residence information for Li Shiwan, a student in Class 7 of Qingzhou No. 1 High School. Hurry. Just 1 minute later. Contact 07. Information retrieved. Li Shiwan, current residence, Beiyuan Community, Qingzhou District Building, B Room 604. Looking at the address on the screen, Shen Chang'an's heart sank to the bottom. A wave of intense unease surged. Beiyuan Community. Building B. Isn't this the same building where that second-tier mouse demon committed murder last night? The mouse demon's crime scene was room 401, and Li Shiwan lives in room 604 upstairs. Combined with that lurking sniper. Damn it. Shen Chang'an rushed to the parking shed, yanked off the cover of the pink scooter, and didn't even care how glaring it looked. He swiftly removed his school uniform jacket and tossed it into the compartment, changing into a black trench coat, while placing a realistic disguise mask for someone in their mid-20s over his face. V-room. After getting on the bike, he sped off towards the northern suburbs. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the night was quiet and Beiyuan Community had already fallen into slumber. After last night's murder, the residents of the community had tacitly turned off their lights and locked their doors early, with not a single shadow of someone walking downstairs. A pink scooter without its headlights glided silently into the dark corners outside the community. Shen Chang'an parked the bike and pulled out the key. He did not walk through the rusty iron gate still lit by dim streetlights, but instead approached a section of the community's wall that was free of surveillance. His gaze was icy, and with a gentle press on the wall's edge, he moved like a nimble night owl, silently flipping over into this old shadowy community. Shen Chang'an avoided the main road and quickly made his way to the base of Building B, following the shadows. Since the murder that occurred in room 401 last night had been disguised as a burglary and closed the case, the lockdown of Building B had been lifted during the day. The hallway had resumed normal passage except for the 4th floor where the room was still sealed. Shen Chang'an adeptly climbed to the 6th floor, using the external drain pipe like a gecko. He crouched outside the windowsill of room 604, closed his eyes, and his powerful perception instantly penetrated the walls covering the entire room. Empty, no signs of human breath. Shen Chang'an furrowed his brow. He took out a thin steel wire from his bag and skillfully fiddled with the old window lock. With a click, the window was pried open and he jumped into the room. Although it felt a bit perverse to climb through a female classmate's window in the dead of night during such times, he could only compensate with more mental anguish later. Shen Chang'an whispered to himself to mentally prepare while he surveyed the room in the faint moonlight. It was a two-bedroom apartment with a strong sense of life. Although the furniture was somewhat old, it was spotless. In the kitchen sink, 2 bowls that had just been washed earlier that afternoon were turned upside down with water stains still lingering. A clean school uniform was neatly folded on the old sofa in the living room. Shen Chang'an approached the TV cabinet where a family photo from some years ago was displayed. In the photo, Li Xuan, about 7 or 8 years old, had 2 pigtails and a round, cute face. She was surrounded by her parents and grandparents, smiling brightly. However, considering what Yifei had said about her parents' divorce, looking at this happy family photo made one feel a bit melancholic. No signs of a struggle and no evidence of forced entry on the door lock. Shen Chang'an quickly scanned the room and finally stopped at the entrance. His eyes were instantly covered by a dark red firelight, activating his fire eye. However, under the vision of the fire eye, the entire room was extremely clean, with no residual demonic energy or any fluctuations of a cultivator's spiritual power. It seemed that Li Xuan had not returned since leaving in the afternoon. Shen Chang'an immediately took out his phone. Shen Chang'an, contact 07. Quickly retrieve all public transport routes from Beiyuan Community to Qingzhou No. 1 High School. Also check Li Ziwen's spending records and phone location for today. Contact 07 was highly efficient. Within 30 seconds, several route maps were sent over. Contact 07. Routes have been sent. Found Li Ziwen's spending record at 1735 this afternoon. She spent 15 yuan at a stationery store outside Beiyuan Community. But her phone's location could not be obtained at present. The signal had completely disappeared after her purchase, likely in a shielding area. She was still at the community entrance buying stationery at 5:30. Shen Chang'an's expression hardened, and he wasted no time. He opened the living room window, leaped without a bang. With a slight explosion of air, Shen Chang'an descended like a weightless leaf, landing steadily in the grass below the 6th floor. The sudden appearance startled several wild cats scavenging near the trash, causing them to scream. He exited the community and headed straight for the stationery store, which had already rolled down its shutter. Standing at the stationery store's entrance, Shen Chang'an activated his fire eye, again scanning the area, still finding no residual spiritual power. It was as if the person had vanished into thin air. Shen Chang'an closed his eyes. The route map sent by contact 07 floated in his mind, and he began to rapidly deduce. To get from Beiyuan Community to Qingzhou No. 1 High School, there were only 2 public transport options: bus or subway. Based on Li Ziwen's usual schedule, to avoid delaying her evening self-study, she would most likely choose the faster, more punctual subway. To the subway station. Shen Chang'an opened his eyes and quickly walked along the sidewalk in front of the stationery store towards the subway station, about 800 meters from the community. On the quiet street at night, the streetlights cast a long shadow behind him. Shen Chang'an compressed his perception to the utmost, scanning the ground inch by inch like a radar. Just as he reached a secluded intersection, less than 200 meters from the subway station, Shen Chang'an's footsteps suddenly halted. In the dark red vision of the fire eye, a faint trace of spiritual energy suddenly appeared on the originally clean sidewalk tiles. If one didn't look closely, it could easily be overlooked. This is... Shen Chang'an crouched down and gently touched the gray-black residue with his fingertip. Not demonic energy, but a residue of a spell. In this world, apart from the official night patrol officers, there indeed existed many rogue cultivators or small sect practitioners. However, most of these individuals were registered in the night patrol system, or so-called registered. At the same time, the Eastern Huang Kingdom had an unbreakable iron law. It was strictly prohibited for anyone to use spells in densely populated urban areas, and absolutely forbidden to employ any extraordinary means against ordinary people. Once violated, the night patrol had the right to execute first and report later. Shen Chang'an's expression. He took out the 1,000-mile threading plate from his pocket, forcing a trace of spiritual energy from his fingertips to carefully peel off the gray-black residue of the spell and press it onto the center of the bronze compass. Buzz! The compass trembled violently for a moment, then a dark red bloodline shot out from it, pointing directly toward a derelict building on the outskirts of Qingzhou District. Found you. Shen Chang'an put away the compass. This time he did not ride the pink scooter. The traffic lights and vehicles in the city would only slow him down. He slightly bent his knees, and the muscles in his calves exploded with terrifying power. Bang! With a burst of air, Shen Chang'an shot up like a black cannonball, directly leaping onto the rooftop of a nearby 6-story residential building. Then he transformed into a pitch-black shadow in the night, rapidly advancing along the rooftop terraces following the dark red guiding line. As the perspective pulled away inside a dilapidated building at the edge of Qingzhou District, 4 masked men were gathered around a broken wooden table in a small dark room. Number 7. Do you really think that high school student named Shen Chang'an will be the 5th realm monster we're looking for? Number 8. Smoking a cigarette still spoke with a heavy tone of skepticism. Number 7 sat in the main position, leisurely polishing a bone knife engraved with blood-red runes, producing a grating sound. What's the rush? We'll know whether it's true or not when he comes knocking. If the information is wrong, we can always catch a few more high school students from Qingzhou. No. One high school as materials, it wouldn't be a hassle. Upon hearing this, a few of them chuckled, then shifted the topic to the room next door. But seriously, that girl named Li Xiwan next door has a mental resistance that's a bit beyond expectations. Number 10 glanced at the watch on his wrist. It's almost midnight now, and since we captured her at 6 this evening, she has endured 6 hours of mental torment in your nightmare illusion array, yet hasn't completely lost her mind. This girl is an excellent specimen. Her soul is naturally tougher than ordinary people. Number 7's eyes sparkled with a fervent light. Then why not take action and refine her? Number 8 asked, rubbing his hands in confusion. The longer we wait, the more dreams we'll have. What do you know? Number 7 snorted coldly, casting a look of disdain at them. When refining demon puppets, resentment and despair are the best nutrients. The fact that she's still mentally intact means there's still room for squeezing. I want her to experience the most desperate torment in the illusion, accumulating her resentment to the peak. Number 7 put down the bone knife and took out a sealed black glass tube from his pocket, which contained a swirl of rich demonic energy. When her mental defenses completely collapse, I will seal this trace of demonic energy along with her soul inside her body. This time I will definitely be able to refine a top-tier demon puppet with limitless potential. Looking at the swirl of demonic energy, Number 9 smacked his lips and glanced lewdly toward the room next door. What a pity for such a beautiful, pure student girl. Number 7, before you refine her, can a few of the brothers go in to try it out? After all, she's just material. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? Are you looking for death? Number 7's expression suddenly turned cold, and a chilling, murderous aura instantly locked on a Number 9, making him shiver. To refine a top-tier demon puppet, the purity of the material's body must be guaranteed. Only by keeping the Yin essence intact along with overwhelming resentment can we maximize the absorption of demonic energy. Anyone who dares to ruin my top-tier demon puppet for a bit of carnal desire, I will skin them alive and hang. Number 9 shrank his neck and chuckled awkwardly. Just joking, don't take it seriously. In the adjacent room, shrouded in darkness, Li Xiwan was tightly bound to a rusty iron chair. Several pieces of yellow paper with strange runes were stuck to her forehead and shoulders, emitting a faint dark light. At this moment, she was in an extremely painful semi-comatose state. Her originally delicate and clean features were now completely twisted from extreme fear and pain. Cold sweat had soaked through her school uniform, and strands of hair were messily stuck to her pale cheeks. Her body was uncontrollably trembling violently, as if experiencing some horrifying nightmare. Don't hit me. Daddy. Mommy. Don't leave me. Help? Someone help me. Li Xiwan tightly shut her eyes, tears continuously rolling down from the corners, mumbling incoherently the deepest and most painful childhood traumas and despair buried in her heart. The runes on her forehead flickered faster and faster as the nightmare illusion array continued to amplify her inner fears, frantically tearing at her sanity. This taut string that had been stretched for 6 hours had reached the edge of complete breakage, plunging into a state of irretrievable chaos. Shen Chang'an's figure glided like a black bat in the night sky, finally alighting gracefully in a remote urban village. This place was referred to as the No Man's Land in Qingzhou District. Dense self-built houses were crammed together like pigeon coops, many small bungalows lacked even door numbers, and the alleys were so narrow that not even a tricycle could pass through, everywhere exuding the smell of garbage and waste. The dark red bloodline on the compass eventually led into an unremarkable small bungalow with a yard. Shen Chang'an did not approach recklessly. He crouched in the shadow of the rooftop of a nearby 2-story self-built house, closed his eyes, and spread his perception like an invisible net, silently enveloping the small bungalow. 4 sources of spiritual power. Shen Chang'an quickly made a judgment in his mind. Then his brow furrowed sharply. Next to these 4 sources of spiritual power, he sensed a faint human aura weak enough to be on the verge. It was Li Xiwan. That aura was fluctuating violently, in imminent danger of complete collapse. She can't hold on any longer. Shen Chang'an opened his eyes, a terrifying, killing intent flickered in his dark red fire eye. He took out a small barrier launcher from his trench coat pocket and tossed it to the ground. Buzz. A pale blue translucent barrier instantly unfolded, completely sealing off the small bungalow and the surrounding area for dozens of meters. From the outside, it merely appeared as an ordinary dark room. Even if a battle ensued inside, no sense. He slowly stood up, not using the door, but directly leaping down from the rooftop of the second floor, landing against a mottled brick wall beside the small bungalow. His perception had locked onto Li Ziwen's position just behind this wall. Shen Chang'an took a deep breath, and the muscles in his right arm instantly swelled, his fingers clenched into a fist. Fierce spiritual power was wildly compressed at the tip of his fist, and then without any fancy movements, he punched straight through the brick wall in front of him. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The thick, bearing brick wall crumbled before the terrifying power of the fifth realm martial artist like a fragile cookie, creating a 2-meter-wide hole. Shattered bricks and cement flew into the room like cannonballs. Amidst the swirling dust, Shen Chang'an stepped expressionlessly into the dark room. He immediately spotted Li Shiwan bound to the iron chair along with the strange yellow paper runes flickering on her forehead and shoulders. Nightmare illusion array. Using a living person to refine a demon puppet. Seeking death, he snapped his fingers nonchalantly. Pop! A wisp of black flame instantly split into several black fire snakes, accurately shooting towards the runes on Li Shiwan. With a few hissing sounds, the yellow papers, emitting an evil aura, were instantly reduced to ashes without leaving a single spark to harm Li Shiwan. As the illusion array was broken, Li Shiwan, who had been on the brink of mental collapse, suddenly gasped for air. Cough, cough, cough. Huh. She greedily inhaled the air, and her eyes, which had been tightly shut due to extreme pain, gradually opened a crack. She can still maintain her consciousness. This mental resilience. Shen Chang'an couldn't help but mumble. Bang! The dilapidated wooden door of the next room was smashed to bits by a single kick. 4 masked figures armed and clad in black strode in with a murderous aura. Oh, it seems that the Night Watcher's nose is quite sharp. Number 7 immediately recognized the black-clad youth standing at the center of the room. Though the opponent wore a lifelike mask resembling someone in their late 20s, he still let out a cold laugh. Stop pretending, Shen Chang'an. We know it's you. We just didn't expect that you would chase all the way here for an ordinary classmate. With his true name exposed, Shen Chang'an showed no sign of panic on his face. He calmly reached behind him, took down a worn guitar case, and placed it by his feet. Since you know who I am, then it's easy to deal with. Shen Chang'an opened the guitar case, and amidst the astonished gazes of the evil cultivators, he assembled 2 heavy black metal rods from within. Click! A heavy long gun dubbed Calamity cloud appeared in his hands. Anyway, none of you will leave tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Chang'an held the gun with one hand and casually flicked his wrist. Swish! Swish! 2 sharp gun flashes sliced through the air like black lightning, accurately severing the thick iron chains binding Li Shiwan without even grazing her clothing. This precise control of power instantly made the 4 evil cultivators opposite him abandon their underestimation. What a bold claim. Number 8 tightened his grip on a ghostly blade, excitement and cruelty flashing in his eyes. Since you have come here seeking death, let us test how capable this legendary 18-year-old 5 realms genius truly is. As the words fell, numbers 7, 8, 9, and 10, 4 evil cultivators, exuding foul energy and killing intent, tactically spread out in a fan shape, effectively trapping Shen Chang'an and the unconscious Li Shiwan in the corner of the crumbling brick wall. The battle was about to erupt. Attack! With number 7's piercing shout, the already shaky house suddenly emitted cracking sounds under immense pressure. Huh! Taste my binding shadow death formation. Number 9 laughed maniacally, his hands frantically forming seals. The entire room's floor suddenly collapsed, and countless thick, inky black mists surged from below, transforming into tangible black tentacles that enveloped Shen Chang'an, attempting to trap him completely. Facing these 4 evil cultivators, all erupting with 4 realms of fluctuation, Shen Chang'an's face showed no signs of disturbance. He steadied his left arm, wrapping it around the slender waist of the unconscious Li Shiwan, protecting her securely between his left shoulder and chest. Then, holding the heavy long gun Calamity cloud with one hand, he suddenly exerted force with his legs. Bang! The bricks beneath his feet instantly turned to dust, and Shen Chang'an, cradling Li Shiwan, shot upwards like a bamboo shoot after rain, crashing through the already broken ceiling and leaping into the air. Burn for me! Shen Chang'an's gaze turned cold, and a dark red flame surged in the depths of his pupils. Boom! The violent black flames erupted from his right hand like a torrent breaking free from a dam, pouring down from the long gun. The thick black mist, said to be capable of trapping cultivators of the same rank, disintegrated the moment it came into contact with the black flames, like snow encountering the blazing sun, not even lasting a second before being burned to nothingness. Not only that, the falling black sparks splattered onto the 4 below like a plague. What the hell is this fire? It won't go out. Don't use your hands to swat it. The more you sweat, the worse it gets. The 4 evil cultivators were thrown into disarray. This black flame could ignite even their protective spiritual energy, as if it were fuel. In utter desperation, they could only frantically wave their weapons, tearing the flaming clothing and flesh from their bodies, blood gushing everywhere. As they were thrown into chaos by the black flames, Shen Chang'an in midair suddenly vanished like a ghost. Behind you, old 9. Number 7, who had just severed a burning piece of clothing, suddenly looked up, his eyes wide in horror as he let out a distorted scream. It was too late. Number 9's maniacal laughter had barely frozen on his lips when a chilling sound of rushing wind exploded behind him. Shen Chang'an, holding Li Shiwan with one hand, appeared silently behind number 9 like a reaper descending from the heavens. Pooh! The long gun pierced through number 9's back effortlessly, directly penetrating his chest, the dark red gun tip protruding from his front, accompanied by a spray of warm blood. Number 9 stiffened incredulously, looking down at the gun blade in his chest. Shen Chang'an didn't even glance at him, violently shaking the gun handle. Buzz! The violent dark energy exploded along the gun body. Number 9's internal organs were instantly crushed into a pulp, unable to even scream before his life force was completely extinguished, collapsing on the gun barrel like a pile of mush. Old 9. Number 10 and number 8 watched helplessly as their companion was killed in an instant, their eyes turning bloodshot. He'll kill you. With a roar, the two rushed forward, one left and one right, wielding poison daggers and ghostly blades, attempting to exploit his moment of vulnerability while he was holding someone. Don't be impulsive. Keep your distance. Don't engage him in close combat. Number 7 was terrified. As the one with the highest combat IQ among them, he understood all too well how terrifying the close combat ability of someone who could instantaneously kill cultivators of the same rank could be. Charging in at this distance was practically suicide. Number 7 frantically formed seals with both hands, attempting to unleash ranged spells for support. However, Shen Chang'an simply tilted his head slightly, his eyes burning with dark red flames, locking onto number 7. Boom! Number 7's pupils constricted sharply. He didn't even sense any trace of spiritual energy before a violent explosion of black flames erupted from his chest. The black flames instantly engulfed number 7. He let out a soul-piercing scream, transforming into a black fireball, rolling wildly on the ground in a frenzied struggle, his spell instantly interrupted. Meanwhile, number 8 and number 10's attacks had reached Shen Chang'an. To the left was a ghostly blade capable of slicing through iron, and to the right was a poisoned dagger aimed at his throat. Shen Chang'an's left hand still firmly held Li Shiwan. His gaze was icy as he flipped his wrist, retracting the long gun. Clang! The robust barrel of Calamity Cloud blocked number 8's ghostly blade at an incredible angle. The terrifying power of the 5 realms rebounded along the blade, shattering number 8's grip, causing the ghostly blade to fly from his hands. Before he could scream, Shen Chang'an smoothly swung the long gun horizontally. Swish! The dark red blade of the gun swept across the throat of number 10 like a crescent moon. Blood spurted into the air like a fountain, and number 10's head, still wearing a mask, flew off the headless corpse, stumbling forward a few steps before crashing to the ground. After dealing with number 10, Shen Chang'an exerted force from his waist, his right leg like a steel whip, striking fiercely at the exposed chest of number 8 with a sound that tore through the air. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed sharply. Number 8's ribcage instantly caved in, and he flew back like a ragged sack, as if hit by a high-speed train crashing against the wall. By the time he slid down, blood was pouring from all 7 orifices, leaving him dead beyond recovery, flowing like clouds, crushing like dry weeds. 3 evil cultivators at the 4th level, unable to force even one hand out of Shen Chang'an during close combat, were instantly killed. The killing technique honed in the dream by that nameless shadow was simply a dimensional suppression in this reality. Shen Chang'an slowly turned around, looking at number 7, who was rolling on the ground and about to be burned to a crisp. He didn't intend to linger in the night any longer. Shen Chang'an gripped the middle section of the Jiyun spear with one hand and elegantly spun it, performing a black flower flourish. Then he leaned slightly back, his arm muscles stretching to their utmost like a fully drawn bow. Go! With a soft exhalation, Shen Chang'an suddenly hurled the heavy spear like a javelin. Boom! The Jiyun transformed into a black lightning bolt that tore through the night sky, carrying terrifying kinetic energy that pierced directly through number 7's chest, pinning him firmly to the shattered concrete floor. The immense impact created a spiderweb-like deep pit on the ground. Shen Chang'an's gaze was cold. As his spiritual power erupted beneath his feet, he was prepared to leap forward and deliver a kick to number 7's head to eliminate any future threats. Suddenly, his previously rushing figure came to a halt. The perception of the 5th level went into a frenzy of warning. That sense of crisis actually came from the underground void just created by number 9's binding shadow death array. Cough, cough. You really are strong, worthy of being a genius of the 5th level. Pinned to the ground, number 7's mouth was pouring out a large amount of blood, and he twisted into a smile, his eyes filled with mad resentment. But this is my painstakingly accumulated lifeblood. Even if I die, you won't be able to leave alive. As soon as his words fell, the last trace of life in number 7's eyes completely dissipated, yet the sinister smile on his face remained frozen. Almost at the same moment. Boom. The underground void, which had been calm, suddenly erupted like a volcano, billowing thick, tangible, black, demonic energy. Within this nauseating demonic energy, illuminated by the faint environmental light, 8 distorted human figures of varying heights slowly rose from the underground void, like evil spirits crawling out of hell. Shen Chang'an furrowed his brows, stepped forward, yanked the Jiyun spear from number 7's corpse, shook off the blood, and held it horizontally in front of him. With the light of the black flames, he finally saw the true forms of those 8 figures. They were 8 corpses that had long lost any signs of life, now mere puppets. Their bodies were entwined with resentment and demonic energy, their eyes hollow, exuding a terrifying pressure. The puppets cultivated by evil cultivators are mainly divided into 3 types based on the materials and fused energies. Human puppets made from ordinary human corpses. Beast puppets made from the corpses of the demon clan. And the rare and extremely dangerous demonic puppets, which are special mutated bodies fused with primal demonic energy. Shen Chang'an quickly scanned the 8 puppets. 6 human puppets, all exuding the peak aura of the 3rd level. 1 was a beast puppet, obviously mutated from a pangolin, radiating fluctuations of the early 4th level. But the one he was most wary of was the puppet standing in the very center. It was a mass of flesh that was nearly unrecognizable as human, radiating pure demonic energy, with an aura that subtly hinted at the 5th level. Truly disgusting. Shen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, weighing his options. If it were only him, this lineup would just take a bit of effort. But now, with his left hand still holding the unconscious Li Shiwan, it was like cutting off an arm, making his movements indeed a bit constrained. Just as Shen Chang'an focused all his attention on the puppets below, he didn't notice that Li Shiwan, whom he was protecting in his arms, had weakly opened a slit in her eyes due to the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy. Although Shen Chang'an was currently wearing a realistic mask resembling someone in their late 20s, that familiar figure. Shen classmate. She moved her lips, trying to call out that name, wanting to ask him why he was here. But having just gone through mental torment, she was simply too weak, as if a lump of cotton was stuck in her throat, unable to produce even a sound. She could only tightly grip the corner of Shen Chang'an's coat. Roar! The 8 puppets below seemed to have received the last command left by number 7 before his death, letting out a non-human roar as they charged towards Shen Chang'an in midair. Get lost! Shen Chang'an shook the spear, pouring all his spiritual power into it. The black flames instantly erupted like a raging tornado. He executed a domineering flourish with one hand, sweeping the spear tip forward with great force. Boom! A massive wave of pure black flames swept through the entire room like a tsunami. The 6 human puppets charging in the front had no chance to resist, and were instantly reduced to ashes by the terrifying high temperature, not even leaving a trace behind. Although the beast puppet and the 5th level demonic puppet were also affected by the black flames, their tough bodies and demonic energy protection prevented them from being instantly killed, still charging forward fearlessly. They'll deal with you first. Shen Chang'an's eyes turned cold as he locked onto the tough beast puppet. But before he could act, the 5th level demonic puppet had already taken the lead in attacking. Swish, swish, swish. The demonic puppet's body, stitched together with various pieces of flesh, suddenly split open, and several long barbed black tentacles, as thick as an adult's thighs, shot towards Shen Chang'an, like venomous snakes, sealing off all his escape routes. Shen Chang'an snorted coldly, not retreating, but advancing. He completely ignored those tentacles, and instead powered his waist directly, throwing the Jiyun spear like a spear towards the beast puppet. At the same time, the fire-burning eyes erupted with full force. Explode. The little spark of black flame attached to the beast puppet suddenly exploded violently, as if doused with gasoline. The beast puppet let out a cry of pain, its movement momentarily halted. Pooh! In that moment of pause, the Jiyun pierced directly through the beast puppet's chest, pinning it firmly to the crumbling wall. After dealing with the beast puppet, Shen Chang'an did not even glance at the black tentacles that were approaching his face. His free right hand swung violently, and several thick chains formed entirely of black flames flew out like spiritual snakes. Ka ka ka. The black flame chains instantly wrapped tightly around the demonic tentacles in midair. Come to me. Shen Chang'an's right arm muscles bulged as he yanked backwards fiercely. The 5th level demonic puppet let out a low growl, its terrifying power pulling against the tentacles. Quite strong. Shen Chang'an muttered, a cold smile tugging at his lips. He did not pull hard, but instead relaxed his force. Boom. The black flames wrapped around the tentacles found a perfect fuse, rapidly spreading along the tentacles and instantly igniting the demonic puppet's massive body. The demonic puppet let out a painful roar, desperately slapping the flames on its body. Shen Chang'an decisively cut off the flow of spiritual power, and the black flame chains instantly dissipated. Taking advantage of the moment when the demonic puppet was distracted by the flames, Shen Chang'an quickly formed a seal with one hand. Earth method, drawing a prison. Rise. Accompanied by Shen Chang'an's low shout, the ground beneath the demonic puppet's feet instantly softened, and countless hard soil and rocks surged like living creatures. In the blink of an eye, a massive and incredibly thick semicircular earthen mound formed, trapping the fifth-level demonic puppet, which was engulfed in black flames firmly within. Die. Shen Chang'an's eyes were indifferent as his empty right hand suddenly reached out. Whoosh! A pitch-black iron chain formed from pure black flames shot out from his palm, instantly spanning over 10 meters, accurately wrapping around the spear, the Tribulation Cloud spear, that was pinned down by the demon puppet. With a tense muscle contraction in his arm, Shen Chang'an forcefully pulled back. Whoosh! The heavy long spear shot up from the ground, transforming into a streak of black light that flew back into his hand. Almost the moment he grasped the spear, Shen Chang'an's figure left a residual image at the spot, his whole being resembling a furious black dragon charging towards the heavy mound of earth that trapped the five-realm demon puppet. Burn it clean for me. Shen Chang'an poured his spiritual power into the spear without reserve. On the dark red spear tip, the black flames compressed violently, and then he thrust the spear fiercely into the hard mound. Boom! The spear pierced through the earthen wall as if it were tofu, and the raging black flames erupted violently within the mound. The shrill screams lasted only half a second before abruptly stopping. The terrifying high temperature instantly turned the heavy soil into a crystalline glass-like substance, and the once resilient five-realm demon puppet was utterly reduced to nothingness under the ravaging black flames. The towering waves of black fire swept madly in all directions. Even the barrier that Shen Chang'an had set up in advance began to flicker violently under the intense heat, its surface covered in intricate cracks, as if it would completely shatter at any moment. Shen Chang'an slowly retracted the spear, his chest slightly heaving. He glanced at the charred remains and rubble scattered on the ground, preparing to dispel the barrier. At that moment, the nearly shattered barrier suddenly rippled like water, then expanded outward in a circle, splitting open a gap from thin air. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, Lao Zhao, dressed in a black trench coat, hurried in with a fully armed logist. Wow! Goodness! As soon as Lao Zhao entered, he was pushed back a step by the terrifying heat and the chaotic scene before him. He looked at the flattened house, and then at Shen Chang'an, standing in the center of the ruins, his mouth twitching slightly. Did you set off a miniature missile here? With such a commotion, I had no choice. Shen Chang'an flipped his wrist, returning the Tribulation Cloud spear to its case, his tone tinged with fatigue and helplessness. 4 4-realm evil cultivators, plus a bunch of human puppets, and a 5-realm mutated demon puppet. There were too many of them, and I was holding someone, so I couldn't leave any survivors. I killed them all. Damn. 4 4-realm plus 1 5-realm demon puppet. Lao Zhao gasped. This luxurious lineup could easily massacre a town in a normal district. He patted Shen Chang'an on the shoulder, expressing complete understanding. Killing is killing. Being able to retreat unscathed from this lineup is already abnormal. If it were any other lantern bearer, we would be here to collect our colleagues' corpses tonight. Lao Zhao turned around and waved to the logistics team behind him. Get to work. Collect all the remains with spiritual energy fluctuations from the scene. Leave no clue behind. After instructing his subordinates, Lao Zhao's gaze fell on the girl in school uniform that Shen Chang'an was holding in his left arm. Who is this? Lao Zhao frowned. Shen Chang'an carefully handed over the still unconscious Li Shuan, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. She's my classmate. Last night in the Beiyuan residential area, I was careless while tracking a rat demon and didn't wear a hood, which allowed a hidden sniper to see my face. They didn't dare to mess with me, so they tied up my classmate, intending to use her to refine a demon puppet. It's my mistake that endangered an ordinary person. Shen Chang'an sighed. Lao Zhao firmly took Li Shuan, observing the girl's pale face and the residual rune marks on her forehead. His expression became serious. I see these lunatics are getting more and more unscrupulous. Lao Zhao comforted. It's not your fault. No one can guard against these rats lurking in the sewers. Leave her to me. I will immediately send her to the Night Town's medical department for a comprehensive mental soothing and physical examination, and also perform memory blurring treatment to ensure she remembers nothing when she wakes up. All right. Shen Chang'an nodded. Okay, you should hurry home, take a shower, and rest. I'll keep an eye on things here. The intelligence team will investigate the identities and backgrounds of these evil cultivators overnight, and the results will be sent to your phone by tomorrow morning. Lao Zhao urged. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Shen Chang'an did not decline. He indeed needed to go back and calm the surging spiritual power within him. He slung the guitar case over his shoulder, his figure flickering, and he vanished into the night. Watching Shen Chang'an leave, Lao Zhao immediately adopted a decisive demeanor, beginning to orderly direct the logistics team. Quick, set up a security barrier around the perimeter of the barrier and seal off all the surrounding alleys. Lao Zhao stood in front of the ruins, skillfully took out his walkie-talkie, and reported to the local police department for routine cover. Yes, over here in the urban village. The unified external statement: the self-built house collapsed due to long-term disrepair, causing the load-bearing wall to fracture. Fortunately, there was no one inside at the time, and there were no casualties. Tomorrow, send a few excavators to flatten this out. And also, Lao Zhao turned back, pointing at the remains of the evil cultivators and puppets on the ground. Put all this flesh and bone debris into the specially made body bags and transport them back to the night town's 3rd underground level's dissection room. I want to see which deity dares to make such a commotion in Qingzhou district. After arranging all the cleanup work, Lao Zhao looked down at Li Shiwan, who was breathing weakly in his arms, not daring to delay in the slightest. Where's the medical helicopter? Land immediately. Lao Zhao carried Li Shiwan and quickly boarded the black helicopter that was parked on a nearby open space. With the roar of the rotor blades, the helicopter swiftly ascended, heading straight for the internal medical department of the night town. Sitting in the cabin, Lao Zhao looked at Li Shiwan, who was receiving nutrient fluids, and let out a long sigh, muttering to himself, this little girl must not have any issues. Although Chang'an seems lazy and indifferent to everything, he is inherently protective. He specifically entrusted this little girl to me today, and even rarely admitted his mistake. If this person dies in the medical department, how will I ever face that little monster again? A few hours later, the pungent smell of disinfectant mixed with a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Li Ziwen's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she struggled to open her eyes. What greeted her were soft, non-dazzling warm white lights and a pure white ceiling. But her head felt as if it would split open, as if someone had struck her on the back of the head with a heavy hammer several times, and her entire head was buzzing. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as she opened her eyes, the heart rate monitor next to her immediately emitted a steady alert sound. Immediately afterward, a light, hurried patter of footsteps echoed from the foot of the bed, as if someone had dashed out of the ward. A gentle female voice spoke beside the bed. A nurse in a crisp white coat, efficient and poised, strode swiftly to the bedside and pressed the call button. How are you feeling? Is your head still throbbing intensely? Any nausea or urge to vomit? She asked softly while deftly retrieving a small penlight and gently sweeping it before Li Shiwan's eyes to test her pupillary response. My head hurts, like needles piercing through. Li Shiwan replied hoarsely, her voice frail. This is a lingering side effect of forced stimulation to the spiritual sea. Rest for a few days and it will pass. Do not strain yourself to recall those images. The nurse soothed her with quiet reassurance, then guided her eyes to follow finger movements and posed several simple arithmetic questions. Once she confirmed Li Shiwan's full consciousness and intact cognitive function, with no signs of severe neurological impairment, the nurse jotted down a few notes in the medical chart. At that moment, the ward door swung open. Lao Zhao strode in, wearing a black trench coat faded by repeated washes, a cigarette unlit between his fingers. Director Zhao. The nurse nodded respectfully. Yes, the examination is complete. Unless there are complications, we'll step out now. I'll speak with her briefly. Lao Zhao waved dismissively. The medical staff withdrew promptly and closed the door behind them. Lao Zhao did not take a seat. Instead, he leaned casually against the white wall diagonally opposite the bed, hands tucked deep into his trench coat pockets, his gaze appraising the young woman lying there, still trembling faintly with residual shock. Uncle, may I ask, where am I? Li Shiwan asked politely, nervously gripping the edge of her blanket as she looked up at the bearded man. A specialized hospital accessible only to internal personnel. You're safe here. Lao Zhao softened his tone deliberately. Special hospital. Then fragmented images suddenly flashed across Li Shiwan's mind. A dim shadowed room. Yellow talismanic papers glowing with eerie luminescence. Men wearing grotesque masks. And that suffocating endless nightmare, one from which she could never awaken. Oh, an excruciating wave of pain seized her skull. She clutched her head in agony, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Stop. Breathe deeply. Cease recalling last night's events immediately. Lao Zhao's expression hardened instantly, his voice cutting through the haze. Your spirit has just suffered catastrophic trauma. Forcing yourself to revisit those mentally corrosive scenes would overwhelm your brain beyond endurance. Li Shiwan gasped raggedly, wrenching her thoughts away from the horror with sheer will. It took long minutes before her breathing steadied. She sat motionless on the bed, her gaze hollow and distant as she stared at Lao Zhao. Uncle, what I experienced last night, it wasn't a dream, was it? Those people who wielded dark arts are real. Lao Zhao paused for 2 silent seconds, then gave a slow, solemn nod. They are real. This world is far more intricate and perilous than anything you've ever seen within school walls. But don't be afraid. They're all dead. No one will ever harm you again. Li Shiwan bit her lower lip speech. Leaning against the wall, Lao Zhao's gaze sharpened abruptly. His eyes locked onto hers as he shifted tone without warning. In fact, our medical division originally planned to administer mild memory suppression. But during pre-treatment screening we discovered you briefly regained consciousness before falling unconscious. Li Shiwan stiffened almost imperceptibly. Lao Zhao pressed forward relentlessly. So, you saw him, didn't you? Who? Who? Instinctively she shrank deeper beneath the blanket, her eyes darting aside. I don't know what you mean. After they took me I was trapped in nightmares. I remember nothing. Lao Zhao studied her transparent evasion, not confronting it, but instead guiding her along. The classmate who punched straight through the wall last night carried you in one arm and slaughtered every hostile entity with a black spear. Li Shiwan froze. A spear? Black attire? She stammered weakly. I truly saw nothing. I have no memory whatsoever. He isn't my classmate. It wasn't him. Yet Lao Zhao suddenly chuckled, a sharp teasing glint replacing his earlier intensity. Clever girl, your vigilance is impressive. He shook his head. I haven't even named him yet, and here you are scrambling to conceal everything. Li Shiwan's face flushed crimson. Her clumsy pretense had utterly unraveled. She gripped the blanket tightly, lips pressed into a thin line, eyes fixed downward in silence. All right, no need to tense up. Relax. Lao Zhao walked to the water dispenser by the head of the bed, poured a cup of warm water, and handed it to her. I know you recognized him. Shen Chang'an, same class as you. At the name, Li Shiwan snapped her head up, eyes wide with shock and alarm. Watching her reaction, Lao Zhao waved a hand lightly. Don't worry, I'm not here to silence you. I'm his colleague. More precisely. He rubbed his nose, slightly awkward yet candid. Though I'm over a decade older professionally, he's my direct superior, chief director of Qingzhou district. Last night he personally traced the lead and went in himself to extract you. Li Shiwan was utterly... She accepted the cup mechanically, her mind replaying Shen Chang'an, the boy who always slumped asleep in the back row, perpetually drowsy and detached, drifting quietly on the periphery of every group. And yet, the black-clad youth who descended like a war god last night, cradling her in one arm, incinerating monsters in torrents of black flame, was truly him. He is your superior. Li Shiwan felt her entire worldview shattering under unprecedented strain. She swallowed a sip of warm water, trying to soothe her parched throat, only to find even that simple act agonizingly difficult. She sat frozen for a full minute, struggling to absorb this seismic revelation. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, she calmed the storm within and whispered, so, does Shen Chang'an normally confront such terrifying monsters and villains? Yes. Lao Zhao nodded, pulling a lighter from his pocket and idly flipping it open and shut. Night watch bureau work is far more perilous than you could possibly imagine. Li Shiwan suddenly realized and murmured, no wonder he spends almost all day sleeping at school and often takes leave. Is he particularly busy? Busy. He is the busiest core power operator in our entire Qingzhou district branch. Old Zhao sighed, his tone filled with a hint of pity and helplessness. He has to follow up and investigate small matters at the grassroots level. After the big mess last night, he has to personally take the lead with a gun. To say it isn't an exaggeration if he hadn't personally handled the level of evil cultivators we faced last night, no one in the entire Qingzhou district could have suppressed them. Hearing this, Li Shiwan nodded thoughtfully. The image of Shen Chang'an, who had always been labeled a freak in her mind, instantly became tall and mysterious. The atmosphere eased a bit, and Li Ziwen's fear dissipated considerably. Gathering her courage, she asked a question that had been hidden in her heart. Isn't it true that ordinary people like me who accidentally discover the world's hidden secrets should be killed? Cough. Old Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Little girl, you should watch fewer of those dark and twisted novels. We are a legitimate official law enforcement agency of the Dongwang Nation, not some anti-human terrorist organization. There's no need to eliminate anyone. However, Old Zhao changed the subject. To prevent causing social panic, we do have a standard process for ordinary people involved in extraordinary events. Memory erasure. Li Shiwan was momentarily stunned, instinctively touching her head. Then, why wasn't my memory erased? Old Zhao put away his lighter, stood up straight, and his expression became somewhat serious. Because you endured 6 hours in last night's nightmare illusion without breaking down. Your mental strength is extremely high, even surpassing some official lantern bearers. This means you likely possess the talent for cultivation. Old Zhao looked at Li Ziwen's surprised expression and continued, in today's world there are very few people with the talent for cultivation. It's truly a rare find. If someone like you with a naturally resilient soul were to have their memory erased and sent back to the ordinary world, it would be a terrible waste. Therefore, on behalf of the Night Watch office, I intend to try and develop you further. Develop me. Li Shiwan pointed at herself, her heart suddenly racing. So could I possibly become a powerful person like Shen? Old Zhao decisively shook his head, mercilessly shattering her fantasy. Impossible. Shen Chang'an's talent is the most abnormal and terrifying I've ever seen without exception. While others cultivate against the current, he cultivates as if riding a rocket. Do you want to reach his level? It's too difficult, or rather completely unrealistic. But as long as you are willing to work hard, there is still hope for you to become an excellent lantern bearer who can stand on your own. Li Shiwan nodded, not feeling particularly disappointed, only murmuring softly, so Shen is such an impressive person. Seeing the girl's curious expression, Old Zhao simply pulled up a chair and sat down casually, continuing the conversation. By the way, how does Chang'an perform at school? Is he quite annoying? Not really annoying. Li Shiwan thought for a moment and replied truthfully. He's just very reclusive. During the 3 years of high school, he spent almost all his time either sleeping or dazing off, hardly communicating with classmates. Everyone actually saw him as a weirdo behind his back. When school started in the first year of high school, he even beat up a bully from the school and sent him to the hospital, which caused quite a stir. Everyone was afraid of him and dared not approach him. Li Shiwan reminisced, recounting trivial matters. Old Zhao listened with great interest, then suddenly looked at Li Shiwan with a hint of mischief and teased. You remember these little details so clearly. A little girl like you must have been paying close attention to him. What, do you have a crush on Chang'an? No. Li Ziwen's cheeks instantly flushed red, and she quickly waved her hands to deny it, then awkwardly lowered her head and explained softly. I just feel that I can relate to him, so I paid a bit more attention. Relate to him? Old Zhao raised an eyebrow. Yes. Li Shiwan tugged at the corner of the quilt and said softly. I once overheard the homeroom teacher sigh while I was turning in my homework, saying that Shen is actually an orphan without parents. As for me, my parents divorced early and started new families. I grew up amidst their endless quarrels and blame. Now I also live alone outside, feeling like we are both those abandoned by the world. Hearing this, Old Zhao's teasing expression faded, and he sighed and nodded. This kid is also a poor soul. Old Zhao thought to himself, then stood up and patted the bed railing. All right, let's stop the chit-chat here. You just suffered a mental trauma and need to rest. Stay here for a few days. During this time, think carefully about my earlier suggestion. If you agree to join us when you are discharged, I will personally take you to the logistics department for a comprehensive talent assessment. Li Shiwan raised her head and hesitantly asked then. If I consider it and still disagree, then I can only follow the rules, erase all your extraordinary memories from these days, and safely send you back to school to continue being a senior high school student. Old Zhao smiled and comforted her in a gentle tone. Don't worry, our current memory erasure technology is very mature. It's just like taking a nap, absolutely won't harm your brain nerves. Li Shiwan looked at Old Zhao and nodded solemnly. Okay, I will think about it seriously. After settling Li Shiwan, Old Zhao rubbed his slightly swollen temples, turned, and left the medical department, heading straight back to the Qingzhou district branch office of the Night Watch office. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, a well-mannered girl approached. Director Zhao. Xia, he slightly lowered her. Old Zhao nodded, about to ask about the inspection progress of the evil cultivators' corpses from last night. But Xia, he lowered her voice and quickly said, Director, someone from the city bureau has come waiting for you in the first conference room on the second floor. Someone from above. Old Zhao raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming a bit more serious. Let's go, come with me. The two quickly made their way to the second floor and pushed open the heavy door of the first conference room. In the spacious conference room, a man sat imposingly at the main seat. His name was Feng Zhuo, and he looked to be nearly 50 with some gray hair at his temples. However, he showed no signs of the decline often seen in middle-aged individuals. His robust physique was tightly wrapped in a black combat uniform, with the contours of his chest and arms exuding explosive strength, evidently from years of maintaining intense physical training. With his breathing, a wave of stable spiritual energy rippled subtly throughout the conference room. Peak level of the 5 realms. The second-in-command of the Night Watch office in Beijiang City, an absolute power player. Director Feng. Old Zhao stepped forward and greeted him respectfully, while Xia, he quite perceptibly poured 2 cups of tea before quietly stepping back behind Old Zhao. Sit down, Old Zhao. Feng Zhuo picked up his teacup, blowing on the floating leaves, and looked up at Old Zhao. I heard things have been quite lively in your Qingzhou district these past few days. I just glanced at the report. There have been 2 occurrences of primordial demonic energy along with evil cultivators. What's the situation? Old Zhao pulled out a chair and sat down, taking a deep breath before thoroughly reporting the battle that occurred in the urban village last night, including the ambush by 4 evil cultivators of the 4 realms, the siege by 8 puppets, and that rare and troublesome 5 realms demonic puppet. What? He slammed his teacup down. 4 of the 4 realms, plus a 5 realms demonic puppet. Moreover, that kid Shen Chang'an fought with one hand the entire time to protect a hostage. Yes, all were annihilated. The hostage is safe. Old Zhao nodded, his tone carrying a hint of undeniable pride. Feng Zhou inhaled sharply, leaning back in his chair, his eyes filled with disbelief and admiration. A monster. Truly a complete little monster. At 18, under that level of siege, he could protect a hostage with one hand and still eliminate the opponents. This kid's battle instinct and explosive power are simply born for slaughter. Watching Feng Zhou generously praise Shen Chang'an, Old Zhao's eyes flickered, and he leaned slightly forward, sincerely speaking. Director Feng, since you know what level of genius Chang'an is, I will speak plainly. This kid's current strength staying in our small Qingzhou district is a complete waste of talent and a tremendous waste of resources. Old Zhao intertwined his fingers, arguing logically. In less than 20 days, Chang'an will finish his college entrance exams. I hope to secure an opportunity for him to be transferred to the provincial headquarters right after his exams. There are better high-level secret realms, top-tier techniques and resources. As for our Qingzhou district, you can simply assign a regular 4 realms lantern bearer from the city bureau to be in charge. Feng Zhuo's expression of admiration slightly diminished, his gaze flickering as he raised his teacup and took a strategic sip. Old Zhao, I understand your feelings. Chang'an is indeed a good seedling, but the matter of his transfer involves a lot and is not something I can decide alone. Director Feng, what's the problem with that? Old Zhao replied, unwillingly raising his voice slightly. A seed of this level should be sent to the most core location for cultivation. It's unfair for him to deal with trivial issues in the old city while occasionally having to shield us from life-threatening dark firearms. Enough. Feng Zhou suddenly slammed his teacup down, making a loud bang that interrupted Old Zhao. His sharp eyes locked onto Old Zhao, his tone becoming somewhat rigid and unquestionable. Old Zhao, you've been in the Night Watch office for so many years, don't you understand the rules? Regarding Shen Chang'an's placement, the headquarters has their own overall arrangements. Our Beijiang City Bureau has no authority to intervene. Just trust the higher-ups of the Night Watch office. This is not something you or I can comment on. In the future, do not attempt to interfere with or speculate on decisions from above. Seeing Feng Zhuo's stern warning stance, Old Zhao opened his mouth, but in the end he could only grit his teeth and lean back in his chair, feeling somewhat dejected. I understand. Upon seeing Old Zhao relent, Feng Zhuo's expression softened a bit. He sighed and took out a document from his briefcase, pushing it in front of Old Zhao. Although he can't be transferred for now, the City Bureau will absolutely reward him for this achievement. Feng Zhuo pointed at the document and said, A5 Realms Demonic Puppet plus 4 Realms Evil Cultivators. This has completely reached the highest difficulty rating in an A-level mission. The City Bureau approved a reward overnight, and this mission's contribution value has been directly raised to 10,000 points plus 5 million in cash support. Feng Zhuo paused, emphasizing, these rewards do not go through the division's public account. They count as Shen Chang'an's personal account as an additional compensation from the City Bureau for his outstanding performance this time. Hearing about the 10,000 contribution points and 5 million cash, Old Zhao's expression finally looked a bit better. All right, I will thank Director Feng on behalf of Chang'an. Old Zhao nodded and took the document. I will notify him. Feng Zhuo stood up, adjusting the collar of his combat uniform, glancing at his watch. Since there's nothing else, I will head back to the City Bureau. For the surviving ordinary girl, ensure you handle her follow-up properly. As soon as there is progress on the background information of the evil cultivators, report it immediately. Understood. Old Zhao and Xia, he stood up simultaneously to see him off. The next morning the sun shone brightly. Shen Chang'an slept until after 9 o'clock before sluggishly getting out of bed. The stamina he had expended during last night's fierce battles had mostly been replenished thanks to the robust recovery abilities of the 5th realm. He rubbed his eyes and checked his phone. The work group of the Night Watch was bustling with activity, and after last night's thorough inspection, everything seemed calm in the various districts today. Old Zhao had sent him a long string of private messages. Director Feng from the City Bureau came over last. Although a new lamp bearer wasn't assigned to stay, they dispatched a fully equipped elite combat team to our branch. With their excellent gear, they can handle conventional magical creatures or evil cultivators around the 3rd realm, allowing you to relax a bit. Additionally, your reward has been approved. This time counts as a major contribution with 10,000 contribution points and a cash subsidy of 500,000 already deposited into your personal account. Also, Li Shiwan has woken up. Her mental state has recovered well, and once the observation period is over, he'll take her home. He'll handle the follow-up matters, so you needn't worry. At the end of the message, there was a meme of a cute cat giving a thumbs up, clearly indicating that even this little spirit cat was aware of Shen Chang'an's glorious feat of single-handedly storming the evil cultivator's stronghold last night. Finally, some good news. Looking at the notification of 10,000 contribution points and 500,000 cash, Shen Chang'an's previously heavy heart lightened considerably. He casually replied with a received, then got up to wash up and changed into comfortable home clothes before heading downstairs. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the 1st floor were wide open. In the yard, Zhang Hai was trimming the branches and leaves of several potted plants with large scissors, while Aunt Liu was watering the flowers and plants with a watering can, creating an atmosphere of peaceful living. Seeing Shen Chang'an come downstairs, Liu immediately put down the watering can and cheerfully called out, "Chang'an, you're awake. I've kept some preserved egg and lean meat porridge and pan-fried buns warm for you. Go wash your hands and eat." "All right, thank you, Aunt Li." Shen Chang'an filled a bowl with porridge, carrying the Xilong Bao over to the stone table in the yard to sit down. Zhang Hai set down his scissors and came over to sit across from him, casually asking, "I heard last night was quite noisy. You weren't hurt, right?" To keep the two elders from worrying, Shen Chang'an took a sip of porridge and waved his hand dismissively. "It was nothing serious. I just ran into a few careless evil cultivators and dealt with them." Zhang Hai could easily tell that the kid was downplaying the matter. He took a sip from his teacup and said pointedly, "Director Fong from the city bureau rushed down overnight, so it seems this isn't a trivial matter. But since you're back, I want pry further. You don't have duty today. I've already spoken to old Zhao, and I've taken leave for you at school. Just stay home and rest for the day. Don't run around unnecessarily," Zhang Hai advised. "Got it, Uncle Zhang." At this moment, Liu overheard their conversation and eagerly approached, grinning as she teased, "I heard from old Zhang that you went to save a girl from your class last night. How was it? Did the damsel in distress feel so moved that she wants to offer herself to you?" Shen Chang'an nearly choked on his porridge, helplessly grabbing a napkin to wipe his mouth. "Aunt Li, please don't tease me. That girl was merely caught up in my mission because I didn't wear my mask. It was an unwarranted disaster." "Oh, come on, even so, Chang'an, you're so handsome. I after this shall definitely have some thoughts in her heart about you." Liu pulled up a chair and sat down, looking at Shen Chang'an's striking appearance with a sense of nostalgia. "But you know it's normal for your standards to be high now. In the future, when you date, you'll likely want to find someone within the same circle." Liu analyzed. "Right now you're in this small place of Qingzhou district. There aren't many people in your circle you can meet, and you may not even find them appealing. Once you go to university or move to a big city, there will be plenty of outstanding individuals there. Finding someone who understands and empathizes with you in your circle will make your life more stable later on." Shen Chang'an shook his head vigorously, quickly devouring 2 pan-fried buns. "Aunt Li, am busy working every day, barely even getting enough sleep. Where would I have the time to think about dating?" Hearing the topic of going to university, Zhang Hai suddenly perked up, leaning forward a bit. "Speaking of which, Chang'an, the college entrance exam is coming up soon. Do you have any plans for which school to attend? Any schools you fancy?" "No particular plans," Shen Chang'an replied honestly. "I'm just a slacker in class, mostly sleeping during lectures. Will go wherever I can pass." "Hey, what are you worrying about your entrance exam results for? If I don't worry about the entrance exam results, what should I worry about?" He paused for a moment. Zhang Hai said, "Just go wherever you want. In our night watch system, there's a special recruitment channel." Looking at Shen Chang'an's slightly puzzled expression, Zhang Hai explained, "You lamp bearers work hard to maintain social stability, staying up late every day. When do you have time to study like normal students? The higher-ups aren't foolish either, so they specifically set up internal channels for talented youth like you. Under normal circumstances, as long as you can break through to the second realm before turning 18, you can apply directly to all top universities nationwide. You just fill out a form and you're in with no limitations." "Is there really such a good thing?" Shen Chang'an was genuinely surprised this time. He had no idea he carried the privilege of direct admission to national universities. "Of course." Zhang Hai nodded, as if it were a matter of course. Then, after coughing twice, Zhang Hai's gaze flickered as he casually asked, "Well, Chang'an, since you can choose any school, have you considered going to the same university as Qingqing? You two grew up together. It would be nice to look out for each other if you went to the same school in another city, right? If it's possible, that would be great." Slap. Before Zhang Hai could finish his sentence, Liu smacked his shoulder and glared at him. "What nonsense are you arranging now? The children's future should be decided by themselves. You shouldn't interfere." After being caught by his wife, Zhang Hai's face turned red and he waved his hand, coughing. "I was just saying it casually. Just a suggestion. Of forget I said anything." Shen Chang'an watched the lively couple, feeling no offense, but rather found the warmth of their domesticity particularly relaxing. He smiled and built upon Zhang Hai's words to smooth things over. "It's fine, Uncle Zhang. After the college entrance exam, I'll see where Qingqing wants to go, and then I can consider it later." After eating and drinking enough, he greeted the elderly couple and took his empty bowl to the kitchen, then meandered upstairs to his room. Watching Shen Chang'an's figure disappear around the corner of the stairs, Li Yu's smile faded, and she turned to slap Zhang Hai's arm in annoyance. "What were you talking about just now? You're getting ahead of yourself with things that aren't even confirmed yet. Aren't you afraid of scaring Chang'an?" Zhang Hai set down his teacup side and lowered his voice. "What do you understand? If I don't probe the waters and try to arrange something now, once this kid finishes his exams, he will truly fly away." Zhang Hai pointed upstairs, his expression serious. "Chang'an is a kid who values friendships. He's genuinely a good child. No matter how high he flies in the future, he will surely remember us old bones." But if we don't act now, he will have no relations with our Chingching at all. Just think about it. This kid has fifth realm cultivation, good looks, and good upbringing. Once he goes to the provincial city or the capital with all those daughters from prominent families and princesses trying to get close to him, how could he not be the center of attention? If Chang'an goes out, he will stand out from the crowd, and countless eyes will be on him. If we don't seize the opportunity now, we won't even have a chance to drink soup later. Liu listened, her expression also troubled, but she shook her head. That's true, but you know how Chingching feels about you. Even though she wouldn't dare say it in front of us, we can still see her disdain and dissatisfaction behind the scenes, can't we? In her eyes, Chang'an is just some slacker who got into first middle through your connections and sleeps in class every day. Liu tentatively suggested, why don't we just tell Chingching the truth? Let her know Chang'an's real identity in the night watch. No way. Absolutely not. Zhang Hai immediately shook his head in refusal. The work of the night watch is too bloody and dangerous. How old is Chingching now? I can't let her come into contact with these dark sides just yet. At the very least, I'll wait until after her college entrance exam to tell her, and then once she safely finishes her university studies, I'll pull some strings to arrange her into a safe administrative position in the night watch. Hey, you. Liu was both amused and angry. You don't want your daughter to know how excellent Chang'an is, yet you want them to date. Why bring this up now? We should let their relationship develop in a more blind box style. Zhang Hai said confidently. Once they graduate from university, it will all fall into place, won't it? You are just blocking both ways. Liu rolled her eyes. You want to hide it from your daughter while blaming her for not. Besides, with Chingching's current attitude of not yielding to anyone, how could she possibly like someone like Chang'an who has nothing to offer? Zhang Hai was also displeased upon hearing this, his neck stiffening. Who taught her that? Isn't it because you spoiled her? Wanting the stars, but not the moon, you've raised Chingching to be so proud and overbearing with no consideration for others. Zhang Hai, do you even have a conscience? I taught her. Every time Chingching acts spoiled, who secretly gives her pocket money behind my back. Now it's all pinned on me, huh? The elderly couple was sitting in the yard bickering and shifting the blame for their parenting. Ding dong, the doorbell suddenly rang. I don't want to argue with you. Liu shot Zhang Hai a glare, stood up to straighten her clothes, and walked to the door, pulling it open. Outside stood a young girl dressed in a light-colored casual hoodie, looking sweet and lovely, holding several exquisite food containers. Liu was momentarily stunned. She was unaware of the personnel situation within the night watch and curiously asked, Hello, who are you looking for? Hello? Baiyin politely bowed, a sweet smile on her face, her big eyes crescent-shaped. I'm from the night watch, and am also a colleague of Chang'an. You must be Aunt Li, right? Chang'an often mentions how delicious your cooking is. Today I'm on my day off and heard that Chang'an was tired after a mission yesterday, so I brought some treats to check on him. Upon hearing that she was Shen Chang'an's colleague, Liu's initially cautious expression instantly turned enthusiastic. Oh, you're Chang'an's colleague. Come in. Liu smiled widely, quickly ushering Baiyin inside. Baiyin entered the yard and immediately spotted Zhang Hai sitting at the stone table. Of course she recognized this retired senior and greeted him politely. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Hai, holding a teacup, naturally knew that the girl before him was a colleague of the spirit cat. This little girl is thoughtful. Hey, she must have suffered a lot from Chang'an's antics at the bureau, right? Go on, he's just finished eating. You can find him in the room at the back on the second floor. Baiyin carried a food box to the innermost room on the second floor. Just as she raised her hand to knock, she discovered the door was slightly ajar and not locked at all. The little spirit cat's eyes twinkled mischievously and a sly smile crept across her lips. Like a true cat, she made not a sound as she stealthily pushed open the door and slipped inside like a wisp of smoke. Inside the room, Shen Chang'an sat with his back to the door at his desk, wearing noise-canceling headphones, seemingly lost in music. Baiyin tiptoed behind Shen Chang'an, took a deep breath, lunged forward, and slapped both hands on Shen Chang'an's shoulders while shouting loudly into his ear, Wow. There's a monster. Shen Chang'an's body jolted in response, nearly dropping his phone on the desk. He then turned his head and said in a flat tone, I am so scared I might have a heart attack. Baiyin glanced at his expressionless face and pouted. She leaned closer, her delicate little face almost touching Shen Chang'an's nose, her big eyes suspiciously staring at him. Boss, did you already notice me and are just pretending to cooperate with me? Shen Chang'an looked at the little cat demon so close to him and couldn't help but laugh. He extended his finger and gently flicked her smooth forehead. Ouch! Baiyin covered her forehead. What do you think? Shen Chang'an took off his headphones. My perception as a 5 cultivator is always on. I knew you were in the yard on the first floor as soon as you arrived. Next time you want to scare me, I suggest you first get a high-grade magical artifact that can block spiritual energy and footsteps. TCH. Boring. Baiyin, not satisfied, rubbed her forehead and fell backward, landing flat on Shen Chang'an's soft bed, muttering, Just wait. I, Baiyin, swear that one day I will successfully scare you. As she lay down, she completely relaxed and her demonic features could no longer be concealed. A pair of fluffy white cat ears stood up from her silky short hair, bobbing with her breath. Today Bain was not wearing the stiff black combat uniform of the night patrol, but instead donned a cool, lively casual outfit. The upper half was a fitted light blue crop sweatshirt while the lower half was a pair of pure white athletic shorts. As she lay down, her perfect legs, unencumbered by any fabric, were fully revealed. Her legs were straight and slender, and her skin was so fair it seemed to glow. She casually kicked off her athletic shoes, revealing her petite, exquisite feet wrapped in pure white ankle socks, her toes playfully wiggling in the air. A long snowy white cat tail peeked out from the edge of her shorts, lazily sweeping back and forth on the neat bedsheet, drawing circles. Bain rolled around on the bed for a while, but seeing that Shen Chang'an merely turned his gaming chair to look at her without responding, she turned to her side, propped her chin on her hand, and began to examine the layout of the room with her cat-like eyes. "Boss, your room is so plain. It's practically like a monk's meditation room." The little cat demon instantly transformed into a master decorator, pointing around the room with her slender finger. "Look, that big white wall is such a waste of space. You should add a 100-inch 4K anti-glare projection screen here. Then over there by the window where the light is good, you can set up an esports area with an L-shaped RGB gaming desk. The corner is too dull. You need to add a precious ornamental plant like a welcoming pine or something. Oh, right on the wall by the head of the bed, hang a piece of famous calligraphy or painting. That's how you enjoy life." Shen Chang'an listened to her renovation plan, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Forget it, Master Bai." Shen Chang'an retorted. "I come back to this room only to crash and sleep. Most of my time is spent outside working for the night patrol. If I decorate it like a presidential suite, who would enjoy it? Ghosts." Bain's tail drooped, and she lay back on the bed sighing. "That's true. We are all miserable grassroots workers. Who has the time to enjoy life?" The two of them continued their casual conversation, naturally drifting to the battle last night in the city village and the matter concerning Li Shuan. "Last night you were really impressive, taking on a whole group by yourself." The group chat was a frenzy. Bain said while playing with her cat tail. "By the way, about your female classmate. Old Zhao's actions this time are quite strange. He didn't follow the protocol to erase Li Ziwen's memory on the spot, instead leaving her in the medical department as if he wanted to do something." Bain's voice suddenly cut off. Her fluffy cat ears perked up straight, clearly realizing that she had let slip some internal secret with her hasty words. Shen Chang'an abruptly halted his movement in the gaming chair. He turned around, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on the little cat demon lying on the bed. Under Shen Chang'an's intensely oppressive gaze, Bain's fur bristled in fright. She shot up her hands, defensively covering her chest, stammering, "You. Why are you looking at me like that? I warn you, humans and demons are worlds apart. Don't get any ideas." Shen Chang'an was unfazed by her playful banter. He stood up and strode over to the bed. Without any courtesy, he reached out and grabbed the back of Bain's sweatshirt, lifting her off the bed like a misbehaved. Hey, stop. You're going to choke me with my clothes." Bain flailed her limbs in the air. "Quit talking nonsense." Shen Chang'an's expression turned cold. "Finish what you were saying before." "Old Zhao didn't erase Li Ziwen's memory. What does he want to do?" Under Shen Chang'an's invisible pressure as a 5 cultivator, Bain immediately caved, her face drawn as she confessed. "I admit it. I admit everything. I happened to glance at the files when I went to the logistics department this morning. Old Zhao really didn't erase her memory, and she's still in the internal hospital. But I swear I really don't know what old Zhao is trying to do." Shen Chang'an furrowed his brow. That old fox Zhao is usually very rule-abiding. This time forcing an ordinary high school student involved in a supernatural incident to stay in the bureau without erasing her memory. What is he up to? Thud. Shen Chang'an released his grip, tossing Bain back onto the bed, and turned to the wardrobe to grab his black trench coat. "Put on your shoes," Shen Chang'an said in an undeniable tone. "Come with me to the subdivision building." After saying that, Shen Chang'an directly pushed the door and walked out of the room. "Hey, wait for me." Seeing Shen Chang'an leave with determination, Bain hurriedly scrambled up from the bed, not even bothering to straighten her white socks, hastily stuffing her feet into her athletic shoes, and while running out yelled in the hallway, "Boss, wait for me. I haven't tied my shoelaces yet." 20 minutes later, at the Qingzhou District Night Patrol Subdivision in the director's office. With a loud bang, the office door was pushed open. Shen Chang'an strode in, followed closely by Bain. At the desk, Xie, he was reporting work to old Zhao while holding several documents. Seeing Shen Chang'an walk in with a grim expression, Xie, he was momentarily taken aback. Old Zhao, however, remained calm and waved his hand, saying, "Xiao Xie, we'll talk about the case later. You can step out and close the door." "Okay, director." Xie, he very tactfully exited, shutting the door with a click. Only 3 people remained. Shen Chang'an approached the desk, propped his hands on the surface, and looked down at old Zhao, cutting straight to the point. "Old Zhao, why did you leave Li Shuan in the medical department without erasing her memory? What do you want?" Erasing memories usually only applies to the most recent few hours after an event. The principle is to induce a strong hallucination through drugs or low-tier techniques, making one perceive everything as a bizarre dream. However, to completely erase memories from 1 or 2 days prior requires advanced techniques specialized in mental manipulation, which certainly isn't something a half-baked 3 cultivator like old Zhao can master. Facing Shen Chang'an's questioning, old Zhao leaned back in his chair without any hint of shame, openly stating, "I don't want to do anything. I just want to take her to test her abilities." Old Zhao sighed and recounted his assessment from last night in the hospital room. "You saw it last night, when you saved her. An ordinary high school student withstood 6 hours in the nightmare formation without completely breaking down. This terrifying intensity of mental strength indicates that she has an incredible talent for the spell lineage. Such a good seedling should not be missed." He then stood up and walked to the window, looking outside with the helplessness of a grassroots leader. "You know the situation at our Qingzhou district subdivision. We are severely understaffed. You are the only capable one. In society, those with even a little bit of cultivation talent are all pampered young masters or young ladies from great families or sects, who would come to our night patrol to do hard labor." Old Zhao glanced at Baiyin, who was eavesdropping, and added, "Of course exceptions exist, like Baiyin here, the silly sweet cat demon who came to work." "Hey, old Zhao, have you no manners?" Baiyin protested, puffing up her cheeks. Shen Chang'an ignored Baiyin's interruption. While he understood old Zhao's desperation to recruit talent, he still frowned and questioned this approach. "You're essentially coercing her. She's just an ordinary student. By exposing her to the harsh realities of this world without erasing her memory, you're essentially forcing her down this path. It's unfair to her. That's why I didn't force her. I gave her time to choose." Old Zhao turned around and proposed the final discussion plan. "I will take the responsibility to talk with her in the coming days. If she agrees after being discharged, I'll take her to test her abilities and officially recruit her. If she absolutely refuses, then we can't erase that long-term memory either. We will have to follow another plan, sign a top-level confidentiality contract with her, and provide her with a substantial compensation. From then on, we'll rely on the contract to bind her to confidentiality." Shen Chang'an weighed this option and realized it was indeed the most prudent way to handle the situation, nodding. "All right, let's proceed as you said. Respect her wishes and don't force her. Don't worry, a forcibly twisted melon isn't sweet. I understand that principle." Old Zhao chuckled, then shifted the topic. "Since you took the day off today, go visit her in the medical department. After all, your classmates. Having a familiar face to comfort her now would be more effective than me, a grumpy." Shen Chang'an thought for a moment. After all, it was his mistake that led to Li Xuan being kidnapped, so it was only right for him to visit. "All right, I'll go buy some fruit first." Shen Chang'an straightened up, turned, and walked out of the office. Watching Shen Chang'an leave, Baiyin immediately approached old Zhao's desk, arms crossed, and mercilessly teased, "Old Zhao, are you setting up another scheme for the boss? Are you just waiting for the boss to come find you, then having him meet Li Xuan? That way she's likely to agree to the test. You old fox, always scheming." Old Zhao pulled a cigarette from his drawer, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Tisk, how can you call it a scheme? That sounds so unpleasant. I call it being proactive and finding a reliable ally for Chang'an." Old Zhao gazed out the window, his expression becoming profound. "That kid Chang'an has a high talent. He will definitely go far, far beyond what we can comprehend. But he is inherently too solitary, always used to bearing all dangers alone, accustomed to fighting alone. Yet in this world, no matter how strong one is, there are times they will find themselves stretched thin. To cultivate truly trustworthy confidence, it must start from the youth, precisely at this moment." Old Zhao flicked off some ash. "I have observed that girl Li Xuan. Her background is clean, her character is resilient, and most importantly, her talent is sufficient. Her mental strength is definitely stronger than most of the geniuses nurtured in the bureau right now. With proper nurturing, she can undoubtedly become Chang'an's most capable right-hand assistant in the future." "Tch, you make it sound so grand." Baiyin pouted, raising her chin. "Aren't I already Chang'an's right-hand assistant now? I can help him in the future too." Old Zhao shot her a glance and mercilessly muttered, "Give it a rest. You've been cultivating for over 100 years and you're still just a 3-cultivator little demon. By human standards, Chang'an could call you grandma, and it wouldn't be inappropriate. What help can you provide? You're talking nonsense." Baiyin flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She snarled at old Zhao, revealing her cute little fangs, and retorted loudly, "Our demon clan's lifespan is not the same as yours humans. If converted to human age, I'm only 18, okay? Forever 18. In Baiyin's spirit cat clan, the elders easily live to 400 or 500 years. So according to life cycle ratios, Baiyin's 100 years of age is equivalent to about 18 to 20 years in human terms, making her indeed a young adult. That past 100 years was just my foundational childhood, okay?" Blushing, she desperately defended her slow cultivation speed. "Now this young lady has officially come of age, and my talent has completely awakened. My future progress will definitely be very, very fast. Don't underestimate cats." Old Zhao looked at the clawing little cat demon and nonchalantly nodded. All right, the 18-year-old grandma. You should go practice in the training room more. Don't hide behind Chang'an yelling, "Boss, save me." Next time. Old Zhao, you old man. I'm going to scratch you to death. The office was suddenly filled with Bai Yin's furious roar. Sunlight bathed the wooden floor of the premium private ward in the medical department, filtering gently through specially designed glass windows. Shen Chang'an entered quietly carrying a basket of fruit. To prevent any uncontrolled information leak, Old Zhao had confiscated Li Shiwan's mobile phone and all other communication devices during her hospital observation. As compensation, however, the bedside table was piled high with literary classics, time-honored works meant to while away the hours. At that moment, Li Shiwan reclined against soft white pillows, deeply absorbed in a thick copy of The Hunchback of Notre Dame. She wore an oversized patient gown, her long jet black hair cascading loosely over her shoulders. Though her complexion remained faintly pallid, still bearing the traces of recent grave illness, her gaze was clear, and her overall mental state had improved dramatically from last night's fragile, near-shattered appearance. Ahem. Shen Chang'an cleared his throat softly. Li Shiwan lifted her head from the book at the sound, and the instant she saw him, astonishment and fluster flickered unmistakably across her eyes. The heavy volume nearly slipped from her hands onto the quilt. Shen classmate. Though she'd already received confirmation from Old Zhao that morning, seeing Shen Chang'an now, stripped of his school day veneer of casual nonchalance, made her heart skip half a beat. Sorry to disturb you. Shen Chang'an pulled up a chair beside the bed and placed the fruit basket on the bedside table. I took the day off, thought I'd stop by to check on you. Are you feeling better? Much better. Thank you for coming to see me. Li Shiwan set the book aside and clasped her hands together, her eyes meeting his with quiet sincerity as she said, and last night's incident. Director Zhao told me everything. Thank you for saving me. If not for you, I might have. No thanks are needed. I owe you an apology. Shen Chang'an shook his head, gently cutting her off. His tone was candid as he met her gaze. Old Zhao probably didn't share the full details. In truth, your abduction last night was largely my doing. I dragged you into it. He withheld nothing, how during a mission his careless omission of a hood had exposed his identity, and how the rogue cultivators seeking vengeance had targeted her simply because she lived in the same building. Li Shiwan blinked, momentarily stunned. She hadn't imagined that this life-threatening calamity, so utterly arbitrary, had sprung from such a source. Yet gazing at Shen Chang'an's remorseful face, her lingering fear and quiet resentment dissolved almost magically. It's all right, she murmured, shaking her head lightly, and instead offered him gentle reassurance. Director Zhao said you and your colleagues risk your lives daily battling monsters to safeguard Qingzhou Dish. You never meant to involve me, and I won't hold it against you. Truly. Shen Chang'an gave a slight solemn nod, meeting her clear, empathetic eyes. A brief silence settled over the room, broken only by the occasional chirp of birds beyond the window. After a pause, Shen Chang'an broke the stillness, his voice turning grave. Regarding what Old Zhao mentioned to you. He wants you to join the Xingye Bureau. What are your thoughts? Li Shiwan lowered her gaze, listening quietly, not surprised he'd raised the matter, as her fingers traced the edge of the quilt. Shen classmate. She looked up, her expression tinged with uncertainty and quiet hope. Do I really possess cultivation talent? I've always been quite ordinary. From what we've seen, yes. Shen Chang'an affirmed without hesitation. To endure so long within a spiritual illusion array speaks to extraordinary mental fortitude. Your spiritual energy capacity far surpasses the norm. Hearing this unequivocal affirmation, a sudden luminous spark ignited in Li Shiwan's previously subdued. She held Shen Chang'an's gaze, and a slow, serene smile, tinged with both resolution and quiet release, curved her lips. Then, may I join you? Shen Chang'an paused, a faint crease appearing between his brows. Are you certain? The Xingye Bureau is no gilded sanctuary. It is steeped in bloodshed, violence, and death that may descend without warning. I know. Li Shiwan drew a deep breath, her voice steady, unwavering. But, Shen classmate, I no longer wish to live a life whose horizon stretches monotonously into infinity, a daily grind of numb endurance. Even if it's perilous, if it stirs even a ripple in the stagnant waters of my unchanging existence, if it grants me even a sliver of power to protect myself, I am willing to try. Her eyes shimmered, not with fear, but with raw, unvarnished yearning. Watching her unwavering resolve, Shen Chang'an sighed inwardly. Beneath her quiet demeanor, this girl possessed a fierce, unyielding will, and a profound hunger for change. Very well. I respect your choice. Shen Chang'an rose. I'll convey your decision to Old Zhao. As for your school, your college entrance exam and leviofabsence procedures, Xingye Bureau will handle them officially. Your sole task now is to rest and restore your spirit. Thank you, Shen classmate, Li Shiwan replied, bowing her head with quiet gravity. Rest well. Without further intrusion, Shen Chang'an turned and left the ward, closing the doors softly behind. Back in Old Zhao's office, both Old Zhao and Bai Yin were still present, Bai Yin casually biting into an apple, while Old Zhao typed intently at his computer. How did it go? Old Zhao immediately paused his work upon Shen Chang'an's return. Shen Chang'an pulled out a chair and sat down. She accepted. Take her through the formalities after discharge. Huh. Knew it. This girl's got exceptional potential, restless and brilliant. Old Zhao slapped his thigh in delight and pledged instantly. Done. Leave it to me. I'll dispatch someone this afternoon to finalize her confidentiality agreement and academic leave at school. Once she's discharged, I'll personally guide her onboarding. Leave it to me. I'll personally guide her onboarding. Old Zhao shifted topics abruptly, tapping a few keys on his keyboard. Enough of that. Just now I sent you a top-secret file on your work terminal. The Intelligence Division's overnight analysis of last night's 4 rogue cultivator corpses and the origin of the demonic qi. Shen Chang'an retrieved his phone and opened the Internal Bureau application. A document appeared on screen, stamped boldly with a crimson top-secret seal, and emblazoned across its cover a black swan in mid-flight. What is this? He asked, puzzled. The black swan. You've never encountered one before. In common parlance, black swan denotes an unpredictable catastrophic event whose impact is profoundly disruptive. Within Jingye Bureau archives, however, Black Swan refers to a notorious anti-human extremist organization operating across Dongwang Nation. Their methods are ruthlessly erratic. They roam nationwide, conducting grotesque superhuman experiments on ordinary citizens, even entire towns. Shen Chang'an swiftly scrolled through the screen. The report indicated that the identities of the 4 evil cultivators he had killed last night had all been verified. These 4 individuals were all natives of Zhangjiang province, but not locals of Beijiang City. They were fugitives who had fled from other prefecture-level cities, all members of the Black Swan organization's outer circle. The previous occurrences of demonic energy were also related to them. The colder Shen Chang'an's gaze became as he read on, the more chilling the atmosphere grew. The file contained several sealed case records of past atrocities. In the past decade or so, the Black Swan organization had successively perpetrated a large number of horrifying major crimes in the Eastern Huang Kingdom. They specialized in targeting small towns that were remote and had weak defenses from the night watch. Each time an experiment went out of control, it resulted in the tragic deaths of thousands of ordinary citizens in the town, creating a severe negative impact. If it weren't for Shen Chang'an, a monster with combat power far beyond the norm, stationed in Qingzhou district this time, with the conventional combat power of Old Zhao and Baiyin once, that fused 5-realm demonic puppet infused with primal demonic energy, went on a killing spree, Qingzhou district would likely become the next dead city recorded in the files. This was purely a horrific tumor against humanity. However, there's a silver lining in this misfortune. Old Zhao, smoking beside him, exhaled a puff of stale air and pointed to the last few lines of the report. The intelligence team has analyzed the Black Swan's past operational styles. Though these lunatics are brutal, they are also cautious, typically attacking one place and then moving on to another. As long as an experiment in one location suffers a catastrophic failure or exposure, to avoid being traced back by the high-ranking forces of the Night Watch, they would never attempt a second time in the same place. In other words, Qingzhou district should not face large-scale retaliation from the Black Swan in the short term. Old Zhao flicked the ash off his cigarette. But we still cannot let our guard down. We must intensify daily patrols. Shen Chang'an finished reading the last line and turned off the screen of his phone. What are the plans going forward? Old Zhao looked at Shen Chang'an and asked. Stick to the usual schedule, nothing changes. Shen Chang'an replied calmly, tucking his phone back into his trenchcoat pocket. You and Baiyin will still handle the patrols in the outer districts. Contact me if anything arises. As he said this, Shen Chang'an silently murmured to himself, moreover, the place of Qingzhou No. 1 high school is somewhat special and cannot be left unattended for too long. Old Zhao nodded. All right, you manage the school aspect. If anything sudden happens, contact me in the group. Okay, then I'll head back to school first. Shen Chang'an turned and walked towards the office door. He had classes in the afternoon. Although he usually slept through them, skipping class for too long would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Hey, boss, wait for me. Seeing Shen Chang'an about to leave, Baiyin, who was sitting on the sofa gnawing on an apple, hurriedly tossed the core into the trash can and jogged after him. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday evening. As the school bell rang, a throng of students poured out of Qingzhou No. 1 high school. After this weekend, there would be only 1 weekend left before the fateful college entrance examination, and the air seemed to be filled with a tense and anxious atmosphere. Zhang Qingqing slung her backpack over her shoulder and walked slowly out of the school gate, preparing to wait for her family's driver in the shade of a tree by the roadside. Suddenly her gaze was drawn to a glaring, deathly pink scooter across the street. The tall and slender boy on the scooter was someone she would recognize even if he turned to ash. None other than... What made Zhang Qingqing's eyes widen in shock was that at this moment a sweet and lovely girl was happily running up to Shen Chang'an, hopping onto the back seat of that Ghostfire scooter, and even grabbing the hem of Shen Chang'an's jacket. Isn't that Baiyin from the next class? Zhang Qingqing's mind buzzed. Of course, she knew Bai Yin, who was famous for being an outstanding student in the next class. Not only was she beautiful, but her grades also consistently ranked in the top 5 of the grade, making her a school beauty, whom many boys secretly admired. How did this guy Shen Chang'an, who usually acts like a dullard, get involved with the top student from the next class? Watching the two ride off happily on the scooter, an inexplicable irritation rose within Zhang Qingqing. She quickly pulled out her phone and snapped a picture of their backs. With the college entrance examination coming up, he's actually out messing around with a girl from the next class on a ghost fire. He'll show this photo to my parents when I get home, and let them see how he talks to girls every day. Zhang Qingqing huffed as she stuffed her phone back into her pocket. At that moment, a loud electric motor sound roared by the roadside. Virum, screech. It was Chao Min, who had driven Zhang Qingqing home last time. Hi, Qingqing. Chao Min propped her foot on the ground, proudly patting her modified motorcycle. What do you think? My new ride cost nearly 10,000 to modify, cool, right? Zhang Qingqing glanced at it perfunctorily and nodded. It's okay. Why are you here today? I made plans with a few friends from the social circle. We're going to play billiards over at South Street. Come on, let's go have some fun, and I can introduce you to some handsome guys who ride motorcycles. Chao Min enthusiastically extended the invitation. Zhang Qingqing shook her head and declined. Forget it, the college entrance exam is coming up soon. I need to hurry home to study. Oh, come on, what's the point of studying? Chao Min pouted, sounding somewhat dismissive. Your family is so rich, living in a big villa at Guanlan Mansion. Even if you just get into a vocational school, you can still inherit the family business, right? Why are you working so hard? Come on, let's go. Really can't. My dad is strict. Let's go out and play after the exams. Zhang Qingqing remained firm. Seeing that Zhang Qingqing was adamant about not going, Chao Min felt a bit disappointed and casually changed the topic. All right, the young lady is obedient. By the way, have you thought about buying a motorcycle to ride after your exams? They'll take you to buy the latest ghost fire. We can ride out together. What's so fun about a ghost fire? Zhang Qingqing recalled the shabby scooter Shen Chang'an had ridden earlier, suddenly finding the ghost fire uninteresting. My dad agreed a long time ago that once I pass my exams and get my driver's license, he'll buy me a sports car outright. The moment these words were spoken, the air suddenly became quiet for a second. Chao Min's smile slightly stiffened on her face. She looked down at the electric motorcycle she had painstakingly modified with her pocket money, then heard about the sports car worth over $1 million mentioned by Zhang Qingqing. An overwhelming sense of disparity and jealousy surged within her. Wow, that's so cool, Qingqing, you're really impressive. I envy you. Chao Min feigned flattery, but the sourness in her eyes was about to overflow. Zhang Qingqing, who had grown up in a privileged environment, was unaware of the subtle changes in Chao Min's emotions. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I need to rush to the billiard hall. Feeling a twinge of bitterness, Chao Min couldn't be bothered to be overly friendly anymore. Originally, she had wanted to give Zhang Qingqing a ride for a stretch, but she immediately twisted the throttle. You head home by yourself, I'm off. Watching Chao Min's figure ride off in a flash, Zhang Qingqing didn't think much about it. In Qingzhou district beneath the Jinya Sea branch lay a completely sealed underground training ground. A couple of days earlier, Li Shiwan had been formally discharged and subjected to the branch's comprehensive talent assessment. The results were exactly what Uncle Zhao and Shen Chang'an had predicted. Li Ziwen's physical constitution barely met the threshold of an ordinary person, yet in the realm of the spellcraft lineage, her perception of spiritual energy revealed a startling talent. For safety, Uncle Zhao arranged for her to stay in the branch's staff dormitory for the time being, and he personally took on the role of her initiation mentor, intending to steer her toward a spellcasting specialization focused on long-range control. At this moment, the training ground was vast and empty. Uncle Zhao wore a fitted combat vest, hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave, as he explained the basics of the cultivation world to Li Shiwan, who was dressed in a black training uniform. Since you have chosen to step into this circle, you must understand our practitioner's system of power. The path of cultivation is governed by strict tiers of realm. Today I will first explain the lower 5 realms. Uncle Zhao's voice echoed through the empty hall. The first realm is called Huanling realm. Uncle Zhao raised a finger. Knock open the hidden gate, light the lamp to see the spirit. The hallmark of this realm is sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The qi condenses like mist into the body and ignites the lamp of the soul, thus opening spirit sight. Upon reaching this realm, the body surpasses human limits. The eyes can pierce the malevolent things that hide in the darkness. It is in essence 1 foot over the threshold of the extraordinary. Li Shiwan listened intently, her little notebook already filled with rapid notes. The second realm, Lingquan realm. It's saying mists form the cold pool, returning nourishment to the mortal frame. Gaseous spiritual energy liquefies within the body, forming a spring in the dantian. At this stage, your spiritual power can be bound to weapons to cut through iron like mud, and you may begin formal study of the branch's higher combat techniques. Uncle Zhao paused. A surge of potent spiritual pressure erupted from him as faint blue light rippled across his skin. The third realm, which I, Uncle Zhao, now occupy is Lingxi realm. In Lingxi, the springs flow into streams, life, renewing life. The internal spring overflows into rivulets that run through the 12 principal channels. The decisive martial trait of this realm is that spiritual energy truly manifests outwardly. Blade radiance and sword chi can leave the body to wound others, and endurance becomes terrifying, able to sustain prolonged combat. Li Shiwan watched the tangible-seeming spiritual energy around Uncle Zhao with eyes full of longing. Uncle Zhao, what about the fourth realm? Uncle Zhao reined in his spiritual pressure, and his gaze grew heavy as he recalled the fierce battle from a few days prior. The fourth realm is Lingyi realm. Those 4 Black Swan corrupt cultivators who ambushed you that night were of this realm. Their chi surges like constellations, the Lingyi roars. Their meridians widen like great rivers, and their movements can be accompanied by thunderous river-like clamor. At the fourth realm, a terrifying spiritual pressure forms able to directly cow lower-ranked cultivators. They can briefly negate gravity to glide, and most fearsome of all is their destructive burst capable of tearing down pavilions. As for the pinnacle of the lower 5, Uncle Zhao's eyes unconsciously showed a trace of awe. The fifth realm is Linghai realm. Waves rise in the sea of qi, borrowing the methods of heaven and earth. The Dantian transforms into a vast spiritual sea, and spiritual power gives birth to elemental manifestation. The black conflagration you saw that night was an utmost example of such manifestation. Uncle Zhao pointed toward the training grounds gate and smiled broadly. See that? That's a living Lingharian monster. A 5 realm at 18. Stick close to him, and you'll stride through Qingzhou district with confidence. Li Shiwan followed Uncle Zhao's gesture and turned her head. The heavy metal doors of the training ground slid open to either side with a soft click. Shen Chang'an still wore that black trench coat, carrying a guitar case in one hand and led by Yin, who had just changed into her combat uniform, through the doorway at an unhurried pace. At the sight of that familiar figure, Li Shiwan closed her notebook, and a bright smile involuntarily lifted the corner of her mouth. Shen, you're here. Shen Chang'an walked by Yin forward and nodded to Li Shiwan as a greeting, then pointed to the girl at his side. Let me introduce you. This is Bai Yin, our squad's reconnaissance and support. Li Shiwan looked at Bai Yin in her neat black combat suit, surprise evident in her eyes. She had seen Bai Yin many times at school and couldn't help saying, Bai Yin, I didn't expect you to be with Shinya Si as well. You're always top of the class in every exam at school. He a good student at school, a worker at the bureau. Bai Yin stepped forward without reserve, her large eyes crescent bright as she waved vivaciously. Welcome to our Qingzhou squad. You can call me Yin or Xiao Bai from now on. After the brief pleasantries, Shen Chang'an and Bai Yin sat down on a bench at the edge of the training ground. Bai Yin reached into a nearby cooler for a can of soda, popped it open, and took a drink. Uncle Zhao cleared his throat and resumed his instruction. Very well, let us continue. Currently, the branch employs a mature, universal breathing Ganki method. This technique is balanced and steady. How far one advances and how quickly one cultivates depends entirely on individual talent. Uncle Zhao made a guiding motion with his hands. In the lower 5 realms, the most conventional and fundamental method is seated meditation. Through breathing and intake, one draws the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body. Hearing the word meditation, Li Shiwan dutifully scribbled more notes. Then, as if recalling something, she turned to the bench where Shen Chang'an sat with a puzzled look. Uncle Zhao, meditation takes a lot of time, doesn't it? But I see Shen usually either sleeping at school or handling dangerous assignments for the bureau. He seems to have no time to sit and meditate at all. Shen Chang'an, hearing himself addressed, looked up and explained the 5th realm is a crucial watershed. Once you reach it, cultivation shifts from merely accumulating spiritual energy to expanding the spiritual sea. He tapped the Dantian area of his abdomen. My constitution and methods of cultivation are somewhat. My Linghai expands on its own during ordinary activities and even in sleep, so I don't need to sit in dull meditation like conventional practitioners. Li Shiwan nodded with only a hazy understanding. Though she did not grasp the mechanics, the word unusual already conveyed Shen Chang'an's extraordinary nature. Uncle Zhao rapped the chalkboard to bring Li Ziwen's attention back. Enough. Don't take him as your standard. You can't learn his methods. For you, the primary goal now is to draw qi into your body and step into the 1st realm. Once you become a 1st realm practitioner, you can formally register as a trainee lampkeeper, and the bureau will teach you several basic spells free of charge. If you later want to learn more esoteric high-level spells, you'll have to earn contribution points on missions to exchange for them. Mentioning spells, Uncle Zhao turned to Shen Chang'an and beckoned Chang'an, come here. Although Li Shiwan shows spell talent, she has never seen real spells. Demonstrate a few basics for her. Let her see with her own eyes. Shen Chang'an rose with a wry shrug and stepped onto the empty alloy floor at the center of the training ground. He'll start with an earth technique. He formed a hand seal and lightly stamped the ground with one foot. Earth technique, ground binding prison. With muffled crashes, the alloy floor cracked, and heavy earthen walls shot up on all sides, forming an airtight square cage. Then Shen Chang'an flicked a hand. Wind technique, gust. The once sealed underground arena was instantly swept by fierce winds. A sharp little tornado sprang up, shredding the newly risen earth prison into a swirl of dust and debris. Those are for control and support, Shen Chang'an explained calmly, then snapped his fingers. Fire technique. An orange-earth fireball the size of a wash basin radiating blistering heat howled forth and slammed into a distant special target, erupting in a brilliant explosion of sparks. This is the most conventional form of attack. He then raised his right hand sharply. Earth technique. Earth wall. A massive earth wall half a meter thick, shining with the sheen of solid rock, rose instantly before him, a perfect demonstration of a basic defensive spell. Li Shiwan stared in stunned silence, not daring to blink. Scenes she had only ever seen as movie effects were unfolding with absolute reality before her eyes. These are all single basic spells, Shen Chang'an said, lowering his hands and growing more serious. But the most terrifying aspect of spells is the stacking and combination of elements. At those words, a dark red flame flared in Shen Chang'an's eyes. He inhaled deeply and slammed his hands together over his chest. Combination spell, Wind Flame Barrier. Violent wind, chi carrying his unique black flame, erupted like an awakened ancient beast, roaring from his body in an instant. Even though Shen Chang'an tried to hold back, the black wave of fire driven by gale almost instantly swept across half the training ground. The horrific heat warped the air violently. A wind laced with black flames carried a destructive aura, as if determined to incinerate all things. Li Shiwan was forced backward by the oppressive spiritual pressure. Her breathing momentarily arrested. Her face went pale, eyes full of unguarded shock and terror. So this is the destructive force of the fifth realm. Uncle Zhao clapped his hands in satisfaction, and a ripple of spiritual energy dispersed the oncoming heat. He turned to the still dazed Li Shiwan. See that? This kid is simply a freak. Don't burden yourself if you can't reach that level. That would be within the realm of normal people. Shen Chang'an reigned in his power, and the black flames vanished as if they had never been. He scratched his head awkwardly and returned to the bench. Actually, I'm pretty average when it comes to spells. I haven't had time to study many high-level elemental techniques. Compared to that, I prefer grabbing a spear and going in for close combat. The visceral impact of fist on flesh feels more real. At those words, Bayin, sipping her drink on the bench, froze mid-motion. She silently crushed the empty can in her hand, flicked her wrist, and sent it flying in an angry arc that clanged into a trash bin a few meters away. The little cat-like demon rolled her eyes and vented in exasperation. You call that average, after casually pulling off a basic combination spell? And you prefer close-quarters brawling? Boss, could you stop humble bragging? Do you want us lowly grunts to survive? With Bayin's interruption, the atmosphere in the training ground lightened considerably. Old Zhao shook his head with a smile and waved to Bayin. All right, stop complaining there. Xiao Bai, come over and show Shiwan the combat style of the Demon Clan. Let her feel the differences in the various systems. Demon Clan. Upon hearing these two words, Li Shiwan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the sweet and cute Bayin. In her subconscious, the Demon Clan consisted of terrifying monsters like the one she encountered last night, with blue faces and sharp fangs. Yes, she belongs to the Spirit Cat Clan. Old Zhao took the opportunity to provide some knowledge. Our world is not simply black and white. Humans and demons often coexist. As long as they do not commit evil in human society, the Night Patrol Division may even recruit some demons with clean backgrounds and gentle dispositions as comrades. Since you've entered this circle, you'll definitely encounter various types of demons frequently, so you need to get accustomed to it in advance. Oh, I see. Li Shiwan nodded in a dazed manner. Watch closely, newcomer. Just as Li Shiwan turned her head, Bayin, who had been sitting on a bench more than 10 meters away, suddenly disappeared from her spot with a swift motion. So fast. Li Shiwan fell to blur before her eyes, unable to catch even a glimpse of the afterimage as a gentle breeze, mixed with a faint scent of shower gel, blew in from behind her. Immediately after, a fluffy, soft, snow-white cat tail, like an agile rope, silently wrapped around her aunt. Li Shiwan hadn't even reacted when the tail gently tugged backward. She lost her balance, instantly falling backward and landing precisely in a soft and warm embrace. Bayin hugged her from behind, her fluffy cat ears brushing against Li Shiwan's cheek as she playfully blew a breath in her ear. The Demon Clan excels at the innate physical talents of their bodies. For instance, our Spirit Cat Clan specializes in being unbeatable as long as we are quick. Truly, really fast. Li Shiwan leaned in, Bayin's embrace, dazed. In that split second, she hadn't even had time to feel fear before being completely subdued. If this were an enemy, she probably wouldn't even know how she died. Did that scare you? Bayin kindly adjusted Li Shiwan to stand upright. Then the little cat demon's big eyes turned mischievously, locking onto Shen Chang'an, who was standing aside watching the show. Swish. Once again the air emitted a faint sound of pressure. Bai transformed into a flash of white lightning appearing directly in front of Shen Chang'an, repeating her previous technique, her white cat, tail swinging out fiercely attempting to wrap around Shen Chang'an's waist. However, facing the fifth realm Shen Chang'an, this little trick was clearer than slow motion. Shen Chang'an didn't even lift his eyelids, not even shifting his feet by an inch. He simply raised a hand casually. Smack! Shen Chang'an's large and powerful palm precisely caught Bai's fluffy little head in midair, firmly pinning her in place. Hey, let go. My head is going to be squished. In the previous second the little cat demon had been incredibly cool, but the next second she resembled a kitten caught by the scruff of its neck, her tiny hands futilely clawing at Shen Chang'an's wrist, while her two delicate legs kicked wildly in the air. Seeing her comical appearance, Shen Chang'an couldn't help but chuckle, releasing his grip. With a thud, Bai landed smoothly on her feet. As soon as she hit the ground, the little cat demon charged forward with an angry pout, hands on her hips, tilting her head to argue with Shen Chang'an. This isn't how the script goes. You should have been caught in a panic by my tail and helplessly fallen into my embrace instead. With your little frame, do you think you can catch me yet? Can you even hold me? Shen Chang'an reproachfully raised a finger and accurately tapped her forehead with a light flick. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about every day? Whoa. Bai covered her aching forehead, completely losing her temper. She bared her cute little fangs at Shen Chang'an, emitting a fierce cat-like growl. Looking at the little cat demon in this adorable but fierce manner, Shen Chang'an sighed helplessly and reached out, resting his hand atop Bai's head. His long fingers wove through Bai's smooth short hair, skillfully kneading at the base of her fluffy cat ear. In the previous second, Bai had been fiercely puffing up to intimidate, but her body visibly stiffened for a moment. Soon after, the fierce expression on her face melted away at a visible speed. Her eyes comfortably squinted into slits, her fluffy cat ears drooped obediently with Shen Chang'an's movements, and an uncontrollable purring sound escaped her throat. Purr. The comforting vibrations even prompted her to nuzzle against Shen Chang'an's palm. She looked just like a domestic cat enjoying a gentle petting. While Shen Chang'an skillfully petted the cat, he turned to the stunned Li Shiwan and explained, "Did you see? Even after transforming, demons retain a significant portion of their animal instincts and habits. If you anger this little cat in the future, don't reason with her, just pet her a few times, and she'll calm down on her own." Li Shiwan looked at the previously lightning-fast expert, who was now contentedly purring in Shen Chang'an's hands, and could only nod blankly, feeling that her understanding of this world had once again been profoundly refreshed. After a brief commotion, old Zhao clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back, beginning to arrange the next order of business. All right, let's pause the knowledge sharing here. Old Zhao walked up to Li Shiwan, his expression regaining the authority of a director. Shiwan, you will temporarily stay in the dormitory at the sub-branch for the next few days. I will personally teach you how to conduct regular Qi induction training. Until you reach the first realm, the spirit summoning realm, the Bureau will not assign you any dangerous practical tasks. Your only priority now is to build a solid foundation. Moreover, there is just over a week left until your college entrance exams. During these days, your focus should still be on reviewing for the exams during the day and practicing at night. Even if you decide to step into the cultivation world, try to finish the mundane college entrance exam, considering it a perfect end to your years of hard study. I've already arranged everything at the school, so you can return to class at any time. I understand, Uncle Zhao. I will work hard. Li Shiwan nodded earnestly. Because Shen Chang'an had informed Uncle Zhang in advance that he would stay at the branch office for dinner with colleagues tonight, Lao Zhao generously treated the entire team to a meal at a nearby upscale seafood restaurant. The choice of the seafood restaurant was mainly due to Bai the little cat demon, who had a fervent love for seafood, and the newly joined Li Shiwan did not have a seafood allergy. In the spacious private room, a spectacular mountain of shrimp and crab shells had already piled up in front of Bai. She was wearing disposable gloves and was engaged in a fierce battle with a king crab that was larger than her face, without any regard for her image. Shen Chang'an and Lao Zhao appeared much more refined, peeling shrimp, while seriously discussing the follow-up training plan for Li Shiwan. I will be responsible for teaching her the theoretical foundation of the spell lineage and the methods of meditation and breathing techniques. Lao Zhao efficiently assigned tasks. However, within the Night Watch department, even a mage specializing in spells cannot be fragile. Close combat ability is equally crucial for survival in real combat. Lao Zhao turned to Shen Chang'an and said, "Therefore you will be in charge of the basic combat skills, cold weapon usage, and practical striking techniques. After all, in this regard, no one in the entire Qingzhou district has more authority than you." Shen Chang'an wiped his hands and nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem." However, her current physical condition was too poor, as she couldn't even defeat an average adult male, and directly teaching her combat skills could lead to injuries. Before teaching her killing techniques, she must undergo rigorous physical training to build a solid foundation. Yes, enhancing her physique is the first step, Lao Zhao agreed. The two seamlessly finalized the initial training plan and decided to implement this rigorous training after the college entrance exams during the summer vacation. Sitting beside Shen Chang'an, Li Shiwan quietly took small bites of the seafood porridge in her bowl, her bright eyes occasionally glancing at Lao Zhao and then at Shen Chang'an. Although what they discussed, the devil training, sounded terrifying, Li Shiwan felt an unprecedented sense of security and belonging. This was the first time someone had seriously and responsibly paved the way for her future and planned her life in detail since her parents' divorce. I will work hard, Li Shiwan silently vowed in her heart, determined not to let them down. In the evening, at an underground billiard hall on South Street in Qingzhou District, the air was thick with the pungent smell of smoke and cheap perfume, while deafening bass music shook the heart. This place was a gathering spot for local youths and small-time thugs, and it was also Wang Chang's territory. He appeared to be in his early 20s, sporting a short, stylish haircut, with shiny earrings adorning both ears, and his arms covered in fierce dragon tattoos. Dressed in loose, fake, trendy high street clothes, he was toying with a cue stick while surrounded by a dozen swaggering little brothers. Chao Min parked her heavily modified electric scooter at the door and pushed the door open. "Hey, sister." Upon seeing Chao Min enter, the little brothers playing billiards immediately cheered and clapped. Chao Min enjoyed the vanity of being treated like a big sister. She proudly lifted her chin and walked to the billiard table. Wang Chang, seeing Chao Min, curled his lips into a wicked smile, threw down the cue stick, and pulled her into his embrace. His rough hands recklessly squeezed her waist and hips, provoking a soft protest from Chao Min. "Oh, Brother Chang is mighty." The surrounding little brothers immediately responded with lewd cheers and whistles. Wang Chang savored the flattery from his little brothers, lowered his head and kissed Chao Min on the cheek, and then casually asked, "Didn't you say a wealthy classmate was coming to hang out with you today? Where is she?" Mentioning Zhang Qingqing reminded Chao Min of her Porsche that had yet to arrive, and she rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Don't mention her, that girl is a boring good student. She said she wouldn't come because she was busy reviewing for the exams." What a pretentious act. Saying this, Chao Min took out her phone and opened her album. "Here, this is what she looks like, always acting like a young." Wang Chang casually glanced at the phone screen. However, just that one glance made his eyes instantly light up. In the photo, although Zhang Qingqing was just wearing an ordinary school uniform, the aura of a rich girl raised from childhood and her pure, flawless face were incomparable to the heavily made-up girls in the billiard hall. Wang Chang couldn't help but lick his lips and patted Chao Min's bottom, saying, "This girl looks pretty good. Think of a way to get her to come out and play these days." "I've already told you she won't come out." Chao Min pouted, feeling inexplicably jealous. "The exams are coming up and her dad is strict with her." "Stop talking nonsense, there are always ways to get it done." Wang Chang squinted his eyes and cast out the bait. "As long as you can get her to come here, I'll take you to buy the latest top-spec iPhone tomorrow. Moreover," he lowered his voice mysteriously and leaned close to Chao Min's ear, "I can also take you to meet the real big shots in our Qingzhou district. The kind of big shots who can command the wind and rain. I guarantee you've never seen them in your life." In the spacious young girl's room on the second floor of the Guanlan mansion, Zhang Qingqing casually closed the college entrance examination confidential sprint paper in front of her, letting out a sigh of relief. On the desk, the expensive by Jia Zhiyan screen automatically activated its screensaver due to prolonged inactivity, showing several beautiful campus landscape photos of Moda University. This had always been her ultimate goal since childhood. Finally done, Zhang Qingqing stretched widely, leaning back and sinking comfortably into her soft bed. Her delicate fair feet skillfully kicked at the foot of the bed a couple of times before precisely landing on a doll that had Shen Chang'an's name written on it. "He'll crush you, you scoundrel, who only knows how to sleep and flirt with the girls from the next class." Zhang Qingqing vented all the pent-up frustration she had from earlier at the school gate onto the poor doll, pressing her toes down forcefully on those three characters. At that moment, her phone, which had been thrown beside the pillow, vibrated repeatedly. Zhang Qingqing picked it up and saw a WeChat message from Chao Min. "Chao Min Qingqing, what are you doing? Still buried in your studies?" "Chao Min, oh, the college entrance exam is just around the corner, and you've finished reviewing everything. At this moment, the most important thing is your mindset. If you push yourself too hard, be careful not to perform poorly on the exam. Chao Min, let's go out tomorrow and relax. I've booked a luxurious KTV private room and invited several friends from the social scene. There are quite a few top-notch handsome guys there, definitely the type you want to see at your school. Singing, having some juice, experiencing the world, and relaxing will definitely help you perform exceptionally well." Looking at the long string of messages on her phone screen, Zhang Qingqing's finger, which was originally poised to reject. She had indeed been overwhelmed by the oppressive studying tactics these past few days, especially after seeing Shen Chang'an and Baiyin laughing together this afternoon, which inexplicably made her heart feel heavy. Going out to sing and relax. Seems nice. After all, it's just a way to relieve stress before the exam. Zhang Qingqing's youthful heart eventually sparked a desire to get some fresh air. Her fingers quickly tapped on the screen, replying back. Zhang Qingqing, alright, let's go sing. But I can't in the afternoon. Oh, I have to go back to school for evening study. Only tomorrow morning works. Chao Min, no problem. Tomorrow morning at 10 Huangshao KTV, see you there. He'll send you the location. Done. Chao Min looked at the reply on her phone screen, excitedly shaking the device and leaning towards Wang Chong. Brother Chong, see. I told you I could get her out. Even though it's in the morning, it'll be enough for us to have fun. Wang Chong, with a cigarette in his mouth, leaned over to glance at the chat history. Morning is morning in that KTV place. Once the door is shut, what's the difference between morning and night? He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with greed, as if he had thought of something exciting. This girl is such a catch. It would be a waste for just our brothers to enjoy her. He'll invite Yishao too. Yishao usually gets tired of those girls on the fringes and likes this kind of fresh and clean, top quality, pure high school girl who's just turned 18. If we can use this premium connection to get close to Yishao, our brothers will definitely be able to roam freely in Qingzhou district in the future. Yishao. Chao Min was taken aback. Although she mingled on the streets, she clearly hadn't been in touch with that core circle, and curiously asked, Brother Chong, who is Yishao? Is he more impressive than you? Of course. Wang Chong glared at her, his tone carrying an obvious respect and flattery. Yishao is the only son of our district's Hengtai group. A real young master. Do you know how many residential properties there are in Qingzhou district? More than half of them are developed by his family. Even if he just plucks a hair, it's thicker than our thigh. Upon hearing this, Chao Min gasped. More than half of the properties in Qingzhou district. What terrifying financial resources and background that must be. This is the real top-tier rich second generation. The so-called big brothers I used to know who drove modified motorcycles are nothing in front of him. Chao Min's eyes were instantly clouded by strong greed and vanity. She naturally leaned closer to Wang Chong's arm, sweetly pouting her voice, as she coquettishly said, Brother Chong, since this Yishao is so impressive, could you introduce me to him tomorrow? Let me also bask in your glory and broaden my horizons. Smack. Wang Chong's smile instantly vanished as he slapped Chao Min's backside hard, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. You filthy bitch, do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? With your kind who have been ridden by who knows how many men, do you think Yishao would be interested in you? Stop dreaming. Having her superficial desires exposed in public, Chao Min's face turned a mix of green and white, yet she didn't dare to retort a single word. Don't think about those irrelevant things. Wang Chong abruptly grabbed Chao Min's chin, roughly pinching it to leave a mark. If you serve me well tonight, that iPhone will be yours tomorrow. Chao Min was nearly in tears from the pain, only able to humbly nod. I understand, Brother Chong. Watching Chao Min's obedient demeanor, Wang Chong could no longer suppress the wicked fire in his eyes. He was too lazy to even play billiards and directly picked up Chao Min in a rough manner. Amidst the excited cheers and lewd whistles of the 10 or so younger brothers around, Wang Chong strode towards the innermost corner of the billiards hall leading to a VIP room. Brother Chong is mighty. Sister-in-law will be working hard tonight. With the younger brothers' indecent remarks, the leather sofa in the corner creaked under the weight. Under the dim lights and deafening bass, two intertwined shadows quickly vanished into the dark corner, leaving only a few muffled gasps echoing in the darkness. Until midnight, Shen Chang'an returned to Guanlan Mansion with a slightly tired body. Tonight he had been at the branch office, not only devising a gradual basic physical training program for Li Shi in the evening, but also helping old Zhao handle a few accumulated trivial documents. In the living room, a dim yellow wall lamp remained lit, while Zhang Hai and Li Yu had long since gone to bed. Shen Chang'an tiptoed up the stairs to his room on the second floor. However, this time the shadow did not hold that chilling spear. Good evening, senior. Shen Chang'an knew that this senior had a peculiar temperament, yet still greeted him politely. The shadow ignored his pleasantries and casually raised his right hand, lightly waving it in the air. In an instant, hundreds of luminous black runes appeared out of thin air, swirling around the shadow like stars. Immediately the teaching began. The shadow flicked a ball of black flame from his left hand, heading straight for those runes. The runes quickly circulated, weaving together in midair to form a black light shield, firmly blocking the wild black flame outside. Then the shadow changed his hand gesture. The arrangement of the runes in midair instantly altered, transforming into a stream of light that smacked down onto the gray ground. Boom! Without any delay, the runes imprinted on the ground exploded with a powerful shockwave and flames displaying tremendous force. In the following time, the shadow demonstrated two entirely different applications. The runes occasionally transformed into chains, firmly pinning a void of air in place. At other times, they coiled around the shadow's arm, causing his imposing pressure to surge dramatically. Shen Chang'an stood still, his eyes fixed without blinking, his mind racing. He understood. This mysterious shadow figure was not planning to teach him combat techniques today, but rather high-level rune arts. The four variations just demonstrated corresponded to the four core applications of runes: defense, instant detonation, immobilization, control, and enhancement enchantment. Before Shen Chang'an could fully digest this knowledge, the shadow flicked his fingertip and a glowing defense rune floated unsteadily in front of Shen Chang'an, hovering in midair. The meaning was clear. Follow the drawing. Shen Chang'an took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and gathered a wisp of spiritual power at his fingertip, beginning to trace the intricate rune pattern in the air. Starting the stroke, turning outlining. The texture of the rune resembled a complex microscopic spider web, and a slight mistake could distort it. Just as Shen Chang'an reached the third turning point, the spiritual power at his fingertip quivered slightly, causing the drawing to deviate by half an inch. PFF. Before Shen Chang'an could react, a burst of black flame shot out from the shadow's fingertip, mercilessly striking Shen Chang'an's shoulder. The piercing, burning sensation instantly spread throughout his body, and Shen Chang'an gasped in pain, unable to restrain himself from grimacing. In the dream space, the pain caused by this black flame was magnified several times, far more unbearable than being cut in reality. But when he glanced at the indifferent shadow, he swallowed back the retort that was on the tip of his tongue. He was well aware that this senior's teaching method was always so straightforward and brutal. No nonsense, make a mistake once, get burned once. Shen Chang'an gritted his teeth, enduring the lingering pain in his shoulder, and raised his hand once more, gathering spiritual power at his fingertip, fixating on the rune in front of him, beginning his second attempt. After drawing runes in the dream space for an entire night, when Shen Chang'an opened his eyes, the wall clock had already passed 8 o'clock. Although he had exited the dream, the piercing pain deep in his soul from the repeated burns of the black flames remained vividly clear, as if the smell of charred flesh would waft up at the slightest movement. Fortunately, he had been tempered in that space, so he had some endurance. Moreover, the hardships of this night were not in vain. He had gained much. Not only did he understand the operational logic of the runes, but he also successfully mastered the defensive rune Shou and the explosive rune Bao, with a basic understanding of Kong and Fu Mo. Shen Chang'an got out of bed, went to the bathroom for a hot shower, letting the warm water wash away his fatigue and phantom pain, and he relaxed completely. After changing clothes and going downstairs, Zhang Qingqing's door was still tightly closed, indicating that this young lady was still sleeping in. In the dining room on the first floor, Liu placed freshly heated soy milk and fried dough sticks on the table, while Zhang Hai, wearing reading glasses, was watching the morning news. Awake! Come over and eat while it's hot. Liu greeted with a smile. Shen Chang'an pulled out a chair and sat down, munching on a fried dough stick while chatting with his 2 elders. By the way, he also wanted to try out the runes he learned last night in reality. According to his understanding, there were 2 methods for rune usage. The first method is to outline in midair like the shadow, releasing instantly, which requires the caster to personally control the spiritual power. The second method is to imprint the runes onto a certain medium, creating talisman-like props. Uncle Zhang, do we have any leftover yellow paper or talisman paper at home? Shen Chang'an asked after swallowing the soy milk. Zhang Hai paused, putting down his newspaper. We do have some. I kept a few sheets as a souvenir when I retired. What do you need that for? To study something new? Zhang Hai did not ask further, got up and rummaged through the study for a while, taking out a somewhat aged wooden box and pulling out a few slightly yellowed blank talisman papers to hand to Shen Chang'an. Shen Chang'an wiped his hands, laid a sheet of talisman paper flat on the table, and gathered a wisp of dark red spiritual power at his fingertip. He replayed the pattern of Shou in his mind, his fingers swiftly gliding across the paper. However, just as the final stroke was made, with a muffled puff, the entire sheet of talisman paper did not last even half a second and directly turned into a small pile of ashes. Not good. Shen Chang'an shook his head. The Shou rune requires continuous extraction and maintenance of the spiritual barrier. Ordinary yellow paper simply cannot withstand such a level of power flow. Next, he switched to a new sheet of talisman paper, this time drawing Bao. As the final stroke was completed, a dark red glow flickered across the talisman paper, which then quickly retracted, making the entire sheet feel heavy. It's done. Shen Chang'an looked at the completed explosive rune, lost in thought. The explosive rune is a consumable that releases all its power at once, requiring no medium to continuously bear the flow of spiritual power, so ordinary talisman paper can barely serve as a one-time bomb. However, if he wanted to make a protective talisman for his parents, he must solve the issue of the medium. Looking at the ashes on the table, Zhang Hai seemed to have grasped the clue and turned back to the study. Before long, he brought out a more exquisite brocade box. Upon opening it, several pieces of jade with a warm luster and high quality lay quietly inside. Using ordinary paper to draw high-level formations will naturally self-ignite. Zhang Hai pushed the jade towards Shen Chang'an. Try this one. This was left over from his time working at the night watch office. In the internal market of the bureau, its exchange price is about 10 contribution points per piece, making it a great medium for spiritual power. I usually just kept it as a little toy. Shen Chang'an's eyes brightened as he picked up a piece of jade. He once again mobilized his spiritual power, steadily touching the surface of the jade. As the profound runes gradually seeped in, a mysterious black fire pattern began to appear inside the originally transparent jade, slowly swirling at the center of the jade, as if it were alive. The jade remained intact, successfully withstanding the magical pressure of Shou. Shen Chang'an quickly drew on 2 pieces, handing them to Zhang Hai and Li Yu respectively. "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Li, keep these 2 jade pendants on you," Shen Chang'an instructed earnestly. "They contain my defensive spell. They will activate automatically in case of danger and should withstand quite a bit of attack. However, I'm not sure of the exact limits of what they can withstand. I will test it at the training ground in the division today and let you know." "Oh, our Chang'an is so considerate. He knows how to care for others." Li Yu joyfully accepted the jade pendant and immediately found a red string to wear around her neck. After breakfast, Shen Chang'an slung his guitar case over his shoulder, said goodbye, and headed out to the Qingzhou district branch. The dining room fell silent. Zhang Hai held the warm jade pendant in his palm, gently rubbing the faintly visible black fire pattern inside his brow, slightly furrowed as he murmured, "This technique in the direction of the formations. Definitely not any common spells from the scripture pavilion of the Night Watch office. I wonder where this kid learned it from. Having been around the system for so long, how could Zhang Hai not see through this?" Shen Chang'an was hiding quite a secret, and he had already guessed some of it. Typically for a 5-realm powerhouse, after the Dantian transforms into an ocean, the attribute manifestation produced usually consists of common elemental attributes like wind, water, fire, and earth. Occasionally, if one possesses a lightning attribute, that is already an exceptionally rare talent. Yet Shen Chang'an's dark red-black flame was something Zhang Hai had never seen or heard of in his lifetime. That kind of destructive power, seemingly capable of devouring all vitality and incinerating everything, could probably stand up to even the top-tier lightning techniques, or perhaps even surpass them. Staring at the jade pendant for a while, Zhang Hai's tightly furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Then he smiled freely and tucked the jade pendant into his pocket. "Forget it, no need to think too much. It's a good thing for young people to have their own adventures and trump cards." Around 9 o'clock in the morning at the Golanfeng Villa, Zhang Qingqing changed into a simple white t-shirt and fitted high-waisted jeans, carrying a small canvas bag as she walked downstairs. "Dad, Mom, I made plans with my classmates to study at the city library today, so I won't be back for lunch." Zhang Qingqing lied without batting an eye. Upon seeing their daughter working hard just before the college entrance examination, Zhang Hai and Li Yu naturally agreed wholeheartedly, with Li Yu even slipping her a few hundred yuan to treat herself to a good lunch. As she walked out of the villa complex, the shrill sound of an electric motorcycle engine could be heard from afar. Xiao Min had been waiting by the roadside. Today she was dressed unusually provocatively, wearing a tight black crop top on her upper body and impossibly short denim hot pants on her lower body, with a colorful tattoo on her thigh fully exposed, drawing the attention of passing security guards. "Qingqing, over here." Xiao Min took off her helmet and waved. Zhang Qingqing jogged over. Although she felt somewhat out of place looking at Xiao Min's outfit, she still hopped onto the back of the electric motorcycle. "Hold on tight." Xiao Min grinned mischievously and suddenly twisted the throttle. Accompanied by the roar of the motor, the front of the motorcycle shot up, sharply executing a dangerously thrilling wheelie start right on the road. "Oh!" The sudden sensation of weightlessness made Zhang Qingqing exclaim, her hands gripping Xiao Min's. But alongside the wild wind blowing against her and the unconventional thrill, her heart raced rapidly, yet a hint of excitement flickered in her eyes. Noticing the reaction of the girl behind her, Xiao Min smirked with satisfaction. Having mingled in society for so long, she understood perfectly how to handle a sheltered girl from a privileged background who faced immense academic pressure. The more repressed one is, the more they yearn for this seemingly rebellious thrill. Half an hour later, the electric motorcycle stopped at the resplendent entrance of the Huangqiao KTV on South Street. "Come on, let me take you up to relax. Today the private room is filled with big brothers I know, and I'll introduce some handsome guys to you shortly." Xiao Min casually pulled Zhang Qingqing's hand as they entered. Taking the elevator to the luxurious VIP room on the top floor, the attendant respectfully opened the heavy door. As the door swung open, a strong mix of cigarette smoke and the pungent scent of perfume assaulted them. The room, comparable in size to a large apartment, was filled with smoke and dim flickering lights. On the genuine leather sofa sat 7 or 8 raucous young men from the streets, with empty liquor bottles piled on the coffee table, while several scantily clad KTV princesses danced to the booming music in the center. Zhang Qingqing had never encountered such a scene before. Her steps faltered, and she instinctively took a half step back, a sense of retreat blossoming in her heart. Min. Maybe I should just go back. It's too stuffy here, and I'm not used to it. "Oh, come on, you've come all this way, why?" Xiao Min, quick on her feet, pulled her into the room and shut the door with a loud bang, cutting off any chance of retreat. Xiao Min settled her down on a corner sofa and handed her a drink of an unknown color. "Strong brother and young master, you will be here soon. They are truly big shots. You should drink some water to moisten your throat." Zhang Qingqing accepted the cup but did not drink, instead placing it on the table in front of her and forcing a smile. "I'm not thirsty." At that moment, Zhang Qingqing felt entirely uncomfortable. She sat with her legs crossed at an angle, her hands awkwardly gripping the strap of her canvas bag, adopting a very conservative and guarded posture. The occasional scrutinizing and aggressive gazes from the surrounding young men made her feel like she was sitting on needles, and she increasingly regretted agreeing to come out today. But the door was already shut, and she dared not speak up to leave. Fortunately, the torment did not last long. Soon the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside. The previously raucous music was turned down, and all the young men immediately snuffed out their cigarette butts and stood up in unison. "Young Master Yi, strong brother." A young man in his 20s swaggered in with his hands in his pockets, exuding a carefree and rebellious air. The man had striking golden hair and deep chiseled features that clearly bore the unmistakable traits of mixed Eastern European descent, making him exceptionally handsome. Meanwhile, the swaggering gang leader Wang Chong from last night was now tailing this golden-haired youth with a respectful expression, acting like a diligent subordinate. Xiao Min leaned in and excitedly whispered in Zhang Qingqing's ear. Qingqing looked quickly. The golden-haired handsome guy at the front is young Master Yi. Yi Sheng casually scanned the room, and his gaze quickly landed on Zhang Qingqing in the corner alongside Wang. Upon seeing Zhang Qingqing, a hint of undisguised astonishment and satisfaction flashed in Yi Sheng. Although Zhang Qingqing was simply dressed today, her pure high school girl aura with the combination of a white t-shirt and jeans stood out like a breath of fresh air among the heavily made-up women. Coupled with her tall and shapely figure honed from years of dance training, she perfectly struck Yi Sheng's aesthetic sweet spot. "This beautiful girl seems unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" Ignoring everyone else, Yi Sheng walked straight to the sofa opposite Zhang Qingqing and sat down, smiling as he greeted her. Zhang Qingqing, feeling somewhat nervous, clutched her bag and politely nodded. "Hello. I heard from Chong that you're still in high school. Which school do you go to?" Yi Sheng leaned back casually, his tone friendly. "Qingzhou no. One high school." "Oh, what a coincidence." Yi Sheng's smile grew even brighter as he leaned forward slightly. "I also graduated from Qingzhou no. One high school, so we are technically schoolmates. Come on, Junior, since we're all gathered here today, let me toast you with a drink." He raised a glass of half-filled liquor. Seeing this, Xiao Min immediately stood up and cheered. "Qingqing, young Master Yi seldom takes the initiative to toast. You should accept it." The dozen or so young men around also began to whistle and bang on the table loudly, egging her on. "Drink one. Drink one." Faced with such a scene, Zhang Qingqing, who had never experienced the harshness of society, didn't know how to refuse. She stiffly picked up the drink in front of her, and under the gaze of the crowd mustered the courage to take a small sip. The spicy, pungent alcohol shot down her throat and burned her stomach. Zhang Qingqing grimaced as she struggled to swallow. This was truly hard to drink. As she drank, the room erupted in cheers. Yi Sheng smiled with satisfaction, and then waved his hand impatiently at the KTV princesses, saying, all right, stop being a distraction, you all can leave now." The accompanying princesses immediately left in an orderly fashion. Once the other distractions had departed, Yi Sheng stood up, changed seats, and sat next to Zhang Qingqing. As Zhang Qingqing caught a whiff of the strong scent of cologne and alcohol from Yi Sheng, she stiffened, instinctively shifting slightly away on the sofa to create some distance. Yi Sheng keenly noticed her evasive action, but did not get angry or press her further. He leaned back against the sofa holding his glass and slyly observed the nervous Zhang Qingqing with a secretive smirk. There was no rush. He had seen countless girls like her who had never stepped out of their ivory tower. Outwardly they seemed aloof, but were actually terrified inside. As long as she was in this private room and had a drink, he would undoubtedly have no trouble conquering her today. In the spacious and bright venue, Bai Ying and Li Shiwan changed into comfortable sportswear and were running laps along the edge of the track. Li Ziwen's physical fitness was poor to begin with, and lacking regular exercise, she was already panting heavily and drenched in sweat. After just 3 laps, her legs feeling as heavy as if they were filled with lead. In the center of the venue, Shen Chang'an sat cross-legged on a mat, playing with a blank talisman he had just exchanged from the internal shop. On the jade surface, a flicker of black flame pattern was faintly visible, which was the defensive rune guard he had just mastered last night. Bai Ying, come over here. Shen Chang'an waved his hand. Upon hearing that she didn't have to run anymore, the little cat demon immediately stopped and dashed over. Shen Chang'an held the blank talisman in his hand, activated the defensive barrier, and said to her, try attacking me with all your might. Bai Ying's eyes lit up as she brandished her sharp cat claws and pounced like a white shadow. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of frenzied scratches rained down around Shen Chang'an. However, a faint, black, translucent barrier held firm in front of him. No matter how fiercely Bai Ying clawed, even using all her strength, that barrier remained unmoved, without even a single crack appearing. Shen Chang'an had a preliminary assessment of the rune's defensive power. He then went to a reinforced corner of the training ground specifically used for testing offensive power and secured the jade tablet. He gathered the spiritual energy of his 5 realms, clenched his fist, and struck hard. Bang, bang, bang. After enduring 3 heavy blows with all his might, the black flame barrier on the jade tablet finally shattered completely, and the jade itself turned to dust. Shen Chang'an nodded in satisfaction, realizing that being able to withstand 3 full-force strikes from a 5-realm powerhouse was already quite impressive, more than enough to ensure the safety of Lao Zhao and the elders. As for the main attack, rune explosion, since it was a consumable released once, it could be supported by ordinary cheap yellow talisman paper, making it very cost-effective. Shen Chang'an planned to draw more, intending to test their effectiveness in real combat later, and could even share some with Bai Ying and Li Xuan to use as grenades, greatly increasing the squad's firepower coverage. Thinking of this, Shen Chang'an decided to act. He sat down on the floor in the corner, took a stack of blank talisman paper, and began to draw talismans with focused intent. In a private room at the Huangqiao KTV. At this moment, several lackeys in the room were fighting over the microphone, howling like demons, while the deafening heavy metal music made Zhang Qingqing's eardrums ache and her stomach churn as if a storm were brewing. Beside her, Yisheng was still holding a wine glass, making idle conversation, constantly urging her to drink. Zhang Qingqing could no longer bear the oppressive atmosphere and forced a smile, making an excuse. "Sorry, I need to use the restroom." After saying that, she grabbed her canvas bag and hurriedly left the private room. Watching the door close, Wang Chong immediately leaned over to Yisheng, whispering flatteringly, "Yishao, this girl is quite guarded. It seems she's hard to get drunk. Should I add something to her drink later?" Yisheng scoffed disdainfully and shook his head. "Using drugs is a despicable tactic. I prefer to see them when they're sober. That look of fear mixed with reluctant compliance is far more tantalizing." After saying that, Yisheng stood up, straightened his shirt collar, and leisurely walked out. Watching Yisheng leave, Wang Chong smacked his lips in envy. "What a pity for such a fine girl. I can only wait for Yishao to have his fill before I get to taste the leftovers." This squeeze was quite forceful, and Xiao Min winced in pain, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she could only bite her lip and refrain from complaining. With the evil fire inside her stirred up with nowhere to vent, Wang Chong pressed down on Xiao Min's head, his tone brooking no refusal. "What are you frozen for? Hurry up and help me relieve this fire." Xiao Min's face went pale. Humiliated, she complied and squatted down. The surrounding lackeys were already used to this scene, occasionally breaking into lewd laughter. Zhang Qingqing dashed into the KTV restroom almost like a runaway, and as soon as she pushed open the stall door and locked it, she could no longer hold back, leaning over the toilet and retching violently. She dug her fingers into her throat, tears streaming down her face due to the physiological reaction. Amid a few painful retches, she finally vomited out the few sips of spicy liquor along with her breakfast. She felt awful. It was as if her stomach was on fire and her chest felt tight. She splashed cold water on her face and looked in the mirror at her pale complexion. A wave of intense regret surged in her heart. She shouldn't have listened to Xiao Min's nonsense and come to this place. Zhang Qingqing took out her phone, wanting to find someone to pick her up. However, after scrolling through her contacts, she sadly realized that she couldn't find a single person to turn to for help. Call her parents? Absolutely not. If they found out she had lied to skip studying to come to KTV and was with a bunch of delinquents, she would probably be grounded until after the college entrance exam and would have to face endless lectures. Call the police. She didn't even know the background of that blonde man, and he was only forcing her to drink now. If she reported it and things escalated, how would people at school view her? Her fingers unconsciously scrolled across the screen, eventually stopping at a chat box that she had pinned but never messaged first. The avatar had a pure black background, and the note read, "Shen Chang'an, the good for nothing." Zhang Qingqing bit her lip and quickly sent her location at the KTV, followed by a message, "Shen Chang'an, where are you? Can you come pick me up? I'm in a bit of trouble." However, the signal in the KTV restroom was extremely poor. The message kept spinning next to it, unable to send for a long time. Zhang Qingqing was anxious and stomped her feet. She raised her phone high, trying to find some signal. Just as she was about to send the message again, a series of heavy footsteps approached from outside the restroom. "You guys keep an eye on the door outside. No one is allowed in." It was Yisheng's voice. Moreover, it sounded as if he was only a wall away from the women's restroom. Zhang Qingqing felt her blood run cold. She widened her eyes in terror, nearly dropping her phone. She immediately covered her mouth with both hands, barely breathing, her body trembling uncontrollably. Click! The outer door of the restroom was locked. Then steady footsteps in leather shoes stepped into the women's restroom, one by one. In fact, when Yisheng first entered, he only glanced at the row of stalls before immediately locking onto Zhang Qingqing's location, because only the second-to-last stall at the far end was tightly shut. But he deliberately didn't walk over right away. He enjoyed the thrill of playing cat and mouse, relishing the process of his prey trembling in ultimate fear and despair. Bang! The door of the first empty stall was violently kicked open by Yisheng. "Oh, she's not in this one." Yisheng's voice echoed in the empty restroom like a devil's whisper. "Step, step, step." The sound of leather shoes striking the tiles hammered like a heavy hammer on Zhang Qingqing's. Bang! The second stall was pushed open. Not in here either. The footsteps grew closer, as if counting down to death. Zhang Qingqing huddled in the corner of the stall, her face pale, hands tightly covering her mouth, tears silently streaming down her cheeks, not daring to make a sound. The third stall. The fourth stall. When the footsteps stopped right outside the stall where Zhang Qingqing was hiding, her heart nearly leaped into her throat. However, the footsteps merely paused for a moment before directly crossing over her stall and heading toward the last one. Bang! The door of the last stall was pushed open. Zhang Qingqing suddenly realized this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While he was in the last stall, if she opened the door and rushed out now, perhaps she could escape. She trembled as she reached out her hand, just touching the cold metal lock, when suddenly a distinct sound of a lighter clicked outside her door. "Senior, how much longer are you going to hide in there?" Yi Sheng's teasing and cold voice came through the thin wooden door, almost brushing against Zhang Qingqing's ear. He hadn't gone to the last stall at all. He had been standing outside her door the entire time. "Aunt!" Zhang Qingqing screamed in fright, withdrawing her hand, as if electrocuted, slumping to the ground, crying out in despair. "What do you want? Don't come over. This is illegal." "Illegal?" Yi Sheng outside the door laughed as if he had heard a funny joke, laughing recklessly. "Junior, you are still too naive. In Qingzhou district, do you know what the words Yi family signify? It means I am the law." He exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone shifting to one of threat mixed with a patronizing reassurance. "Just obediently open the door. I just want you to have some fun with me. As long as you make me happy, you can have whatever you want in Qingzhou district. Designer bags, sports cars, or even a guaranteed admission to a top university, I can get them for you. I don't want it. Go away. Please let me go." Zhang Qingqing cried, shaking her head, pleading. "I don't want it. You are refusing my kindness." Seeing Zhang Qingqing's defiance, Yi Sheng's face turned completely cold. He casually threw the cigarette, but on the ground, and reached out, grabbing the stall door handle aggressively. Bang! 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 Yi Sheng began to violently pound on the fragile wooden door, the huge noise echoing in the cramped space. The door lock emitted a mournful cry under the intense impact. The connection points of the wooden door. Cracks have already begun to appear. "Open the door! Open the damn door!" Yi Sheng's furious roar echoed like the growl of a beast. Looking at the door that could be barged open at any moment, Zhang Qingqing was filled with despair, helplessly curling herself into a ball, hugging her knees tightly, tears blurring her vision. Accompanied by a chilling crack, the lock on the cubicle door was completely destroyed. The wooden door was violently kicked open, slamming into the partition beside it. "Run, keep running." Yi Sheng, with a savage and possessive grin, watched his trembling prey huddled in the corner, suddenly reaching out his hand straight toward Zhang Qingqing's shoulder. Despair engulfed Zhang Qingqing like cold seawater. She closed her eyes in hopelessness, clutching her head tightly. Yet, just as Yi Sheng's fingers were about to touch the girl's clothes, a heavy and steady breathing sound suddenly rang out from behind Yi Sheng, so close it felt as if the Grim Reaper was whispering at his nape. Yi Sheng was startled just as he was about to turn around. A hand like an iron claw firmly gripped the back of his collar. Before he could utter a sound, that hand suddenly exerted force. Yi Sheng felt a dizzying, spinning sensation, his entire body being yanked backward like a rag doll, tracing a parabolic arc in the air. Bang! A dull thud sounded as Yi Sheng crashed heavily against the tiled wall outside the bathroom, then slid painfully to the ground, causing dust on the wall to fall in flakes. "It's all right now." A familiar voice sounded at the cubicle door. Zhang Qingqing trembled as she opened her eyes. Through her blurred vision, she saw the face of Shen Chang'an. "Are you out of your mind? This is school." Shen Chang'an lowered his voice and tugged by Yin's arm as they hurried. The tense nerves completely snapped at that moment, and Zhang Qingqing burst into a wail, releasing all the fear, grievances, and aftershocks in an instant. Shen Chang'an sighed softly and stepped forward to help her up. Zhang Qingqing's legs had gone completely weak, and she couldn't muster any strength. Shen Chang'an simply scooped her up and carried her out of the cubicle, gently placing her on the clean marble sink outside. "Rest here for a bit, or I'll take care of the mess here," Shen Chang'an reassured her softly. In the corridor, Yi Sheng, dazed and disoriented from the fall, clutched his chest and got back up, grimacing in pain. He glared at the bathroom entrance and shouted, "Where the hell are you guys? Get in here and take care of this kid." Shen Chang'an turned his head, looking down at him with an unperturbed tone. "Stop yelling. The people outside have already fallen asleep. They won't wake up for a while." Seeing the cold gaze of Shen Chang'an, Yi Sheng finally felt a flicker of panic, but he still shouted arrogantly, "Do you dare to touch me? Do you know who my dad is? My dad is Yi Tianque from the Hengtai group. Do you believe I can make you unable to survive in Qingzhou?" Shen Chang'an frowned slightly, recalling the name Yi Tianque. No impression. The absence of a memory indicated he was not a significant figure. In Qingzhou, he knew all the influential individuals who could touch the extraordinary realm, or rather those people all knew him. Seeing Shen Chang'an raise his foot to make a move, Yisheng panicked completely, immediately playing his biggest card. Wait. My brother is Yi Ling. I warn you, my brother is a practitioner who can perform spells. With a flick of his finger he can crush you. Hearing the word practitioner, Shen Chang'an paused his movements. Seeing Shen Chang'an hesitate, Yisheng thought he was scared and became arrogant again, enduring the pain while taunting. Are you dumb? Country bumpkin, do you think you can play the hero just because you have some skills? There are too many real aspects of this world that you cannot touch. My brother is a big figure from another world. If you mess with me, you won't even know how you die. Shen Chang'an looked at him with an expression of contempt, then ruthlessly kicked out. Bang! Yisheng's words were cut short as he received a solid kick to the face. A crisp sound of a broken nasal bone rang out, and he fell backward, blood pouring from his nose and mouth as he clutched his face and screamed in agony. Shen Chang'an ignored the writhing Yisheng on the ground, took out his phone, and dialed Lao Zhao's number. Lao Zhao, help me look up a person named Yi Ling, a local from Qingzhou. Just a few seconds later, Lao Zhao retrieved internal documents and reported, found him. The eldest son of the Yi family. He tested for some cultivation talent 7 or 8 years ago. However, he wanted to join the night patrol and was personally rejected by Brother Zhang. Uncle Zhang rejected him. Shen Chang'an was a bit surprised. This really was a case of water flooding the Dragon King's temple. Yes, Brother Zhang's note in the file stated that his talent was too poor and his temperament was restless, not useful. Now he's 27 and just recently registered with the Bureau, barely breaking through to the second realm. What's wrong? Did he cause trouble? Not much, just ran into a small-time thug. Shen Chang'an replied calmly. But I may need you to send a couple of logistics people over to help me clean up some loose ends. Lao Zhao understood that Shen Chang'an had taken action and didn't ask further, just reminded, got it, send me the address. After hanging up, Shen Chang'an walked over to Yisheng, bent down to pick up the latest model phone he had dropped on the ground, and threw it directly at his bloodied face. Shen Chang'an pulled over a chair used by cleaners and sat down, looking coldly at him. Now call your brother. Yisheng, bloodied, tremblingly swiped the phone screen and dialed the number. As soon as the call connected, he clawed at the lifeline like a drowning man, his voice breaking as he cried, Brother, brother, come quickly and save me. I'm at the Imperial KTV, there's a madman trying to kill me. He doesn't take our Yi family seriously at all. On the other end, there was a moment of silence followed by a deep voice tinged with impatience. Hand the phone to that fool. Yisheng, feeling a surge of confidence, gritted his teeth and handed the phone to Shen Chang'an. My brother wants you to take the call. Shen Chang'an expressionlessly took the phone and held it to his ear. I am Yi Ling. I don't care who you are. If you touch my Yi family in Qingzhou, are you tired of living? Give me a name. Shen Chang'an's gaze was devoid of emotion as he replied flatly, Night Patrol. The other end of the call fell into a suffocating silence. After a full 5 seconds, when Yi Ling's voice sounded again, the arrogance and coldness were completely gone, replaced by obvious panic and trembling. The shift in attitude was faster than flipping a page. Night Patrol. Officer, there's a misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Yi Ling didn't even have the courage to ask Shen Chang'an about his exact identity, nor did he ask what Yisheng had done wrong, immediately selling out his own brother without hesitation. It's my failure to discipline him. That scoundrel has offended you. You can handle it as you see fit. Just leave him breathing. In a few days, I'll personally come to the Night Patrol branch to apologize to you. No need. Shen Chang'an, uninterested in his show of loyalty, casually pressed the hang-up button and tossed the phone back to Yisheng. The entire bathroom corridor fell into a terrifying silence. Yisheng sat slumped on the floor, the phone's speaker blaring, and he could clearly hear his brother's submissive, terrified pleas. Night Patrol. These 3 words felt like a heavy hammer striking hard against Yisheng's forehead, causing his blood to run cold, making even his broken nasal bone feel numb to the pain. Though he was a spoiled rich kid, he had once overheard his father mention this name with reverence at a dinner party. It was rumored to be the most terrifying, untouchable, supreme, violent organization in the entire Dongwang Kingdom, possessing the power to execute first and report later. No wonder his brother was so frightened. This was a behemoth that even secular merchants like them would not dare to provoke, even if it meant exhausting their family fortune. On the other side, Zhang Qingqing, seated at the sink, witnessed everything. Watching the tall figure in the distance who had frightened the once arrogant young master of the Yi family with just a few words, Zhang Qingqing felt an unprecedented sense of security. Yet at the same time, a strong sense of unfamiliarity arose. Is this still the same Shen Chang'an? Zhang Qingqing silently repeated this term in her heart. She had no idea what kind of organization it was, but evidently the secrets surrounding Shen Chang'an were far deeper than she had imagined. Just then, a series of orderly footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. 4 or 5 personnel in black uniforms hurried over. Chang'an. Wu Hong stepped forward to greet him, glancing at the half-dead Yisheng on the ground. Sorry for the trouble. Oh, I had to trouble Director Wu to make a trip for personal matters. Shen Chang'an said with a hint of apology. What are you talking about? We're all brothers here. Wu Hong waved his hand nonchalantly, smiling brightly. This kid's background wasn't clean to begin with. Leave these minor cleanup tasks to me. Shen Chang'an nodded, then turned to the still dazed Zhang Qingqing and gently asked, "Who brought you here?" Zhang Qingqing came back to her senses, biting her lip, a glimmer of fear in her eyes. It was Chow Min, in the VIP room right up front. Wu Hong immediately understood, patting Shen Chang'an's shoulder. "Got it well. Take care of the people and surveillance footage in that room too." "Thanks, Director Wu." Shen Chang'an expressed his gratitude, his gaze returning to Zhang Qingqing as he softened his tone. "Can you walk on your own?" Zhang Qingqing took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart, and nodded, obediently jumping down from the sink and following Shen Chang'an as they left the place that had nearly plunged her into the abyss. In the luxurious VIP room of the KTV, Wang Chong was contentedly zipping up his pants and lighting a post-coital cigarette on the leather sofa in the corner. Beside him, Chow Min was frantically straightening her disheveled collar with red-rimmed eyes. "It's been almost half an hour. Why hasn't young Master Yi returned yet?" Wang Chong exhaled a puff of smoke, frowning as he glanced at the tightly closed door of the room. Suppressing her humiliation, Chow Min deliberately joked, to please Wang Chong, "Maybe young Master Yi is just more enduring. That Qingqing looks pure, as she might be playing hard to get right now." "Shut your mouth." Wang Chong slapped Chow Min on the back of her head, angrily scolding, "You filthy bitch, what do you know? Young Master Yi always acts decisively if something must have gone wrong." The more Wang Chong thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He grabbed a teacup and gulped down some water, preparing to stand up and check the situation. Bang! The heavy door of the room was suddenly kicked open violently from the outside, slamming against the wall with a... The music in the room came to an abrupt halt. Wang Chong and his lackeys were startled and were about to explode in anger when they saw Wu Hong stride in with several stern-faced black-clad personnel. The aura of genuine bloodshed emanating from them instantly suffocated the social miscreants in the room. Everyone heads down. Crouch down. Wu Hong coldly surveyed the room, waving his hand. The personnel behind him immediately moved forward skillfully and efficiently, beginning the subsequent cleanup and finishing work. Shen Chang'an emerged from the back door of the KTV with Zhang Qingqing. The sunlight outside was somewhat as the breeze blew, the mixed scent of cheap liquor, secondhand smoke, and perfume emanating from Zhang Qingqing spread out, particularly pungent in the sunlight. She regained her senses from the extreme fear, looking at Shen Chang'an, who was walking ahead, countless questions swirling in her mind. Who were those black-clad individuals? What kind of background does Shen Chang'an have? Why does the eldest master of the Yi family fear him so much? Zhang Qingqing opened her mouth, wanting to ask. Shen Chang'an stopped, glanced at the time on his phone, and said, "It's almost noon. Let's get you something to eat." He sized up Zhang Qingqing and frowned. "Also, you need to take a shower and change your clothes. You smell of alcohol all over. It would be a disaster if you went home like this. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Li would definitely break your legs." But Zhang Qingqing was eager for an explanation. "I know you have many questions." Shen Chang'an interrupted her as he walked toward the car parked by the roadside, talking incessantly. "We can talk about it later. Given your situation, you might encounter such matters in the future, and for now, I'm just giving you a glimpse of it." He took a spare helmet from the trunk and handed it to Zhang Qingqing. "Get in the car first." Zhang Qingqing accepted the helmet. Although filled with doubts, she obediently climbed onto the back seat. Vroom! The sound of the engine roared, and the pink scooter skillfully weaved through the streets, heading straight for the Qingzhou District's Night Division branch. 20 minutes later, Shen Chang'an led Zhang Qingqing through the familiar route into the underground living area of... There was a row of independent dormitories allocated for field personnel, which was considered a benefit. After all, even the hard-working cattle of the Bureau needed a stable place to rest. Shen Chang'an took out the key and opened the door to his dormitory. "Go on in. The bathroom is on the left. Go heat some water yourself." He pointed in the direction, then turned to the wardrobe. "I'll find you something to wear." He rummaged through the wardrobe, finding only his uniform and casual wear. In the end, he could only find a very clean, oversized white t-shirt and a pair of shorts, handing them to Zhang Qingqing, who had just finished filling the water. "Just wear mine for now. Oh, it's better than that smelly outfit you have on." Zhang Qingqing received the clothes with a red face and hurried into the bathroom. Half an hour later, the bathroom door creaked open, and Zhang Qingqing, now free of the smell of alcohol and fatigue, stepped out. Shen Chang'an's t-shirt fit her like a dress, barely covering her thighs, looking somewhat loose and comical. "Shen Chang'an." She looked around the empty dormitory, tentatively calling out twice. "I'm here." Just as she finished speaking, Shen Chang'an walked in, carrying 2 bottles of mineral water. "Finished. Let's go eat. Today I'll let you try the cafeteria at our unit." Zhang Qingqing obediently followed behind Shen Chang'an. On the way, watching the staff in uniforms rushing through the corridor, her curiosity grew stronger. This is the unit where Uncle Zhang and Aunt Li used to work. As they walked, Shen Chang'an casually introduced it like a tour guide. A legitimate state-owned enterprise, but with a rather special nature. It's not publicly disclosed. The food here is quite good. Soon they arrived at the cafeteria. By this time it was past the meal period, and only a few logistics personnel were scattered about dining. Shen Chang'an and Zhang Qingqing picked up 2 sumptuous meals and sat down at a window-side table. Zhang Qingqing had just picked up her chopsticks and hadn't had the chance to ask about what happened earlier when a cheerful sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the cafeteria. "Boss, you're here for the cafeteria food too." Bai, dressed in pink sportswear, bounced over her big eyes, curiously darting between Shen Chang'an and Zhang Qingqing like a cat discovering a new land. "Huh. Boss, who is this beautiful sister?" "Your girlfriend." Following Bai was Li Xiwan, now back in casual clothes, and Lao Zhao. Shen Chang'an paused in his action of picking food, pondering how to explain this complicated relationship. Lao Zhao, walking behind, spoke first, smiling as he looked at Zhang Qingqing. "Little Bai, don't say nonsense. By seniority, this girl should be considered Chang'an's sister. Qingqing is actually a few months older than Chang'an." Hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Qingqing suddenly looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief when she saw the somewhat weathered middle-aged face. She exclaimed, "Uncle Zhao." "Haha, I can't believe you remember me," Lao Zhao laughed, pulling out a chair to sit down. Li Xiwan looked at the group curiously. "Director Zhao, do you all know each other?" Lao Zhao nodded and explained, "Of course. Zhang Qingqing's father was an elder in our bureau. When I first joined the unit, I often went to the old Zhang's house for meals. When this girl was just born, I even held her. In the blink of an eye, she has grown into a young lady." The group naturally gathered around Shen Chang'an's table, forming a circle. The atmosphere at the dining table was initially a bit awkward. Zhang Qingqing held her chopsticks, looking at the seemingly ordinary, yet peculiar individuals in front of her, finally unable to suppress the silence. "Uncle Zhao, what exactly is going on here?" Zhang Qingqing took a deep breath, feeling her mind was a mess. "And those people in black at the KTV?" and Shen Chang'an. Hearing this question, Shen Chang'an paused his chopsticks, lifting his head to exchange a glance with Lao Zhao. Shen Chang'an picked at a piece of braised pork on his plate, mumbling, "Old Zhao, why don't you explain it to her? I'm starving, I need to eat first." Lao Zhao chuckled and shook his head. He put down his chopsticks, looking at Zhang Qingqing, his tone becoming formal yet gentle. "Qingqing, this is the Night Division branch in Qingzhou district of Dongguan country, and I am the director of this branch." He pointed at Shen Chang'an, who was focused on his meal, and continued, "As for Chang'an, don't be fooled by his usually lazy demeanor at school. In this branch, he is the absolute top authority and our most capable frontline executor in Qingzhou district." Hearing this, Zhang Qingqing was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Shen Chang'an, unable to reconcile the image of this perpetually sleepy person with the title of top authority, filled with dignity. Lao Zhao did not pause, instead dropping an even bigger bombshell. "Actually, your parents Zhang Hai and Li Yue were also part of our night division. They were excellent field specialists back in the day, but after being severely injured on a mission, they retired to a secondary position. Later, as you grew up, they applied for early retirement to take care of you full-time. After your parents retired, Chang'an worked hard, not only entering the night division, but also taking over your father's position based on his capabilities." Lao Zhao sighed. This was originally a secret of the cultivation world. Uncle Zhang and the others planned to wait until you were in college and more mature to tell you. But due to an unexpected situation today, since Chang'an brought you here, we have to adjust the rules, so I'll fill you in." Zhang Qingqing felt her worldview being shaken like never before. She swallowed hard, her voice a bit dry as she asked, "So, what exactly does the night division do?" "It's simple," Lao Zhao explained. "We handle issues related to coexistence between humans and the demon tribe, and eliminate those who attempt to disrupt social stability, such as evil cultivators and monsters." "Demons? Demon tribe? Monsters?" Zhang Qingqing was confused. "Oh, weren't these things only found in mythological novels?" Seeing Zhang Qingqing's puzzled expression, Lao Zhao chuckled, pointing at Bai, who was sitting next to them, happily gnawing on a large chicken leg. "See, they are right before your eyes." Just then, Bai cooperatively put down the chicken leg. To Zhang Qingqing's astonishment, bang! A pair of fluffy white cat ears perked up from Bai's short hair, and a long white cat tail also emerged from behind her, playfully swishing in the air. "Meow, Qingqing, hi." Bai greeted Zhang Qingqing sweetly. Zhang Qingqing was utterly dumbfounded. She stared wide-eyed at the real cat ears twitching atop Bai's head, her mouth agape, as she struggled to utter a word. Lao Zhao knew this information was overwhelming for an ordinary high school student, so he didn't continue, but allowed her enough time to digest it. During this time, Lao Zhao resumed his benevolent elder demeanor, picking up the serving chopsticks and cheerfully serving dishes to the young people at the table. Bai wagged her tail happily at the extra ribs in her bowl, enjoying her meal enthusiastically. Li Xiwan also politely expressed her thanks. It took Zhang Qingqing a good 5 to 6 minutes to digest this overwhelming information. She raised her head, glancing between Lao Zhao and Shen Chang'an, hesitating for a moment, but couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Zhao, is this job very dangerous?" Hearing this question, Lao Zhao's smile gradually faded, and his expression became somewhat serious. He nodded, providing a harsh statistic, "Very dangerous. The death rate of our frontline field personnel during assignments is approximately 60%. As for the remaining 40%, they are mostly like your father, suffering from incurable injuries or disabilities which forced them to retire to secondary positions. Zhang Qingqing's heart lurched violently, and she realized she was unknowingly sweating in her palms. A 60% mortality rate. This was not just work, it was like risking one's life. She couldn't help but turn her head, casting a worried glance at Shen Chang'an, who was sitting across from her. Thinking about the terrifying monsters he faced every night and the ridicule he endured at school, Zhang Qingqing felt a mix of emotions. Shen Chang'an seemed to sense her gaze. He swallowed his food, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and casually waved his hand. Don't look at me like that. Don't worry, I'm quite resilient and not that easy to kill. I have plenty of means to protect myself. Even if the Grim Reapers come, they'd have to deal with me first. As he said this, Shen Chang'an wore a teasing smile, leaning slightly forward as he teased Zhang Qingqing. What's up? You used to want to stomp me to death at home, yet suddenly you care about my life today. Zhang Qingqing bit her lip and asked again, do my parents? Do they know that you take on such dangerous missions every night? Shen Chang'an nodded, swallowing the last bite of his meal. Of course they know. However, everything you see here today, and anything related to the Night Watch Department, you must not mention a word to anyone outside. Otherwise, not only will you bring trouble upon yourself, but it will also implicate Uncle Zhang and Aunt Li. The consequences of violating confidentiality rules are very serious. Old Zhao chimed in at the right moment. Exactly. According to regulations, once ordinary people come into contact with extraordinary events, they must undergo immediate memory erasure. The reason you are being given this small loophole today is entirely because you are the child of the previous veteran of the Night Watch Department, and you are officially the sister of our current head. If it were someone else, they would have been taken to the medical department for brainwashing by now. Zhang Qingqing obediently nodded, feeling her head was filled with too much information, causing a throbbing pain. I understand. I need to digest this properly. At that moment, Baiyin had already devoured all the food on her plate, like a whirlwind. She wiped her mouth with a tissue, stood up, picked up her plate, and said to Li Shiwan, I'm full now and going to the training ground to warm up. Alright, I'll be there as soon as I finish eating. Li Shiwan smiled and nodded. Seeing that everyone had nearly finished eating, Shen Chang'an stood up, stacked the empty plates together, and said to Zhang Qingqing, let's go, we'll take you home first. When we get back, take a shower and change into a clean school uniform. This afternoon, just go to school as usual. Treat what happened today as an absurd dream, as if nothing happened, and you will be fine after a good night's sleep. Zhang Qingqing looked up at him, her mouth slightly open, as if 1,000 words were stuck in her chest, but she didn't know where to start. In the end, she could only nod silently. The two said goodbye to old Zhao and Li Shiwan and turned to leave the cafeteria. The underground parking lot of the branch was somewhat cold and quiet. As they walked to the pink scooter, Zhang Qingqing paused. She looked down at her toes, gripping the straps of her canvas bag tightly, finally asking the question that had, Shen Chang'an, why did you all keep this from me for so long? Zhang Qingqing looked up, her eyes slightly red as she gazed at the boy in front of her. And for the past 2 years, no matter how much I insulted you at home, calling you a good for nothing who only knows how to eat and wait for death, why did you never rebut me? Shen Chang'an's hand holding the helmet paused for a moment. He turned around, looking at the girl questioning him with her head down. A hint of calm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Keeping this from you was Uncle Zhang's decision. Shen Chang'an handed her the helmet, his voice echoing in the empty parking lot. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Li have suffered too much in this line of work and have seen too much life and death. From the day they stepped down, they did not intend to tell you these things. They just wanted you to grow up safely, get into a good university, find a decent job after graduation, and live a stable life. They did not want you to get involved in this muddy water. Moreover, telling you would only add to your worries. Shen Chang'an paused, his tone very calm. In fact, Uncle Zhang quietly tested your talent when you were very young. You have no cultivation aptitude, you are just an ordinary person. Hearing that she could not cultivate, Zhang Qingqing's expression dimmed a few shades. As for how you usually talk about me at home, I really don't mind at all. Shen Chang'an leaned against the scooter, his gaze becoming a bit profound. My life was given to me by Uncle Zhang. Your family took me in and let me live in that home for such a long time. People must learn to be grateful. Shen Chang'an smiled. Compared to the life Uncle Zhang gave me, what does it matter if you say a few words against me? After hearing this, the parking lot fell into a long silence. Zhang Qingqing stood there in a daze. She had originally thought that Shen Chang'an's tolerance towards her was to some extent due to his introverted personality, or even at some moment she narcissistically thought it was because she was beautiful and he had a bit of special leaning. But now this harsh truth completely shattered her youthful fantasies. Zhang Qingqing took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly due to her restraint, and asked the last question. So, all your tolerance and care for me over the years were actually just because of my parents, right? Shen Chang'an looked at the girl's eyes, which shone with a hint of stubbornness, and hope fell into silence. The dim light illuminated his face, making it difficult to see his current emotions. After a moment, he gently nodded, giving an answer yes. Zhang Qingqing's heart felt as if it had been violently tugged. A vague sourness instantly surged up her nose. She did not pursue the question further, nor did she say anything else. She silently put on the helmet and climbed onto the back seat of the scooter. Shen Chang'an also did not speak again, turning the key to start the vehicle. With the faint sound of the engine humming, the scooter drove out of the dark underground base, facing the scorching midday sun, speeding towards the direction of Guanlan Mansion. The two remained silent on the way, with only the sound of the wind howling in their ears. When they returned to the Guanlan Mansion villa, the first floor was quiet, and Zhang Hai and Li Yu were taking a nap. The two tiptoed up to the second floor. When they reached the door, Shen Chang'an stopped and casually said, "After you change out of those clothes, just put them directly into the washing machine outside." After finishing, he didn't even wait for Zhang Qingqing to respond, and directly pushed the door into his own room, closing the door with a click. Zhang Qingqing opened her mouth, looking at the tightly closed door, and had to swallow back the words she had not yet had the chance to say. She returned to her own room, changed out of the oversized clothes, carefully folded them, took them to the hallway washing machine, and only then returned to her bedroom. She felt as if all her strength had been drained, and she collapsed straight onto the soft bed. Turning her head, she looked at the ugly yet cute doll beside her pillow that had the name Shen Chang'an written on it, her mind repeatedly flashing back to the despair she felt in the bathroom today, as well as that figure that seemed to sweep away everything. Unknowingly, her eyelids grew heavier, and she closed her eyes deeply. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 6 in the evening. There was a knock on the door from Shen Chang'an. "Zhang Qingqing, come downstairs for dinner." Zhang Qingqing suddenly woke up, glanced at the darkening sky outside the window, quickly got up, changed into her school uniform from Qingzhou No. 1 high school, tidied her hair a bit, and sluggishly went downstairs. Walking into the dining room, looking at her parents who were sitting at the table, serving rice, Zhang Qingqing's gaze was somewhat evasive, her heart filled with anxiety, fearing that she would be met with a storm of criticism. However, Zhang Hai and Li Yu seemed completely unaware of any abnormalities. Li Yu brought a bowl of soup to her and jokingly complained, "You girl, even after getting tired from studying in the library, don't sleep for so long. You didn't make a sound the whole afternoon. Hurry up and eat while it's hot." Hearing this, Zhang Qingqing quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at Shen Chang'an across the table, realizing that this guy really hadn't told her parents anything. After dinner, the two of them sat in the family car and headed to school for evening self-study. Normally, after getting out of the car, in order to avoid any interaction with classmates, Zhang Qingqing would always run quickly, eager to keep a distance of 8 zhang from Shen Chang'an. But today she unusually slowed down her pace and quietly walked alongside Shen Chang'an. After walking for a while, Zhang Qingqing lowered her head and softly said, "You didn't tell my parents about today." Shen Chang'an had his hands in his pockets and shook his head, saying, "There's no need. If uncle and aunt find out, they will undoubtedly lecture you again. Moreover, the matter has already been resolved, so it's better to avoid unnecessary complications." After he finished speaking, Shen Chang'an stopped, turned around, and looked at her seriously. "However, I hope that in the future, before you do anything, you think more about the consequences and don't just follow your whims." Zhang Qingqing felt a bit unwilling to accept the scolding and muttered softly in retort, "Who would have thought that going to sing would lead to encountering such an unreasonable madman?" Shen Chang'an ignored her excuses, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "If you go out to play again in the future, remember to inform me where you're going and who you're with." Looking at the serious expression on the boy's face, Zhang Qingqing eventually succumbed, nodding obediently like a child who had done something wrong, saying, "I understand." As they were talking, a shadow suddenly sprang out from behind the greenery. "Take this." Sighing came out like a small cannonball, charging directly at Shen Chang'an, aiming to catch him off guard. Facing such a childish sneak attack, Shen Chang'an merely sidestepped slightly and effortlessly evaded her. Sighing missed her target, leaning forward as if losing her balance, flailing her arms in the air and exaggeratedly shouting, "I'm going to fall. Big boss, please help me up." Shen Chang'an stood still, arms crossed, quietly watching her poor performance. Seeing that Shen Chang'an had no intention of helping, Sighing quickly regained her balance, standing upright. "TCH, so boring." "The little cat," Demon pouted. Shen Chang'an mercilessly retorted, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Your spirit cat clan's coordination is so good that you can walk on a tightrope. How could you lose your balance on flat?" At that moment, Li Shiwan, dressed in a school uniform, quickly approached from behind, smiling as she greeted the two, "Classmate Shen, classmate Zhang." Shen Chang'an glanced at both of them and inquired, "How did you all end up together?" Sighing flicked her ponytail and explained, "We were practicing in the underground training facility for a bit too long this afternoon. It happened to be close to evening self-study time, and she had completed her return to school procedures, so we came together." Shen Chang'an nodded to indicate he understood. Li Shiwan looked towards the school gate and suggested, "Shall we go in together?" "You all go ahead, I'll wait a moment before going in." Shen Chang'an decisively refused. Li Shiwan blinked in confusion, asking why. Sighing immediately chimed in with her incessant teasing. Shishi, don't you know him yet? Big Boss is afraid of getting involved with us. Think about it, the two of us are considered beauties in school. If we walk together, he will definitely be the center of God. As Sighing continued her chatter, Shen Chang'an had already lost interest in her ramblings. He waved his hand and turned quickly, striding towards the teaching building. Watching Shen Chang'an flee in a panic, Li Shiwan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh softly. Classmate Shen is really afraid of unnecessary trouble. Sighing nodded in agreement, saying, of course he already has enough to deal with at night, and during the day at school, he would rather be a nobody. The preparatory bell for evening self-study just rang, and the classroom for the third year was still buzzing with some restlessness. Shen Chang'an walked to his usual seat by the window in the back row, resting his chin on one hand and staring out the window in a daze. A few minutes later, Li Shiwan also appeared at the classroom door. She smiled and waved goodbye to Sighing outside before returning to her seat. As soon as she sat down, her deskmate He-Fei immediately leaned over with a worried expression, asking, Shiwan, you were sick and took leave these past few days. I was so worried about you. Are you feeling better now? In order to cover up the truth of Li Shiwan being kidnapped and hospitalized, old Zhao directly used the authority of the Night Guardian Division to issue a medical certificate for a severe cold and myocarditis. Even the hospital's treatment records were meticulously fabricated. I'm much better now, sorry to worry you. Li Shiwan smiled and nodded. He-Fei looked her up and down, and seeing that she indeed seemed fine, she finally relaxed. Then He-Fei's gossip instincts ignited instantly, lowering her voice to ask, by the way, the girl who just sent you to the door, is she the genius schoolflower Sighing from class 1? How do you know her? You never mentioned her before. Li Shiwan was slightly taken aback, feeling a bit flustered, but quickly found an excuse to cover it up, saying, I just got to know her recently. A few days ago we happened to sit together at the city library while studying, and we chatted a bit, so we became familiar. Wow. He-Fei was about to dig deeper into the details of how the two beauties met in the library when the classroom door suddenly swung open. Old Lu walked in, clutching a thick stack of lesson plans and a thermos, his expression serious. The classroom instantly fell silent, to the point where a pin drop could be heard. Put away your idle books and listen to me for a moment. Old Lu set his thermos down heavily on the podium, scanning the room. This is the last week of your high school career. After this coming Sunday, the school will completely lock down for examinations, and then the college entrance examination that will determine your fate. Old Lu was currently delivering the routine pre-exam pep talk that he gave every year. Shen Chang'an listened to these familiar words, silently sighing in his heart. It was that time of year again, the college entrance examination season. However, in the past 2 years, he had been watching his seniors take the exam, and this year, it was finally his turn to participate. But the college entrance examination itself did not pose much pressure for him. What really gave him a headache were the mountain of troublesome matters that would follow. According to the traditions of the Night Guardian Division, after the college entrance examination in June, various regional branches would face a few major annual events that were quite troublesome. First, there was the annual large-scale talent assessment. During this time, those secular families in Qingzhou district who had some connection to the cultivation world or had affluent ancestors would send their eligible heirs over to use the instruments of the Night Guardian Division to test whether they possessed cultivation talent. If they had talent, some would choose to stay and become candidates for the Night Guardian Division, but the vast majority would be taken back to their families for self-cultivation. In previous years, it had mostly been this kind of taken-back situation. The reason was simple. Those families were dissatisfied with the limited resources provided by the Night Guardian Division in Qingzhou district. Secular families did not lack money. What they lacked were cultivation resources. Within the Night Guardian Division system, salaries were calculated in contribution points. Qingzhou district, as a remote and resource-poor branch, had a quite meager compensation. For example, a newly initiated first-level lantern bearer only earns 200 contribution points a month after exhausting themselves. Even for veterans like Old Zhao and Sighing, who were third-level mainstays, their monthly salary was only 800 points. As for Shen Chang'an, the power ceiling of Qingzhou district, holding the title of the first executive officer, he also only earned 2,000 points a month. In contrast, in those super-large cities or more resource-rich cities, the salaries of lantern bearers in each district varied based on local resources and capabilities. There, a fifth-level powerhouse could easily earn over 10,000 contribution points a month. Thus, those families are quite shrewd. They mostly come to take advantage of a free testing opportunity. Once they discover a promising talent, they quickly send them off to big cities for development, hardly retaining anyone. Apart from dealing with these freeloading families after the large-scale assessment, Shen Chang'an and the others also had to go to various orphanages and welfare institutions in the district under the guise of providing warmth to offer condolences. This was actually a covert method for the Night Guardian Division to screen potential cultivators, because only those orphans without any background ties are the true candidates they can absorb and focus on developing. Unfortunately, finding suitable candidates among ordinary people is incredibly difficult. In the 3 years since Shen Chang'an took over the branch, he had once hoped to find some in welfare institutions, but only encountered 1 or 2 children who barely managed to enter the qi. Later, these children failed to pursue the path of cultivation due to health issues or poor temperament. In the end, besides these rigid tasks after the exam, there would be a mountain of social obligations that could not be avoided. For example, the annual gathering of high-ranking officials in Qingzhou district, as well as the disputes arising between a few local small cultivation families over the meager resources, all required the Night Guardian Division to step in and mediate. Bringing in newcomers, testing talents, visiting orphanages, and also handling those old geezers' lawsuits. Shen Chang'an was mentally calculating his post-exam itinerary, feeling the pressure building in his temples. He originally just wanted to quietly fish and clock in, but how did he end up in this laborious situation? As the dismissal bell for evening self-study rang, the quiet campus instantly erupted into a noisy frenzy like boiling water. Shen Chang'an habitually slung his guitar case over his shoulder and prepared to leave the teaching building amidst the flow of students. Just as he reached the stairwell, a somewhat hurried sound of footsteps came from behind. Classmate Shen, wait a moment. Li Shiwan, carrying her backpack, jogged up to him. Shen Chang'an stopped, turned, and looked at her with some confusion. Li Shiwan walked up to him, lowering her voice, her eyes sparkling with unhidden curiosity. I heard Sighing say that this place in our school is somewhat special. Can I take a look? Shen Chang'an was taken aback for a moment, then helplessly sighed. This little cat really can't keep secrets. It was her who told you, right? Li Shiwan nodded obediently. All right, since you've already entered the industry, you will eventually need to learn these basic common knowledge. Shen Chang'an pulled Li Ziwen's wrist and guided her into a relatively less crowded shadow at the stairwell corner. There are too many people here, let's hide for now. In the crowd. Once the day students have dispersed, I will take you over to have a look. Li Shiwan was pulled along by him, watching the students passing by that they had to deliberately avoid, blinking in confusion. Are we going to hide here and wait? Student Shen Yuan, use the concealment technique, will you? Shen Chang'an's movements froze slightly, and then he awkwardly scratched his head, his gaze drifting. Well, I don't really have much research on this purely auxiliary functional spell, or rather am not very skilled at using it. Actually, this was already a very tactful way of putting it. Shen Chang'an's combat style is primarily based on, with the same basic spells, those offensive, destructive spells in his hands could be several times more powerful than others, even triggering qualitative changes. But spells like the concealment technique, which require precise control of spiritual energy fluctuations and emphasize concealment and deception, often end up as dazzling, blinding techniques whenever he casts them. Seeing Shen Chang'an's defeated expression, Li Shiwan couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly she felt that this great master who could destroy the world with a wave of his hand now had a hint of youthful humanness. Turns out he isn't truly omnipotent, there are things he isn't good at either. It's okay, I just learned this from Uncle Zhao this afternoon. Li Shiwan said, her expression becoming focused. She closed her eyes clumsily, yet seriously, forming a hand seal in front of her chest, her fingertips glowing with faint spiritual light. Concealment technique. As the spiritual energy was activated, a layer of translucent spiritual membrane imperceptible to the naked eye rippled out, like water waves, completely enveloping the two of them. It worked. Li Shiwan opened her eyes a bit excited. Then she inched closer to Shen Chang'an and whispered, but don't stray too far from me, okay? I just learned it, and my spiritual energy isn't enough, so the range of this spell is quite small. As she drew closer, a faint scent of citrus unique to girls lingered at Shen Chang'an's nose. Shen Chang'an cleared his throat, somewhat awkwardly pointing towards the direction of the boys' dormitory. Let's go. Well, first check out the boys' dormitory. The two walked side by side on the bustling campus road. Due to the concealment technique, the hurried students around them passed by, without noticing them, as if they were merely a wisp of transparent air. Actually, the rumors about our school's foundation being a mass grave are true, Shen Chang'an said quietly as they walked, explaining to her. Really? Although Li Shiwan was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but shrink her neck. Yeah, Shen Chang'an nodded. Generally speaking, to give birth to the kind of demon you saw in the warehouse last night, a trace of primordial demonic energy is needed as a trigger. However, even without demonic energy, if a place has excessive resentment and yin energy, it can naturally nurture some formless, vengeful spirits, over time commonly referred to as ghosts by ordinary people. Our Qingzhou No. 1 high school's new campus has only been in operation for less than 10 years. This land used to be a large mass grave burying countless nameless corpses beneath it. The reason the school was built here was to utilize the vibrant energy of the students to suppress the resentment beneath the ground. Shen Chang'an pointed to the several dormitory buildings that were vaguely visible ahead, continuing. And the area with the heaviest resentment and the strongest yin energy of the entire mass grave is directly beneath the current boys' dormitory. Why the boys' dormitory? Li Shiwan asked curiously. Because boys naturally possess abundant yang fire, vigorous blood energy, and serve as natural talismans to suppress the fiercest focal point. Shen Chang'an explained, when I first entered freshman year, the resentment underground hadn't been completely eradicated, and occasionally a few vengeful spirits would emerge. However, I dealt with them whenever I got up at night. These past 2 years, the students' yang energy has washed away the remnants, and with Ian and me conducting regular inspections every half-month, there isn't much powerful stuff left. At most, some small wandering spirits with little attacking power occasionally emerge. As they chatted, they had unknowingly arrived at the foot of the boys' dormitory. Looking at the boys around them, just finished showering, wearing shorts and slippers, carrying basins, completely oblivious to the presence of these two intruders, Li Ziwen's eyes gleamed with curiosity. This concealment technique is really amazing. Li Shiwan looked around, and suddenly seemed to think of something, her eyes lighting up. Then, with this spell, can't we sneak into places we normally can't access without anyone knowing? As soon as she spoke, she seemed to realize that they were currently under the boys' dormitory. Connecting it with what she just said, her face instantly flushed deep red. Shen Chang'an saw her blushing cheeks and knew exactly what dangerous thoughts were crossing her mind. He slightly lowered his head, leaned in a bit closer, his tone carrying a hint of teasing and warning. Let me remind you, spells are meant to deal with evil spirits. Now that you have become a member of the night patrol, you must follow the rules. Don't think about using the spells to peep into those strange places just because you can become invisible. You? What nonsense are you saying? Li Shiwan, embarrassed, wanted to find a hole to hide in and retorted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Who would go to that kind of place? I mean, I was thinking, what if some criminals learned this trick and used it to sneak into places like bank vaults to rob them? Shen Chang'an coughed a couple of times strategically to cover the awkwardness. Fine, I guess my thoughts were too dirty. Cough, if it's about that, you really don't need to worry. Shen Chang'an quickly followed up on her topic, explaining further. The government's mechanisms are far more sophisticated than you think. Places like bank vaults, important research institutions, and even government buildings. These critical national units all have devices that can see through the concealment technique. Moreover, those places usually have high-level cultivators from the night patrol or military guarding them. The National Advisory Team is much more thorough in their considerations than we are. So that's how it is. Li Shiwan nodded in realization, her worries dissipating. Shen Chang'an accompanied Li Shiwan as they wandered around the foot of the boys' dormitory. During this round, they encountered no evil spirits, but instead found a group of boys just finished showering, wearing floral shorts, and even some bare-chested running back and forth in the corridor and the water room. Li Shiwan, being a shy and obedient girl who had been focused on her studies, had never seen such a scene filled with teenage hormones. Before finishing the round, her pretty face had turned as red as a ripe apple, her eyes darting left and right, completely unsure where to look. Unable to endure the overwhelming mosaic-like spectacle, Li Shiwan quickly tugged at Shen Chang'an's sleeve, lowering her head to suggest checking somewhere else. After leaving the boys' dormitory, the two of them, using the cover of the concealment technique, strolled to a small forest beside the playground. Not far inside, instead of finding any vengeful spirits, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a couple secretly having a rendezvous behind a large banyan tree. The two embraced in the night, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Shen Chang'an raised his eyebrow, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. He casually picked up a small stone from the ground and flicked it with his fingers. Bang! The stone accurately struck the tree trunk above the couple's heads, producing a crisp sound. Hooah! The couple was startled by the sudden noise, the boy thinking it was the dean with a flashlight coming to catch them for early dating, and he pushed the girl away in panic, both fleeing the small forest in a hurry. Li Shiwan looked at their flustered, retreating figures, chuckling at Shen Chang'an and teasing. You're so naughty, tomorrow there will surely be another campus legend about ghosts in the small forest on the school's forum. This is called helping them refocus on their studies. It's almost time for the college entrance examination. Dating is inappropriate, Shen Chang'an said with a serious face, jokingly. As they chatted, they reached the last destination of their inspection tonight, the old public restroom near the deepest part of the playground, where few people ventured. As they approached, Li Shiwan sharply felt the temperature around them drop, noticeably the air carrying a chill. At the base of the wall outside the boys' restroom, a mass of gray-black mist vaguely resembling a half-human shape was aimlessly drifting along the wall. Lucky us, we just happened upon a recently formed vengeful spirit. Shen Chang'an stopped and initiated a Hansen teaching mode. He pointed at the black mist, lowering his voice to explain to Li Shiwan. Look at its characteristics. The resentment condenses to appear gray-black, accompanied by a chilling low temperature. The most direct way to identify them is to see if they have facial features or consciousness. Such recently formed ones are basically just a collection of pure negative emotions devoid of any rationality. At this point, Shen Chang'an's tone grew more serious, and he earnestly advised, remember this. In the future, whether you're with old Zhao or out on your own carrying out tasks, never believe what those bald monks outside say about chanting sutras for liberation. Li Shiwan was taken aback. Can't they be liberated? I saw in the movies. That's just a fool outside. Shen Chang'an interjected without mercy. These vengeful spirits have no self-awareness. They will only instinctively attack all living beings nearby and absorb yang energy. Don't naively think that chanting a few scriptures will make them let go of their obsessions and go to some afterlife world. The most correct and safest way to deal with things like this is just one. As Shen Chang'an spoke, he stepped forward without hesitation, not even activating any spells, simply extending his right hand infused with pure spiritual energy to grasp the gray-black mist. That is to directly eliminate it. As his words fell, Shen Chang'an's fingers exerted force. A muffled sound echoed. The recently formed vengeful spirit, like a soap bubble being popped, was instantly crushed in Shen Chang'an's palm, turning into flecks of yin energy and completely dissipating in the night breeze. Li Shiwan watched in astonishment, only able to nod silently. Time flew by, and it was early June. The college entrance examination had entered its final sprint phase. However, Shen Chang'an, the primary leader of the night division in Qingzhou district, was not resting in bed like other students preparing for the exam. Instead, he was still dedicatedly executing tasks on the front lines. At midnight, in the center of Qingzhou district on the rooftop of an office building, the night wind howled, causing the hem of Shen Chang'an's trench coat to flap wildly. He stood at the edge of the building looking down at the brightly lit city streets below. A few streets away from the office building, the logistics team of the division had quickly set up long yellow caution tape, while the local police coordinated to seal off the area, maintaining order and keeping unrelated individuals out. Chang'an, the situation has changed. A slightly anxious voice from old Zhao came through the earpiece. The latest news from the hospital indicates that the death toll has increased. This ghostly creature is suspected to have been birthed from the extremely heavy geomantic yin energy of the hospital's morgue. It was born as a third-tier entity and has already devoured the essence of several living people, likely breaking through to the fourth tier. You must eliminate it quickly before it causes more widespread casualties. Understood. I have already locked onto its approximate location. Shen Chang'an looked down at the red thread emanating from the Qianli plate, finally stopping at the area directly beneath him. Location confirmed. It has hidden itself in the underground sewage network of the city. Shen Chang'an put away the Qianli plate and took a deep breath. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped. Whoosh! The sound of wind became sharp by his ears. Just before landing, Shen Chang'an performed a nimble roll in midair to reduce the impact, his feet landing steadily on a heavy metal manhole cover. Boom! The spiritual power of the fifth realm erupted, instantly shattering the sturdy manhole cover and the surrounding asphalt road, revealing a massive black hole leading into the depths below. Shen Chang'an jumped directly into the sewage system. Splash! His feet landed in the foul-smelling dirty water and sludge, and he frowned slightly. The underground passage was narrow and filled with various unidentified gases, making it absolutely impossible to use black flame. Otherwise, if a methane explosion occurred, the underground of several streets in the city center would be blown to smithereens. Without black flame, he could only rely on pure physical and earth-based spells. Shen Chang'an closed his eyes, his powerful perception rapidly spreading through the underground water network. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, locking onto an abandoned pipeline in the southwest direction. He moved swiftly through the winding underground tunnels like a ghost, quickly reaching the target location. With the dim light from the tactical flashlight on his wrist, Shen Chang'an finally saw his prey. It was a ghost infant. Ghost infants are typically formed from deceased babies in hospitals who died before birth, absorbing heavy resentment and yin energy during their transformation. They are extremely small, incredibly fast, and naturally possess highly corrosive venom, preferring to feast on the brain matter of the living. At this moment, the ghost infant, covered in purple and blue pus with long limbs like a spider and sharp claws, was clinging to the wall of the pipeline. Its featureless face bore only a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, currently chewing on something, making a chilling crunching sound. Upon sensing Shen Chang'an's arrival, the ghost infant suddenly turned its head, letting out a piercing shriek, using all four limbs to prepare to escape down the pipeline. Trying to run. Shen Chang'an scoffed, and with a mighty stomp on the water's surface, a solid earthen wall instantly rose at the other end of the pipeline, completely blocking the ghost infant's escape route. Realizing its escape route was sealed off, the ghost infant was thoroughly enraged. It let out a shrill, mournful scream, transforming into a bluish-purple afterimage that dashed toward Shen Chang'an along the wall of the sewer, its sharp claws aimed directly at his throat. Shen Chang'an's expression remained calm as he advanced rather than retreating. He swiftly drew several specially crafted steel darts from the tactical pouch at his waist, pinched between his fingers. Dark red spiritual energy instantly enveloped the darts. Shen Chang'an swung his arm fiercely, and the darts shot out like bolts of lightning. At the same time, he shouted, "Wind!" A fierce wind arose, attaching itself to the tails of the darts, further increasing their already high speed, creating sonic booms in the narrow pipeline. Thud! Thud! Thud. The ghost infant barely had time to react before 3 darts infused with spiritual energy accurately pierced through its limbs and abdomen, nailing it to the thick earthen wall, where it struggled and screamed in agony. Shen Chang'an gave it no chance to catch its breath. He clenched his right hand, and the Jeyun was assembled. He leaned back, using his waist to generate force like a fully drawn bow, as the spear in his hand turned into a bolt of black lightning hurtling toward the target. Boom! The spear accurately pierced through the ghost infant's forehead, the immense impact even causing large cracks to form in the earthen wall behind it. The ghost infant's shrill scream abruptly ceased, its body convulsing violently a few times before rapidly shriveling, transforming into a puddle of foul-smelling black water. Old Zhao, the mission is complete. He then returned to the division, handed over the task, and prepared to leave. Old Zhao, watching Shen Chang'an get ready to leave, smiled and encouraged him. Just 2 more days until the exam. Good luck with the college entrance examination. Shen Chang'an couldn't help but roll his eyes, stopping to retort. Old Zhao, I've realized that the phrase good luck with the college entrance examination seems to be programmed into the genetic code of all Dongwon people. Whenever they encounter high school seniors, whether they know them or not, they instinctively trigger this system voice. Haha, that's just to make sure you experience a bit of worldly warmth. Old Zhao chuckled, waving his hand. Experiencing the life of an ordinary high school student will benefit your cultivation as well. Shen Chang'an, too lazy to banter with him, waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave the underground base, riding his bike home to rest. By the time he returned to the Guanlon mansion, it was already 1 in the morning. Shen Chang'an quietly ascended to the 2nd floor, and just as he reached his door, he heard the faint sound of pages turning and movement from Zhang Qingqing's room next door. Still not asleep at this hour, Shen Chang'an murmured to himself, but didn't pay much attention. It was common for students under exam pressure to struggle with sleep. He shook his head and entered his room to wash up and sleep. The next morning, while Shen Chang'an was having breakfast in the dining room, he encountered Zhang Qingqing, who had also come down to forage for food. They sat facing each other, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Zhang Qingqing had faint dark circles under her eyes, gripping her chopsticks, her gaze occasionally darting toward Shen Chang'an. Did you not sleep well last night? You could say that. Zhang Qingqing nodded sullenly. With the exam only 2 days away, get more rest, and don't stay up late studying. Shen Chang'an swallowed his food and offered a piece of sound advice. What you said? Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but retort. It's just like when boys dismiss girls with the phrase drink more hot water if you're feeling unwell. It's all nonsense. Nonsense is nonsense, but the logic is sound. Drinking more hot water does indeed promote metabolism. Shen Chang'an tapped the table, seriously countering her. Sleep time is for sleeping. You must listen to the general's words, understand? Upon hearing this popular online catchphrase, Zhang Qingqing was momentarily stunned, then quietly murmured, that's true. After retorting, Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but lower her voice, curiously asking, what about you? How have you been resting lately? Did you sneak out to do tasks again last night? Shen Chang'an took a sip of soy milk and nodded, not too bad. Recently there haven't been any long-term surveillance tasks, just the occasional night run, so my schedule has been a bit disrupted, but it's nothing serious. As the two of them were conversing in hushed tones, the kitchen door suddenly swung open, and Li Yu emerged carrying a plate of freshly cut fruit. The two at the dining table immediately fell silent as if electrocuted, and the room was filled with nothing but the sound of chewing. Li Yu looked suspiciously at Zhang Qingqing, then at Shen Chang'an, placing the fruit plate on the table. What's going on? As soon as I came out, you stopped chatting. Were you discussing something behind my back? No. We finished our conversation. Zhang Qingqing stood up like a startled rabbit, grabbing the milk on. Mom, I'm full. I'm going to go study upstairs. After saying that, she hurriedly fled up the stairs. Watching her daughter flee in panic, Li Yu shook her head with a smile, then pulled out a chair and sat down next to Shen Chang'an, lowering her voice to say, Chang'an, I've noticed that your relationship with Qingqing seems to have improved a lot recently. In the past, when you two sat at the same table, it was as if you would rather treat each other like air, but now you can calmly chat. Shen Chang'an awkwardly rubbed his nose, finding an excuse. Maybe it's because graduation is approaching and everyone has matured a bit. That's a good thing, but it's nice to see you two getting along well. Your Uncle Zhang and I are happy to see it too. Li Yu nodded in satisfaction, standing up to grab an eco-friendly bag nearby. Alright, take your time eating. Auntie won't disturb your studying. I'm going to the morning market to buy some fresh vegetables and make you a good meal for lunch to replenish your brains. It was the morning of June 7th. The annual college entrance examination officially began. The morning rush hour in the entire Qingzhou district made way for this examination, with traffic police seen everywhere maintaining order on the roads. Li Yu accompanied Shen Chang'an and Zhang Qingqing to the examination site outside Qingzhou No. 1 High School. Check your ID card, admission ticket, and stationery bag one more time. Make sure you don't forget anything. Li Yu anxiously reminded them repeatedly from outside the car window. Shen Chang'an tossed the transparent stationery bag in his hand, but discreetly scanned the densely packed crowd around him, silently muttering, in such a highly populated, significant event, as long as no magical creature causes an incident, it would be fine. Otherwise, even if he submitted a blank paper, he would have to go deal with some monsters first. Just as the two were about to turn and enter the examination area with the flow of people, Zhang Qingqing suddenly, she turned her head to look at Shen Chang'an, and although her expression was still a bit awkward, her eyes sincerely blurted out, "Well, Shen Chang'an, good luck in the exam." Shen Chang'an was taken aback for a moment, then the corners of his mouth slightly lifted as he nodded. "You two do well on the exam." After saying this, the two turned and disappeared into the vast army of examinees. Shen Chang'an's prayers clearly worked. The examinations over the past 2 days went surprisingly smoothly, and the entire Qingzhou district remained calm until the afternoon of June 8th. As the harsh bell signaling the end of the last examination rang out across the campus, the 3-year high school journey of all the third-year students officially came to a conclusion at that moment. Compared to those in the examination room, who were frantically tearing up books or sobbing in embraces with classmates in front and behind, Shen Chang'an felt little turmoil within. He calmly held the stationery bag in one hand and walked against the current of the celebrating crowd towards the school gate. He then took out his phone and glanced at it. The screen was clean without any urgent alerts from the night watch. Phew. Finally finished the exam safely. Shen Chang'an let out a long breath. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, he bumped into Li Xuan, who had just come out as well. "How did it go?" Shen Chang'an casually asked. "It was okay, I performed normally. The questions weren't too difficult," Li Xuan replied, smiling as she brushed her hair back. "What about you?" "I wrote down everything I could do and filled in everything I couldn't as well, just leaving it to fate." Shen Chang'an shrugged and then asked, "Now that the exam is over, what are your plans next?" Li Xuan thought seriously for a moment. "I plan to pack my things tomorrow and move to the branch dormitory. After all, there isn't much to do during the summer vacation, and the training ground at the branch has a dedicated underground practice area where I can practice the basic spells that Uncle Zhao taught me every day." Shen Chang'an nodded in appreciation. This girl's diligence and character truly made her a good candidate for field work. The two chatted as they walked along the sidewalk toward the parking spot they had agreed upon earlier. As they reached the end of the shaded path, Shen Chang'an spotted a familiar black car parked by the roadside. Old Zhao was leaning against the car door, chatting and laughing with Zhang Hai and Li Yue, who stood next to him. Seeing Shen Chang'an and Li Xuan walking over, Old Zhao waved with a smile. This way. Our examinees are here." As he spoke, Old Zhao turned and opened the trunk of the car, taking out a large bouquet of beautifully wrapped sunflowers and stuffing it directly into Shen Chang'an's arms. Hugging the flowers, Shen Chang'an complained with a face full of disdain, "Old Zhao, why are you, a grown man, doing something so cheesy? It's creepy. Just take it, you ungrateful brat." Old Zhao scolded with a laugh. "With your lonely and dull personality that can't even win a girl's affection, this is probably the first bouquet you'll ever receive in your life, and it's from me." Shen Chang'an looked down at the sunflowers in his arms, pondering for a moment. He muttered, "Don't say. It really seems to be the case." After teasing Shen Chang'an, Old Zhao turned back to the trunk and took out a bouquet of lilies, handing it to Li Xuan. "Here, Xuan, congratulations on graduating high school and about to embark on a new life." "Thank you, Uncle Zhao," Li Xuan said, politely accepting it with both hands. Zhang Hai looked at Li Xuan with a few glances and smiled. "Old Zhao, is this the new recruit you mentioned, who just entered the field?" "Yes, that's her." Old Zhao turned to introduce Li Xuan. "Xuan, this is Uncle Zhang, a senior field veteran from our branch." Li Xuan immediately stood up straight and respectfully bowed. "Hello, Uncle Zhang." "Hello, senior." "Oh, this child is really polite and looks lovely." Li Yu smiled as she held Li Ziwen's hand, liking her. Old Zhao glanced at his watch. "Let's wait a little longer. Once the other two girls come out, we can go to the restaurant we reserved and have a nice meal to celebrate you." Watching Zhang Hai and Old Zhao discuss the night watch so casually in front of Li Xuan, Shen Chang'an felt a sudden clarity in his heart. Clearly Uncle Zhang already knew that Zhang Qingqing was aware of the night watch's matters. This old couple had originally retired from the system, and since the window paper had been pierced, there was no need to pretend anymore. A few minutes later, Bai Ying and Zhang Qingqing also squeezed out from the crowd one after another. Zhang Qingqing spotted the car parked by the roadside from a distance, but when she got closer and saw Uncle Zhao actually chatting and laughing with her parents, she couldn't help but be taken aback. Although she already knew that her parents were also part of the night watch, seeing these two worlds so harmoniously intertwined together felt somewhat unreal. "Qingqing, what are you dazed about? Come over here." Li Yu smiled and waved. Zhang Hai and Old Zhao also each held out prepared flowers to her. Hugging the flowers, Zhang Qingqing finally revealed a pure smile that a girl her age should have. "All right, everyone is here. Now let's get in the car and head to the restaurant." Old Zhao waved his hand, signaling everyone to prepare to set off. Just as everyone was about to open the car door, Shen Chang'an stood beside Old Zhao's car and subtly gestured to Li Shiwan and Bai Ying, pointing his chin towards the trunk of old Zhao's car. Bai Ying and Li Shiwan immediately understood. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Li Qingqing, well, just take Uncle Zhao's car. Bai Ying cheerfully pulled Li Shiwan and directly dove into the back seat of old Zhao's car. Shen Chang'an also took the opportunity to sit in the front passenger seat. He did this partly to give Zhang Qingqing and her parents some private space, and partly because it would be good for them, the Night Watch members, to be in the same car to discuss work matters. Old Zhao's black car smoothly navigated through the evening rush hour traffic in Qingzhou district. Inside the car, Shen Chang'an sat in the passenger seat, lowering half of the window and letting the evening breeze tousle his bangs. Now that the exam is over, what are your plans for your college applications? Old Zhao casually asked while steering the wheel. I might just apply to a local university, Shen Chang'an replied, without much thought, his tone very casual. A second-tier university or something is fine. It's close to home and close to the branch, so I won't have to hassle too. Bai Ying in the back seat immediately raised both hands in agreement. Wherever the boss goes, I will go. After all, I won't be able to get into any good school with my brains. Li Shiwan also smiled and nodded, and although she had excellent grades, it was clear that she also planned to follow Shen Chang'an's lead. Hearing the plans of these three young people, old Zhao couldn't help but frown, earnestly advising, you young people should think a bit further ahead. Especially you, Chang'an, with your capabilities, staying in a small place like Qingzhou is too much of a waste. You should go out and see those big cities where the platforms and resources are incomparable to Qingzhou. With Xiwen's excellent grades, she should definitely go to a top university. Shen Chang'an turned his head, looking somewhat helplessly at old Zhao. If we all just pack up and leave, who will take care of the mess here in Qingzhou? Are you planning to go fight monsters with just a few support staff? You can rest assured about that, old Zhao chuckled. The manpower resources of our East Huang Kingdom are centrally dispatched by the headquarters. Usually it's indeed very difficult for field personnel to be transferred across districts. However, for Night Watch members of your age who are taking the college entrance examination, the headquarters has exceptions. As long as you get accepted into universities in other cities, the headquarters will immediately dispatch several personnel of comparable strength from surrounding affluent defense zones to temporarily fill the vacancies in Qingzhou. After you graduate from university, regardless of whether you choose to stay locally or return to your original posts, the headquarters will make new arrangements. So you don't need to worry about the issue of defense being vacant at all. After hearing this, Shen Chang'an nodded thoughtfully. So there's such a regulation, that does make things much easier. Then Shen Chang'an switched the topic, looking at old Zhao and asking, by the way, you came to pick us up today so openly. Does Uncle Zhang and the others already know that Qingqing has discovered our work details? Old Zhao nodded, letting out a sigh. Old Zhang is not blind to this matter. He called me last night. In fact, he originally planned to wait until after the college entrance exam to find a chance to be honest with Qingqing. Now it's just a matter of advancing the plan by a few days. Meanwhile, on the other side in Zhang Hai's car, the atmosphere in the car was warm, yet carried a rare seriousness. Zhang Hai held the steering wheel with both hands, glancing through the rearview mirror at Zhang Qingqing in the back seat, who was busy arranging her bouquet. Qingqing, Zhang Hai broke the silence first, his voice gentle and deep. About the work your mother and I used to do. You must have heard about it by now, right? Zhang Qingqing paused her movements, looked up, and softly replied with a slight, Then let's talk about plan. Zhang Hai smiled. Now that you know this, what do you think of that kid Chang'an? Hearing her father suddenly ask about Shen Chang'an, Zhang Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She recalled the figure that seemed like a celestial being in the restroom that day, and how he scolded her under the streetlight last night, turning her face away awkwardly to look out the window. He is quite good, Zhang Qingqing answered softly. It's just a bit surprising I didn't expect him to seem so lazy, but be such a person behind the scenes. That kid Chang'an bears a heavier burden than you can imagine, Zhang Hai sighed, and then got to the point. With the college application process coming up, do you want to go to the same university as him? This question made Zhang Qingqing's heart skip a beat. Unlike before, she didn't instinctively refute or distance herself, but instead remained silent for a moment before vaguely replying, I'm fine with anything. As experienced adults, Zhang Hai and Li Yu could easily discern their daughter's delicate feelings. Zhang Hai's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious father's demeanor. Qingqing, let me be frank with you. No matter what kind of relationship you develop with Chang'an in the future, or where you go to university, I only hope for one thing. Never get involved in the affairs of the Night Watch. Zhang Qingqing was taken aback, looking at her father in the rearview mirror. The real other side of this world is 100 times more brutal and dangerous than what you see. A flicker of memories and fears from the past flashed through Zhang Hai's eyes. Your mother and I have experienced that kind of hardship, seen too many people who were sharing a meal together yesterday, only to turn into a compensation form today. So we will never let you wade through this muddy water. Li Yu, sitting in the front passenger seat, also turned around, gently holding her daughter's hand. Your father is right. We just hope you can finish your university studies, honestly find a stable, ordinary job after graduation, and live a safe life. That would be enough. Seeing that the atmosphere had become somewhat heavy, Zhang Hai quickly switched to a lighter tone and half-jokingly said, "To put it bluntly, even if you can't find a suitable job after graduation, it doesn't matter. With my retirement pension and savings, it would be enough to support you comfortably for a lifetime." He laughed heartily. "If worst comes to worst, if our family really can't get by in the future, I can swallow my pride and beg that kid Chang'an to give you a job." "Dad, what are you saying?" Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but protest playfully. The car was suddenly filled with warm laughter completely. The two cars stopped one after another in front of a well-decorated old-fashioned restaurant. This was the private room old Zhao had reserved in advance to celebrate the children's successful completion of the college entrance examination. At the dinner table, Zhang Hai and old Zhao clinked glasses, reminiscing about their glorious years fighting side by side in the night watch. Li Yu acted like a kind family head, constantly serving dishes to the children. Bai Ying, a complete optimist, ate with her mouth full and didn't forget to make everyone laugh uproariously. Even Li Shiwan, who was usually the most reserved, and Zhang Qingqing, who felt a bit uncomfortable knowing the secret, gradually relaxed in this harmonious atmosphere. Only Shen Chang'an maintained his lazy demeanor, occasionally responding to old Zhao's teasing. After more than 2 hours, the dinner ended amidst laughter and joy. Standing at the entrance of the restaurant, Shen Chang'an called out to Zhang Hai, who was about to drive away. "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Li, I won't be going back to Guanlan Mansion with you tonight. I plan to move back to the branch dormitory for a while since there are many matters to attend to in the department." Zhang Hai nodded, knowing that after the college entrance examination, it was the busiest time of the year for the night watch. He patted Shen Chang'an on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "All right, work is important. But no matter how busy you are, be sure to pay attention to your safety. Whenever you have time, come back home for a warm meal. Your room has been kept for you by Aunt Li." "Got it, Uncle Zhang." Shen Chang'an nodded, slightly watching as Zhang Hai's family of 3 got into the car and left. After that, Shen Chang'an, old Zhao, Bai Ying, and Li Shiwan all got into the car. By the time they returned to the Qingzhou District Night Watch branch, it was already past 9 in the evening. As soon as they exited the elevator, they saw Xie standing at the office door with a stack of documents. "Director Zhao, Commander Shen, Commander Bai." Xie respectfully greeted each of them in turn, and when he saw the somewhat unfamiliar Li Shiwan, he politely nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Xie. Bring the prepared annual materials, and come to meeting room 1 for a short meeting right away," old Zhao instructed. A few minutes later, the 5 of them sat down in meeting room 1. Xie distributed a thick set of materials to each person present, then quietly stood behind old Zhao. "All right, since your high school journey has ended, it's time to focus on work now," old Zhao said, tapping the table and getting straight to the point. "Every June, our branch has 3 unchanging major events: the new round of talent testing, the visiting activities for subordinate welfare units, and the resource allocation negotiation for the new year among various families in Qingzhou District. Time is tight, and tasks are heavy, so let's divide the tasks now." Saying this, old Zhao looked at Bai Ying. "Little Bai, you will handle the visiting activities for the welfare home and orphanage. You have a strong affinity for those kids like you. Take this opportunity to thoroughly screen them, and see if you can find any overlooked good candidates. Guaranteed to complete the task." Meow. Bai Ying patted her chest, taking on the responsibility eagerly. As for the resource allocation negotiation, old Zhao rubbed his forehead. "He'll personally handle this matter. That kid Chang'an only knows how to flip the table and can't deal with those old cunning family heads." Shen Chang'an shrugged indifferently. He hated dealing with those old foxes from secular families in a roundabout way. It was best that old Zhao was willing to take on this hot potato. "So Chang'an," old Zhao looked at Shen Chang'an, "you will be responsible for the security and team leading work for the talent testing." "Okay," Shen Chang'an nodded, flipping open the materials in front of him. "As for Shiwan, since you're new, your main focus during this period should still be familiarizing yourself with the environment and practicing basic spells." Old Zhao turned to Li Shiwan and said, "You can join in on these activities whenever you have time to see and learn, but you don't need to be responsible for specific tasks." After the distribution is done, old Zhao pointed at Xie. He behind him, "Everyone take a look at the materials in hand. If there's anything you don't understand or need to coordinate on specific details, feel free to ask Xiao Xie. She has prepared everything very thoroughly." Xie quickly stepped forward, slightly bowing and nodding. The meeting room fell silent, with only the rustling of paper as everyone flipped through their documents. Shen Chang'an opened his file. Upon reading it, his brows furrowed. This year's talent test had a total of 121 eligible youths sent for testing from the entire Qingzhou district. Among them, aside from a few children of peripheral personnel directly managed by the district, the vast majority were heirs or collateral relatives sent by various secular families and conglomerates in Qingzhou district, with a complex network of relationships that could be described as a hodgepodge. Moreover, according to the unified regulations of the Night Watch in East Huang Kingdom, preliminary screening teams in each district and county must concentrate at the municipal headquarters for unified testing. This is actually an unwritten rule for resource interception. When the test results come out, those with exceptional talents have the privilege of being prioritized for selection and absorption by the Municipal Bureau. Once the Municipal Bureau has selected, what remains is usually either mediocre talent or those young masters and misses trained by their secular families with money. Truly good candidates who can make it to the remote Qingzhou district branch are extremely rare. 121 young masters and misses, and they still have to cross districts to get to the city. This is quite troublesome. Shen Chang'an looked at the dense list of names, feeling a bit of a headache as he closed the document. Time swiftly passed, and it was now the morning of June 12th. Today was the day to head to the city bureau for a major talent test. Shen Chang'an got up from bed a little after 6 in the morning, quickly washed up, and then headed to the underground canteen of the branch to have breakfast, holding a bag of milk. Just as he sat down, Li Shiwan came over with her tray and sat opposite him. Ever since moving into the branch dormitory, this girl had developed an even more regular routine than him, spending early mornings in the training grounds practicing spells. "Shen, can I accompany you to the city bureau test today?" Li Shiwan asked with a hint of anticipation after sipping her millet porridge. Shen Chang'an swallowed the bun in his mouth and nodded sure. "Since you usually practice alone, it's a good opportunity to show you what the city bureau is like today. By the way, speaking of tests, where did you take your last talent test?" Li Shiwan replied, "I had it done at the medical department of our district bureau. Uncle Zhao personally tested me." Li Shiwan answered truthfully. Shen Chang'an immediately became interested, putting down his chopsticks to ask, "What score did you get?" The talent assessment for the Night Watch Bureau usually consists of 3 parts: mental strength, spiritual energy perception, and physical test. He took the opportunity to enlighten Li Shiwan with some basic knowledge, saying mental strength is the most crucial aspect, representing the strength of human while determining whether one will easily collapse. When facing magical creatures, those with high spiritual energy perception can better capture the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, leading to rapid cultivation. As for the physical test, it's simply about the foundation of the physical body. Under normal circumstances, as long as 2 out of these 3 categories reach the passing score of 61, can become a candidate for the lantern bearers. Li Shiwan carefully recalled the data on her report and said, "I remember my scores for mental strength and spiritual energy perception were 90 and 85. However, my score for the physical test was rather poor, only in the 40s, below passing." Upon hearing this score, Shen Chang'an was visibly taken aback, his chopsticks holding pickles frozen in midair. 90 and 85. Shen Chang'an looked at her in disbelief. This was not merely outstanding, she was practically a Onsi millennium talent in the magical arts. In that moment, Shen Chang'an completely understood the good intentions of old Zhao, that old fox. No wonder old Zhao took advantage of Li Ziwen's hospitalization to secretly conduct the test within the district bureau, even keeping her file tightly sealed. With such extraordinary mental strength and spiritual energy perception, if it were to be sent through the proper channels to the city bureau for unified testing, those veteran bureaucrats who scrambled for talents would absolutely seize Li Shiwan on the spot, leaving no opportunity for the Qingzhou district branch to benefit. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my score?" Seeing Shen Chang'an lost in thought, Li Shiwan looked puzzled, and then asked in return, "By the way, Shen, what were your scores for those 3 categories when you tested?" Shen Chang'an came back to his senses, shaking his head. "I don't know, I've never been tested." "Never been tested?" Li Shiwan was even more confused. "Isn't it a strict rule of the Night Watch Bureau?" Shen Chang'an chuckled half-jokingly, saying, "Rules are for the dead, the living can do as they please. People like me are born with a destiny that forces me to eat this bowl of rice. Those conventional testing instruments hold no significance for me." Seeing Shen Chang'an's boastful yet irrefutable demeanor, Li Shiwan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, her eyes curving with amusement. "All right, hurry up and eat." Shen Chang'an glanced at the time, quickly finishing the rest of his breakfast before after eating, tidy up and get ready to meet people at the main entrance. Those young masters and young ladies should be. At that moment, the entrance of the Qingzhou District Night Watch Bureau was bustling yet orderly. The usually desolate special road had lined up a long queue of cars early in the morning. Upon closer inspection, they were all top-tier luxury cars. Fully armed security personnel from the branch had set up a cordon outside the entrance, directing traffic in an orderly manner. "Cars in front. Quick drop-off. Just let people out and leave immediately. Long-term parking here is strictly prohibited." The security captain shouted loudly with a walkie-talkie in hand. The people being dropped off today were all prominent figures in Qingzhou district, or anyone pulled out would be a tycoon with a fortune of over 100 million or the head of a prestigious family. But here on the territory of the Night Watch Bureau, whether dragon or tiger, everyone must conduct themselves according to the rules. No one dared to act presumptuously. Young masters and young ladies from various families were getting out of their luxury cars, queuing up to walk towards the entrance of the branch under the hopeful gaze of their elders. At the security checkpoint at the entrance, 2 rows of armed guards were using detection devices to search individuals one by one. Please surrender all electronic devices with communication and recording functions, including mobile phones, smartwatches, and invisible headphones for safekeeping. Anyone bringing them into the base will be prosecuted for espionage. A stern warning played in a loop over the speakers. Among the queue of luxury cars, a rather understated black Audi A6 was moving forward slowly. In the back seat, Sighing, acting as the team leader's assistant today, was carefully touching up her makeup with a small powder compact using the faint light from the car window. She was dressed in a standard black professional OL suit, the fitted blazer accentuating her graceful curves, and beneath her knee-length pencil skirt were long slender legs tightly wrapped in black stockings topped off with a pair of black mid-heeled leather shoes, exuding a competent yet charming mature aura. Sitting next to her was a boy who appeared to be around 18 years old. The boy was quite handsome, sharing a resemblance with Sighing, but at that moment he was bored out of his mind, staring out the window with an unmistakable arrogance typical of a scion from a prominent family. This was Sighing's younger brother, Sighing. Sighing snapped the powder compact shut with a snap, turned her head, and coldly admonished her brother, Sighing, I'll remind you one last time. When we enter through this gate, put away your young master temper and clever tricks. Sighing frowned a bit impatient. Sister, I know you've said it all the way here. You better really know. Sighing's tone was harsh. This is the Night Watch Bureau, not our family mansion, and certainly not the circles where you can act domineering at school. The officials inside can easily crush you with just a flick of their fingers. She stared into Sighing's eyes, articulating each word. Once inside, maintain absolute politeness to everyone. Do whatever you are told, don't ask too many questions, and never disrespect anyone. Do you understand? Facing such a stern warning from his sister, Sighing still felt a bit defiant, but under his sister's imposing aura, he ultimately pouted and obediently nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. I won't cause any trouble. The black Audi had just come to a stop when Sighing quickly pushed open the car door and hurriedly jogged into the branch's main entrance in her mid-heeled leather shoes. She swiftly completed the handover procedures with the security captain at the door, took a thick personnel list, and then turned to guide the young masters and ladies who were still looking around to gather and line up in an open space near the internal parking lot. At this moment, Shen Chang'an and Li Shiwan had just finished their breakfast in the cafeteria and walked out. As they passed the assembly point, Shen Chang'an glanced at Sighing, who was busy organizing the lineup, and casually greeted her. Thank you for your hard work. Good morning, Director Shen and Miss Li. Sighing quickly halted her actions, respectfully lowering her head in greeting. Shen Chang'an nodded and stepped aside with Li Shiwan to the edge of a flower bed, not wishing to disturb Sighing's work. He looked at the bustling crowd not far away and couldn't help but stroke his chin, muttering, have the families dug up their family trees this year? Why are there so many people? I remember in previous years there were at most 50 or 60. Li Shiwan, looking at the 4 inconspicuous tour buses parked in the lot, curiously asked, are we supposed to take these buses to the municipal bureau? Is that too simple? There's no need to make it too conspicuous. Ordinary buses are actually the least likely to cause panic. Shen Chang'an nodded, then slightly raised his chin, pointing to several fully armed black figures standing beside the buses. Did you see those teams, eh? Those are special forces teams dispatched from the municipal bureau specifically to escort the vehicles. Each of the first 3 buses will be accompanied by a fully equipped 4-member special forces team. Don't underestimate their small numbers. Each team has the capability to independently handle 3-level magical creatures or monsters with the support of heavy firepower. These individuals are treated like precious gems by the municipal bureau and are seldom sent out casually. As for the last bus, I will personally oversee it. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, Sighing encountered a few familiar faces in the waiting line. These individuals were either business partners of his mother or sons of high-ranking executives, having crossed paths at various high-end banquets before. The rules here are quite strict. The body search at the entrance earlier made it seem like we were entering some national-level secret base. A boy with chestnut-colored hair said, still feeling apprehensive. Upon hearing this, Sighing allowed a smug smile to creep onto his face, lowering his voice to boast softly, what's this? Did you see the one directing with the list over there? That's my older sister. She's one of the main persons in charge here, dealing with those super big shots who can stir up trouble in Qingzhou. Hearing this, his friends immediately gasped in low tones, their gazes towards Sighing now infused with a mix of flattery and awe. Sighing's vanity was greatly satisfied. He followed the direction of his finger, ready to admire his sister's commanding presence, only to be taken aback. He saw his sister standing not far away, checking the number of people against the documents in her hand, and next to her stood a man and a woman. The man was dressed casually, while the woman wore a light blue tracksuit. The most surprising part was that his sister, who usually held herself high and cold as ice, was actually adopting a very low profile in front of these 2 young people. Sighing stared at the 2 for a long time, his mind racing through the prominent young heirs and heiresses in Qingzhou, but he couldn't match these 2 with anyone. Which family's young master or young lady are these? They can actually stand beside my sister. It looks like they hold quite a bit of power. Xie Yiming pondered silently. Before long, he walked over with the form, her expression icy, as she began to check identities one by one. Those confirmed were orderly arranged to board the bus. After the front members finished checking, the first 3 buses quickly filled up and started moving. Xie Yiming and his group were assigned to the last bus. He approached Xie Yiming, her gaze devoid of any warmth, her attitude completely businesslike and indifferent. Name, ID number. Seeing his sister's lack of courtesy, Xie Yiming, wanting to show off his connections in front of his friends, intentionally raised his voice so that those around who hadn't boarded could hear. Sister, these are my close buddies. Can you arrange for us a spacious seat on the bus? As soon as he spoke, the other young masters nearby chimed in, turning the originally quiet line into a noisy affair. He shot him a cold glance, mercilessly scolding him in a low voice. Shut up. Did you not understand when I said not to cause trouble? Check identities in order and board the bus. Xie Yiming shrank his neck at her shout, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he dared not retort. He could only obediently report his ID number, and with his friends boarded the bus in a sheepish manner. Once all the testers had completed their checks and boarded the bus, Shen Chang'an and Li Xiwan leisurely walked over and joined Xie He on the last bus. The front row of the bus had been deliberately left with 3 reserved seats. Shen Chang'an and Li Xiwan walked together and sat down in the 2-person seat. Xie He, holding a folder, respectfully sat in the adjacent single seat. As soon as she settled down, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Xie Yiming in the back row, turning his head excitedly, preparing to continue whispering with his friends. She turned her head, her icy gaze sweeping directly over. Upon meeting her death glare filled with warning, Xie Yiming instantly felt like a cat whose scruff had been grasped. He obediently closed his mouth, straightened his back, and sat up straight, no longer daring to make a sound. At the age of 18 or 19, young men's sense of pride and vanity often peaks. Boys at this stage enjoy showcasing their uniqueness through various external labels. Some boast about their luxury watches worth hundreds of thousands, some flaunt their newly released limited edition sneakers, while others love to show off the incredible connections they have. Xie Yiming clearly belonged to the latter category. He was extremely eager to prove that he was the most special and central figure in this circle filled with peers. The bus emitted a low rumble as it slowly departed from the Qingzhou district's Xinye division, merging onto the highway leading to the city. In less than an hour's drive, the convoy arrived at the city center of Beijiang. Beijiang is considered a city between 2nd and 3rd tier in the country. While its economy may not be outstanding, its foundations are quite deep. The Xinye division of the municipal bureau here is far more impressive than that of Qingzhou district. The city bureau is located in a serene and auspicious area of Beijiang City. Surrounded by lush, ancient trees, the architectural style leans towards the elegant design of classical Eastern gardens, with flying eaves and upturned corners, exuding an air of mystery and solemnity. After passing through layers of heavily armed checkpoints, the convoy finally came to a steady halt in the spacious courtyard of the city bureau. All personnel, please take your personal belongings and disembark in an orderly fashion. He stood at the door, maintaining order. Dedicated personnel from the city bureau had been waiting for a long time. They were dressed in matching black uniforms, solemnly guiding this group of young boys and girls from Qingzhou district through the corridors to the designated testing venue. Beijiang City has 6 sub-districts in total. This year, for some unknown reason, the number of eligible personnel sent from each sub-district has surged, amounting to nearly 600. In addition to those from the families of city bureau officials, there are over 100 more, bringing the total number of participants today to a record-breaking 724. Soon the team from Qingzhou district was led to the designated area within the venue by the reception staff. The massive venue was arranged in a circular tiered structure with a spacious testing platform at its center, equipped with various precision instruments and spirit stones emitting faint glows. Shen Chang'an glanced at the time on his phone. It was 9:30 in the morning. In previous years, there were only 200 or 300 participants which could be tested in half a day, allowing everyone to return in the afternoon. This year, with over 700 participants. Shen Chang'an looked at the sea of heads in the venue, rubbed his forehead, and murmured, I estimate it will take until late at night to finish. He turned to Li Xiwan and instructed Xiwan, you stay here with Xie and keep an eye on them, don't let them run around and cause trouble. I will take the list to the control room for handover of procedures. Okay, you go ahead. Li Xiwan nodded a beat. Shen Chang'an, holding a folder, turned and walked towards the office area deep within the venue. After Shen Chang'an left, the group of young ladies and gentlemen from Qingzhou district found their seats in the tiered stands. Xie Yiming happened to sit just 2 rows away from Li Xiwan. Since earlier on the bus, he had been paying attention to the girl in the high school uniform. Li Ziwen's clean, gentle demeanor combined with a hint of scholarly elegance stood out among the heavily made-up daughters of wealthy families, firmly capturing his attention. More importantly, he had just witnessed his cold sister being particularly polite to this girl. He was eager to uncover the details about Li Xiwan. Xie Yiming adjusted his clothing, stood up, and moved to an empty seat in front of Li Shiwan. He leaned slightly to the side and displayed what he thought was a charming smile, taking the initiative to say, "Hello, classmate. I recognized you from earlier on the bus. My name is Xie Yiming from Qingzhou No. 1 High School. You're also from Qingzhou, right? Which wealthy family do you belong to?" Li Shiwan was looking down at her phone, waiting for news from Shen Chang'an. Hearing someone speak to her, she looked up, somewhat bewildered at the overly familiar boy. Which family? Li Shiwan didn't quite understand his words, and assumed it was just an ordinary high school student's attempt to chat, so she gently shook her head without responding and turned her attention back to her phone. Seeing that Li Shiwan ignored him, Xie Yiming, instead of feeling discouraged, found her a bit haughty and more challenging. He simply turned around, half leaning on the back of the chair, and continued, "Don't be so cold. We're all here for the test, and we might even be colleagues in the future. My dad is District Chief Xie from Qingzhou, and the Xie he who called the roll earlier is my sister. In this little corner of Beijing City, I can still say a few words. If you need any help in the future, feel free to ask." He deliberately emphasized the names of District Chief Xie and Xie He. However, Li Shiwan didn't even lift her eyelids. For someone who has witnessed the extraordinary power of the Night Patrol Division, this mundane background of a second-generation official holds no allure. She merely nodded politely and continued to look at her phone, showing no intention of engaging in further conversation. Seeing that Li Shiwan was unresponsive, Xie Yiming felt a bit irritated. In order to save face, he simply turned away, ignoring Li Shiwan, and began to boast loudly to the few. "Hey, what do you guys think? After this test, why don't we take a trip to Europe?" Xie Yiming's voice was loud, clearly intended for Li Shiwan to hear. "My mom just got me a few internal invitations for Fashion Week and some private parties. We could charter a private plane, and it'll take you to experience what true high society is like." Immediately, several rich kids beside him responded with exclamations and flattery. Xie Yiming, feeling proud, occasionally glanced back, trying to catch a glimpse of surprise or envy on Li Ziwen's face. Inside the office building of the city bureau, Shen Chang'an, holding the folder, pushed open the door to a large conference room he was familiar with. The officials responsible for coordination inside were all old acquaintances. "Old Li brother Wang, long time no see." Shen Chang'an approached and casually greeted several familiar faces before handing over the folder. "This is the personnel list and handover procedures from Qingzhou District this year, totaling 121 individuals, all accounted for. Chang'an, as always, you handle matters efficiently." Old Li chuckled as he took the list, stamped it with a confirmation seal, and entered it into the system. "All right, the procedures are complete. You can go back and rest now." Shen Chang'an nodded, preparing to turn back along the same route. Swish! At that moment, accompanied by a whooshing sound, a figure suddenly dashed out from around the corner of the conference room, flinging open its arms and blocking Shen Chang'an's path. The newcomer appeared to be an 18-year-old boy, roughly the same age as Shen Chang'an. However, his attire was incredibly eye-catching. He was wearing a meticulously crafted moon-white ancient-style robe and ostentatiously carrying a sheathed long sword on his back. Shen Chang'an looked at the person before him, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, and bluntly remarked, "Where did this cosplayer come from?" "Big brother, this is the Night Patrol Division City Bureau, not a comic convention. If you want to go to a comic convention, turn left and take 2 subway stations." After saying this, Shen Chang'an waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, and turned to continue walking. "Shen Chang'an, don't try to play dumb with me." The ancient-clothed boy pressed down on the hilt of his sword, taking another step forward to block the way, his eyes fervent, as he shouted, "Since I've caught you today, you can't escape. Draw your sword, I want to duel you." The obstructing boy in ancient garb was named Jilin, also an 18-year-old senior preparing to graduate. However, unlike Shen Chang'an, he belonged to the provincial department above. 2 years ago, when Shen Chang'an was doing business at the city bureau, he happened to run into people from the provincial department visiting. At that time, Jilin, boasting of his talent that allowed him to break through to the second realm at the age of 16, was arrogant and unruly, practically crushing his peers. Unfortunately, he provoked Shen Chang'an, who dragged him into the training grounds and pressed him down with one hand, rubbing him into the ground for 3 rounds until he was nearly unrecognizable. Since then, this kid not only failed to be subdued, but he also became completely fixated on Shen Chang'an. Whenever there were large events that Shen Chang'an might attend, he would follow like a persistent shadow just to challenge Shen Chang'an and regain his lost honor. Moreover, Jilin is not just any ordinary Chinibyu. He is the young master of the top family in Songjiang province, the Ji family. In the area, the Ji family is a formidable force capable of dealing with anyone at a moment's notice, and when provoked, they can bury someone headfirst in the ground, claiming it to be a type of ginseng. "Big brother, I'm here to work, and I have a pile of tasks to complete." Shen Chang'an sighed helplessly and continued to try to circumvent him. "Who do you think you are, a young master tagging along with the provincial department on inspections, doing nothing but fighting every day, eh? Don't say so much, I'm different this time." Jilin stubbornly followed alongside, proudly raising his chin. "Shen Chang'an, This young master successfully broke through to the third realm last month. Today we must have a proper duel. Shen Chang'an stopped in his tracks looking at him, as if he were an idiot before suddenly laughing. Have you been hitting your head while practicing your sword? You should know that when I beat you 2 years ago, I was already at the third realm, right? Ji Lin's face stiffened, but he quickly retorted, so what? True geniuses can fight across realms. Shen Chang'an, speechless, covered his forehead. It seems this kid has been beaten too little lately, and is starting to get. Just as Ji Lin was still making a scene, preparing to draw his sword and force Shen Chang'an into action, a cold female voice rang from the far end of the corridor. With the sharp clack of high-heeled tactical boots on the floor, a figure with an intimidating presence strode forward. The newcomer was none other than Ji Lin's elder sister Ji Xiaoye. At 28, Ji Xiaoye carried herself with brisk, decisive elegance. She stood about 1.7 meters tall, clad in a form-fitting black tactical suit that traced the honed curves honed by years of training. Unlike the delicate daughters of aristocratic families, Ji Xiaoye bore the visible marks of fitness, an explosive athletic beauty. Her features were finely carved and striking, tinged with a warrior's spirit. Her distinctive sun-kissed complexion made her stand out in any crowd. More importantly, she emanated without disguise the terrifying pressure of a 5-realm powerhouse. Seeing Ji Xiaoye, Shen Chang'an decisively ignored the still being Ji Lin at his side and smiled. Sister Ji, long time no see. What brings you here? Chang'an. Ji Xiaoye regarded Shen Chang'an, and a trace of warmth softened her stern face. The Provincial Bureau cares a great deal about this large talent test in Beijing City, so they sent me down as the chief coordinator. I was also instructed to keep an eye on this brat, so he doesn't stir up trouble. Shen Chang'an nodded in understanding. I see. Sister Ji, you go ahead and attend to it. I have a group of students to watch over, so I'll head back to the stands first. After speaking, Shen Chang'an made to slip away. Wait! Ji Xiaoye suddenly called after him. A fierce battle glint identical to Ji Lin's flickered in her beautiful eyes. She appraised Shen Chang'an from head to toe, a meaning-laden curve forming at the corner of her mouth. You must have improved quite a bit these past 2 years, right? Perfect timing. After the noon test, and stick around. We'll go to the training ground and have a spar. The smile on Shen Chang'an's face froze instantly. He glanced at Ji Lin, who was gloating nearby, then back at Ji Xiaoye. Sighing, Shen Chang'an knew he could not dodge this challenge. He nodded helplessly. All right, Sister Ji. I'll listen to you. After the test. With his hands in his pockets, Shen Chang'an strolled back to the stands where the Qingzhou district contingent sat. As he approached, he saw Siahi, usually composed and capable, leaning in, her voice low and fierce as she scolded Xie Yiming. Are you out of your mind? Didn't I warn you to behave when we came here? Siahi's delicate face flushed slightly with anger. It's one thing to boast and compare yourself to others, but who told you to pester? Because they were in a public venue, Siahi kept her voice down, but her look could have swallowed that incompetent young sister. I was just greeting her. Xie Yiming mumbled in vain. Mid-rebuke, Siahi's peripheral vision caught sight of Shen Chang'an approaching. She instantly suppressed her anger, pointed at Xie Yiming's nose and hissed in a low voice. You wait. I'll deal with you when we get back. Then Siahi turned quickly and adopted an expression of respectful courtesy, bowing slightly to Shen Chang'an. Team leader Shen, you've returned. Shen Chang'an nodded, pulled open a seat in the front row, and sat down. He glanced at Xie Yiming, who looked chastened, and asked casually, Is this your brother? Xie looked slightly embarrassed and nodded. Yes. His name is Xie Yiming. He turned 18 this year. He was spoiled by the family and lacks discretion. Please forgive him. Xie Yiming, wide-eyed and shocked, stared at the peer who had just stood beside his sister. Shen, team leader. His sister actually called this person, who looked even younger than him, team leader Shen, and the reverence in her tone was clearly sincere, not feigned. Xie Yiming felt his mind momentarily short-circuit. Shen Chang'an paid no mind to Xie Yiming's agape astonishment, and following Xie's introduction offered 2 perfunctory compliments. A spirited youth, seemed sharp and quick-witted. Those 2 polite words were like the forced praise elders give at holiday visits when they can't find a single virtue in a troublesome child. Empty niceties. This small exchange drew the attention of the young masters and missies around them, who were preparing for their tests. Seeing an internal coordinator of Xie standing deferentially before Shen Chang'an, they exchanged puzzled, suspicious glances. They could not fathom what this casually dressed youth, similar in age to themselves, could possibly be. Shen Chang'an ignored their curious stares and leaned toward Li Xiwan, whispering, There'll be a sparring match during the noon break. Do you want to come watch? You might learn something. A spar. Li Xiwan's eyes brightened with interest, and she nodded eagerly. Yes. Time passed quickly through the tedious testing. The large-scale talent assessment was not complicated. 2 enormous, antiquated spirit steels were placed in the center of the arena. Test takers placed their hands upon them, and the steels, by the brightness and hue of their feedback, gauged their spiritual strength and chi perception. Physical constitution tests were performed by modern instruments. Amid synthetic electronic announcements, results began to roll in. Shen Chang'an lounged in his seat, casually scrolling through the real-time list updates in the internal work group on his phone. Tisk truly dismal. By late morning, the city bureau had processed over 300 candidates, yet the pass rate was pitifully low. The list was dominated by unqualified marks. Only 14 people managed to score above 60, the passing line, in at least 2 of the 3 categories: spiritual strength, chi perception, and constitution. And most of those only just scraped past the threshold. None showed the excellence of scores in the 70s or 80s. These are tests for the counties and districts below. Our Qingzhou district results won't come until the afternoon. Shen Chang'an glanced at the time. Noon was approaching. He rose and said to Xie, Xiao Xie, take them to the city bureau canteen for lunch and keep order. Li Xuan and I have some matters and won't join you. Understood, team leader Shen. Xie, he replied respectfully. After giving his instructions, Shen Chang'an led Li Xuan by following the directional signs inside the bureau down to the underground training ground. In less than 10 minutes they arrived. Entering the training ground, Li Xuan could not help but exclaim. The facility was absurdly large, like a compact indoor arena. The walls were reinforced with formations capable of absorbing spiritual energy impacts. The venue housed simulated combat zones, gravity training chambers, and meditation rooms. Every kind of expensive state-of-the-art training apparatus was available. Though it was the lunch break, many operators in city bureau uniforms still trained hard. The atmosphere electric. This is so much better than our district's training hall, Li Xuan marveled. No surprise. Being a level higher, the funding and resources tilt upward. Shen Chang'an nodded and added casually, this is nothing. If you saw the Provincial HQ's training ground, that would be extravagant. Li Xuan asked curiously, have you been to the Provincial HQ? Once. Shen Chang'an shrugged. When I first joined, old Zhao took me there to handle some paperwork. As they chatted, crisp, high-heeled tactical boot sounds came from the training ground entrance. Ji Xiaoya walked in, Ji Lin trailing behind like an excited hangarin. You're early, Chang'an, she called. She strode forward. A sheen of fine sweat lay on her sun-kissed skin, clearly from warm-ups. Sister Ji challenged me, so I dared not be late, Shen Chang'an said with a smile. He then introduced the companion at his side. This is Li Xuan, a newcomer we just recruited into Qingzhou district. Xuan, this is Ji Xiaoya from the Provincial Bureau. Sister Ji is a 5-realm expert. The fellow behind her pretending to cosplay is her brother Ji Lin. Hearing this, Li Xuan obediently made a polite bow. Greetings, Senior Ji. Hello, Ji Lin. Ji Xiaoya appraised Li Xuan from head to toe, lingering on her seemingly delicate but unervingly calm eyes. A flicker of surprise crossed her gaze, such pure spiritual fluctuations. Ji Lin waved away the formalities with nonchalance. All right, no need to be so polite. Shen Chang'an, hurry up. Who do you want to spar first, me or my sister? Let's beat this kid senseless first. Shen Chang'an cast a glance at Ji Lin, his tone laced with weary resignation. He's been shrieking all day, won't settle down unless he gets a proper thrashing. As he spoke, he strode toward a sealed high-tier training chamber nearby, then glanced back with a casual addendum, don't worry, I won't bully you. Since you've just reached the 3rd realm, I'll restrain my spiritual energy to match yours. You said it yourself, don't regret it. Ji Lin instantly surged with adrenaline, bursting into the chamber in feverish excitement. Inside the spacious, enclosed training chamber, protective formation arrays along the walls glowed softly to life. With a sharp clang, Ji Lin drew the exquisitely crafted longsword from his back, its blade pointed squarely at the weapon rack beside the wall. Shen Chang'an, choose your weapon, he declared, haughty and proud. I won't take advantage of your unarmed state, your lordship. Shen Chang'an remained rooted in place, idly rolling up his sleeves before loosening his wrists and neck with languid, crisp cracks of bone. No need. He didn't even glance at the weapon rack. I don't require a weapon to fight you. Hurry up, I'm sure you're insufferably arrogant. Ji Lin roared, unleashing his 3rd realm spiritual energy without restraint. In an instant, he became a blur, his sword cleaving the air with a shriek as it shot straight for Shen Chang'an's face. Faced with that ferocious thrust, Shen Chang'an stood motionless, anchored like a mountain. With effortless grace, he formed a foundational arcane seal. Wind flame barrier. Boom. A searing blaze erupted between them. Not the terrifying black flame he wielded against demons, but ordinary flickering orange fire. Yet under the instantaneous surge and amplification of wind arts, the fire fed on the gale, erupting into a violent spiraling vortex. A tangible wall of flame that surged forward with unstoppable force. Ji Lin felt a scorching wave blast across his face, his eyebrows nearly singed. To press forward would be to vanish within that roaring inferno. With no choice, he wrenched his sword back mid-thrust, slammed both feet into the floor, and recoiled violently, desperate to gain distance. Yet in that half-second when the flame barrier obscured his vision, a deep, muffled boom detonated across the When Ji Lin landed and slashed aside the lingering embers, his blood ran cold. He found Shen Chang'an gone, vanished into thin air. Oh no! Jilin's scalp prickled, a primal wave of dread crashed over him from behind, too late to react. Shen Chang'an had already closed the gap, silent explosive materializing behind him like a panther coiled in lethal stillness. Jilin whirled around barely halfway through the turn, only to see a fist the size of a sandbag hurtling toward his nose, filling his pupils with terrifying speed, trailing a shriek of displaced air. Dodge. Impossible. Paralyzed by sheer terror, Jilin squeezed his eyes shut and screamed, voice cracking, "Wait. Don't hit my face." At that desperate cry, a wry mocking curve lifted Shen Chang'an's lips. His fist, poised to shatter Jilin's nose, jolted to a halt midair, its momentum arrested with surgical control. Then, pivoting from his upper torso, he coiled his waist and unleashed a devastating fluid roundhouse kick, landing with pinpoint precision on Jilin's flank. Tum! Oof! Jilin flew backward like a cannonball, shrieking as he smashed headlong into the chamber's reinforced barrier wall with a thunderous hollow crunch, then slid down its surface like a sack of wet grain. Annihilation. From sword draw to airborne defeat, less than 5 seconds elapsed. Li Xuan, watching through the observation glass outside, sucked in a sharp breath, her beautiful eyes wide with awe. So fast. Though she'd witnessed Shen Chang'an slay demons before, seeing him engage another cultivator ignited fresh astonishment. Shen Chang'an employed no flashy or esoteric techniques, nor did he need to. The gulf between their strengths was simply too vast. A basic fusion of wind and fire arts created a momentary blind spot and forced his opponent's retreat, seamlessly followed by a simple explosive step to close distance. 2 moves, fluid, flawless, stripped of all excess, ending the bout before it truly began. This was nothing less than dimensional annihilation. Clap, clap, clap. A crisp rhythmic applause broke the silence. Ji Xiaoya, who'd watched her brother's humiliating defeat, didn't bristle with anger. Instead, her eyes gleamed with fierce admiration. Terrifying combat intuition, she commended. Then in a flash of motion, she appeared at the chamber's edge. She seized Jilin's collar like pulling up a radish, hoisting her groaning, grimacing brother upright and flinging him unceremoniously beyond the observation glass. Enough. Go sit and observe. She cast him a withering sidelong glance. Can't even read a single move. Don't disgrace us further. After Jilin slunk away, Ji Xiaoya sealed the chamber door behind her. She rolled her slender neck and fixed her gaze on Shen Chang'an across the room. The speed and power you just displayed were deliberately restrained, but the finesse of your spiritual energy control exceeds what any third realm cultivator could achieve. A subtle smile played on Ji Xiaoya's lips as her gaze locked onto Shen Chang'an, piercing and intense. Spill it. How far have you really advanced? You've broken through to the 5th realm, haven't you? Shen Chang'an slipped his hands casually into his pockets and nodded candidly. Just recently, and it's still unstable. Though she'd suspected as much, hearing it confirmed sent shockwaves rippling through Ji Xiaoya's core. An 18-year-old 5th realm cultivator. As a core operative of the Provincial Bureau, Ji Xiaoya knew precisely what such a feat signified. It meant this youth wasn't merely prodigious. He possessed a ceiling so staggering it defied estimation. Well done, boy. You've hidden your strength well. Her battle lust flared brighter still. She tugged open the zipper of her tactical jacket. Since we're both 5th realm, today I won't hold back for you. Without hesitation, she shed her black tactical jacket and tossed it aside, revealing a sleek, form-fitting black sports tank top. Stripped of her outer layer, Ji Xiaoya unveiled a physique sculpted like a wild leopard, powerful, poised, and utterly lethal. Years of relentless training had etched razor-sharp abdominal lines, while her arms and thighs pulsed with compact, explosive muscle. Against her sun-kissed amber-tinted skin, she radiated a raw, untamable beauty. Come on, senior sister Ji, show me the Provincial Bureau's true mettle. Shen Chang'an dropped his earlier nonchalance, bending his knees into a tight, impenetrable defensive stance. Outside the chamber, Li Xuan watched the 2 warriors lock horns, drew a steadying breath, and pressed the begin button on the control console. Beep. At the shrill chime's onset, Shen Chang'an's eyes sharpened into absolute focus. This was his first formal duel with Ji Xiaoya. At their level, cultivators awaken unique, externalized attributes, Shen Chang'an's black flame being one such manifestation. Without knowing her affinity, reckless offense would be fatal. He needed to probe to discern her nature. A flicker of spiritual light danced at his fingertips as he prepared a wind art to create space and test her. Yet in that fraction of a second before his incantation completed, boom, a savage thunderclap detonated inside the chamber. Ozone stung the air as gales erupted violently. So fast, Shen Chang'an's heart lurched. He couldn't complete the spell, but instinct honed by countless battles took over. His body arched backward in a reflexive, lightning-fast evasion. Swish! A lithe, elegant leg, wreathed in blinding blue lightning, slammed downward like a Werex, grazing his nose by millimeters. The sheer velocity of the strike sheared off several strands of hair from his forehead. Barely evading, Shen Chang'an cartwheeled backward to create distance, then finally saw Ji Xiaoya's true form. She was enveloped in crackling azure lightning, dancing wildly across her hair fingertips and skin snapping and hissing like live wires. Even her irises shimmered with faint storm-born luminescence. Lightning affinity. Shen Chang'an's pulse tightened inwardly. Lightning, the rarest and most domineering of externalized affinities, boasted monstrous destructive power and uniquely amplified physical vitality, granting its wielder preternatural explosive speed. Not bad reflexes, try this. Ji Xiaoya gave him no respite. Failing her first strike, she harnessed lightning's recoil to reverse midair, an impossible physics-defying pivot. Thump 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 thump. Her assault rained down like a typhoon, fists, elbows, knees, and kicks, all accompanied by deafening thunderclaps moving so fast only streaks of cobalt blur remained. Shen Chang'an instantly fell into pure defense. Against lightning's unnatural acceleration, he found his nerves sharp enough to track, but his body lagged half a beat behind. He couldn't spare focus to countercast. Instead, he flooded his arms and torso with thick, resilient chi shields, absorbing each thunderous blow with unyielding resilience. Yet, Ji Xiaoya herself was startled. Though she dominated in speed, their raw power clashed evenly, neither yielding ground. Each impact reverberated with brutal force, her blows meeting not weakness but a savage, unrelenting strength rivaling her own forged over 5 years of fifth realm mastery. Outside the chamber, Ji Lin clutched his bruised lower back, pressing his face against the observation glass as he watched the brutal exchange. This kid is a genuine monster. What's wrong? Li Xuan watched Shen Chang'an weather the onslaught with growing concern. Ji Lin shook his head. You wouldn't understand. In all of Zhangjiang province, among fifth realm elites, fewer than 5 could endure this many lightning-infused strikes from my sister without breaking stride. My sister's cultivation isn't ordinary fifth realm. Reverence edged his voice. The fifth realm is pivotal. It's where one carves out this spiritual sea within the body. She broke through at 23, now 28. She's refined this realm for 5 full years. Her spiritual sea's depth and her combat experience stand at the absolute apex of fifth realm mastery, peak upon peak. And yet this boy, freshly ascended, matches her blow for blow in raw power. He's utter. Li Xuan listened, only half comprehending, but seeing Shen Chang'an remain calm, composed, and flawlessly defensive despite the barrage eased her tension. But Ji Lin rubbed his chin, squinting at Shen Chang'an. Why does he only take hits, never counter? And after all this, why hasn't his externalized attribute revealed itself? Not even a whisper. Bang! Another dull collision echoed through the air. Shen Chang'an slid back a few meters, slightly numbness in his hands. In the rapid exchange of offense and defense, he quickly calculated his strategy in his mind. I can't use the black flame, Shen Chang'an thought to himself. The adhesion and destructive power of the black flame are too strong. Once it touches something, it's incredibly difficult to extinguish. In this friendly sparring, if I can't control the fire properly, it could truly be life-threatening. Moreover, Shen Chang'an also noticed that although Ji Xiaoya's offensive was fierce, she was actually holding back. She didn't use those immensely powerful thunder-based destructive spells. Instead, she merely infused her body with thunder attributes to stimulate her muscles and enhance her speed for close combat. Since I can't use the black flame, I'll just have to rely on ordinary spells combined with tactics. As Ji Xiaoya transformed again into a blue flash approaching him, Shen Chang'an's eyes sharpened, advancing instead of retreating. He used the force of Ji Xiaoya's punch to agilely perform a backflip. In the instant his hands touched the ground, he unhesitatingly injected a massive amount of spiritual power into the ground. Earth element, create a prison. The hard metallic floor of the training room instantly cracked, and thick solid earthen walls rose from the ground, forming a gigantic prison that tightly encased the advancing Ji Xiaoya. However, less than half a second later, boom. Accompanied by a violent thunderous roar, the seemingly indestructible earthen prison was shattered by Ji Xiaoya's powerful punch. Countless stones and a cloud of dust instantly filled the entire training room, severely obstructing vision. Such a petty trick won't trap me. Ji Xiaoya's confident voice emerged from the dust. Of course I know it won't trap me. Shen Chang'an concealed himself within the dust, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He never expected this move to harm someone at the peak of the fifth realm. What he wanted was the dust swirling around. Suddenly, a faint orange-eared glow ignited in Shen Chang'an's eyes, akin to 2 burning flames. Fire! Through the swirling dust, Shen Chang'an clearly detected the furious blue lightning, representing Ji Xiaoya moving at high speed. Shen Chang'an's hands flew through the air, quickly forming an ancient hand seal. Guard! This is not the bizarre defense made with the destructive black flame that he is most adept at, but rather a shield formed entirely from ordinary crimson flames. At the moment the shield formed, Ji Xiaoya had already pierced through the dust like a ghost, her fist imbued with the might of thunder, striking fiercely against the flaming barrier. Crack! The barrier, formed from crimson flames, emitted a sound of splintering under the immense pressure, its surface instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, on the verge of shattering. A hint of surprise flashed in Ji Xiaoya's eyes. She had originally thought this punch would directly pierce through Shen Chang'an's defense, but she hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary flame shield to possess such high spiritual power density. Interesting, but still not enough. Ji Xiaoya shouted sharply, unhesitatingly launching a second bang. The flame barrier completely exploded, turning into a shower of sparks. However, at the moment the barrier shattered, Ji Xiaoya found no trace of Shen Chang'an behind the shield. What remained in place was merely a dissipating humanoid flame shadow. Fire element substitute technique. Just a trivial trick. Ji Xiaoya scoffed. Just as she prepared to disperse her perception to search for Shen Chang'an again, an unexpected change occurred. Several chains forged from blazing crimson flames suddenly shot out from the surrounding dust, like snakes emerging from their holes, racing towards Ji Xiaoya. This was another of the 4 core spells Shen Chang'an had mastered, the control technique. The flaming chains were incredibly swift, wrapping around her hands and feet before Ji Xiaoya could react. Although these ordinary flaming chains could not penetrate the layer of violent, thunderous protective chi surrounding Ji Xiaoya, nor cause any substantial burns, they were enough to restrict her movements for a short time. Little Chang'an, your studies are quite broad. You even know this obscure spell for chaining, Ji Xiaoya remarked while exerting strength in her arms. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by thunderous booms, the 2 flaming chains entwined around her arms were violently snapped. Out of boredom, I casually researched a little trick. Shen Chang'an's voice came from Ji Xiaoya's right rear. Hearing the voice, Ji Xiaoya's mouth curled into a smile of certainty. I've got you. She didn't even bother with the chains still entangled around her feet, directly channeling the thunderous power beneath her feet, preparing to use the explosive step to rush towards the source of the voice at the fastest speed. However, an unexpected event occurred at that moment. Just as Ji Xiaoya was ready to exert her strength to sprint, she suddenly felt a terrifying pulling force at her feet. The chains around her feet, which she had thought could be easily broken with a slight effort, remained utterly unmoved. Little did she know that Shen Chang'an had intentionally made the chains around her arms weak, creating the illusion that they could be easily broken. The 2 chains that were truly meant to restrain her feet, however, had been infused with an immense amount of spiritual power, boasting a toughness comparable to fine steel. This sudden resistance caused Ji Xiaoya, who was in the midst of a full-speed burst, to lose her balance instantly, her body involuntarily tumbling forward. However, for a seasoned powerhouse at the peak of the 5th realm, this loss of balance was not considered a fatal crisis. Ji Xiaoya reacted swiftly, tucking her abdomen as she prepared to use the momentum of her forward lean to perform a clean forward roll on the ground, dissipating the force and readjusting her stance. But just as she was about to roll out, Shen Chang'an had already appeared silently in front of her, having used the explosive. His original script was that at the moment Ji Xiaoya lost her balance, he would pose like a graceful master, pointing his finger like a sword, firmly stopping at her throat, and then casually say, "Thank you for the lesson," thereby perfectly concluding the spar. However, he never expected that Ji Xiaoya would choose to boldly roll forward and charge in after losing her balance. In that instant, the distance between the 2 was dangerously shortened. Shen Chang'an had originally planned that if his finger were to continue thrusting out, it would likely pierce Ji Xiaoya's throat directly. In the blink of an eye, Shen Chang'an awkwardly changed his move, transforming his finger into claws and reaching out. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the training room, the swirling dust had yet to fully disperse. Shen Chang'an and Ji Xiaoya remained frozen in an awkward posture. Ji Xiaoya maintained a half-crouched, forward-leaning position. However, Shen Chang'an's hand did not stop just an inch away from her throat as portrayed in movies, but completely gripped Ji Xiaoya's neck. Shen Chang'an could even distinctly feel the powerful pulse of her carotid artery through his palm, along with the warm sensation brought by the fine beads of sweat. An indescribable awkwardness lingered in the air. 2 seconds later, Shen Chang'an suddenly snapped back to reality as if jolted by electricity and quickly released his grip, stepping back 2 paces. He clenched his fist against his lips and awkwardly coughed twice. "Well, Sister Ji, I concede." Ji Xiaoya straightened up, touching her neck, where he had gripped her expression somewhat unnatural, but a rare glint of astonishment and complexity flashed in her beautiful eyes. Fortunately, due to the dust cloud caused by the previous attack, which had yet to fully settle, Li Shiwan and Ji Lin, who were observing outside the glass wall, did not witness this awkward and ambiguous scene. Ji Xiaoya stood still, touching her still warm neck. After a brief moment of astonishment, she quickly replayed the entire process in her mind and soon understood the key points. "You little brat, you deliberately made the fire chains tied to your hands so brittle just now, didn't you?" Ji Xiaoya looked at Shen Chang'an, her eyes full of unabashed admiration. You specially created chains of different strengths to exploit my habitual thinking, setting up a psychological trap amidst that rapid exchange of offense and defense. Very clever. Shen Chang'an scratched his head, returning to a lazy demeanor, and humbly replied, just some little tricks I tend to ponder about, nothing worth mentioning. Sister Ji, I concede. Ji Xiaoya, possessing a character that can easily accept both victory and defeat, did not hesitate to acknowledge a loss is a loss. Your combat intuition and reaction speed are indeed above mine. Shen Chang'an smiled and snapped his fingers. Whoosh! A strong whirlwind suddenly formed out of nowhere, swiftly clearing the dust in the training room. At that moment, Li Shiwan and Ji Lin, standing outside the protective glass, were eagerly watching the scene. As the dust cleared, they saw that both of them had stopped fighting, and neither showed any signs of injury, completely unaware of the thrilling contest that had just unfolded in those brief seconds. Shen Chang'an and Ji Xiaoya walked out of the arena side by side. As soon as they opened the door, Ji Lin rushed over, looking back and forth at the two sisters. How was it? Did you finish the fight? I lost. Ji Xiaoya straightforwardly replied. It was a narrow victory, just luck. Shen Chang'an added generously, giving her face. However, Ji Xiaoya shook her head, not responding. She knew all too well that it wasn't merely a narrow victory, not to mention that she hadn't used her most destructive lightning techniques. Shen Chang'an had yet to show his true external attributes throughout the entire encounter. Just how deep were this kid's hidden cards? It was simply unfathomable. Ji Xiaoya calmed her surging blood from the recent intense battle, picked up her coat from the side, and waved her hand generously. Let's go, it's just about mealtime. They'll treat you today. Let's head to the cafeteria. On the way to the cafeteria, Ji Lin, like a curious child, clung to Shen Chang'an and asked, hey, how did you win? My sister is at the peak of the 5th realm. You just broke through. How could you possibly defeat her? Just a normal fight. I took advantage of Sister Ji's mistake and narrowly won half a move. Shen Chang'an casually brushed it off, not elaborating on that awkward choking scene. Ji Lin's suspicious gaze flickered back and forth between the two. One was reluctant to share the details of the victory, while the other was equally secretive about the loss. Could it be that one won in an unseemly manner or the other lost in an undignified way? However, he didn't think much of it. After all, at their level, it was quite normal to hold back. During sparring, it was not a life-and-death struggle. The group quickly arrived at the Municipal Bureau's cafeteria. It must be said that the treatment at the Municipal Bureau was indeed incomparable to that of Qingzhou District. Here there was a specialized cafeteria set up for the night watchman, not only luxuriously decorated, but also avoiding the need to squeeze in with ordinary administrative staff. Most importantly, the exclusive window for the night watchman offered a special ingredient known as spirit meat. Spirit meat is derived from certain low-level demon beasts or specially bred livestock nourished by spiritual energy. It contains rich, gentle spiritual energy, and consuming it regularly can significantly improve one's physique and accelerate spiritual power recovery. This stuff is precious. There is no quota for it at the Qingzhou District branch, and everyone usually can only eat ordinary pork, beef, and lamb. At the Beijiang Municipal Bureau, every officially appointed lantern bearer is allotted a monthly quota of a full 20 pounds of spirit meat. The group served themselves and sat down with their meals. Shen Chang'an picked up a piece of brightly colored, fragrant braised spirit meat and placed it in his mouth, feeling the warm spiritual energy spreading down his throat, and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, the Municipal Bureau really knows how to treat people. This standard of food is far better than what we have. Li Shiwan also ate in small bites, nodding in agreement. Sitting opposite, Ji Lin couldn't help but sneer, his face full of disdain as he boasted, what does this count as? Shen Chang'an, hurry and apply to transfer to our provincial department. The provincial department gives official personnel 100 pounds of spirit meat every month. They prepare it in various styles. You could eat it as snacks every day. Bang! Ji Lin's words had barely left his mouth when he received a solid smack on the back of his head from Ji Xiaoya. You talk too much. You could choke yourself just by eating. Ji Xiaoya glared at her younger brother and scolded without any good humor. Even with all that good food provided each month at the provincial department, it hasn't made you any more formidable. Didn't you just get taken out in one kick today? Ji Lin covered his head, feeling wronged as he pushed his rice around in the bowl. While extremely dissatisfied inside, he dared not utter a word in front of his sister, who overwhelmed him with bloodline suppression and strength, especially since it was a fact he had been kicked away by Shen Chang'an. After scolding her brother, Ji Xiaoya turned to Shen Chang'an, her tone becoming serious. By the way, Chang'an, your college entrance exams have also ended. Which city's university are you planning to apply to next? Shen Chang'an took a couple of bites of food, thought for a moment, and said it depends on the situation. However, old Zhao mentioned that with my current strength, staying in Qingzhou truly doesn't offer much development space. Going to a big city might be better. At this point, Shen Chang'an was actually somewhat puzzled in his heart. According to the unspoken rules within the night watchman, being at the 4th realm was already sufficient to serve as the top official at the county level, once breaking through to the 5th realm, one would basically be transferred to the municipal bureau as a powerful figure at the captain level. He had already reached the peak of the 3rd realm 2 years ago, and now he had stepped into the 5th realm, so logically, he should have been transferred by now. It's probably that the higher-ups at the headquarters have their own arrangements. I'm too lazy to think about it. As long as I get paid, that's enough. Shen Chang'an mumbled to himself. Jixia pondered for a moment and offered a serious suggestion. If I were to recommend, I suggest you apply to universities in Modu or Yaodu. Modu. Yaodu. Shen Chang'an raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why not go to the capital? Isn't the resource there top-notch? Jixia shook her head. The capital does have the best resources, but it's the power center of Donghuang, and the waters there run too deep. Various ancient families and sects are intricately woven, engaging in both open and covert struggles every day. With your free-spirited nature and dislike for constraints, it would be easy for you to get swept into those high-level political whirlpools. Compared to that, Modu and Yaodu lean more towards practical combat and frontline action. Although there are family influences there, the rules are relatively simple and brutal. Whoever has the bigger fist gets to speak. That environment is most suitable for a combat-oriented genius like you to show off your skills. Ji Xiaoye continued, glancing at Ji Lin beside her. Anyway, once the results are out, I also plan to have this kid choose one of Modu or Yaodu to gain some experience. He can't always rely on the family background to be a sheltered flower. After hearing this analysis, Shen Chang'an found it very reasonable and nodded seriously. All right, Sister Ji, I will consider it carefully. Hearing that Shen Chang'an is interested in these 2 major cities, Ji Lin, who had just been sulking, instantly perked up. He excitedly leaned in closer and said, Hey, Shen Chang'an, when you decide which university to choose, remember to let me know in advance. I'll apply to that city too, so we can keep each other company. Ji Lin's ulterior motive was clear. Of finding a companion was just a pretext. His real aim was to find someone he could spar with at any time and act as a free top-tier bodyguard. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the talent assessment resumed after a brief lunch break. With the sound of the announcement, it was finally the turn of this batch of eligible youths from Qingzhou district. 121 individuals stood in a long line, taking turns to ascend the testing stage. However, reality proved to be far more brutal than imagined. As the instruments repeatedly lit up with red lights, indicating not qualified, the previously excited and hopeful line was gradually enveloped by a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. It wasn't until after 5 in the afternoon that everyone from Qingzhou district completed their assessments. Out of the 121, only 6 individuals barely reached the passing line of scoring over 60 in 2 subjects. Moreover, these 6 individuals generally scored dangerously close, around 61 or 62. Whether they could be retained by the Qingzhou district branch for further training would depend on the preferences of the city bureau. However, according to past conventions, such barely passing scores would definitely not be appreciated by the city bureau, and it was highly likely they would be kicked back to Qingzhou district like a hot potato. At that moment, the lounge area of the venue was permeated with an unmistakable sense of loss and despair among the faction from Qingzhou district. In fact, the youth selected from various families and district offices to participate in the test had all shown some unusual talent during their childhood. For instance, some had a light birth chart and could often see vague wandering spirits by the roadside. Others were sensitive to dark energy and would inexplicably feel feverish near graveyards. Their elders had long instilled in them the concept that this world possesses extraordinary powers, leading them to believe they were the chosen ones among a sea of candidates. Although everyone knew that passing the assessment did not guarantee a spot as a formal operative in the Night Patrol Agency, at least it was a ticket to another magical world. But now the cold hard scores had completely shattered their dreams of being the protagonists. It turned out that the majority of them were ultimately just ordinary people. Among this group of dejected individuals, Xie Yiming's face looked particularly grim, even pale. He gripped the freshly printed score report tightly in his hand, his fingers trembling slightly. Spiritual power perception, 52 points. Physical test, 51 points. Mental strength, 34 points. A complete disaster. He hadn't even touched the passing line. Especially the crucial mental strength, with a score in the 30s, was among the lowest in the entire examination hall. Recalling his arrogant demeanor when boasting to his friends on the bus that morning, Xie Yiming felt a sharp sting on his face, as if he had been publicly slapped several times, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide. On the other hand, in stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere here, stood Shen Chang'an and his group in a corner of the lounge. Shen Chang'an stood with Xie He and Li Shiwan facing the 4 boys and 2 girls who stood in front of them. These 6 individuals were the only lucky ones from Qingzhou district who barely passed. The 6 youths were flushed with excitement, not knowing where to put their hands, their eyes filled with anticipation. Shen Chang'an looked at them and said, "Don't get too excited just yet." His voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the overly enthusiastic youths. This passing score you hold is merely a ticket. It only proves your eligibility to open this door. It does not mean you have secured a foothold in this cruel world. Starting tomorrow for the next 3 months, you will be required to live in the underground closed dormitory of the Night Patrol Agency branch undergoing all-day training. These 3 months are both a trial period and an elimination phase. You must successfully absorb Qi into your body within this time frame, stepping into the realm of cultivation and become a true apprentice lantern bearer. Moreover, you will need to pass subsequent rigorous practical assessments. Shen Chang'an paused, his tone extremely cold. 3 months later, anyone who fails to cross that threshold or fails the practical assessment regardless of which family is behind, you will be sent packing, returning to where you came from. Do you understand? Understood. The 6 youths, intimidated by Shen Chang'an's presence, instinctively straightened their backs and responded loudly, though nervous, their eyes ignited with fighting spirit. Satisfied, Shen Chang'an nodded and slightly softened his tone. All right, I won't keep you tonight. In a moment, take the bus back. Those who need to report good news to their parents and elders should do so, and those who need to pack should pack. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, bring your personal belongings and report to the Qingzhou District Branch on time. Yes, Commander. After explaining the arrangements, Shen Chang'an glanced at the time on the big screen. It was already 6:15 in the evening. Phew. This day's chaos is finally over. Shen Chang'an sighed in relief, rubbing his slightly sore neck, and turned to Xie, he beside him, saying, go notify everyone to gather. Count the numbers and prepare to board the bus back. At 7:30 in the evening, the bus convoy slowly entered the gates of the Qingzhou District Night Patrol Agency branch under the night sky. After dispersing those young masters and misses who had yet to recover from their disappointment, Xie, he stayed behind to organize the 6 lucky candidates for temporary identity registration, while Li Shiwan went to familiarize herself with the dormitory. Shen Chang'an, feeling somewhat fatigued, took the elevator back to his office and collapsed into the comfortable ergonomic chair, just about to pour himself a glass of water. Ding ding ding. The shrill red alarm suddenly rang on the tactical terminal on his wrist. Shen Chang'an frowned slightly and opened the screen, revealing a cross-district dispatch order from the City Bureau's United Front Center, stamped with a bright red, extremely urgent seal. For Shen Chang'an, such cross-district dispatch orders were quite routine. Typically, if a subordinate district experienced a severe incident involving high-level magical creatures or demonic beings, and the City Bureau's Special Operations Team could not arrive promptly due to distance or ongoing missions, the command center would issue a dispatch order for nearby experts to provide emergency assistance. After all lives are at stake, magical creatures won't wait for you to sluggishly gather personnel. Shen Chang'an quickly scanned the mission brief and unhesitatingly pressed the received and immediately execute button. He abruptly sprang up from his chair, grabbed the car keys from his desk, and dashed towards the underground exclusive garage in quick steps. With the roar of a powerful engine, a motorcycle tore through the night and sped out of the branch's gates. According to the coordinates on the dispatch order, the incident occurred in the neighboring Sighing district along Lehigh Street. 2 rogue demon creatures from the 4th realm maliciously harmed others and violently resisted capture when surrounded. The head of the Sighing district branch was merely a newly promoted cultivator in the 4th realm, completely unable to handle 2 demon beings of the same rank. If forced into combat, it could likely affect the surrounding area, resulting in a large-scale civilian casualty. Over 30 kilometers. Shen Chang'an glanced at the estimated time on the navigation, flooring the Excel. 10 minutes. At the edge of Sighing district along Lehigh Street. This area was originally planned for the development of a seaside resort villa, but due to the downturn in the real estate market over the past 2 years, coupled with the developer's broken capital chain, this half-finished villa complex had long become a desolate wasteland overgrown with weeds and deserted. Now, however, it had become an excellent hiding spot for the 2 rogue demon creatures. At this moment, the entire abandoned villa complex was completely sealed by a thick energy barrier that emitted a faint yellow glow. The Sighing district branch had sent their elite forces for this operation. Their combat configuration was a standard 3-3-4 formation, 2 experienced 3rd realm senior operatives, plus 1 4th realm lantern holder officer. At this moment, these 3 individuals were trapped inside the barrier, maneuvering against the 2 raging demon creatures. Outside the barrier, the Special Forces team was armed and had set up the highest level of blockade. Increase energy output. We absolutely cannot let this barrier break. If they manage to escape into the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Director Ma Xiaoyuan of the Sighing district branch stood in front of a command vehicle, sweating profusely as he shouted orders over the intercom. Director, we can't hold on. An assistant responsible for controlling the barrier formation rushed over, his face pale. The reserves of high-level spirit stones in the formation are nearly depleted. The nearest supply vehicle is still at least 20 minutes away from the branch. Ma Xiaoyuan's heart sank. He fixed his gaze on the radar screen in the command vehicle, which was scanning the energy fluctuations inside the barrier in real time. On the screen, the green dots representing the 3 lantern holders were flickering weakly, while the two glaring red lights representing the demon creatures remained ferocious and strong. This proved that the battle inside had not only not ended, but the situation was extremely unfavorable for the Sighing district. Damn it, those are two fourth realm beasts. Ma Xiaoyuan's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly. If these three lantern holders fell inside, the Sighing district branch would completely lose its high-level combat strength. Even more terrifying was that once the barrier shattered, those two frenzied fourth realm demon creatures would rush into the densely populated residential area a few kilometers away, resulting in a brutal massacre. Has the request for assistance from the city bureau been sent out? Have we received any response? Ma Xiaoyuan turned and yelled at the assistant. It's been sent. It was sent long ago. The assistant's voice trembled. The dispatch center responded 10 minutes ago saying that Shen Chang'an from Qingzhou district has accepted the order and is rushing over at full speed. Hearing the name, Shen Chang'an, a glimmer of hope finally flashed in Ma Xiaoyuan's despairing eyes. He prayed silently. Hurry up. Just a bit faster. Inside the barrier, the once luxurious seaside villa complex had now completely turned into a wasteland. Debris flew, spiritual energy surged, and the shockwaves from spell collisions uprooted the surround. The three-member team from Sighing district was back-to-back, gasping heavily, their bodies covered in dirt and blood, struggling to maintain their crumbling defensive formation. Leading them was Lu Feng, the lantern holder of the Sighing district in the fourth realm. Flanking him were two senior operatives in the third realm, a male named Wang Lei and a female named Chen Meng. Chen Meng wiped the cold sweat from her face, her chest heaving violently as she gritted her teeth and cursed, "What bad luck. I just returned from the city bureau after dropping off those young masters and misses, and before I could even drink a sip of water, I ran into this tough situation." Less than 30 meters in front of them, two massive demon creatures were lurking, their true forms now revealed. On the left was a black-scaled venomous snake as thick as a water barrel and over 10 meters long, its triangular head held high, sporting a flesh tumor, and its crimson forked tongue hissing ominously in the air. On the right was a giant gray-furred rat about the size of a small truck, its green bean-sized eyes gleaming with cruel cunning, with dark red bloodstains still clinging to its sharp incisors. The giant snake demon flicked its tongue, its vertical pupils fixated on Lu Feng in the front. During the earlier dangerous exchange, its bony tail had cleverly sliced open Lu Feng's right arm. At this moment, Lu Feng's combat suit on his right arm had been corroded away significantly, and the flesh around the wound appeared a terrifying purple-black, even emitting wisps of foul-smelling white smoke. "Give up, human." The snake demon surprisingly spoke in human language, its voice sharp and hoarse, dripping with mockery. "You've been poisoned by my primal demon toxin. You won't live much longer. The toxin has already begun to spread through your veins. Now if you roll away and remove the barrier, perhaps you both might have a chance to survive." The two demon creatures were clearly anxious. They understood how well the support system of the Nightwatch Bureau was set up. If they dragged this out too long, other high-level lantern holders from different sectors would come to support them, making escape impossible. As long as they could break the barrier and flee into the ocean a few hundred meters away, hiding their presence along the current, they would have a glimmer of hope. However, Lu Feng did not give them that opportunity. He glanced down at his right arm, now completely numb, with purple-black venom spreading wildly towards his shoulder veins standing out on his forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng violently pulled out the specially made combat knife from behind him. Swish! The blade flashed past. PFF. Blood spurted out like a fountain as a blackened, severed arm fell heavily to the ground. Ugh! Lu Feng's face instantly turned pale, his features contorted, letting out a beast-like roar. He roughly channeled the spiritual energy within him, forcefully sealing the ruptured blood vessels at his shoulder to stop the gushing blood. "Captain!" Wang Lei and Chen Meng's eyes turned red as they gasped in shock. Seeing this scene, even the giant snake demon instinctively flinched, its vertical pupils, its voice laced with a hint of caution. How ruthless. To stop us, he even sacrificed his own hand. This bit of pain is nothing. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, breathing heavily, yet his gaze was fixed on the two demon creatures like a lone wolf. He understood that the current situation was dire. A heating confrontation would mean certain death. The only chance of survival was to buy time. As long as he could hold out until the reinforcements arrived, time would be on his side. "Do you think you can survive just by escaping into the sea?" Lu Feng drove the combat knife into the ground, leaning on the hilt to keep himself from collapsing. "This sea area has long been set up with a spell formation. Your spiritual energy fluctuations have already been locked onto by the city bureau. Even if you break the barrier, heavy firepower awaits you outside. Surrender now and return with me to the Nightwatch Bureau, and you might still be able to keep your corpses intact." However, the rat demon, which had been silent on the side, suddenly darted its green bean-sized eyes around and instantly saw through Lu Feng's intentions. "Don't listen to his nonsense. This bastard is stalling for time. The rat demon let out a piercing scream, its massive body leaping into the air like a mountain of flesh as it kicked off the ground. His spiritual power is dissipating. Don't bother with those two useless ones. Attack together, finish him off first, then we can break the barrier. The snake demon also reacted, its enormous body sliding swiftly along the ground, opening its gaping maw to reveal two sharp, venomous fangs coordinating with the rat demon to launch a deadly pincer attack on Lu Feng, who had lost an arm. Wang Lei, Shen Meng, form the earth formation. Lu Feng shouted fiercely, gripping his sword with one hand, unleashing the spiritual power from all directions to coalesce into a thick shield of spiritual light in front of him. Wang Lei and Shen Meng frantically squeezed the remaining spiritual energy from their bodies, barely merging their two spells of the third realm into Lu Feng's shield. Boom! The terrifying sound of impact echoed within the barrier. The combined force of the four realms monsters was something that three exhausted lantern bearers could not withstand. Especially with Lu Feng having lost an arm, his breath was in disarray, and the defensive formation was instantly torn open, creating a massive gap. The tremendous backlash force directly sent the three of them flying, crashing heavily into the ruins, blood spraying wildly, and the situation had reached a critical point of life and death. Just as the gigantic rat demon and snake demon opened their gaping maws, preparing to deal a fatal blow to the severely injured Lu Feng and his companions, the nearly collapsing light yellow barrier was suddenly torn open by a violent force from the outside. Immediately after, a jade plate shimmering with faint light shot through the air like a cannonball, striking precisely between the two demons and Lu Feng's trio with a piercing sound. Boom! The jade plate erupted with a terrifying backlash force. The two originally confident four-realm demons found their combined attack forcefully blocked by this surge of power, and their massive bodies were even pushed back, plowing deep furrows into the ground. Before they could steady themselves, a surge of black flames suddenly erupted from the spot where the jade plate landed. Hiss! So hot! What kind of fire is this? The snake demon and rat demon let out terrified curses. Their proud hard scales and thick fur were scorched like paper in the face of the black flames, sizzling as they were instantly burned. However, what made them even more desperate was what followed. In midair, several yellow talismans had fallen without anyone noticing. The vermilion characters on the talismans flickered wildly in the night. Before the two demons could even react, a cold voice rang out in the air, "Explode." Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of talismans exploded simultaneously. The violent black flames surged like a long-dormant volcano, erupting instantly, engulfing the entire ruins. The terrifying destructive power completely shattered the already shaky barrier, turning it into a flurry of glowing particles. Everyone outside immediately back away 50 meters. The voice of Shen Chang'an emerged from the center of the black flames. Outside, the barrier director Ma Siyuan, who had been fixated on the radar, heard this voice, as if grasping a lifeline, immediately grabbed a loudspeaker and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, back away 50 meters immediately. Hurry, medical team prepare. Control." Along with Shen Chang'an's low shout once again, in the sea of black fire, dozens of chains formed purely from destructive black flames surged out like dragons from the sea, wildly pouring in from all directions. These black flame chains were countless times more terrifying than the ordinary crimson chains used to deal with Ji Xiaoya at noon. With their overwhelming sealing power, they instantly wrapped around the massive bodies of the rat demon and snake demon, binding them tightly like rice dumplings. The two four-realm demons let out shrill screams, frantically twisting their bodies in an attempt to struggle, but under the terrifying burning and suppression of the black flames, all resistance seemed utterly futile. Only at this moment did Shen Chang'an's tall figure land steadily beside Lu Feng like a fallen leaf. He crouched down, placing one hand on Lu Feng's remaining left shoulder. A gentle and pure spiritual power swiftly flowed into his body, forcibly calming the chaotic aura within Lu Feng caused by his severed arm and the potent poison, and temporarily suppressing the spread of toxins at the wound. Phew. Thank you, brother. Lu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion slightly easing, filled with gratitude for having survived the calamity. Do you want to leave a survivor? Shen Chang'an glanced at the two demons, still screaming in agony within the black flame chains. Lu Feng weakly nodded, pointing with his chin to a tactical backpack scattered on the ground not far away. Cough. Leave it. The city bureau may need to interrogate them about their escape routes. That bag contains spirit locking nails. Shen Chang'an stood up and walked over to pick up the muddy backpack, unzipping it to retrieve a dozen spirit locking nails crafted by the Night Control Division specifically for dealing with large demons. These metal spikes gleamed with a cold, dark silver color engraved with intricate sealing runes. Each spike about 20 to 30 centimeters long looked chilling just to behold. Shen Chang'an weighed the long nail in his hand, bent his knees slightly, and leapt into the air like a great bird. In midair, he executed a swift turn, his hands turning into shadows. Puff, 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 puff. Accompanied by a series of sickening sounds of flesh being pierced, Shen Chang'an accurately drove the spirit-locking nails into the snake demon's vital point and the rat demon's spinal joints. Each demon had 5 or 6 spikes driven into them. Snap! Shen Chang'an landed, snapped his fingers, and instantly retracted the black flame chains that bound the 2 demons. If they had burned a moment longer, these 2 four-realm great demons would likely have been reduced to ashes. As the black flames dissipated, the 2 massive demons lay sprawled on the ground like 2 heaps of dead meat. The spirit-locking nails had completely sealed off their demon cores and meridians, leaving them to twitch in despair, unable to move even a finger. Once it was confirmed that the demons posed no further threat, Shen Chang'an turned to look outside the blockade, waved his hand, and shouted loudly, "Director Ma, bring the logistics team and special operations team in to handle the scene. The demons have been subdued." He then quickly turned around and carefully checked Wang Lei and Chun Ming's injuries, urging with a furrowed brow, "Medical team, hurry up. These 3 lantern bearers are severely injured, especially you, Team Lu, having been poisoned and lost an arm, requiring immediate rescue treatment." 2 hours later. It was already midnight. In the quiet lounge of the night division of Sighing District, the atmosphere. Shen Chang'an leaned back on the soft sofa, holding a steaming cup of black coffee, idly scrolling through his phone. The corridor outside remained a scene of bustling activity. The emergency lights of the medical team were still on, and 3 severely injured lantern bearers, Lu Feng, Wang Lei, and Shen Ming, were receiving urgent treatment inside. Especially Lu Feng, although his severed arm could not be saved, his life had been successfully rescued. Before long, the door of the lounge was pushed open. Director Ma walked in, bearing heavy dark circles under his eyes, looking utterly exhausted. "Shen, my dear brother, I cannot thank you enough today. If it weren't for your swift arrival, our Sighing district would likely have faced total annihilation." Director Ma quickly walked in front of Shen Chang'an, bowed solemnly, his tone filled with gratitude and regret. "I'm so sorry to have disturbed you from Qingzhou district at such a late hour." "There's no need for such formality, Director Ma. We are colleagues after all, it's part of the job." Shen Chang'an set down his coffee cup and then asked, "However, I am quite curious. How did those 2 massive creatures from the 4th realm manage to lurk for so long right under your noses?" Upon hearing this, Director Ma sighed, rubbing his face heavily. "You may not know this, but those 2 beasts have been secretly causing trouble in our Sighing district for the past half-month. They are extremely cunning. Every time they committed a crime, they cleaned up so thoroughly that not even a trace of demonic energy was left behind. Our division's 1,000-mile threading array had almost become a decoration in the past half-month, unable to track their location at all." Director Ma gritted his teeth, a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes. Only 2 days ago, they couldn't resist attacking several late-returning civilians, causing casualties and revealing their true colors. It was only today that we managed to corner them in that unfinished villa area. Who would have known that these 2 creatures were not only from the 4th realm, but also possessed such formidable combat power that they nearly killed 3 lantern bearers from Sighing district? Shen Chang'an nodded in understanding and continued to inquire, "How is the interrogation going? Have you figured out which route they came from?" "The interrogation department is working through the night to extract confessions," Director Ma replied. "The spirit-binding nails have sealed their cultivation. Now they are merely meat on the chopping block. However, the mouths of 4th realm creatures are quite tough, so it will likely take some time to pry the information out." "All right, as long as you know what you're doing," Shen Chang'an nodded. "You should take a break, my dear brother. There are still numerous messes to clean up and families of the injured to comfort. I need to go handle that. If you need anything, feel free to call someone outside." After thanking him again, Director Ma hurriedly left the lounge. After he left, Shen Chang'an picked up his phone and opened the internal group chat of the night division. The group was lively at that moment, primarily discussing the incident of the 4th realm creatures attacking Sighing district tonight. A message popped up prominently, specifically tagging him. "Fangshui Qingzhou district, Shen Chang'an. Chang'an, you did excellently tonight. Lu Feng and the other 2 were seriously injured, and Sighing district is now lacking high-end combat power, making it prone to chaos. I have already dispatched a special operations team and 2 4th realm lantern bearers from the city bureau to replace them. Until the support team arrives, I need you to hold the fort in Sighing district for a few hours and stabilize the situation." Shen Chang'an moved his fingers and replied briefly with 2 words, "Received." Just after sending that in the group chat, his phone vibrated again. This time it was a message from their internal group in Qingzhou district. Baiyin sent a cute sticker of a little cat peeking from behind a wall, followed by a voice message, Boss, how's the situation on your end? Is there a lot of slaughtering going on? Meow." Li Shiwang also quickly followed up with a message, "You weren't injured, right? Did the mission go smoothly?" Looking at these 2 girls staying up late in the group chat, Shen Chang'an couldn't help but smile faintly. He pressed the voice message button and casually replied, "Nothing serious, just a couple of slightly larger mice and snakes. They've already been dealt with." I still have to wait for the city bureau people to come for the handover, so you should go back and get some sleep. We have work tomorrow. After sending the voice message, Shen Chang'an threw his phone on the table, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Time passed second by second. Around 3 in the morning, accompanied by several glaring beams of headlights cutting through the night sky of Sighing district, the support team dispatched by the city bureau finally arrived. The two Fourth Realm lantern bearers leading the team hurried into the division and conducted a brief handover of defense responsibilities with Shen Chang'an. After confirming that the defensive formation of Sighing district was operating again and that high-end combat power was in place, Shen Chang'an finally stretched and walked out of the night division's door. With a low rumble of the engine, the motorcycle sped off like a black lightning bolt into the vast darkness, heading back towards Qingzhou district. The next morning, Shen Chang'an woke up to the sound of continuous vibrations from his phone. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he sat up on the single bed in the underground dormitory and opened the internal group chat of the night division. The chat was currently flooded with messages, all responding with a neat, received. Shen Chang'an scrolled up and found that it was the latest notification from the city's United Front Work Department. The incident of the Fourth Realm creatures lurking in Sighing district last night was not an isolated case. Recently, it seems there has been a hidden, unlawful force, including roaming demon clans and underground evil cultivators secretly operating within the boundaries of Beijiang City. The city bureau issued a strict order. All district and county divisions must immediately tighten their inspections of abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations in their jurisdictions. Simultaneously, starting today, the second comprehensive identity registration of practitioners for this year will be launched. Each division must carefully verify the lists of practitioners from previous years, conduct surprise visits, and ensure that all concealed black households who are not registered and hidden in the dark are brought to light. Shen Chang'an yawned and casually replied with 2 words in the group, received. Just as he exited the group chat, another private message popped up on his WeChat. A message from the liaison officer. Good morning, team leader Shen. The inter-district support mission to Sighing district last night has been settled and rated. This mission has been classified as level danger. The mission rewards have been issued 2,000 internal contribution points for the night division, as well as a cash bonus of 2 million great Xia coins, which has been transferred to your exclusive account. Please check it. For him, now 2 million in worldly wealth was just that, enough for meals and games. But those 2,000 contribution points were indeed something valuable, adding to the basic salary and hardship allowance just issued for this month. The total contribution points now amount to 14,000. Shen Chang'an calculated in his mind and nodded in satisfaction. He rose, washed up, and hurriedly grabbed breakfast at the cafeteria. Shen Chang'an carried a cup of soy milk as he entered his spacious office. Sitting before his computer, he logged into the Xinye Bureau's internal system and pulled up the roster of cultivators registered in Qingzhou district. A dense array of profiles filled the screen. Historically, Qingzhou district has recorded 79 native cultivators, scions from various clans, and independent practitioners alike. Shen Chang'an scrolled down with his mouse, mentally calculating, add the 6 unfortunates who passed their tests yesterday and report today, and Li Shiwan. The total number of legally registered cultivators in Qingzhou district now stands precisely at 8. To locate, visit, and vet all 80-odd individuals within these few days, while simultaneously uncovering any unregistered black market cultivators. The workload is staggering. Shen Chang'an stroked his chin, mentally tallying the available personnel at the branch. Old Zhao left for the district government's conference room at dawn, most likely locked in heated debate with Qingzhou's clan elders over this year's resource allocation. Bai Yin took the logistics team to orphanages and welfare centers early this morning for outreach, doubling as a broad-spectrum spiritual resonance sweep using spirit stones. After all, that only one cultivator remained on site with verifiable cultivation attainment. Li Shiwan, a recent recruit. Looks like conscription is unavoidable. Shen Chang'an sighed, set down his soy milk, and strode out of his office toward the training ground. There the 6 barely qualified newcomers stood stiffly in a line at the edge of the training ground, luggage piled beside them, awaiting their commanding officer's address. Meanwhile, Li Shiwan, dressed in crisp functional athletic wear, practiced foundational spirit energy control at the center of the field, guided by techniques taught by old Zhao. Shiwan paused for a moment. Come here and lend a hand. Shen Chang'an waved. She immediately reined in her spirit energy and jogged over her fair forehead, glistening with fine sweat. What is it? The Municipal Bureau issued an urgent directive. We must conduct a surprise verification and re-registration of all cultivators across the district within the next few days. I'll personally lead the field team and likely be away from the branch all day. Our branch is critically understaffed. Old Zhao and Bai Yin are both unavailable. So, Shen Chang'an glanced at Li Shiwan and offered a slightly sheepish smile. You'll have to step in temporarily as you'll oversee their initial orientation and basic physical conditioning. Nothing advanced light, jogging horse stance drills, and rudimentary spirit energy awareness. Just keep them occupied. No idle hands causing trouble. Li Shiwan glanced at the group of young adults nearly her own age. Though she herself had only recently begun cultivating her innate composure and profound sense of duty precluded hesitation. Understood. I'll take full responsibility. She nodded firmly. Go ahead with your investigation or I'll hold things down here. Thank you. Dinner's on me once this whirlwind settles. Relieved, Shen Chang'an gathered his belongings and headed toward the garage ready to begin what promised to be a tedious yet vital inspection. Time slipped forward to 11 o'clock. Riding his sleek black motorcycle, Shen Chang'an had already spent the entire morning on the road. He'd verified the first 11 names on the roster. 2 independent cultivators had relocated outside Qingzhou district for opportunities elsewhere. Shen Chang'an duly updated their status in the tablet system. Next is number 12, the final target of this morning. Glancing at the file, he noted Li Xinan, age 4, Titwo, second realm cultivator, occupation, feng shui, geomancy, and divination. Cultivators of modest attainment like him, so long as they remained law-abiding and discreet, often thrived remarkably well within the mundane world. They practiced feng shui and fortune-telling occasionally, deploying elementary spells to conjure supernatural phenomena, enough to awe superstitious wealthy patrons into treating them as living immortals, thus amassing considerable wealth. That explained why Li Xinan's file listed a luxury villa community as his residence. Shen Chang'an parked at the gated entrance. When confronted by security personnel, he smoothly produced a credential bearing the state seal of Dongwang, issued exclusively to special departments under the Xinye Bureau. This document was designed expressly for interactions with civilian institutions, since the Xinye Bureau's very existence remained strictly classified from the general populace. The guards, seeing the vivid crimson seal and the designation Tier 1 Special Unit, instantly snapped to attention and raised the barrier without question. Shen Chang'an drove along the shaded avenue and halted before Villa No. 09. A soft chime rang moments later. The door clicked open. A gaunt man in his 40s stood there, stubble shadowing his jaw, eyes half flitted with practiced aloofness. Despite the sweltering heat, he wore an oversized azure Taoist robe and idly rotated a string of walnuts, carefully cultivating the air of a transcendent recluse. Master, whom do you seek? If it's feng shui consultation, I've retired for the day and receive no guests. His voice dripped with detached hauteur and thinly veiled impatience. Shen Chang'an spared no patience for theatrics. He withdrew the Xinye Bureau's black Xian iron emblem, the insignia of authority and decisive power, and held it before Li Xinan's eyes. Xinye Bureau, routine district-wide verification and registration. In that instant, the lofty Master Li trembled violently, his knees buckling beneath him. His haughty demeanor shattered like glass. With astonishing speed, his expression shifted into obsequious flattery. Oh dear, a Xinye Bureau official. Forgive my blindness. I beg you please come in. Bowing deeply, he hastily stepped aside and ushered Shen Chang'an inside. As Shen Chang'an followed him into the living room, his brow furrowed instinctively. Though the villa gleamed immaculately from the outside, its interior resembled a landfill. Takeout containers, empty liquor bottles, and discarded talisman papers littered the floor, leaving scarcely room to step. Flustered, Li Xinan rubbed his palms together and hastily summoned his meager spirit energy, casting a clumsy wind artifice. A faint breeze stirred sweeping debris haphazardly into corners, barely clearing a narrow path. My apologies, sir. Such an embarrassment. Lately I've been deeply immersed in celestial calculations, quite neglectful of domestic order. He gestured awkwardly toward a sofa stained with unidentifiable grease and dust. Please take a seat, sir. Shen Chang'an curled his lip in quiet disdain. He'd rather stand than risk sitting on that sofa. Previously, wasn't Director Zhao himself always the one conducting registrations? Why does such a young official as yourself make this trip in person today? Li Xinan kept rubbing his hands, cautiously probing. Old Zhao's been busy lately. Has no time for you. Shen Chang'an replied flatly, then drew from his pocket a palm-sized bronze statue and placed it casually upon the adjacent coffee table. It depicted Bixia, the 7th son of the dragon, a mythical beast famed for discerning truth from falsehood and administering impartial justice. Within the Xinye Bureau, this statue served as a highly effective truth detection artifact. Its eyes glowed red when detecting deceit, signaled by telltale fluctuations in spirit energy and emotional resonance, while emitting a steady green light during honest exchanges. Stare at it and answer my questions, Shen Chang'an said, chin lifted, slipping into professional mode. Yes, I will answer truthfully. Li Xinan swallowed, eyes trembling as he stared at the statue. In the past half-month, have you left Qingzhou district? Have you been to Shiping district or anywhere else? Shen Chang'an asked. Absolutely not. I haven't even left the gate of this upscale community in the last 2 weeks. I've been at home playing games every day. Oh no, meditating and cultivating. Li Xinan flapped his hands anxiously. The Bian statue remained inert. Have you recently come into contact with any unidentified roaming cultivators? Or have you heard of underground cults like He Tian? Shen Chang'an fixed him with a steady gaze and posed the crucial question. At the 3 words, He Tian, Li Xinan went pale as if he had heard of a ravenous monster, his head wagging like a rattle. Officer, don't scare me. Even if you lent me 10 more courage, I wouldn't dare associate with those bloodthirsty maniacs. I'm a law-abiding taxpayer. The Bian statue on the tea table remained deathly silent, its eyes showing no red glow. Shen Chang'an asked a few more questions. Nothing unusual surfaced. The test was passed, which proved Li Xinan had not lied. That's enough. Shen Chang'an straightened, retrieved the Bian statue from the tea table, and slid it back into his pocket. Thank you for your cooperation. This year's registration verification is complete. You may continue your divinations. Ah, very well. Officer, thank you for your hard work. I'll see you out. Seeing Shen Chang'an preparing to leave, Li Xinan felt pardoned, breathed a long sigh, and plastered a grin as he followed to see his guest to the door. Shen Chang'an reached the entryway and was about to step outside. At that moment his movement paused ever so slightly. His keen spiritual sense seemed to detect something. With a trace of suspicion, he turned his head and cast a glance at a tightly shut bedroom door on the 2nd floor. But the ripple vanished as quickly as it had appeared, as if it were an illusion. Shen Chang'an showed no outward reaction, merely stared in that direction for a long moment before opening the front door. Officer, please take care on your way. If my humble services are ever needed, do not hesitate to command. Li Xinan stood at the threshold, obsequious smile in place, waving in flattering servility. Watching Shen Chang'an head toward the exit, he exhaled deeply, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and reached to slam the door shut with force. At the very instant the door was about to close, a powerful hand clamped the gap and held it fast. Li Xinan's heart lurched. Before he could react, the heavy wooden door was slowly pulled open by an irresistible force. Through the crack, Shen Chang'an's half-face appeared cold and stern. His jet-black eyes drilled unblinkingly into Li Xinan's. Out of Li Xinan's line of sight, Shen Chang'an's other hand quietly cradled the Bian statue. I suddenly remembered. There are 2 routine questions I forgot to ask. Shen Chang'an stared at him, his voice utterly devoid of feeling. First, in recent days have you had contact with the Yao? The servile grin on Li Xinan's face froze, and a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. He swallowed and stammered a denial. Yao clans. Officer, you must be joking. Ew, I wouldn't even slaughter a chicken, let alone consort with those man-eating monsters. In the blind spot of Shen Chang'an's gaze, the Bian statue's eyes flared with a dazzling scarlet light. Shen Chang'an's expression remained unchanged as he launched the second question. Second, what exactly is hidden in that innermost room on the 2nd floor? Li Xinan's pupils pinched shut and cold sweat burst down his forehead, yet he forced out an awkward, strained chuckle. That hat room is just a storage room. It's filled with the rusty trinkets and props I use for feng shui and rituals. He insisted, just junk and the items I use for divination and rites. The Bian statue's eyes ignited again with an ominous crimson glow. You lot. Shen Chang'an spat the single sentence with decisive calm, then thrust the door wide and strode into the foyer, reaching to seize the man. Damn it, shameless. You think I fear some puny brat like you? Li Xinan abandoned his pretense as events unspooled. The meekness vanished from his face, replaced by a feral, murderous light. With a roaring cry, the faint spiritual energy he had been masking at the 2nd realm burst, as if a dam had broken, careening upward and revealing a genuine 3rd realm cultivation. I've hidden my true self for years, even slipping past your genesis inspections. And now I'm undone by a... Li Xinan formed hand seals with blazing speed. A bone-chilling gale whipped up in the living room, scattering trash and talismans like leaves. Don't think you're just an ordinary agent. Today, even if Zhao Changfeng himself came, I'd give him a fight. Faced with the menacing 3rd realm wind, Shen Chang'an's face betrayed not the slightest perturbation. He simply ignored those blade-like winds, too indifferent to deploy protective chi. The gust merely billowed. In a whispering flash, Shen Chang'an's figure pierced through the wall of wind like a specter. Li Xinan didn't even see the movement clearly, everything blurred, and then an iron-claw hand tightly grasped his throat with unerring precision. Ugh! Li Xinan's braggadocio was abruptly cut off. His feet left the floor, and he dangled like a duck with its neck squeezed. Shen Chang'an spoke no needless words. One hand at the throat, he dragged the man and strode toward the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Let go. Li Xinan's eyes bulged, hands clawing at Shen Chang'an's wrist. As he struggled, he frantically summoned the 3rd realm's spiritual energy he prized, attempting to cast spells in retaliation. Yet with every iota of power he drew, the grip at his neck tightened proportionally. The terrifying force felt as though it could snap his cervical vertebrae as easily as crushing a biscuit. Overwhelmed by a crushing, helpless power, Li Xinan's arrogance was devoured by boundless fear. He dared no longer resist, and like a dead dog, let Shen Chang'an drag him up the stairs. In truth, the instant Shen Chang'an had paused at the entryway, his keen spiritual sense had already caught the faintest trace of Yao aura drifting down from the second floor. That faint Yao scent had been so well concealed that even a fourth realm lambearer might not have detected it standing there. But Shen Chang'an was a bona fide fifth realm powerhouse. He trusted his combat instincts and perception. He would not mistake a phantom for real. If there was Yao aura, he would root it out at once. Shen Chang'an dragged Li Xinan to the door of the innermost room on the second floor, as if he were dragging. The door was incredibly heavy, secured with several complex mechanical locks, and even faintly emanated a layer of low-level formation light designed to isolate breath. Shen Chang'an couldn't be bothered to take another look. In his free hand, a ball of pitch-black flames akin to an abyss suddenly surged. A sharp melting sound echoed. The black flames didn't even touch the door, merely getting close caused the specially made metal door handle and lock core, reputed to be explosion-proof, along with the formation attached to it, to melt like butter into a pool of scalding molten iron. Shen Chang'an kicked the broken door open. The scene inside made a glint of terrifying, killing intent flash through his originally indifferent eyes. The spacious room had been transformed into a dark style. Inside, 5 or 6 specially made iron cages crafted from stainless steel were ominously displayed. Inside the cages curled 7 or 8 figures chained by iron chains. Among them were a few pure human girls, while the others exhibited obvious characteristics of the demon race: fluffy fox ears and cat tails. Without exception, all the victims had their eyes tightly shut, clearly injected with some potent anesthetic. Human and demon trafficking. In this peaceful, mundane world, such a filthy underground industry was hidden. Shen Chang'an took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within him. He slammed Li Xinan against the corner of the wall with one hand, and then pulled out his phone to dial Xie's number. Immediately bring 2 teams of logistics personnel and a medical team to Jingxiu Villa Area No. 09. There are serious cases of illegal detention and human-demon trafficking here. After hanging up, Shen Chang'an unfastened a pair of specially made locking handcuffs from his tactical belt, and with a click he tightly cuffed Li Xinan's hands to the heating pipe in the corner. Shen Chang'an dragged over a chair, sat in front of Li Xinan, and placed the statue of the mythical creature that represented his power back at his feet. Now speak. What is your purpose? Shen Chang'an's voice was as cold as a piece of ancient ice. I. Li Xinan looked at the cages filled with iron, knowing he was completely finished, and stammered his confession. It's some wealthy big bosses. They got bored of the ordinary and seek thrills, particularly fond of these not fully transformed fox demons and cat demons. I'm just a mid-level channel making a profit. I only act as a cover, using the identity of a geomancer to scout or receive supplies in the Qingzhou district and then hand them over to my superior. I swear I really don't know who those specific buyers are. I cover my face every time during transactions. Shen Chang'an glanced at the statue of the mythical creature at his feet, its eyes flickering with a faint green light. This indicated that he was not lying. As for the superior issue, you can explain that back at the bureau. Shen Chang'an leaned slightly forward, fixing his gaze on him. Now tell me, which other individuals in the Qingzhou district are working with you on this dirty job? Li Xinan's eyes flickered as he awkwardly swallowed. None. There's no one else, just me. Buzz. The statue's eyes suddenly glowed with piercing red light. Not being honest. Shen Chang'an's gaze turned cold. He was too lazy to waste words. He slowly raised his right hand, and a wisp of fine black flames silently ignited at the tip of his index finger. He flicked his finger, and the black flame accurately landed on the back of Li Xinan's hand. A terrifying pain that struck at the soul, as if even the marrow was to be ignited, instantly engulfed Li Xinan's entire body. It was not merely a physical burn, but an extreme torment of the soul. Li Xinan cried out in agony, writhing in the corner like an electrified eel, his eyes bulging out from the intense pain. Bloodshot. He'll tell. Just take it away. Take it away. Li Xinan broke down in tears, his psychological defenses utterly shattered by this inhumane torture. Wang Hai. The Wang Hai who runs an antique shop on East Street. And the butcher next door called Sun Depeo. The last one is Zhang Zuohua, the old lady who usually sets up a stall under the overpass to tell fortunes. It was just the 3 of them. All the scouting and abductions were done by the 4 of us together. With each name he revealed, the statue of the mythical creature under Shen Chang'an's feet would flicker with pure green light. After confirming that all names and numbers matched, Shen Chang'an expressionlessly snapped his fingers, retracting the black flame. Just this brief moment of burning had already left a deep charred hole on Li Xinan's hand, visible down. He appeared as if he had just been pulled from the water, drenched in cold sweat, collapsing like a pile of mud on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes reflecting nothing but sheer terror directed at Shen Chang'an. 10 minutes later, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from outside. Sighing, accompanied by a fully armed logistics team and a medical team carrying first aid kits, swiftly rushed into the villa. Seeing the shocking iron cages in the room on the second floor, Sighing's expression also turned grim. Captain Shen, this place. Capture this scum and lock him in the highest level interrogation room under strict supervision. Shen Chang'an stood up, pointed at Li Xinan in the corner, and coldly instructed. Then he glanced at the iron cages. Take all these victims of the demon race and humans back to the medical department for a thorough examination and treatment. Pay attention to the emotions of the demon race. When they wake, prioritize soothing them, and only use sedatives if there are tendencies for riots. Understood. Sighing immediately commanded his subordinates to begin acting in an organized manner. After finishing the follow-up arrangements on the scene, Shen Chang'an dusted himself off and turned to walk down the stairs. Captain Shen, where are you going? To clean up the remaining mess. There are still 3 oblivious scoundrels waiting for me to catch them. He stopped outside the agricultural market in the old city. It was noon, and the bustling morning market had ended. Most vendors had begun to pack up or lean back in their chairs for a nap. The ground was somewhat damp, and the air was filled with a mixed stench of raw meat and seafood. Shen Chang'an, hands in pockets, leisurely made his way to the western suburb meat processing stall. The stall's owner was Sun DePeo from the records. He was a stout, middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, yet he always wore a kind smile. At this moment, he was wiping the countertop with a rag, chatting and laughing with the boss of the dry goods store across. In a small corner of the meat stall, there was a greasy little folding table. A boy who appeared to be about 7 or 8 years old was leaning over it, biting the tip of his pencil as he diligently worked on his summer homework. Not far away at the vegetable stall, a middle-aged woman with a simple and honest demeanor was haggling with the vegetable vendor while carrying a plastic bag. She was Sun DePeo's wife. Seeing this warm and bustling family of 3, he felt somewhat surprised. Shen Chang'an walked up to the meat stall, glancing at the child, engrossed in writing, his gaze flickering slightly. He did not directly exert pressure or take action to apprehend anyone. Little brother, here to buy some meat. Would you like some ribs or pork belly? Sun DePeo greeted with a friendly smile as a customer approached. Shen Chang'an remained silent, simply pulling out the black Zhen Yixi Xiantai badge from his pocket and lightly shaking it before Sun DePeo's eyes. The moment he recognized the special totem on the badge, the smile on Sun DePeo's chubby face instantly froze, and his pupils sharply contracted like pinpoints. As a registered third-stage loose cultivator, how could he not recognize what this represented? But after a brief moment of panic, he forced down his fear, regained his composure, and feigned ignorance while asking in a lowered voice, "Officer, what are you doing? I'm just an honest citizen running a legitimate business. I don't know what I've done to offend you, gentlemen." Li Xinan. Shen Chang'an looked at him and calmly uttered these 3 words. Just a name, and Sun DePeo felt as if all the bones had been drained from his body, his once robust frame instantly deflating, his face turning as pale as paper. He knew it was all over. Sun DePeo slightly raised his head, stealing a glance at Shen Chang'an. The officer before him looked far too young, no more than 18 or 19. Moreover, Shen Chang'an was standing casually off to the side of the meat stall, not blocking his escape route completely. With his third-stage physical prowess, if he were to suddenly strike, overturn the countertop, he might just seize the opportunity to escape. This thought erupted in Sun DePeo's mind like wild grass. His muscles had already begun to tense, spiritual energy surging quietly within him. However, just as he was preparing for a desperate struggle, he turned and saw his son in the stall, frustrated while trying to figure out his homework, and then glanced at his wife, who had just finished shopping and was smiling at him from a short distance away. Sun DePeo's tense muscles instantly relaxed. His rough hands fell limply to his sides, the fierce light in his eyes extinguished, replaced by a deep sense of despair and resignation. What? Not going to run? Shen Chang'an observed the change in his expression closely. Sun DePeo let out a bitter smile and shook his head, his voice hoarse. Even if I run, what about my wife and child? They're innocent, they don't know anything. Very clever. Shen Chang'an put away the badge and said blandly, "If you had really chosen to flip the stall and run, you would already be a corpse lying on the street over there now." Shen Chang'an gestured with his eyes, moving towards a secluded alley outside the market. "Let's step out to talk, don't scare the child." Sun DePeo removed his greasy apron and called out, "Dad is going out for a smoke," then lowered his head, following Shen Chang'an like a defeated rooster as they exited the market. In the narrow alley, Shen Chang'an leaned against the wall, took out his phone, and opened an encrypted document. "Let's talk about the human trafficking and illegal detention case." Shen Chang'an got straight to the point. "Li Xinan has already confessed everything. How did you split the tasks?" "Officer, I'm really just a laborer." Sun DePeo knelt down with a thud, his face full of flab wrinkling in distress. "Li Xinan was responsible for selecting targets. Wang Hai provided the drugs and magical tools. Because I am strong and work as a butcher, I was responsible for secretly transporting those who had lost their ability to resist. Oh no, the victims to Li Xinan's basement at night. As for the ultimate goal, and who the mastermind is, I truly have no idea. I was just following orders. Whose orders? Shen Chang'an's gaze sharpened. Zhang Qihua's. Sun De Pao hurriedly passed the blame. She's the old lady who sets up a fortune-telling stall under the overpass. She is the one who leads and makes decisions among us. Shen Chang'an frowned slightly, his fingers swiftly scrolling through the roster on his tablet. Zhang Cuihua. There is no one by that name on the list of 79 registered cultivators in Qingzhou district. Of course she isn't on the list. Sun De Pao hurriedly explained. That old lady is an outsider who probably started setting up shop under our Qingzhou district overpass about half a year ago. She is a black household who understands a bit of wicked arts and never registered with Zhen Yixi. It was after she arrived that she lured us into her schemes through coercion and temptation. A black household who just arrived half a year ago and understands wicked arts. Shen Chang'an narrowed his eyes. This person was not registered. Just as the two were conversing, a van quietly stopped at the mouth of the alley. Several plainclothes officers from the logistics team hurried over, pulling out lock spirit handcuffs to tightly restrain Sun De Pao. Captain Shun, we've taken the person away, the leading officer asked respectfully. Take him away. Inform the Bureau that this case involves outsiders and evil cultivators. I, upon returning, rigorously interrogate them and extract all their sordid deeds over the years. Shen Chang'an waved his hand, then turned to leave the alley. You all take him back first. I will continue to catch the remaining two. Especially that one named Zhang Cuihua. I want to see what kind of monster she is. After bidding farewell to the trembling butcher, Shen Chang'an hurriedly drove towards a large overpass in Qingzhou district. Under the scorching sun, the area beneath the overpass was a cool oasis. Not only were elderly people playing chess, but also several fortune-telling and medicine-selling stalls lined the dark corridor under the bridge. Shen Chang'an parked his car by the roadside, hands in his pockets, strolling under the bridge as if nothing were amiss. There were 4 or 5 fortune-telling stalls here, but strangely the other stalls with sunglasses wearing blind people or old men in ragged robes were deserted, while the one at the very back with the sign Iron Mouth Direct Judgment had several young customers waiting in line. Sitting behind the stall was the elderly woman named Zhang Cuihua from the records. She wore a dark gray coarse cloth garment, her face lined with wrinkles, and her slanted eyes glinted with shrewdness. Shen Chang'an stood in a shadowy corner several meters away, a flicker of orange-red light quietly igniting deep within his eyes. The fire-burning eyes had activated. In the vision of the fire-burning eyes, the other fortune-tellers appeared empty inside, mere ordinary people relying on their words to deceive. Only Zhang Cuihua exhibited fluctuations of spiritual energy within her. 4 realms. Shen Chang'an murmured in slight surprise. No wonder Li Xinan and Sun De Pao with their 3rd realm brutishness could be so easily manipulated by her. It turned out she was a genuine 4th realm evil cultivator. Moreover, from the looks of it, this old woman had concealed her identity perfectly, which explained why she had been able to remain undetected by the night patrol for over half a year in Qingzhou district. An evil cultivator of the 4th realm can be quite destructive when cornered. We must act swiftly, otherwise it could trigger widespread panic. Shen Chang'an calculated in his mind, not rushing to act. He took out his phone and sent an encrypted message to the logistics team. The target is under the Ziziman overpass. 4th realm evil cultivator. Immediately dispatch personnel to set up barrier nodes around the area, bringing along forgetfulness spray. Once we act, all surrounding fortune tellers and witnesses must undergo memory erasure. After about 7 or 8 minutes, a low voice from the logistics team came through the earpiece. Captain Shin, the barrier nodes in all 4 directions have been discreetly placed. As soon as you give the order, the 1st level ceiling barrier can be activated at any moment. Shen Chang'an leaned against the cold bridge pier, watching the occasional passerby and the few customers waiting for fortune-telling, sighing helplessly as he murmured, "It's really troublesome to act in the city." He waited patiently for a few more minutes. As lunchtime approached, the crowd under the bridge finally began to dwindle significantly. The customers in front of Zhang Qihua's stall finished their last fortune and left satisfied after scanning to pay. At this moment, besides Zhang Cuihua, there were only 4 fortune tellers dozing off, and a couple of delivery guys. The area of influence had shrunk to a controllable level. Time to act. Shen Chang'an coldly issued the command through his mini earpiece. Buzz. With a faint vibration, a layer of transparent barrier invisible to the naked eye instantly opened beneath the overpass, completely isolating this space from the outside world. At the very moment the barrier formed, Shen Chang'an moved. He didn't even need to use the explosive step, directly forming a terrifying black rune in place. Control. A pitch-black seal flashed like lightning, instantly crossing over a distance of several meters, directly appearing above Zhang Qihua's stall. Zhang Cuihua felt the terrifying aura of destruction coming from above, and her old face instantly filled with horror. Before she could even lift her head, the rune exploded with a bang, and dozens of thick iron chains engulfed in black flames burst forth, like a rampaging python sealing off all her escape routes. Oh no, what the hell is this? Oh my, is this magic or a movie? The nearby fortune tellers who had been dozing off were startled into a panic, scrambling to escape. In the center of the encirclement formed by the black flame, Shen Chang'an let out a sharp, piercing scream, realizing she had encountered a master of the night patrol. At the brink of life and death, the old woman decisively bit her tongue, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Secret technique: insect substitute. As the black blood sprayed forth, Zhang Qihua's shriveled body suddenly exploded with a bang, transforming into countless disgusting black beetles. The beetles swarmed like a black whirlwind, frantically escaping through the gaps in the black flame chains. For trivial trick. In the face of this seemingly bizarre escape method, Shen Chang'an merely snorted in disdain. The so-called insect substitute technique sounded mystical, but it was merely a low-level illusion. It utilized spiritual energy to create a large-scale visual and perceptual interference, misleading the opponent into thinking that the caster had dispersed and escaped. However, in reality, the caster's true body had not run far and was hidden within this illusion. Such tricks were utterly laughable in front of Shen Chang'an's fire-burning eyes. Swish! Shen Chang'an's figure instantly vanished from his original spot, and in the next second he appeared like a phantom in a blank area midair. His right hand, wrapped in violent black flames, ruthlessly reached out toward the seemingly empty air ahead. Sizzle! A piercing sound of burning flesh resonated as a repulsive scent of charred flesh. The swarming, illusory beetles shattered like bubbles. Ah, my shoulder. The previously concealed Zhang Cuihua was forced to reveal her true self. At that moment, Shen Chang'an's iron clamp-like right hand was tightly gripping her right shoulder. The terrifying black flames had burned through her clothes, scorching her flesh black. Shen Chang'an couldn't be bothered to look at her distorted face in pain, pulling out the special handcuffs from the night patrol, and with a few clicks, he locked her hands tightly. The instant the handcuffs were secured, the cold fourth realm spiritual energy within Zhang Cuihua was instantly sealed, causing her to crash down to the ground like a pile of mud, wailing in agony. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, the logistics team members who had long been lying in ambush, along with special police officers urgently dispatched from the city bureau, surged into the area beneath the bridge like a tide. They quickly set up a cordon. Several logistics personnel in black suits carried small devices resembling spray cans and swiftly approached the stunned fortune tellers and passersby. Everyone, a gas pipeline leak has caused an explosion in this area. To prevent inhalation of harmful gases, please cooperate with us to spray a little disinfectant spray. Looking at this red light. PSH. A burst of white mist sprayed out instantly, causing the expressions of several ordinary people to become dazed and blank before they were orderly guided away from the scene by the police. Shen Chang'an lifted the charred Zhang Cuihua as if she were a chicken, casually tossing her to the incoming logistics team. This old woman is a big fish, a fourth realm evil cultivator. She should have plenty of information about human trafficking and the underground black market. Take her back to the bureau for interrogation. Shen Chang'an dusted off his hands and looked in another direction of the old city. Please clean up this place. I still have to rush to the next one. There is one last target named Wang Hai. We must catch them all today. After dealing with Zhang Cuihua under the overpass, Shen Chang'an drove straight to the antique shop on Dong Street, preparing to capture the last target, Wang Hai. However, when he stopped at the quaint alley on Dong Street, Shen Chang'an discovered that the antique shop, named Haina Baichuan, was tightly shut with an old wooden sign hanging on the facade that read, "The owner has joyful news, closed for a few days." Shen Chang'an frowned and walked to the neighboring shop that sold calligraphy and paintings, knocking on the counter. "Boss, why is the antique shop next door closed? When did it close?" The calligraphy shop owner looked up, adjusted his reading glasses, and recalled, "Oh, young man, you came at a bad time. Old Wang next door has been closed for several days. Probably since last Friday or Saturday. Anyway, I haven't seen him open for days. He must have gone back home to attend a wedding. It closed a few days ago." Shen Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing something was amiss. Li Xinan and Sun DePeo had been active normally in the past few days, yet Wang Hai had closed shop and fled ahead of time. Was it just a coincidence, or had he sensed something unusual? Shen Chang'an immediately took out his phone and dialed the internal line for Sighing. "Xiao Xie, check the whereabouts of Wang Hai, the owner of the Dong Street, Haina Baichuan antique shop. At the same time, locate the phone number he registered in the system." "Got it, Captain Shun, please hold on." In less than 2 minutes, Sighing's somewhat serious voice came through the earpiece. "Captain Shun, Wang Hai's mobile signal cannot be located. The system shows that the number has been turned off for 5 days, or the SIM card has been physically destroyed or removed. Additionally, I just retrieved the surveillance footage from around Dong Street. It's been sent to your phone." Shen Chang'an opened the surveillance video received on his phone. The footage showed that on a deep night 5 days ago, Wang Hai walked out of the antique shop alone, pulled down the rolling shutter, and disappeared hastily into a blind spot of the camera with a black travel bag on his back. Since then he had not appeared on this street again. Can we piece together his escape route using cameras from other sectors? Shen Chang'an asked. It's challenging, Xia, he replied. The old town surveillance cameras have many blind spots, and he deliberately avoided the cameras at night. To perform massive data comparison and stitching will take considerable time. Check as quickly as possible. Shen Chang'an hung up the phone. Since he had already fled for 5 days, wandering around the street was pointless. Shen Chang'an decided to return to the department first and personally meet with Zhang Zuohua to see if he could pry any useful information from her. At the Qingzhou district branch in the interrogation area, it had long been shrouded in darkness with a chilling and oppressive atmosphere permeating the air. As soon as Shen Chang'an entered the monitoring room of the interrogation area, a logistics assistant in charge of the interrogation respectfully approached and handed over 2 thick statements. Captain Shun, these are the final statements from Li Xinan and Sun Depeo. They couldn't withstand the interrogation and confessed everything. The statements have been verified with a lie detection device and truth serum, confirming that they are truthful. Shen Chang'an quickly skimmed through the documents. The 2 men's testimonies were highly consistent, pointing to the old woman named Zhang Zuohua for all the dirty work and final instructions. Shen Chang'an closed the documents and tossed them on the table. Take me to interrogation room No. 3. Interrogation room No. 3 was specially designed for holding high-ranking dangerous individuals. Behind the heavy blast-proof isolation glass, Zhang Zuohua looked pitiful and disheveled at this moment. She was tightly bound to a specially designed alloy interrogation chair. The Night Watch Bureau had strict and cruel control procedures for dealing with this level of evil cultivator. Her limbs were not only locked in cuffs inscribed with sealing runes, but even each finger was forcibly restrained to prevent her from forming seals to cast spells. A special mouth gag with breathing holes had been stuffed into her mouth. Before being brought in, the medical team had thoroughly examined her oral cavity to ensure she hadn't hidden poison or sharp objects in her teeth for suicide. The black flames left by Shen Chang'an had caused large areas of ghastly burn marks on her right arm and shoulder. Although the medical team had provided basic first aid to ensure she wouldn't die, the soul-searing pain was evidently still tormenting her, making her look 10 years older and weaker than before. Shen Chang'an pushed the door into the interrogation room, pulled out a chair, and sat down across from Zhang Zuohua. The assistant stepped forward and removed the gag from Zhang Qihua's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Zuohua coughed violently, her triangular eyes filled with resentment staring at Shen Chang'an. I'm in a hurry, so I'll ask you 3 questions. Ignoring her gaze, Shen Chang'an directly raised a finger. First, where did Wang Hai go? What is your Wang Hai? He is a very cautious fox. He is also one of the organization's informants, and he is the one with the closest contact to the upper echelons in this area. Half a year ago, he took the initiative to contact me, promising abundant resources to help him establish a foothold here in Qingzhou district. As for where he went, I don't know. I lost contact with him 5 days ago. That bastard must have received some wind and rolled up his bedding to flee early, leaving us behind as pawns to attract your attention. Mentioning Wang Hai, Zhang Zuohua was filled with resentment. This statement also lit up green under the lie detection device. Shen Chang'an frowned slightly, realizing that Wang Hai was indeed the key figure in this line. Second question. Shen Chang'an raised a second finger. Who were the demon and human beings you were targeting ultimately sold to? Who was the trading partner? This question caused Zhang Qihua's gaze to flicker, but under the threat of black flames emerging again from Shen Chang'an's fingertip, she still yielded. I really haven't seen the true face of the boss behind the scenes. Each time the transaction, they sent someone to meet. Zhang Zuohua shrank her neck as she explained. However, once during a handover, the messenger accidentally revealed a tattoo mark. I took a closer look, and it was a logo of 3 mountains stacked together. Hearing 3 mountains, the assistant beside her immediately started frantically searching on the tablet he carried. In less than 10 seconds, the assistant handed the screen to Shen Chang'an and quietly reported, Captain Shen, I found it. Shen Chang'an withdrew his gaze, raised his third finger, and stared intently into Zhang Qihua's eyes. One last question. Besides Wang Hai, who is your direct superior? Or rather, which evil cult organization did you come from? Upon hearing this question, Zhang Qihua's pupils instantly constricted. She began to shake her head frantically, a sickly flush appearing on her already pale face, her breathing becoming rapid as strange choking sounds emerged from her throat, refusing to utter a single word. This was not due to loyalty or mere resistance. Shen Chang'an observed her impending breakdown. Is it that common silencing spell or soul restriction? Once you reveal the organization's core secrets, the caster will immediately trigger the restriction in your mind, causing you to lose your soul. Shen Chang'an had seen too many methods of control employed by such sinister cults. He swiftly grasped her throat, and then directly knocked Zhang Zuohua unconscious. Knowing he wouldn't extract anything further here, Shen Chang'an stood up and instructed his assistant beside him. Keep an eye on her. This old woman is a key witness. Don't let her die, and don't let her find an opportunity to commit suicide. As for her mouth, I will have professionals from the municipal bureau come to pry it open. With that, Shen Chang'an left the interrogation room and took the elevator back to the ground office area. Pushing open the office door, Shen Chang'an unexpectedly found Lao Zhao, who should have been in a meeting, sitting on his. Lao Zhao, your timing is perfect. Shen Chang'an walked over, tossed the freshly printed Shen Chang'an Group emblem onto the coffee table, and briefly recounted the results of the interrogation. Lao Zhao picked up the emblem, took a glance, and his usually amiable expression turned serious. Shen Chang'an Group. This is a tough nut to crack. Their web of connections in Beijing City is intricate, and their group definitely harbors foreign practitioners. This matter is too big. It has exceeded what our district bureau can handle alone. Lao Zhao stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment. Here's the plan. I will use my old contacts to privately probe into the Shen Chang'an Group, check if there have been any unusual financial transactions or cargo movements recently. As for you, focus on completing the registration and investigation of the remaining personnel on the roster. This is a direct order from the municipal bureau and cannot be delayed. Understood. Investigating this matter is just a matter of running around. Shen Chang'an nodded and then pointed toward the basement. What about those 3 locked up down there? Especially Zhang Cuihua, who has a restriction in her mind. I can't extract the mastermind from her. I will immediately contact the Municipal Bureau's United Front Work Department to have them send a special operations team to take these individuals into custody. The interrogation unit has specialists who can deal with such soul restrictions. As long as she has information, even if she's dead, the Bureau can extract it. That's best, saves me from having to look at them. Shen Chang'an was very satisfied with Lao Zhao's arrangement. It was most reassuring to leave such tedious and procedural matters to someone like Lao Zhao, an old hand. Shen Chang'an stretched and turned to leave, but before exiting he added, Lao Zhao, be careful when probing. If you run into any tough issues that you can't handle, or when a forceful approach is needed, just call me. I'm quite skilled at the rough stuff. Over the next 3 days, Shen Chang'an delegated all interrogation and follow-up work to Lao Zhao while he drove an off-road vehicle, methodically continuing the registration of practitioners in Qingzhou District. During these 3 days, the underground practitioner circle in Qingzhou District experienced a minor earthquake. Shen Chang'an took decisive action, thoroughly checking everyone listed on the roster. In the process, he indeed caught a few rogue practitioners who were secretly engaging in illegal activities behind the town night department. For such individuals, Shen Chang'an couldn't be bothered to waste words. He directly disabled their cultivation and expelled them from Qingzhou District, forever banishing them. Additionally, a few had genuinely moved out of the district to seek a living elsewhere, causing the original list of 79 individuals to shrink significantly. However, with the addition of the 6 newcomers who had just begun training and successfully drawn qi into their bodies, the latest record of legitimate practitioners in Qingzhou District finally settled at 67. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Shen Chang'an entered the branch office with a thick, newly organized booklet. Siahi, the roster has been checked. The remaining 67 individuals are all clean. Shen Chang'an tossed the booklet onto Siahi's desk and stretched widely. Input this data into the system for archiving and then sync it with the municipal bureau. Understood, Captain Shun, you've worked hard. Siahi respectfully took the booklet. Just then the door to the adjacent office opened and Lao Zhao emerged with his signature thermos cup. Chang'an, have you finished the check? Yes, it's done. Utterly exhausting. What's up, Director Zhao? Shen Chang'an slumped into a chair. Lao Zhao blew on the goji berries in his thermos, his expression turning serious. Since the check is complete and there's no urgent business at hand, you should come with me to the municipal bureau shortly. The United Front Work Department at the municipal bureau has made arrangements. Tonight they will conduct a surprise inspection on the Beijing branch of the Shen Chang'an Group. For such a major operation, a master of your level in the 5th realm must be present to maintain order. So soon, and we're acting tonight. All right. Shen Chang'an nodded, then turned to Xia, he who was inputting data. Don't input any more for now. We can do that later. Bring your equipment and come with us to the municipal bureau. There may be a need for your data analysis skills. Understood. Xia immediately saved the document and efficiently picked up his tactical briefcase. A few minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at the underground parking lot. Lao Zhao drove. Shen Chang'an sat in the passenger seat, and Xia occupied the back seat. As the Audi A6 smoothly pulled out of the branch heading toward the city, the atmosphere in the car shifted to a work mode. Shen Chang'an adjusted his seat, leaned against the backrest, and turned to ask Xia in the back seat. Xiao Xia, it's been 3 days. How's the investigation into the antique shop owner Wang Hai's lead going? No leads at all. Xia shook his head, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, reporting in a serious tone. Captain Shun, I've reviewed all the surveillance cameras in the neighborhoods surrounding the antique shop over the past 2 days, trying to piece together a trajectory. However, a significant portion of the monitoring equipment in the old town is outdated, resulting in missing footage. Moreover, the most critical issue is that too much time has passed. Sighing sighed. By the time we discovered he had fled, it had already been a full 5 days. The spiritual energy fluctuations he left at the scene have long since dissipated. The 1,000-mile thread has lost its effectiveness and is completely unable to lock onto him. This situation is quite abnormal. Sighing continued. In these past few days, Wang Hai's mobile phone location system, bank card transaction records, and even the real-name ticket purchasing system for high-speed trains and airplanes have all shown no activity. It's as if he has evaporated from the face of the earth. From a criminal psychology perspective, and based on previous case files, it is impossible for someone to erase themselves so thoroughly in modern society. Unless, we cannot rule out the possibility that he is already dead, because only a dead person could disappear so completely without leaving a trace. Murder to silence him. Shen Chang'an pondered silently. If Wang Hai was indeed an important intermediary for the Sanshan group, it would be entirely reasonable for him to be eliminated by higher powers once he was exposed or preparing to flee. At this moment, Lao Zhao, who was driving, interjected, "Let the lead on Wang Hai go, it's cut off for now." In the past few days, the soul extraction experts from the Municipal Bureau have conducted an in-depth extraction on Zhang Cuihua, and they have uncovered a more significant lead. Oh, what was uncovered? Shen Chang'an perked up. Indeed, Zhang Cuihua's mind had been ensnared by a vicious soul restriction, almost causing the extraction to fail. Fortunately, the experts from the Bureau were highly skilled and forcibly extracted a fragment of memory. Lao Zhao said solemnly. Behind Zhang Cuihua is a place called Baigu Mountain in our Zhejiang province. It is a small evil cult sect hidden deep in the mountains, specializing in wicked paths. The core members are bug practitioners who deal with poisonous insects. Zhang Cuihua was sent by that sect as a lower-level operative to interface with the Sanshan group. However, this Baigu Mountain involves provincial-level evil cult forces, which have exceeded our jurisdiction, and the Municipal Bureau has reported the intelligence to the Zhejiang Provincial Department, and they will dispatch experts from the Provincial Department to directly eliminate it. We don't need to worry about it. Shen Chang'an nodded. Indeed, such sect forces that cross cities or even provinces were not something their district bureau should manage. So in summary, based on all the clues, testimonies, and intelligence obtained through the soul extraction that we currently possess, this case can be preliminarily classified as an illegal trafficking ring for population and demon species funded by the multinational giant Sanshan group in collusion with local evil sects and domestic rogue practitioners. Tonight marks our first step in eliminating this malignant tumor. Half an hour later, the black Audi A6 came to a steady stop in front of the Northern Jiang City Night Bureau building. The three of them took the private elevator directly to the top-level operations conference room. As they pushed the door open, several fully armed elite agents were already seated in the conference room. Sitting in the main seat was the second-in-command of the Northern Jiang City Night Bureau, the direct superior of Shen Chang'an, and the others, Deputy Director Fang Zhua. Everyone take a seat. Now that everyone's here, let's start the meeting. Upon seeing Lao Zhao and Shen Chang'an seated, Fang Zhua wasted no time and directly pressed the remote control on the table. The large screen instantly lit up with a detailed, three-dimensional structural diagram of the Sanshan Group's Northern Jiang branch building. For the assault operation against the Sanshan Group, in addition to the representatives from Qingzhou District, the City Bureau has also specially dispatched the 1st and 3rd Special Operations teams to participate. Fang Zhua pointed to the two groups of people sitting on the other side. Shen Chang'an glanced over and indeed saw the standard 3-3 for elite configuration, 2 senior agents at the 3rd stage per team, plus a 4th stage expert leading them. The Sanshan Group is deeply rooted in our Northern Jiang City, with a very intricate network of relationships making it difficult to confront them directly. Therefore, tonight's operation plan is divided into 2 parts, one visible and one hidden. Fang Zhua picked up a laser pointer and circled the main entrance of the building on the screen. On the surface, I will personally lead the first team and the logistics group entering through the front door under the pretense of conducting a routine spiritual energy safety inspection. Our task is to attract the full attention of the senior management of the Sanshan Group and take over their surveillance and security central command. The laser pointer then moved to a complex underground pipeline area behind the building. The hidden operation will be handled by Shen Chang'an and the 3rd team. Fang Zhua looked at Shen Chang'an. The 3rd team is responsible for infiltrating the outer floors to collect written evidence. As for you, Chang'an, you will act alone and find a way to infiltrate the core area of the building's lowest level through the underground drainage system. The places mentioned in Zhang Cuihua's testimony used for detaining or trading with the demon race definitely won't be on the surface. They must be hidden deep underground. No matter what obstacles you encounter, make sure to secure the evidence. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. You have 5 minutes to check your equipment. We depart on time in 5 minutes. Fang Zhua commanded. Shen Chang'an stood up and walked over to the equipment room to collect his personal supplies. He opened his black tactical backpack and meticulously checked the items inside: high-explosive smoke bombs, miniature spiritual energy shielding devices. Everything was there. Finally, Shen Chang'an picked up a specialized tactical communication earpiece, putting it on and connecting to the encrypted operational network of the city bureau. Attention, all units, communication test is normal. Depart. As night fell, the city lights. Shen Chang'an was riding in an inconspicuous black unmarked van, quietly veering into a secluded alley behind the Sanshan Group building. Before the van had come to a complete stop, Shen Chang'an slipped out of the door like a nimble night owl, landing steadily beside a large manhole covered deep in the alley. According to the blueprints, this was an abandoned drainage passage that led directly to the underground core area of the Sanshan Group. TSK. Shen Chang'an wrinkled his nose at the faint stench in the air, expressing his disdain as he muttered, "This dirty and tiring job of crawling through the sewers is still left to us young workers at the bottom." Even while complaining, Shen Chang'an's hands didn't slow down at all. He gripped the heavy iron grate weighing hundreds of pounds, exerted his arms with force, and with a creaking sound easily moved the grate aside, then leaped into the damp sewers. Meanwhile, at the front entrance of the building, screech! A series of harsh braking sounds broke the tranquility of the street. Several armored vehicles emblazoned with the insignia of the Special Law Enforcement Department of Dongwang Country arrogantly parked directly in front of the impressive revolving glass doors of the Sanshan Group. The Sanshan Group is the true leading enterprise of northern Jiang City, with a market value close to 100 billion. This towering building with over 60 floors covered in glass curtain walls symbolizes wealth and status. Facing such a powerful local influence without solid evidence, even the Night Bureau would hesitate to use force. The doors opened, and the logistics team members armed to the teeth rushed out of the vehicles. They presented special credentials and swiftly took control of the entrance and several critical security nodes before the security staff could react. Fang Zhuo, clad in a black trench coat, walked in unhurriedly with Lao Zhao and the equipment carrying Sighing. The employees and security personnel on night duty in the lobby were all stunned by this sudden display of force. A middle-aged man in a suit with a manager's badge, sweating profusely, rushed over. Despite his nervousness, he forced a smiling face, saying, "Good evening, leaders. What seems to be the problem? Is there a misunderstanding?" Lao Zhao patted the manager's shoulder with a smile, speaking in a friendly tone. "No need to be nervous, it's not a big..." "We received reports from concerned citizens that there have been unexplained fluctuations in spiritual energy and fire hazards in your building recently. We're just here to carry out a routine inspection. Just cooperate a little, and it won't be difficult for anyone." Routine inspection. Routine inspection. The manager wiped his cold sweat, nodding repeatedly. "Absolutely. Absolutely. I've already sent someone to urgently contact our president. He will be..." "Leaders, you've worked hard. The people below are a bit hasty. Why don't you all step into the nearby VIP lounge for some tea first?" The manager made a gesture to invite them, attempting to placate the leading figures. "Sure." Fang Zhuo nodded appreciatively, leading Lao Zhao and Xiao Xie towards the lounge. Behind them, the group of logistics team members resembling wolves and tigers had already begun a thorough routine inspection on each floor with various instruments. Before long, the double redwood doors of the VIP lounge were pushed open from the outside. Director Fang, "I sincerely apologize. I was just in an important multinational video conference and couldn't greet you properly." Accompanied by a hearty laugh, the president of the Sanshan Group, Chen Xiaowei, strode in. He appeared to be in his early 30s, dressed in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair meticulously combed, exuding the aura of a successful business elite. "President Chen is young and accomplished, and we understand the busy nature of managing the Sanshan Group." The leader of northern Jiang City, Lao Zhao, stood up, smiling as he shook his hand and engaged in formalities. "Tonight's surprise inspection is also a directive from above, a routine matter, and we hope President Chen can be understanding. Not at all. Cooperating with the Night Bureau's inspection is our duty as a legitimate enterprise in Dongwang Country." Chen Xiaowei naturally sat down on the sofa, waving his hand as if to say it was no trouble at all. "Director Fang, Director Zhao, feel free to inspect. The doors of our Sanshan Group are wide open and absolutely ready for any scrutiny." With a loud crash, the louvered windows of a secluded ventilation duct on the bottom floor of the building were violently removed. Shen Chang'an brushed the dust off his clothes and stealthily slipped into the corridor like a nimble night owl. He warily looked around, discerning the direction and the damp, chilly environment, confirming that he was indeed in the underground space of the building's lowest level. Shen Chang'an raised his hand and pressed down on his earpiece, lowering his voice to ask, "Team 3, report." The voice of the captain of the 3rd Special Forces team quickly came through the earpiece. "We have infiltrated the upper levels of the building through the ventilation shaft and are currently in position conducting exploration." Received. Shen Chang'an cut off the communication. A flicker of orange-eyed light ignited deep within his eyes as the full power of his fire vision activated. He placed one hand on the cold marble floor, and his spiritual perception akin to ripples in water expanded outward in search of abnormal fluctuations in the underground space. However, within just 20 meters his spiritual perception hit an invisible wall abruptly cut off. Shen Chang'an frowned slightly and withdrew his hand. After all, the Sanshan Group was a multinational giant valued at hundreds of billions. Their business interests had long since extended into the realm of cultivation. Setting up a barrier to block spiritual perception in their core underground base was a basic operation for such a wealthy group. Since my perception is blocked, they'll have to rely on more primitive methods to search. Shen Chang'an sighed inwardly and instantly melted into the shadows of the corridor. The routine inspection by the logistics team upstairs, conducted with great fanfare, had drawn most of the attention of the building's security system, rendering the underground levels eerily empty and silent, with not a single patrolling guard in sight. Like a ghost, Shen Chang'an flawlessly evaded one hidden infrared camera after another at the end of the corridor. He searched through the intricate underground maze for over 10 minutes, yet found nothing but ordinary storage rooms and electrical rooms. Just as he was about to lose patience, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from the corner of the corridor to his left, quickly moving in a particular direction. Shen Chang'an's eyes sharpened, and in an instant he leapt onto the blind spot of the ceiling beams like a gecko holding his breath. Two men in white protective suits rushed past beneath him. Watching the two men vanish into the distance, Shen Chang'an dropped down silently and followed them. As he trailed behind the two men in white coats, he couldn't help but mutter softly, "Tisk, looks like I need to find time to strengthen my illusion and stealth techniques. Relying on my physical body to hide from cameras is too passive." He followed the two white coats to a heavy silver alloy door. One of them was anxiously entering complex fingerprint and iris commands on the keypad, while the other, "I've heard there are people from the night patrol already checking the surveillance." The supervisor issued a death order: "Quickly deal with this batch of waste inside, and send it away through the underground sewage pipeline, leaving absolutely no traces." Got it, stop rushing me." With a clunk, the alloy door emitted a heavy mechanical unlocking sound and slowly slid open. However, just as the door cracked open a gap, a swift gust of wind rushed in. A sudden wave of excruciating pain shot through the necks of the two men in white coats, who didn't even have time to scream before their eyes rolled back, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Shen Chang'an flicked his wrist, stepping over the bodies of the two men and striding into the temperature-controlled cold storage room. As soon as he entered, a pungent smell of formaldehyde hit him. Inside the room, neatly arranged, were more than a dozen cold stainless steel dissection tables piled high with black body bags. Shen Chang'an's expression darkened as he quickly approached and unzipped one of the body bags. Inside lay the corpse of a male human no older than 20. He went on to unzip several more bags. The sight within was horrifying, both male and female, and several bearing obvious scales or fur belonging to the demon race. Without exception, these human and demon victims had already lost all signs of life, and their bodies bore professional surgical stitching marks. With a quick probe, Shen Chang'an discovered that their vital organs, as well as the demon cores of the demon race, had been brutally extracted and hollowed out. These beasts! Shen Chang'an gritted his teeth in anger. Not only were they involved in the trafficking of humans and demons, but the Sanshan Group was also secretly engaged in the bloody and profitable business of organ and demon core smuggling. Shen Chang'an immediately took out his phone, capturing high-definition photos of the body bags and the remains of the victims, with missing organs from various angles. He then promptly connected to the internal communication channel of the City Bureau Director Fong. "It's old Zhao. I've found core evidence in Area B on the southwest corner of the underground third level. The photos have been sent to the encrypted group." There was a moment of silence in the earpiece. "What about survivors?" Old Zhao's voice had grown considerably colder. "There are no survivors." Shen Chang'an stood amidst a pile of body bags. "This is nothing less than a slaughterhouse." The confirmed charges include large-scale, brutal killings of humans and demons, as well as illegal trafficking of organs and demon cores. The atmosphere in the VIP lounge dropped to freezing point in that instant. Fong Zhuo stared at the bloody and horrific images of the underground slaughterhouse on the screen, his eyes flashing with a chilling, murderous intent. He raised his head and immediately fixed his gaze on the opposite Chen Xiaowei. "Director Fong, what are these photos?" Chen Xiaowei maintained his elite smile, but cold sweat was uncontrollably beading on his forehead. Fong Zhuo completely disregarded his act, coldly uttering two words. "In the night patrol, that was more than..." The reason the night patrol was called a national-level extraordinary violent organization was that they did not need to go through the cumbersome processes of applying for search and arrest warrants like ordinary agencies when handling cases. Once the evidence was solid, the only thing left was the most violent suppression and capture. With a hum, at Fong Zhuo's command, a massive barrier of lockdown instantly rose around the entire Sanshan Group building. completely isolating this building from the outside world. In the lobby, the logistics team members who had initially been politely conducting routine checks suddenly ripped off their disguise. Ka. The synchronized sounds of weapons being cocked echoed throughout the lobby. All the Special Forces members drew their real guns loaded with spiritual power armor-piercing bullets, their dark gun muzzles coldly aimed at all security personnel and employees. Everyone, put your hands on your heads and squat down. Do not move. In the VIP lounge, Fang Zhuo strode up to Chen Xiaohui, looking down at him. Chen Xiaohui, I hereby officially arrest you in the name of the Night Patrol Department for illegal smuggling, organ trafficking, and large-scale mass slaughter of humans and monsters. Chen Xiaohui's smile froze completely as he glanced at Fang Zhuo, and then at Zhao Changfeng, who had already pressed his hand on the blade beside him. He did not resist, nor did he shout for injustice. He knew all too well the modus operandi of the Night Patrol Department, a national-level extraordinary violent organization. Once they tore their faces and began to arrest, it proved that they had already grasped ironclad evidence to pin you down. Resisting the Night Patrol Department in this situation was tantamount to suicide. Crack. Two fierce Special Forces members rushed in, roughly twisting Chen Xiaohui's hands behind his back, putting heavy spirit-binding shackles on him, and directly escorting him out. Action team attention, this is Zhao Changfeng. Old Zhao pressed down on the earpiece, taking over Fang Zhuo to issue combat orders. The target building has been completely sealed off. All Special Forces teams immediately conduct a thorough armed search and control all security nodes. Any resistance encountered is to be met with immediate lethal force. After the search is completed, notify the local police station to come in and take over ordinary criminals. Then Old Zhao switched to another frequency, Team 3, on the roof. Chang'an, stay safe underground and at high levels. If you discover any related ledgers or experimental data, save them immediately. The Special Forces have already gone down to support you. Zinni. However, just as Old Zhao finished speaking, a noisy electric sound came through the earpiece. Immediately after, fierce fighting sounds and terrified cries for help echoed in Team 3's channel. Captain. Over here. Ah. Before Old Zhao could figure out what Team 3 was facing, Shen Chang'an's serious voice also rang out on the channel. Don't let the Special Forces come down yet. The situation underground is not right. Sizzle. The harsh high-frequency electric sound instantly drowned out Shen Chang'an's voice. Then the communication in the entire underground frequency was brutally severed, leaving only a disquieting blind noise. Shen Chang'an looked at the tactical earpiece that had its signal forcibly cut off and cursed. Damn it, these madmen really dare to play with fire. At this moment, outside the spacious cold storage room where Shen Chang'an was located, the originally empty corridor was now packed with densely packed monsters. They were a group of puppets. Some were stitched together from human corpses, while more were transformed from various monster corpses. Among them, Shen Chang'an even saw the antique shop owner Wang Hai, who had been missing for 5 days, at the forefront of the human puppets. However, at this moment, Wang Hai's eyes were rolled back, his body covered in strange black stitching, clearly turned into a pain-free killing machine. The number of these monster puppets was enormous, roughly estimated to be no less than 40 or 50. Most of them were of the third realm strength, but at the forefront of the corpse horde stood 6 frenzied fourth realm monster puppets, along with 2 fifth realm monsters, exuding terrifying pressure. What a grand operation to silence and delay time. They've even dug deep into their pockets. Shen Chang'an's gaze instantly turned cold. He opened his tactical bag, hands flying, and with a click skillfully assembled the bifurcated Jian spear together. Since the communication is cut off, let's fight our way out. Facing the tide of puppet troops, Shen Chang'an decisively formed a hand seal with one hand. Wind flame barrier. Boom. The violent black flames, like a flood from a broken dam, instantly spread out from Shen Chang'an's center in all directions. Under the impetus of the gale, the terrifying temperature of the black flames filled the entire corridor. In the face of this destructive black flame storm, those third realm puppets, without protective spiritual energy, could not even let out a scream. They were instantly reduced to flying ash at the moment of contact. Even the 6 fourth realm monster puppets were burned pitifully by the sudden black flames, their stitched wounds bursting open in large areas, emitting a foul charred odor. In just one move, the area was cleared. Shen Chang'an held the spear with one hand, looking at the ashes emitting black smoke on the ground, and muttered softly, "With such a scale of monster puppets, there must definitely be a mastermind hiding nearby. The distance cannot be too far. First, I need to deal with these troublesome guys in front of me." In this narrow and confined space, the power of explosive characters is too great. If one is not careful, it can easily trigger a chain collapse and bury oneself alive, so they cannot be used. Shen Chang'an instantly made a tactical judgment. As the black flames dissipated, only 8 monster puppets remained standing in the corridor, 2 massive 5th realm tiger puppets, and 6 4th realm puppets. Roar. As if sensing Shen Chang'an's terrifying strength under the faint commands of the hidden controller, the remaining 8 monster puppets charged at Shen Chang'an, like ferocious beasts attempting to take him down swiftly. The fastest were the 2 fourth realm wolf monsters. They dropped to all fours like 2 black lightning bolts lunging towards Shen Chang'an's neck from either side. Die! Shen Chang'an's eyes narrowed and the giant spear in his hand suddenly stabbed out like a venomous spirit snake. Puff! The spear tip precisely pierced through the left wolf monster's hard skull. With a fierce shake of his wrist, a domineering dark force erupted along the spear shaft. Bang! The entire upper body of that wolf monster was directly shattered into a pile of disgusting flesh by this terrifying force. Using the force of the thrust, Shen Chang'an agilely tilted his body back, narrowly dodging the right wolf monster's sharp claw strike. Then he gripped the rear of the spear with both hands, swinging it like a heavy iron rod, delivering a furious backhand strike to the waist of that wolf monster. Boom! The wolf monster was sent flying like a terrifying cannonball, crashing into the hard wall and instantly turning into a miserable puddle of meat. In the moment of slamming the wolf monster away, Shen Chang'an's eyes ignited with fiery brilliance. The faint black flames clinging to the spear tip ignited like a cancerous growth, thoroughly incinerating that pile of flesh into ashes. In just 2 seconds, he had taken down 2 fourth realm monsters. The hidden mastermind controlling these monster puppets seemed to have realized Shen Chang'an's exaggerated close combat abilities, knowing that sending ordinary fourth realm monsters was merely foolishly seeking death. The remaining 6 large monsters tacitly halted their charge and firmly blocked the entrance to the cold storage. The 2 elongated fourth realm snake monsters suddenly opened their terrifying maws. A thick purple-black poisonous mist surged towards Shen Chang'an like a deadly sandstorm. Shen Chang'an calmly crushed a talisman that he had previously pinched between his fingers. Buzz! A fire barrier emitting pure crimson light instantly coalesced in front of Shen Chang'an. The deadly purple-black mist collided with the fire barrier, producing a piercing sizzle sound, and was instantly evaporated clean by the searing high temperature. Want to play at a distance? Let's see whose reach is longer. Shen Chang'an's lips curled into a cold arc as his left hand swiftly drew in the air. Control. Whoosh! Dozens of thick black flame chains like furious poisonous dragons burst forth wildly from the ruins. Shen Chang'an's target was clear. He planned to use the chains to control the 2 troublesome snake monsters that sprayed poison first, and then engage in close combat to deal with the rest. However, the 2 fifth realm tiger puppets that had been stationary suddenly charged forward, recklessly attempting to use their powerful bodies to block the black flame chains. And my black flame chains are not so easy to block. Shen Chang'an scoffed. At the moment of contact, the domineering black flame chains directly ignored the heavy protective spiritual energy on the 5th realm tiger monsters' bodies, instantly breaking through their defense, coiling around the 2 massive creatures like a terrifying giant python, binding them into twisted mounds. In the brief half-second that the 2 tiger monsters were momentarily controlled, Shen Chang'an decisively planted the giant spear into the ground. He swiftly reached into the side pocket of his tactical bag and pulled out 3 sharp special steel-throwing darts made by the Night Patrol Department. Enchantment. A wisp of solid black flame instantly wrapped around the blades of the darts. Shen Chang'an narrowed his eyes, and his terrifying arm strength erupted explosively. At the moment of throwing the darts, he skillfully layered a wind-type spell to accelerate them. Whoosh! Puff! Puff! The black flame darts screaming through the air were faster than one could imagine. There were 2 dull piercing sounds as the darts, like deadly sniper bullets, ruthlessly pierced through the hard skulls of the 2 fifth realm tiger monsters. Thud! Thud! The massive bodies of the 2 fifth realm monster puppets stiffened abruptly, then crashed heavily to the ground, unable to move again. TSK. Shen Chang'an looked at the charred blood holes on the tiger monsters' heads and murmured in surprise, "This penetrating damage is higher than I imagined." It seems that concentrating the black flame in the form of enchantment on sharp hidden weapons is far more terrifying than applying black flame burns directly on the object's surface. Clearly, the hidden puppeteer had never anticipated that his prideful 2 5-realm tiger demon puppets would be so easily annihilated within merely 2 or 3 seconds. This moment of dazed shock directly led to a fatal delay and panic in controlling the remaining 4 demon puppets. The 4 originally poised to attack demons exhibited a clear stiffness in their movements. The flaw is too obvious. Shen Chang'an instantly seized upon this fleeting opportunity in battle. He thrust his legs with force, and with a loud bang his entire being transformed into a frenzied black shadow, charging directly into the remaining 4 demons. This was a one-sided slaughter without any suspense at close range. Shen Chang'an reached out with his left hand, precisely grasping the throat of a 4-realm dog demon like an iron claw. With a sharp contraction of his 5 fingers, a crisp crack echoed as he crushed its cervical vertebra. Immediately after, his right leg swept out like a battle axe, and the furious force directly kicked another dog demon that lunged at him in half. Facing the 2 snake demons that attempted to coil around him, Shen Chang'an advanced rather than retreating brutally, seizing their slippery 7 inches. His arm muscles bulged instantly, and amidst a sound that made one's teeth ache from the tearing, he astonishingly ripped the 2 four-realm snake demons apart into 4 segments using sheer physical strength. In less than 3 seconds, all were annihilated. Amidst the blood and flesh strewn about, a dazzling light erupted from the depths of Shen Chang'an's orange-red fiery pupils. Through the dissipating spiritual energy of these demon puppets, he keenly detected several fine strands of spiritual power connecting to the tops of their heads. Shen Chang'an swiftly pulled out the 1,000-mile thread-pulling disc from his tactical backpack. He yanked the vanishing strands of spiritual power from the air and directly pressed them onto the disc's eye. Buzz! The runes on the thread-pulling disc instantly lit up, and a virtual needle emitting a faint red glow spun rapidly, ultimately locking onto a heavy iron wall on the right side, as if the red line pierced through the wall, extending infinitely into the depths. Found you! He grasped the spear with one hand, took a deep breath, and the 5 realms spiritual power within him surged into the spear like a tsunami. Open for me! With a fierce shout, Shen Chang'an thrust the spear straight out without any embellishments. The terrifying destructive power erupted instantly. The half-meter-thick reinforced concrete wall was nothing but soft tofu before the tribulation cloud spear easily pierced through, blasting a massive hole large enough for one person to pass through. As debris flew, Shen Chang'an did not hesitate to pass through the hole, entering a wild pursuit mode. On the other side of the iron wall was a dim underground maintenance passage. In the darkness ahead, a figure clad in a gray tight combat suit was fleeing in a panic. Shen Chang'an moved through the passage with ease, quickly closing the distance between them. Don't run, you can't escape. While maintaining the high-speed pursuit, Shen Chang'an mocked coldly, his voice echoing clearly in the empty underground passage. In the territory of the Eastern Huang Kingdom, provoking our Night Watch division while expecting to escape unscathed is not a wise choice. The figure ahead remained silent, merely forcing themselves to accelerate again, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Shen Chang'an's gaze turned icy as his mental energy accurately locked onto the back of his opponent. He abruptly halted, twisting his waist to an extreme like a tightly drawn bow. Whoosh! The tribulation cloud spear transformed into a terrifying black lightning, accompanied by a shrill sound that tore through the air, directly thrown toward the man's back heart. At the same time, Shen Chang'an swiftly drew a symbol with his left hand. Control. Countless black chains followed the spear, sealing off the entire passage like a heavenly net. The gray-clad man sensed the deadly crisis behind him and finally revealed his genuine 5-realm call. His body executed a bizarre twist that defied human ergonomics while sprinting at high speed, appearing like a boneless loach. Swish! Swish! He narrowly grazed the spear's edge, avoiding a fatal strike from the tribulation cloud spear, while rapidly bouncing off the wall, with both legs, his speed astonishingly swift, allowing him to force his way through the gaps between the black chains. However, just as he evaded the chains and prepared to land and catch his breath in that half-second opening, accompanied by a deafening sound explosion, Shen Chang'an had already used the explosive step, appearing directly in front of him, as if teleporting. Having evaded the spear and chains, he certainly could not escape Shen Chang'an's furious close-quarters flurry of strikes. This was a clash of pure martial force, abandoning fancy spells, a raw bite against flesh. Boom! Shen Chang'an's heavy fist, charged with terrifying momentum, smashed directly into the opponent's face, without any flair. The gray-clad man had nowhere to dodge, only able to roar in anger, crossing his arms defensively in front of him. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang out clearly. The gray-clad man was sent sliding back several meters from the terrifying force of the punch, his arms twisting unnaturally, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. It's not over yet. Shen Chang'an gave him no chance to catch his breath, pressing in once again like an unyielding parasite. Fist, elbow, knee, leg, every part of Shen Chang'an's body became a deadly weapon, pouring down upon his opponent like a torrential storm, each strike hitting flesh. The opponent was struck to the point of almost being unable to fight back. With one punch, Shen Chang'an sent him crashing into the distant wall, the heavy impact nearly knocking him unconscious. Damn! You forced my hand. Secret technique. Beetle demon body. The gray-clad man let out a shrill scream, unlike any human. His originally normal human muscles suddenly swelled peculiarly, like they were being inflated, and a layer of dark blue chitinous skin, resembling a beetle's shell, emerged on the surface, with eerie cracking sounds coming from his joints. This was a fringe technique that overdraws life. By incorporating certain abnormal power-infused parasites into the body, practitioners could briefly mimic the characteristics of those insects, such as rhinoceros beetles or ants, unleashing terrifying physical strength that exceeded several times, or even more than a dozen times their own body weight. With this eerie power enhancement, the gray-clad man's resistance and strength surged instantly, barely able to keep pace with Shen Chang'an's rhythm, and even daring to withstand Shen Chang'an's fists for counterattacks. Bang, bang, bang. The pure physical collisions between the two five-realm powerhouses echoed like heavy bombs, exploding, shaking the entire underground passage, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared continuously on the walls. The power has indeed increased significantly, but unfortunately, your technique is too poor. In the midst of the fierce exchange, Shen Chang'an keenly seized a small flaw caused by the gray-clad man's excessive inflation. Shen Chang'an took the heavy sweep from his opponent, heeding using the force to gracefully perform a half-turn, retracting his right fist tightly to his waist. The five-realm spiritual power within him, along with the strength of his entire body, was perfectly twisted into a single rope, at that moment simultaneously ignited with black flames. Die for me. Accompanied by a wild roar, Shen Chang'an's right fist struck like a terrifying siege hammer carrying a destructive aura as it smashed fiercely into the gray-clad man's proud chest plate. Boom! Crack, crack, crack. The hard, dark, blue chitinous layers shattered like fragile glass in the face of pure power. The gray-clad man let out a piercing scream as his entire rib cage visibly caved in. His inflated body was like a kite with a broken string, directly soaring back over 10 meters, heavily crashing into the wall at the end of the passage, blood mixed with chunks of internal organs gushing out in a frenzy, completely losing combat capability. A few minutes later, Shen Chang'an, with one hand gripping the unconscious gray-clad man like a dead dog, emerged from an underground passage of the building and casually tossed him onto the bright marble floor of the lobby, as if he were garbage. He initially thought he would have to save the rooftop team members himself, but to his surprise it was no longer his concern. After all, there was no opportunity here for you to develop personal heroism and single-handedly turn the tide. Everything followed the established procedures. The Dongwang National Night Patrol in reality was an efficient state-level violent machine. At the moment when Old Zhao sensed that the underground communication was cut off and something was amiss, he decisively pressed the reinforcement alarm and contacted the Municipal Bureau's United Front Center. At this moment, the headquarters of the Sanshan Group was surrounded tightly. In addition to the previous first and third teams, at least 8 fully armed special operations teams had been exaggeratedly dispatched to the scene. In the sky, 2 armed helicopters were even circling and searching. In the center of the lobby, besides Fang Zhuo, there were 4 other captains of the 5 realms radiating terrifying pressure. Seeing Shen Chang'an come out unscathed, Old Zhao finally relaxed his tense heart and quickly approached him. Old Zhao, you're quick to rally the troops. Shen Chang'an dusted off his hands, smiled, and greeted him, pointing to the underground. There's nothing going on down there for now. I've finished all the work. At this moment, Deputy Director Fang Zhuo also strode over with several captains from the 5 realms. Fang Zhuo glanced at the gray-clad man on the ground whose chest was caved in and immediately discerned the residual fluctuations of 5 realms' spiritual power within him. Well done, Chang'an. Fang Zhuo generously praised him and then asked what was going on down there. Shen Chang'an succinctly reported the slaughterhouse in the cold storage on the 3rd underground floor, as well as the dozens of insane 4 realms and 5 realms demonic puppets and human puppets. Using human and demonic corpses to refine puppets. Fang Zhuo took a deep breath and patted Shen Chang'an on the shoulder. This case is more complicated than we imagined. Chang'an, you've accomplished great merit tonight. The follow-up cleanup and interrogation will be handled by us. You should go rest. All right, thank you, Director Fang. I'll take my leave now. Shen Chang'an was naturally happy to be free. He despised this tedious aftermath work the most and unceremoniously turned around and climbed into a logistics vehicle, immediately falling asleep. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight bathed Beijiang City, the night patrol had completely taken over the entire Sanshan Group. However, the Sanshan Group, being a leading enterprise valued at hundreds of billions, involved the employment of tens of thousands of people and a vast social economy. To avoid causing social panic and stock market turmoil, the night patrol did not directly seal off the company, but instead adopted a discreet high-level takeover mode, maintaining the group's normal operations on the surface. At 8 in the morning, Old Zhao, accompanied by Xie, he arrived beside the logistics vehicle. Chang'an, wake up, it's time to head back to the district. This is now the main site of the joint investigation by the Municipal Bureau and Provincial Department. We have no further involvement here. Old Zhao knocked on the car window. Shen Chang'an stretched open the door and got into Old Zhao's car with Xie. The vehicle smoothly merged into the morning rush hour traffic. Shen Chang'an glanced at Xie, who was sitting in the back seat organizing data on a tablet, and casually asked, "So, how did it feel experiencing such a large-scale operation firsthand for the first time last night?" Sighing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, took a deep breath, and honestly replied, "It was thrilling to be honest. A bit nerve-wracking as well. Especially when the special operations team drew their guns and controlled everyone in the lobby. Oh, I felt like my heart was about to stop." Old Zhao, who was driving, looked in the rearview mirror, smiled kindly, and comforted, "You'll get used to it. What we do in the night patrol is a bloody business. You'll encounter such scenes more often in the future. Your father brought you down from the upper echelons to our grassroots level to expose you to more bloodshed and gain practical experience that cannot be learned from books. That said, Chang'an, once we finish this major task and uproot those few toxic elements, the recent hidden dangers in Qingzhou district will be thoroughly investigated. The subsequent in-depth investigations and cross-province arrests won't require us to follow up. There will naturally be a special task force handling it, and we can finally enjoy a few days of peace. This is the greatest advantage of being part of a vast and well-structured national system. Roles are clearly defined, and everyone has their responsibilities. Grassroots are responsible for investigations and providing leads. When faced with tough cases or those beyond our scope, they report directly upward. There are naturally higher-level national mechanisms to take over and crush the issues, and you don't have to struggle alone like a lone hero. It is indeed time to take a break." Shen Chang'an nodded in agreement, took out his phone, and glanced at the date on the screen. Today is already June 20th. In a few days, the college entrance exam results should be coming out. What? Are you worried about your grades? With your level in cultural subjects, it's tough to get into a good university, but aren't you planning to go through the internal special recruitment channel of the Night Patrol? That's not the case. The scores don't matter since I have special recruitment anyway. Shen Chang'an shrugged casually. I plan to research the special recruitment process these days, and then enroll in a driving school to get a C1 license. Getting a driver's license. Buying a car. Old Zhao was somewhat surprised. Yeah. After completing various tasks over the years along with the bonuses from those tasks, I have over $1 billion in cash just sitting in my exclusive internal account gathering dust. Getting a driver's license and buying a car can at least help stimulate domestic demand a bit. Old Zhao and Sighing in the back seat couldn't help but twitch their lips. This kid is a downright invisible tycoon. You don't have to worry too much about the school's special recruitment. Old Zhao cleared his throat lightly and forcibly redirected the conversation. I'll send you the required application materials later. You just need to sign them. With your current extraordinary 5 realms cultivation and experience, the special recruitment review will be a mere formality and will definitely pass easily. That said, Chang'an, based on the potential you're currently showcasing, once the results of the special recruitment are announced, there will likely be many powerful factions coming to recruit you. Recruit me? Shen Chang'an raised an eyebrow. What do they want? I'm already a member of the Night Patrol. Even in prosperous cities like Modu and Yaodu, where the Night Patrol branches exist, or among the deeply rooted ancient cultivating families, they also need a large influx of fresh blood to maintain their positions. Those oldtimers aren't foolish, whose resources are limited. For a genius like you who has no background but possesses incredible practical ability, they will definitely be envious. They'll offer money, magical artifacts, martial arts, or even marriage alliances. They will gladly extend an olive branch to try to bind you to their chariots. When that time comes, you must keep your eyes wide open and not be swayed by a few trivial benefits. Time flew by, and it was already June 24th. For all the high school seniors in the Eastern Huang Kingdom, today was undoubtedly a tense and thrilling day. Today was the day the college entrance examination results were announced. The morning sun cast its rays over the courtyard of the Guanlan mansion. Shen Chang'an, dressed in a loose training outfit, was leisurely practicing Tai Chi under the old locust tree with Zhang Hai. In the past few days, Shen Chang'an had completed all the forms required for special recruitment by the Night Patrol Department and submitted them to Old Zhao. Old Zhao quickly forwarded the application to the provincial headquarters, waiting to see which major city's key university would be willing to accept him. The only part that troubled Shen Chang'an while filling out the forms was the family background section. Shen Chang'an was an orphan picked up by Uncle Zhang from the roadside years ago. Uncle Zhang himself didn't know who the child's biological parents were, and not even a token was left behind. Therefore, when filling out the form, Shen Chang'an couldn't be bothered to make up a story and simply wrote down the names of Uncle Zhang Hai and Aunt Liu in the adoptive parents section. After finishing a slow-paced set of Tai Chi, Shen Chang'an sighed in relief and followed Uncle Zhang back to the hall. The atmosphere in the hall was tense. Liu and Zhang Qingqing were anxiously sitting side by side on the sofa, their eyes glued to the laptop on the coffee table, repeatedly pressing the F5 key to refresh the page, waiting for the results website to open. Is it not open yet? Shen Chang'an casually asked. It's driving me crazy. They said it would open at 9, but it's already 8:50 and the website is stuck. I can't get in. Liu complained without looking up. You guys keep refreshing. I'm going to take a shower first. Shen Chang'an nonchalantly went upstairs, took a shower, and changed into a clean, refreshing outfit. When he came down, he saw that the mother and daughter were still struggling with the lagging web page. He leisurely walked to a nearby single sofa, poured himself a cup of cool tea made by Uncle Zhang, took a sip, and casually opened his phone. At that moment, the high school class group chat was buzzing with messages at a speed that the naked eye could hardly catch. Classmates who usually kept a low profile had all exploded onto the scene, some lamenting that they might have failed the exam, others praying for the score line to drop, and many frantically sharing various exam god memes. Watching the lively antics of his classmates, Shen Chang'an leaned back on the sofa, intrigued, as if he were watching a youthful comedy. At that moment, a private message popped up on WeChat. It was from Li Shiwan. Li Shiwan: Chang'an, do you have any news about your special recruitment application? Shen Chang'an moved his fingers to reply, not yet. Old Zhao said the results should be out in a couple of days. Why are you nervous? Li Shiwan replied him. A little. I'm worried that there won't be many good schools willing to accept me. After all, I've only been with the night patrol department for less than a month with no achievements to speak of, and I just barely stabilized my cultivation at the first realm. The requirements of schools in big cities are definitely very high. Shen Chang'an replied to comfort her. What are you worried about? Even though you're only at the first realm, your elemental affinity is prized anywhere, okay? Stop worrying unnecessarily, many universities will definitely want you. Li Shiwan said, but what if I get assigned to a school in a remote city? I'm a bit scared. I feel a bit. Seeing that Li Shiwan was still a bit anxious, Shen Chang'an stroked his chin and considered for a moment. Do you want to be together with me? Meanwhile, at the Qingzhou District Night Patrol Department's training room, she saw the message from Shen Chang'an. Do you want to be together with me? Li Shiwan instantly froze. Her breath caught in her throat, and her already rosy face turned crimson at an observable rate, even her slender neck tinged with a blush. Is he so direct? Li Shiwan bit her lip in a fluster, her heart racing wildly in her chest, and countless scenes from idol dramas flashed through her mind. Though extremely shy, after a brief internal struggle, she courageously typed a single word with her trembling fingers on the screen, accompanied by a faint wave emoji. Want. As soon as the message was sent, Li Shiwan buried her face in her knees, not daring to look at the screen. However, just 3 seconds later, Shen Chang'an's reply popped up. Shen Chang'an, then it's settled. I'll accommodate you when the time comes. Anyway, for me, it doesn't matter which university in a big city I go to. Old Zhao told me that our special recruitment status essentially follows the Night Patrol Department system, and in the end, well, I'll be assigned to the local Night Patrol Sub-Bureau. So as long as any city school is willing to take you, just let me know, and I'll apply to that city, so that we can look out. After sending this message, Shen Chang'an, seated on the sofa, had no idea how ambiguous his question was, and felt quite satisfied with his decision that embodied team spirit. Meanwhile, in the training room, peeking at the phone screen through her fingers, Li Shiwan was first taken aback, but then her clever mind instantly processed it. What Shen Chang'an meant by together referred to working together at the same local Night Patrol Sub-Bureau. Although a slight disappointment flickered in her heart seeing Shen Chang'an's words, I will accommodate you, made her lips unconsciously curl into a sweet smile, and her anxiety vanished instantly. Li Shiwan, all right. Thank you. Kitten hugs. GIF. This was a meme she had borrowed from Baiyin. Just when Li Shiwan was happily grinning at her phone, the training room door swung open with a thud. Baiyin walked in with 2 towels and 2 bottles of sports drinks. Shishi, training is over, hurry up and wipe off your sweat so you don't catch a cold. Baiyin approached and handed her a towel, but suddenly froze. She suspiciously stared at Li Ziwen's face, which was as red as a ripe apple, and leaned in to ask, Shishi, why is your face so red? Like a monkey's? But did you just suffer a backlash from your spiritual energy and go off track? No, not at all. Li Shiwan was startled, nervously hiding her phone behind her back, her little hands flailing beside her cheeks, her gaze evasively justifying. I'm fine. It's too stuffy in the training room today, a bit hot. Yes, too hot. Can you please turn the air conditioning down a bit? The time had arrived at just past 9 in the morning. After experiencing numerous webpage crashes and refreshes, a sudden excited scream from Li Yu rang out in the hall. It worked. I found it. Li Yu exclaimed as she hugged Zhang Qingqing, her voice trembling with excitement. Zhang Hai, who had been pretending to read a newspaper in the back, hurried over, his eyes glued to the numbers on the screen. Total score 689 points. An exceptionally high score. This score, while it might pose some risks and challenges in aiming for the 2 top-tier universities in the capital, would allow for easy choices among other prestigious schools nationwide. Not bad, congratulations, Shen Chang'an said, leaning on the sofa with a smile to offer his congratulations, casually asking, have you thought about which university to choose? The previously excited Zhang Qingqing suddenly calmed down noticeably upon hearing Shen Chang'an's question. She turned her head, her clear eyes filled with a hint of expectation and hesitation, looking at Shen Chang'an. What about you? Which city school are you planning to choose? Me? I don't know yet, Shen Chang'an replied, taking a sip from his teacup. It depends on a new female colleague at our unit. Wherever she goes, I'll probably follow. A trace of disappointment flickered in Zhang Qingqing's eyes, but she concealed it well, simply nodding obediently. I see. I also have a few schools I'm interested in, but it's hard to decide, so I'll think it over. Seeing Zhang Qingqing turn back to continue discussing the admission guide with her mother Zhang Hai, and Li Yu exchanged a subtle glance. As parents who had been through it all, how could they not notice the youthful stirrings hidden deep in their daughter's heart? However, it seemed that Shen Chang'an was a bit oblivious in this regard, and their relationship had not been particularly strong. Since he showed no interest, the couple could only sigh silently in their hearts. Just as Zhang Qingqing and her mother continued to study the screen, Shen Chang'an's phone, which was on the coffee table, began to vibrate wildly. Opening WeChat, he saw a message from Baiyin. The screen was filled with various boastful stickers of kittens setting off fireworks, and kittens shaking their butts, mixed in with a screenshot of her score. 719 points. Boss, am I amazing, or what? Praise me. Praise me. Kitten feeling proud. GIF. Looking at this outrageous score, Shen Chang'an raised an eyebrow. He intended to type a compliment saying, impressive, but his finger hovered over the screen, and he paused. Wait a minute, he thought. Baiyin was a cat demon who had lived for over 100 years. Her level of brain development and mental strength was far beyond that of ordinary humans. If she had lived for over 100 years and still couldn't score high in the human college entrance examination, then that century would have been a waste. Thus Shen Chang'an deleted his original message and replied, your score is decent, at least you haven't wasted your long life of over 100 years not letting time go to waste. Baiyin replied immediately, hey, even though I've lived long, I've really only studied for 3 years, okay? This is my first time in high school. Kitten feeling wronged. GIF. Shen Chang'an was too lazy to argue with her. Fine. Choose any school in Dongwang. Where are you planning to go? Baiyin replied. It's up to you. Wherever you go, I'll apply to a university in that city. Baiyin was no fool. As an experienced cat in human society, she was quite shrewd. In an organization like the Night Patrol, the identity of demons was always in a rather awkward and marginal position, making it challenging to fit in. Now that there was a genius under 20 who was a top-tier powerhouse, it would be foolish not to cling to such a solid leg to stand on. If she didn't find a strong ally to rely on, wouldn't her future in the Night Patrol be tough? Looking at Baiyin's reply, Shen Chang'an typed, wait for news from Shiwan. Once she confirms which school she can attend, we'll make a decision then. Seeing this message, Baiyin immediately became displeased, a strong scent of jealousy and sarcasm wafting through the screen. Oh, so you're calling her Shiwan now? That sounds quite intimate, Baiyin said. We've known each other for years, and we've worked on many tasks together, yet I've never heard you call me by my nickname once. Let alone a nickname. Usually when interacting with other units, you just point at me and say this is our colleague Bob. Now you're being so familiar with a girl who just arrived a few days ago. Sigh, my heart is cold. The real heartache isn't about shouting and making a fuss. Watching the bombardment from this dramatic cat on the screen, Shen Chang'an remained expressionless, typing 2 words to send fool. The next second, Baiyin sent a fierce sticker of a kitten huffing and puffing. You're the fool. Your whole family is foolish. This cat is furious. Just wait, the next time you come to the unit, I will definitely make you pay for being a fickle-hearted traitor. Shen Chang'an chuckled after seeing this. Here we go again. 2 days later. Qingzhou District Night Patrol Branch Office. Clatter. 2 leather bags sealed with wax were thrown onto the coffee table. Old Zhao, holding a thermos cup, looked at the 2 on the sofa with a smile. The special recruitment results are out. Let's see what it says. Shen Chang'an lounged on the sofa, lazily tearing open the documents. Next to him, Li Shiwan appeared much more nervous. She took a deep breath and cautiously pulled out the notification letter inside. In the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Imperial Capital University. Imperial Capital University of Technology. Magic City University, Demon City University. Li Shiwan's face was filled with disbelief as she abruptly looked up at old Zhao. Director, Zhao, did you send this to the wrong person? I'm only at the first realm. How could I possibly have all these top universities in the country? Old Zhao said leisurely. No, it wasn't sent to the wrong person. The higher-ups are very satisfied with your magical talent and have given you a high evaluation. Although you started a bit late, it doesn't affect anything. Hearing this, Li Shiwan's small face flushed with excitement, and she subconsciously glanced at Shen Chang'an beside her. At that moment, Shen Chang'an was frowning, staring at his own list. Old Zhao is our unit now involved in the illegal trade of people, eh? Shen Chang'an shook the paper in his hand. Why does my list of schools have a long string of prices attached? Big brother, that's your bonus. Look closely. Old Zhao walked over, pointing at the numbers on the list. This report you submitted has almost blown up the main system. Look at this sincerity. The Imperial Capital Branch is the first to quote, as long as you choose a university in the Imperial Capital, they will directly give you 10,000 internal contribution points, plus 10 million cash for relocation. Shen Chang'an pursed his lips. This is the level of the capital. Only 10,000 contribution points. Don't be impatient, a look at the next one, Old Zhao chuckled. The Magic City branch is quite wealthy, offering 30,000 contribution points, and an additional 50 million cash. Moreover, they promised that as long as you agree the 50 million can be transferred to your card tonight, and the contribution points will be credited to you afterward. The office fell silent for 3 seconds. 50 million plus 30,000 contribution points. Shen Chang'an wasted no time and directly picked up the pen, swiftly signing his name in the confirmation column next to Magic City University. His movements were fluid without a hint of hesitation. Decidedly, Magic City is by the sea with a good climate suitable for someone like me to retire as a salted fish. Shen Chang'an nodded solemnly. It's definitely not because of that 50 million and 30,000 contribution points. Old Zhao snorted with a smile, too lazy to respond, and turned to Li Shiwan. What about you? Li Shiwan tightened her grip on the pen in her hand, stealing glances at Shen Chang'an, her heart racing slightly. I also choose Magic City University. Afraid her thoughts would be exposed, she quickly added seriously. I heard there are many demons there and plenty of practical opportunities. I want to improve my strength quickly and not hold anyone back. Shen Chang'an nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, very aware. Seeing that Shen Chang'an wasn't thinking about anything else, Li Shiwan secretly sighed in relief. Just as Li Shiwan was sneaking a smile, the office door was suddenly slammed open with great force. Accompanied by an intimidating hiss from a small cat, a slender figure darted in like a cannonball, directly pouncing on Shen Chang'an, who was seated on the sofa. Baiyin agilely climbed onto Shen Chang'an's shoulder, tightly wrapping her two evenly proportioned legs around his head, shaking vigorously like a frenzied plush ornament. He'll make you regret your fickleness. He'll bite you to death. Facing this cat's headlock attack, Shen Chang'an remained as steady as a mountain. He completely ignored the chaotic antics of Baiyin above him and turned to Zhao Changfeng behind the desk. Lao Zhao, after securing the school, how will the subsequent procedures go? Once I submit your application forms to the provincial department, we can expedite the special admission approval process, and it should pass quickly. Someone will take over the responsibilities in Qingzhou district then. Hearing this, Baiyin, who was gnawing on Shen Chang'an's neck, stopped her movements. She poked her furry head out, her face full of curiosity. What were you guys talking about just now? Li Shiwan quickly stood up, taking the feisty little cat off the male lead, and gently explained, we were discussing school selection, or I was just about to share in the group. Baiyin promptly made a leap, landing snugly in Li Ziwen's soft embrace, rubbing against her comfortably and proudly lifting her face. She is still the best. Then she turned and asked, so where did you guys decide to go? Modi University. What a coincidence. Baiyin's eyes lit up, and she immediately raised her paw. I've decided to choose that too. Seeing everything settled, Shen Chang'an stood up and stretched. Alright, it's settled then. He'll head back first. An hour later, at Guanlon Mansion, Shen Chang'an pushed open the front door and saw Aunt Li Yu sitting on the sofa in the living room watching television. Chang'an is back. Seeing him enter, Li Yu immediately greeted him with a smile. Have the special admission arrangements been finalized? Yes, it's settled. Shen Chang'an changed his shoes and walked into the living room. I chose Modi University. Modi University is great, a big city with broad horizons. Li Yu nodded, her eyes lighting up as she said hopefully, since you're going to Modu, I happen to want Qingqing to enroll at Modi University too. You two can look out for each other at the same school. What do you think? Sure. Shen Chang'an nodded without hesitation. He glanced towards the second floor and asked, is Qingqing upstairs? He'll go tell her. Yes, she just took a nap. Li Yu smiled widely. On the second floor outside Zhang Qingqing's bedroom. Knock knock. Shen Chang'an casually knocked twice on the door. Coming. A sound of slippers sliding across the floor came from inside. The door opened, and Zhang Qingqing clearly had just woken up. She was wearing an oversized pure cotton loungewear, the collar slightly skewed, revealing a small portion of her delicate collarbone. Her usually meticulously groomed long hair was lazily draped over her shoulders. However, when she rubbed her eyes and saw Shen Chang'an standing outside the door, she instantly froze, the drowsiness in her eyes vanishing. Is there something going on? Zhang Qingqing subconsciously tightened her grip on the doorknob. Shen Chang'an paid no mind to her stiffness, hands in his pockets, and went straight to the point. I volunteered for Modi University. Aunt Li said you should enroll there too, to go together. Do you want to join us? Zhang Qingqing was taken aback, for she raised her head and quickly nodded vigorously. Sure. He'll go with you. After agreeing, the atmosphere fell into a brief awkwardness. To break the silence, Zhang Qingqing asked softly, what major did you enroll in? Major? Shen Chang'an was momentarily taken aback by the question. He hadn't really thought about it. In the special admission list sent by the headquarters earlier, besides the funding and contribution points, there was no mention of any major. I don't know, it should be arranged collectively by the unit. Shen Chang'an rubbed his chin and said candidly, after all, my profession is quite special. Attending school is just a formality. It feels like no matter what major I choose, in the end it's just about passing time. Zhang Qingqing looked at his nonchalant attitude towards life, and her previously tense nerves inexplicably relaxed a bit, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. She obediently nodded. Okay, I understand. Then, he'll go register on the computer first. A few days later, July 3rd, in the lobby on the first floor of Guanlan Mansion, the television was playing a boring midday news segment. Shen Chang'an was slumped on the sofa without any grace when his phone screen suddenly lit up showing a WeChat message from Lao Zhao. Lao Zhao, Modu University class of 2026, Major Business Administration. The admission process has been completed. Immediately after, Lao Zhao sent a voice message that lasted 30 seconds. Shen Chang'an clicked to listen. This major was specifically negotiated by me with the Moda branch. I've arranged for all of you to be in the humanities program, primarily for the ease of passing time. You won't need to hang out in laboratories or engage in any nonsense research. Just cram a bit before the finals to scrape by. After all, we as lamplighters don't rely on this worthless diploma to find jobs. Oh, as long as we can slack off, that's good enough. Shen Chang'an wholeheartedly agreed with this arrangement and casually replied with an okay. By the way, there's something I need to inform you about in advance. Lao Zhao's messages kept coming in one after another. Moda University has a unique situation. The total number of new students this year is 8,342. Do you know how many of them are related to the cultivation world? There are 1,431 young core members from the Night Watchers dispatched from all over the country. There are 3,214 other civilian cultivators and sect disciples. Looking at the numbers on the screen, Shen Chang'an raised an eyebrow. This meant that more than half of the new students at Moda University were cultivators. Don't be surprised. Moda University, as a top-tier institution in the country, naturally recruits the elite. It's quite normal for ordinary people at that level to come into contact with the cultivation world. But Modu is a melting pot with various forces intertwined, so don't treat it like an ordinary school and slack off. Shen Chang'an nodded. There's one more thing. Lao Zhao shifted the topic. The provincial department's personnel dispatched to take charge of Qingzhou district will arrive in September. So before school starts in September, you all need to stay put in Qingzhou district and watch the place. Take advantage of these 2 months to sort out your mundane matters. Get a driver's license or confess to that high school crush you've had. Looking at the last message, Shen Chang'an felt a bit exasperated. Crush. He usually worked himself to the bone either at work or on his way to work. When would he have the spare time to deal with such matters? Does he think everyone has the luxury of leisurely enjoying life? However, mentioning high school, Shen Chang'an casually opened the class group. The chat was lively, discussing the graduation dinner after the admission notices come out in mid-July. He stroked his chin. After all, it had been 3 years of high school life, marking the end of a chapter. He clicked on Li Ziwen's avatar and sent a message. Are you going to the class graduation dinner in mid-July? Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye more than 10 days had passed. On July 18th, the admission results of all universities had been finalized, and the acceptance letters from various colleges began to be mailed out one after another. And today was the day when several classes of Qingzhou First High School had agreed to hold their graduation party. In the evening, Shen Chang'an changed into a clean black t-shirt and slipped on his sports shoes as he walked downstairs. Uncle Zhang, am going out for a graduation dinner. Zhang Hai, who was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, looked up and nodded with a smile. Go ahead, it's good for young people to socialize. Shen Chang'an waved his hand and turned towards the garage. Just then, Zhang Qingqing, dressed in a delicate dress, came down from upstairs, and they bumped into each other in the garage. In Zhang Qingqing's parking space, a brand new red Porsche sports car was parked. This was the graduation gift that Uncle Zhang had bought for her. Zhang Qingqing opened the car door, hesitated for a moment, and then proactively called out, your class gathering is also at Jufu Mountain Villa, right? In this scorching heat, why not ride with me? Shen Chang'an stopped in his tracks and glanced at the high temperature outside that could melt the asphalt. His damn driver's license was still not finished, so catching a ride in an air-conditioned car was a good choice. Sure. Shen Chang'an was not polite and directly opened the passenger door and sat down. Inside the car, there was a pleasant fragrance reminiscent of citrus, subtle and completely devoid of the nauseating feeling that cheap car air fresheners often evoke. Seeing him get in the car, Zhang Qingqing let out a barely noticeable sigh of relief and skillfully started the vehicle, driving out of Guanlan Mansion. Half an hour later, the Porsche came to a steady stop at the outdoor parking lot of Jufu Mountain Villa. This was a high-end Chinese garden dining area in Qingzhou district where many classes from Qingzhou First High School had chosen to hold their graduation parties. They'll head to our class private room first. Zhang Qingqing unbuckled her seatbelt and said softly, Shen Chang'an pushed open the car door. See you later. The two walked in different directions. Shen Chang'an glanced at the time on his phone. It was 5. The gathering was scheduled to officially start at 6. He opened WeChat and sent a message to Li Shiwan. Have you arrived? The other party replied immediately, I've already arrived. Chang'an, where are you? Send me your location and he'll come pick you up. Meanwhile, in the Haitang Hall on the second floor of the villa, Li Shiwan looked down at her phone, her lips curling into a beautiful arc. She stood up and said to He-Fei, who was munching on melon seeds beside her, Fei-Fei, I'm going out to pick someone up, I'll be back soon. After saying that, she dashed out of the room like a Lightfoot deer. In just a few minutes, as Shen Chang'an reached the edge of the artificial lake within the villa, he heard a bright and pleasant voice coming from not far away. "Chang'an, over here." He turned his head to look. A few meters away, Li Shiwan was standing under a tree waving at. Today she was not wearing her usual training outfit, but had changed into a pair of clean white shoes, loose beige long pants paired with a plain white t-shirt without any patterns. Her long black hair was tied up in a high ponytail, swaying gently with her brisk movements. There was no excessive makeup or deliberate embellishment, as she was clean and fresh. Shen Chang'an watched her approach, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "You came so early." Li Shiwan stopped, slightly out of breath, her fair cheeks flushed. "I took a day off from Uncle Zhao today, and went out to play around the city with a few friends, then came straight here in the afternoon." She walked up to Shen Chang'an and pointed towards the second floor. "Let's go, our class is in the Haitang Hall upstairs. Old Lu and the others are already there." As she pushed open the heavy double wooden doors of Haitang Hall, a wave of warmth mixed with the aroma of food and the sound of chatter hit them. Almost all 40 people from the class had arrived, clustering together in groups, and the atmosphere was already heated. Shen Chang'an habitually scanned the area, preparing to find a corner to hide in. "Chang'an, sit here." Li Shiwan pulled out an empty chair beside her. Shen Chang'an walked over to take a look. This table was mostly filled with girls, and the only two boys looked like they were there as companions with their girlfriends. However, he usually didn't care about such things, and didn't refuse, smoothly pulling out the chair and sitting down. As soon as he took a seat, Fei beside him was taken aback. She elbowed Li Shiwan, lowering her voice and raising her eyebrows. "What's going on? When did you two get so—" Li Ziwen's eyes flickered. "Oh, it's just a normal classmate relationship. There weren't any good spots over there, so I thought it would be better to let him sit here." Fei looked at the two of them, suspiciously glancing up and down, pouting her lips in a manner that seemed to say, "Do you expect me to believe you?" Next, the homeroom teacher, Old Lu, went around the tables offering toasts, and as he spoke, his eyes began to redden, reminiscing about the hardships of the past 3 years. After the emotional segment, everyone began to toast each other with drinks and exchange graduation gifts. Yet in this slightly bittersweet atmosphere of youth, Shen Chang'an seemed out of place. He was focused intently on tackling a plate of signature roasted lamb chops on the table, eating with great enthusiasm. "The food at this villa is quite good. The meat is firm and cooked just right." Shen Chang'an murmured, quietly contemplating that he could bring Lao Zhao and Bai Yin here often for a feast. During this time, the door of Haitang Hall was pushed open several times. Many boys from other classes, and even from this class fueled by alcohol and the impulse of impending separation, blushed as they called Li Shiwan out to confess. But before long, Li Shiwan would return empty-handed, politely but firmly rejecting everyone. For a girl like Li Shiwan, who was clean and wore her hair in a high ponytail, the impact on those inexperienced high school boys was utterly devastating. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the dinner finally reached its conclusion. Old Lu, with red eyes, finished his last words of gratitude and announced the end of their high school life. A faint sound of sobbing filled the private room. Li Shiwan, being an emotional person, had tears welling in her eyes as she gently wiped them with a tissue. Shen Chang'an, however, lazily leaned back in his chair, his deep gaze sweeping over the sobbing boys and girls. In that moment, looking at this ordinary and pure lives' myriad forms, he felt a rare sense of tranquility. As the gathering dispersed, a large number of students surged towards the street outside the villa. "How are you getting back?" Shen Chang'an asked, looking at Li Shiwan standing under the streetlight. "He'll just take a ride-hailing service." After saying that, Li Shiwan seemed to suddenly make a certain decision. She took a deep breath and her fair hand reached into her pocket, pulling out a somewhat heavy black square box. Her movements appeared stiff and awkward, and even her speech became slightly stammering. Chang'an, this is for you." Shen Chang'an was taken aback for a moment as he took the box and opened it. Inside lay a tactical watch. To exchange for this watch, Li Shiwan had spent all the contribution points she had saved up over the past month, which amounted to over 100. For a newcomer just entering the first realm, this was all her savings. I noticed that the tactical watch on your wrist is worn and aged at the edges." Li Shiwan kept her hands behind her back, her toes unconsciously tracing circles on the ground, so nervous that she didn't dare to look him in the eyes. "So, I thought I'd replace it with this as a graduation gift." Looking at the new tactical watch in his hand, Shen Chang'an felt a rare sense of embarrassment. He scratched his head awkwardly. "Thanks. But I'm used to being rough around the edges, and I didn't think to prepare a gift." "No need for a gift." Li Shiwan suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, her lips bursting into a cheerful smile. "You've already taken care of me a lot, and that's enough." At that moment, with a deep rumble of the engine, an eye-catching Porsche slowly drove along the roadside and finally came to a stop beside the two. The window of the red Porsche slowly rolled down, revealing the exquisite face of Zhang Qingqing. "Li Tongshu, a long time no see." Zhang Qingqing took the initiative to greet. "Hello, Zhang Tongshu." Li Shiwan waved politely. Shen Chang'an opened the passenger door, sat down decisively, and lowered the window to wave at Li Shiwan. I'm leaving now, be careful on the road. The engine emitted a low rumble as the Porsche merged into the flow of cars in the night. Li Shiwan stood under the streetlight, tightly clutching the empty watch box in her hand, watching the red taillights gradually fade away, her lips still holding that sweet smile. Half an hour later at Guanlan Mansion, Shen Chang'an and Zhang Qingqing returned home and went to their respective rooms. Shen Chang'an kicked off his shoes and comfortably lay on the bed, casually opening the internal communication group of the night watch. As soon as he logged in, a private message from Liaison Officer 07 popped up. The task reward from the last Sanshan Group incident had finally been approved. Contribution points 2000 cash, 8000 yuan. Shen Chang'an calculated in it, adding the 1700 points he had painstakingly saved over the past few years, along with the promised 300 points from Modi University and this additional 2000 points. His total assets would directly soar to 6700 points. It's worth noting that he had only managed to accumulate a little over 500 points in the past few years, all of which he spent on the headquarters arsenal to exchange for that Jian. Now this feeling of sudden wealth is indeed quite pleasant. Although the 3000 from Modi University won't come so soon, it's still enough. It's time to spend a bit. Shen Chang'an opened the internal exchange mall of the night watch. His current shortcoming was obvious, a lack of diversified magical techniques. Every fight relied solely on the destructive power of Black Flame and his physical qualities, and he occasionally found it troublesome when encountering enemies skilled at evasion. He quickly scoured through the options on the screen, his gaze locking onto the spell section, decisively acquiring 3 spells: the Wind-type Gale Blade, a basic cutting spell praised for its instant casting and speed. The Earth-type Small Petrification Mountain spell priced at a staggering 200 contribution points. Its effect is formidable, capable of instantly enlarging ordinary stones to the size of mountains for area crushing. Although temporary, as the spiritual power dissipates, it returns to its original form. It serves as an extraordinary physical amplifier in battle. The Fire-type Flame Spirit Transformation. It can give flames a physical form, condensing them into fire beasts to assist in independent attacks during combat. The 3 spells cost a total of 300 contribution points. After purchasing his own spells, Shen Chang'an stroked his chin, his gaze falling back on the basic spell section. He casually spent 300 contribution points to exchange for a collection of intermediate spells, sending it directly to Li Ziwen's terminal. In the world of cultivation, one must not casually pass on teachings. The Night Watch strictly prohibits lantern bearers from privately imparting high-level spells. Only ordinary spells open to all may be freely learned. The intermediate spell collection contains more powerful spells, considered a hodgepodge. Shen Chang'an had actually purchased this book before, but found it too troublesome and didn't learn at all. He usually figured out ways to get close and then punched the opponent, as his left punch dealt high damage and his right punch was also damaging. Below the 4th realm, 2 punches would suffice. Now with a gun, he just needed to figure out a way to get close and shoot the opponent. If they didn't die, he would shoot again. But Li Shiwan was different. She was a true talent in magic, and this would be far more useful in her hands than in his. A few seconds later, Shen Chang'an's device began to vibrate wildly. Li Shiwan Chang'an, why did you suddenly send me such a valuable gift? 3000 contribution points. This is way too extravagant, I can't accept it. Shen Chang'an casually typed back, take it, consider it a return gift. Your talent lies in spells, learning more survival techniques won't hurt. On the other end, Li Shiwan tightly hugged her phone and rolled excitedly on her bed twice. Li Shiwan, okay. I will definitely work hard to learn it all. Thank you. Kept bowing in gratitude. Time flew by, and it was early September. The school season arrived as expected. Ding dong. The doorbell at Guanlan Mansion rang. Li Yu quickly walked over to open the door, wiping her hands. 3 people stood outside. Old Zhao still wore the same unchanging attire of the bureaucracy, a polo shirt paired with black trousers. Li Shiwan was dressed in light casual sportswear, fresh and cleaned. Bai Yin appeared to be stylishly dressed in a pleated short skirt and knee-high white socks with lively twin tails, embodying a vibrant 2-dimensional style. Come in. Are you all ready? Li Yu warmly welcomed them inside. In the living room, Zhang Hai greeted them. Li Xiao Bai, sit down and have some fruit. After a short break, we will head out. While they were chatting, footsteps could be heard coming down the stairs from the 2nd floor. Shen Chang'an descended slowly, wearing a plain short-sleeve shirt and holding a small black carry-on suitcase with one hand. Shortly after, Zhang Qingqing also came out of her room, trailing 2 large checked luggage and carrying several bags. Bai Yin, biting a piece of apple, looked at Shen Chang'an's pitiful little suitcase and couldn't help but comment, are you heading to university or going on a weekend trip? Your luggage is not even as big as my snack bag. Why bring so much junk? Shen Chang'an casually placed the small suitcase on the ground. If you need something over there, just buy a new one. After all, money isn't an issue right now. Seeing his extravagant demeanor, Bai Yin rolled her eyes dramatically. With everyone gathered, they no longer delayed. Old Zhao and the others drove the group of young people to the airport. After a simple farewell and reminders, the four turned to check in and board the flight. 2 hours of flight time passed in the blink of an eye. The plane landed smoothly at Modu International Airport. Exiting the terminal, a gentle breeze mixed with humid air rushed towards them. September in Modu was the rainy season. The sky was gray and it was drizzling outside. Arriving in this unfamiliar super metropolis, Shen Chang'an and his companions felt completely lost. In the past, he and Baiyin relied on Old Zhao to drive or coordinated transportation for their fieldwork, and he hadn't really traveled far. Li Xuan, on the other hand, was a good girl who had hardly left Qingzhou City. All three were completely clueless when it came to travel planning. Fortunately, there was Zhang Qingqing. She had traveled extensively since childhood and was very familiar with these processes. She had already booked a business 7-seater car in advance on her phone. Under her direction, they got in the car, placed their luggage, and headed straight to their destination. An hour later, the business car stopped steadily outside the magnificent gates of Moda University. The entrance was bustling with people. Luxury cars were gathered, and there were seniors holding banners and umbrellas welcoming the new students. As soon as Shen Chang'an and the others got out of the car, they instantly became the focus of attention. 3 top beautiful girls with distinctly different styles standing together were hard to ignore. I'm from the law school, and my reporting location is in the East District, which is not on your way, so I need to go ahead. Zhang Qingqing glanced at the campus map on her phone and spoke as she turned. All right, you go ahead and get busy. Shen Chang'an nodded and casually reminded. Contact me on your phone later when you're settled, and we'll go out for dinner together. Hearing the invitation, Zhang Qingqing's eyes brightened slightly as she nodded vigorously, okay. After bidding farewell to Zhang Qingqing, Shen Chang'an and the others followed the address on the notice, inquiring along the way, and arrived at the Social Sciences building in the Western District. On the 3rd floor, room B304. This is the dedicated registration point for the internal special recruits of the Night Watch. A spacious lecture hall had gathered around 100 people, all around 17 or 18 years old, dressed in various styles. Undoubtedly, these were all young individuals from the branches of the Night Watch across the country. Shen Chang'an's eyelids drooped slightly as his spiritual energy swept silently around the classroom like ripples in water. Then he absent-mindedly stroked his chin and murmured softly, "What's going on? More than half are at the 1st level, and there isn't even a 3rd level among them." The voice was not loud, but in this gathering of practitioners, it sounded particularly jarring. A buzzcut boy sitting in the front row immediately turned around and rolled his eyes, scoffing. "How does this country bumpkin come from thinking about the 3rd level? Do you think it's as easy as cabbages?" Reaching the peak of the 2nd level at 18 is already considered a treasure by the provincial branches, let alone the 3rd level. That would take a prodigy specially nurtured by the provincial headquarters. Around them, others also turned to look, glancing at Shen Chang'an with expressions as if he were insane, whispering about the difficulties of breaking through levels. Shen Chang'an couldn't be bothered to engage with these novices and directly walked to the podium to line up. It wasn't long before it was Baiyin's turn. The one responsible for registration was a middle-aged teacher wearing black-rimmed glasses. He took Baiyin's file, glanced at the information, and his hand trembled. 3rd level. The teacher couldn't control his volume and gasped. As soon as those 4 words were spoken, the previously noisy classroom fell into complete silence. The buzzcut boy who had mocked Shen Chang'an widened his eyes, nearly dropping his jaw to the floor. However, the teacher's gaze continued downward and landed on the race column. "Oh, a demon, a spirit cat lineage." The teacher let out a long breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The crowd in the classroom also collectively sighed in relief. A demon, after all, having lived for a long time. This seemingly delicate little girl could very well be an old demoness who has lived for 70 or 80 years. Being at the 3rd level is quite reasonable and nothing to be ashamed of. Baiyin felt the surrounding gazes that regarded her as an old demoness, grinding her tiger teeth in anger, but holding back from exploding. She took the dormitory key and moved aside. Next, it was Shen Chang'an's turn. Name. The middle-aged teacher didn't even raise his head, mechanically following the procedure. Shen Chang'an. He handed over the file in his hand. The middle-aged teacher casually opened the wax seal and pulled out the... At first glance, he saw the age 18. At the second glance, he looked at the level assessment column. The middle-aged teacher's eyes suddenly froze. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and stared intently at those 2 words, his breathing becoming extremely heavy. In the next second, bang! The middle-aged teacher suddenly stood up, his knees crashing heavily against the podium, even knocking over the chair behind him. His hands trembled as he clutched the file. "You? Please wait here for a moment. Do not leave." The teacher's voice was unsteady, even resorting to honorifics. He didn't even bother to pick up the pen that had fallen on the ground, grabbing the file and rushing toward a small side room in the classroom without looking back. In less than half a minute, the door to the inner office was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a well-tailored silver-gray suit wearing rimless glasses walked out quickly. He walked straight up to Shen Chang'an, his gaze filled with an unmistakable scrutiny and awe. "You are Shen Chang'an," the middle-aged man confirmed. Shen Chang'an nodded. "I am Cheng Bei, the director of the university's administrative office." Cheng Bei adjusted his glasses and handed over a set of keys and the file. "Your registration procedures have already been arranged in advance by the headquarters, all set. Accommodation is arranged in a single apartment in the special recruitment area. Here are the keys." The new students around who had been eavesdropping exchanged shocked glances. The administrative director personally came out to hand over the keys. "This treatment is simply outrageous." Next, Cheng Bei pulled out a letter sealed with wax from his suit pocket and handed it to Shen Chang'an with both hands. "Additionally, this is something someone asked me to specifically deliver to you." Shen Chang'an took the envelope somewhat puzzled and walked to the corner of the classroom to open it. The letter contained only a brief line of text: "At 9 o'clock tonight, see you at Beverly Manor." Zhao Haiding. Shen Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Beverly Manor. This name carries a strong scent of Western capitalist nouveau riche. He casually searched for it on his phone, and the location directly pointed to the core wealthy area of Magic City, where even a random villa starts at tens of millions. "Who is Zhao Haiding?" Shen Chang'an muttered. At this moment, Li Xiwan had also completed her registration. She and Baiyin curiously leaned over, asking, "Chang'an, what are you looking at?" Shen Chang'an handed over the letter. The two stared at the unfamiliar name and place for a long time, equally puzzled. Just as the three were staring at the letter with wide eyes. With a loud bang, the door of the classroom was pushed open. The once quiet classroom was instantly drawn to a striking figure. The newcomer wore a moon-white, ancient-style long robe with a smooth jade pendant hanging from his waist, stepping on cloud-soled shoes, and flamboyantly, holding a water-ink folding fan. Among this group of new students dressed in modern casual, where he looked just like someone who had run out from a comic convention. The newcomer was Ji Lin. Ji Lin spotted Shen Chang'an in the corner, immediately swiftly unfolding his folding fan and striding over with a self-satisfied smile. "Chang'an, what a coincidence we meet again." Shen Chang'an looked at him expressionlessly. "What a coincidence, how did you end up here? You're not being fair coming to Magic City without calling me." Ji Lin tapped the center of his palm with the fan, proudly declaring, "Fortunately, I checked your transfer information with internal privileges and applied to come over with you." Shen Chang'an's forehead darkened. "Aren't you just a pure fanboy?" "What fanboy? Don't put it that way." Ji Lin closed the fan solemnly. "I just care about my colleagues' movements at all times to enhance revolutionary friendship." Baiyin looked at the two. "Oh, is there such a step? He can't be that kind of person, right?" Shen Chang'an tapped Baiyin's head, unsure what this little head was thinking. "All right, no more nonsense, let's go sign the paperwork first." Ji Lin straightened the hem of his long robe and walked to the registration desk, handing his documents to the ordinary teacher who had just regained his composure. "Name Ji Lin, right?" The teacher rubbed his temples, opened the file for a glance, and then his voice suddenly shot up by 8 degrees, even breaking slightly. 18 years old. At the peak of the 3rd level. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire B304 classroom fell into silence. If Baiyin's 3rd level could still be forcibly explained by the longevity of the demon race, then standing before them now was a genuine human genius, with only 18 years of age. What kind of divine beings are competing in this generation? Why do such monsters keep emerging? Ji Lin relished the astonished gazes directed at him. Satisfactorily, he took the dormitory key, turned to Shen Chang'an, and flamboyantly waved his fan. "I've completed my registration, what should we do next?" Shen Chang'an picked up the small suitcase from the ground. "First, let's go to the dormitory to drop off our things and make the bed." Ji Lin waved his fan. "Perfect, let's go together." Leaving the social sciences building, the four of them followed the tree-lined path to the accommodation area for special recruits. This area is a cluster of high-rise apartment buildings. In this truly precious land of Magic City, the fact that such a large area is specifically allocated for special recruits to build single apartments shows just how terrifying the financial power of Magic City University and the Town Night Division is. The rules here are simple, it's first come first served without regard to student numbers. Shen Chang'an found the elevators inconvenient, so he directly chose room 308 on the 3rd floor. Ji Lin decisively took room 309 next door. Li Xiwan and Baiyin chose the 5th floor of the girls' apartment. Opening the door to 308, the environment was surprisingly nice. The single room is over 30 square meters with a separate wet and dry bathroom, and a small balcony for drying clothes fully equipped with basic appliances. Shen Chang'an casually tossed the small suitcase next to the wardrobe and tidied up a bit. Then he glanced at his phone. It was nearly 5 in the afternoon. Stepping out of the room, Shen Chang'an went to room 309 next door, knocked lightly on the ajar door, and pushed it open. As soon as he stepped in, he froze. He stepped back to check the room number, confirming he hadn't gone to the wrong place, and walked in with a puzzled expression. The originally modern minimalist single apartment had now been transformed into a classic and elegant abode. There were antique shelves, a purple clay tea tray, a complete set of roux kiln tea utensils, and even a black and white chessboard engraved with cloud patterns on the balcony. Lin was wiping a celadone vase with a cloth when he saw Shen Chang'an enter, and immediately took pride in his work. What do you think? Isn't my arrangement quite nice? Is this for studying, or are you auditioning for a period drama as a classical scholar? Oh, that statement is quite off. Lin tossed the cloth aside, saying life should definitely have a sense of ritual. Alright, are you done cleaning up? Let's go out to eat. Shen Chang'an was too lazy to argue with him. And change out of that theatrical costume. If you go out like this, people will think I brought a monkey. Lin looked down at his meticulously tailored light blue robe, grimaced, but still obediently rummaged through his suitcase for a set of ordinary black casual clothes to change into. The two of them went downstairs, and Shen Chang'an took out his phone to tag Li Xuan and Bai Yin in the group chat, then sent a message to Zhang Qingqing agreeing to meet at the school gate. 5 people. We'll need to take 2 cars later. How troublesome. Shen Chang'an muttered. What do you mean by taking a car? Lin leaned over. I'll just have my family's driver come pick us up. Shen Chang'an looked at him in confusion. What's so strange about that? Lin shrugged nonchalantly. My family, the Ji family, has some business in 15 minutes later, outside the school gate, a long black business car stopped by the roadside. Shen Chang'an looked at the car, and then at Lin beside him, silently labeling him as a wealthy heir, and his Zhang Qingqing, Li Xuan, and Bai Yin also arrived at the school gate on time. Lin had seen the other two, but had never met Zhang Qingqing. He introduced her to Lin, saying, Zhang Qingqing, she's like my sister. Like a sister? She is 2 months older than me. Lin nodded. Hello, Miss Zhang. Since you are 2 months older than Chang'an, then you should indeed be called sister. Zhang Qingqing politely nodded, acknowledging the introduction. With everyone present, they got into the excessively spacious business car. What are we eating tonight? Shen Chang'an asked casually, as he was completely clueless about the food in Magic City. The few girls were also new and looked at each other. Leave it to me. Lin patted his chest and instructed the driver in the front seat. Take us to Yulinglong. Yulinglong is not an ordinary eatery. The owner is quite a well-known cultivator in the inner world. This place specializes in high-end private cuisine with a very high threshold, only accommodating distinguished guests with connections in the circle. Although the Ji family doesn't operate in Magic City, they still have a bit of face, and getting an entry ticket isn't an issue. Half an hour later, the business car drove into a secluded alley, stopping in front of a vine-covered small foreign-style building from the Republic of China. Inside the private room, the decor was elegant. Lin fully displayed the demeanor of a wealthy heir. He didn't ask the waiter for recommendations, but directly listed a long string of dish names he was familiar with, then waved his hand, signaling the waiter to leave and not to serve them. The ingredients here are cultivated using special methods that contain trace amounts of spiritual energy, and the taste is absolutely exquisite. Lin poured a cup of tea, smiling as he began to liven up the atmosphere. Soon several exquisite private dishes were served at the table. The trace amounts of spiritual energy in the ingredients made the food delicious, and even Shen Chang'an, who was usually indifferent about food, found himself enjoying it and reaching for his chopsticks several times. Halfway through the meal, Shen Chang'an reached into his pocket, pulled out the sealed letter with red wax, and casually tossed it onto the table in front of Lin. You're well informed. Help me identify who Zhao Haidang is. Lin glanced at the name on the envelope, and the piece of fish he had just picked up paused in midair. His eyes flickered, and he immediately put down his chopsticks. Zhao Haidang. You don't even know her. Of course not. I'm not in your circle. Lin casually picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and said seriously, she is a core figure of the Zhao family, one of the top families in Magic City, and she is also a member of the board of directors of Magic City University. In this area, she has absolute influence. Then why is she looking for me? Shen Chang'an frowned slightly. Did you receive any rewards for special recruits before coming to Magic City? Yes, I did. Then it's most likely related to the special recruitment rewards. Lin thought for a moment, and explained with a smile, when you filled out your application, did you think all those rewards came from the Magic City branch's budget? Actually, most of the funding comes from the top families in Magic City. Seeing Shen Chang'an's slightly wary expression, Lin waved his hand to reassure him, don't worry, it's not about selling yourself, and you won't have to pay any extra cost. This is standard practice in our circle. In the past, in Zhejiang province, the Ji family often spent heavily to extend olive branches to those talented individuals willing to settle down with us. This transaction was actually completed the moment you signed your choice for Magic City University. Lin took a sip of the spiritual tea and continued to educate him with the Town Knight division. As a guarantor, no one dares to play dirty tricks. Ms. Zhao probably just wants to meet you formally to get to know you and create a good connection. It's just a cup of tea, so don't feel any psychological burden. Shen Chang'an nodded, feeling reassured as he took back the letter. With the money already in his pocket, drinking a cup of tea was just a minor issue. By the way, there's one more thing. Lin changed the subject. There should be an internal meeting for cultivators in the next couple of days, but we probably only need to attend the internal one for the Town Night Division. Li Xuan, who was sipping soup from a small bowl, raised her head with a puzzled expression. Huh? There's a meeting. Haven't we already checked in? Every new semester has to have this. It's held across all universities in Magic City. Do you know how many new student cultivators are coming to Magic City this September? Over 23000. Lin held up 2 fingers to emphasize. As this number was revealed, even by Ian, who had been focused on cracking hairy crabs, widened her eyes in shock. Magic City is not just home to our Magic City University, but also several dozen other universities. Take our Town Night Division for example. Over 300 young talents have been pulled from various places nationwide, or specially recruited this year. The remaining 200 are all disciples sent from various sects and hidden cultivators. With so many energetic young people who possess extraordinary powers gathering in this city, if the authorities don't hold a meeting in advance to set some rules, the public order in Magic City will surely explode. After having dinner, several people returned to their dorms. As expected, just as Shen Chang'an lay down on the single bed in room 308, his phone began to vibrate intensely. A group invitation popped up. After clicking to accept, Shen Chang'an found himself added to a large group chat named Magic Town Night Division Class of 26 Freshmen. He glanced at the group members. Besides 1431 specially recruited freshmen, there were also dozens of management members with prefixes like instructor and advisor, bringing the total to exactly 1,500. The atmosphere in the group was eerily silent. Soon a group leader named Zhou Niancy announced to everyone, all members tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, all freshmen are to gather at the school auditorium number 1 for a meeting. Additionally, this group is also a social platform for everyone. Any questions regarding life and cultivation can be discussed here. As soon as the announcement was made, a long string of received messages filled the chat. With so many leaders watching, not a single person dared to send a sticker. At that moment, Shen Chang'an received a friend request on WeChat. Note, fellow freshman. Shen Chang'an casually accepted it. The other party immediately sent a group chat invitation link along with a message, bro, join this. This is a private group created by us freshmen. No leaders were added, and it has been set to anonymous mode. Feel free to enjoy. Shen Chang'an raised an eyebrow and muttered, these guys really know how to have fun. As soon as he clicked to join, the messages on the screen began to flood in like a waterfall. After everyone donned their masks, those students who had been meek in the main group stripped off their disguises and let loose. I can't breathe. Why does the spiritual energy in Magic City feel even thinner than in the countryside? Is there any muscle man practicing body cultivation among this batch of freshmen? CPDD. I am a second-tier sword cultivator, 180 centimeters tall, looking like Peng Yuyan, seeking a gentle magic system sister for a relationship who can play games together during free time. Looking at the flood of chaotic messages, Shen Chang'an shook his head and laughed. He casually created a small group for 4 and dragged Lin, Li Xuan, and Baiyin into it. You all joined that big group and the anonymous group, right? Baiyin immediately replied with a cute cat image. I joined both. I'm currently lurking in that anonymous group. The conversations in there are super fun. Just now, several fellow Demon Clan members added me as friends. Li Xuan also chimed in as well, but the messages in the anonymous group are coming in too fast, or I can't keep up. Looking at their replies, Shen Chang'an turned off the screen. It seemed this group of people was adapting quite well. He glanced at the wall clock. It was already 8:20 in the evening. Only 40 minutes remained until the 9 o'clock appointment mentioned in the letter. It's time to meet the wealthy lady. Shen Chang'an sat up from the bed, casually threw on a thin black jacket, left the apartment building, and took a ride-hailing car straight to Beverly Manor. The ride-hailing car traveled through the night, and half an hour later it stopped at the entrance of Beverly Hills. Ride-hailing cars were not allowed to enter, so he had to get out here. Shen Chang'an got out of the car and walked for 10 minutes before reaching the core area. The tall hollow iron gate gleamed with a cold metallic luster under the streetlight. Behind the gate was a straight tree-lined avenue, where he could vaguely see a cluster of European-style buildings and fountain sculptures in the distance. As Shen Chang'an approached the gate, he was immediately stopped by 2 guards in neat uniforms. Sir, this is a private estate. Please present your reservation proof. The guard's tone was polite, but his posture was as straight as a pine tree. Shen Chang'an's eyes shifted slightly. Although the other party did not intentionally release any spiritual pressure with his perception, he quickly caught the fluctuations of spiritual energy circulating within the 2 guards. Second tier. They really are willing to spend money. A second-tier expert could easily find a position in Qingzhou district, yet here, they can only guard the gate. Shen Chang'an muttered to himself, reaching into his pocket to pull out the letter sealed with wax, and handed it over. The guard took the letter, and upon seeing the signature and wax seal, immediately straightened up and saluted, pressing the button to open the gate. Mr. Shen, the young lady is already waiting for you. Please walk straight along the main road. The white Western-style building at the end is the one. Shen Chang'an nodded, and walked along the wide, tree-lined path. A pure white European-style building embodying classical Western aesthetics appeared before him. At the foot of the steps stood an elderly butler in a tailcoat with graying hair. "Mr. Shen, hello. I am the butler here." The old butler slightly bowed, his manners impeccable. However, upon seeing this butler, Shen Chang'an couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Fifth tier. Shen Chang'an gained a new understanding of the terrifying depth of Magic City. "Mr. Shen, please follow me." The butler stepped aside and gestured for Shen Chang'an to enter the building. The first floor featured an incredibly high vaulted hall with a floor made of polished marble reflecting light and a dazzling giant crystal chandelier hanging from above. The walls were adorned with seemingly aged Western oil paintings. Following the old butler, Shen Chang'an ascended the spiral staircase covered in soft red carpet to a room at the end of the second floor corridor. "The young lady is inside, Mr. Shen, please come in." The butler pushed open the heavy, intricately carved wooden door for him and respectfully stepped outside. He stepped into the room. It was a very elegantly decorated study and reception room. His gaze was immediately drawn to a figure standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. It was a tall woman measuring at least 175 centimeters, without her high-heeled shoes, standing there nearly eye-to-eye with Shen Chang'an, who was about 180 centimeters tall. The woman wore a fitted dark green off-the-shoulder cheapao that accentuated her alluring curves. Her long black hair was pinned up simply with a jade hairpin. "Lady Zhao Haidang." Shen Chang'an broke the silence. Upon hearing his voice, the woman slowly turned around. She had a naturally noble face. She appeared to be in her early 20s with slightly upturned eyes that carried a hint of charm and a gentle, composed smile always gracing her rosy lips. He instinctively released his perception, trying to probe her realm. However, the next moment he furrowed his brows slightly. It felt completely empty. He couldn't sense even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy from this woman. There were only two possibilities for such a situation. Either she was an ordinary person without any cultivation, or her realm had already surpassed Shen Chang'an's 5th tier, reaching a level where she could perfectly conceal her presence, such as the 6th tier Lingyuan realm, or even higher. Just as Shen Chang'an remained vigilant in his heart, Zhao Haidang suddenly chuckled softly. "No need to guess, classmate Shen." She strode forward, her long legs accentuated by her high heels, approaching Shen Chang'an at a leisurely pace. As she drew closer, a scent reminiscent of some rare wood lingered at Shen Chang'an's nostrils. "I am just an ordinary person devoid of any spiritual power." Zhao Haidang halted less than half a meter away from Shen Chang'an, her red lips parting as she gazed at him with a smile full of warmth. Shen Chang'an's heart tightened. This woman has no cultivation, yet she could see through his spiritual probing at a glance. "How did you know I was sensing your spiritual energy?" Shen Chang'an retracted the disdain in his eyes, instinctively adopting a slightly tense defensive posture. Zhao Haidang turned and walked to the nearby sofa, crossing her legs, her long fair calves subtly visible beneath her cheapao. "It's quite simple, merely observation and logical analysis." She picked up the purple clay teapot from the coffee table and poured 2 cups. Classmate Shen has risen to the highest position in the Qingzhou district from a small place at a young age. Dealing with dangerous demon events in an environment lacking strong support would inevitably cultivate a cautious and somewhat suspicious character. She pushed one of the cups of tea towards the opposite position, raising her eyes to look at Shen Chang'an, her smile deepening. "Thus, when you step into a completely unfamiliar environment, your first reaction is definitely not to sit down and exchange pleasantries, but rather to instinctively analyze the environment and the people within it, assessing whether they possess the ability to pose a threat to you." Zhao Haidang lifted her cup, gently blowing away the steam, then smiled warmly. "Of course, this is just my personal speculation, not to be taken too seriously. Classmate Shen, please don't take it to heart. Have a seat." Zhao Haidang gestured for Shen Chang'an to sit on the opposite sofa. "Try the Longjing tea from before the rain." Shen Chang'an sat down, but did not reach for the cup of tea. Instead, he got straight to the point. "Miss Zhao, this 50,030,000 contribution points for the settling fee is no small amount. You specifically called me over. What exactly do you want to convey?" Classmate Shen is overthinking it. Zhao Haidang set down her cup, her eyes glimmering, her smile gentle. "Although our Zhao family is composed of merchants, we also respect heroes like you who guard a region. This resource investment is primarily to foster a good relationship. Having met you today, classmate Shen, your imposing demeanor indeed makes you a dragon among men." Shen Chang'an felt a wave of embarrassment. How could he be called a dragon among men after just entering for less than 5 minutes? Such flattery from a capitalist comes easily. However, considering that the other party had just invested 50 million into him, Shen Chang'an felt he should at least display some business etiquette. Old Zhao said that the most direct way to deal with such strong women from wealthy families is to compliment them. Compliment their looks, compliment their figure, and it will surely work. Shen Chang'an cleared his throat, straightened his back, and earnestly began. "Ms. Zhao, you flatter me. To speak of a dragon among men, it must be you." When Ms. Zhao dons this qipao. Her figure is graceful, and her curves enchanting, truly a beauty to be envied. What's more, not only are you beautiful, but your discerning eye for people is also sharp, immediately recognizing that I Shen Chang'an am exceptional. Stop. Zhao Haidang clearly did not expect him to suddenly deliver such a blunt and crude flattery. She was somewhat taken aback, her originally composed smile nearly faltering, and she quickly raised her hand to interrupt him. Looking at Shen Chang'an's face, which showed no signs of emotion, Zhao Haidang couldn't even tell whether he was genuinely complimenting her or deliberately trying to annoy her. To mask her slight awkwardness, Zhao Haidang strategically took a sip from her teacup and awkwardly shifted the topic. Let's discuss serious matters. I invited classmate Shen here today, mainly to fulfill the promise of those 30,000 contribution points. She pulled out a communication terminal and quickly completed the transaction, then indicated for him to leave a contact number. Shen Chang'an readily scanned the code to add her as a friend. After receiving the funds, he felt that his task for the evening had been successfully completed and was about to get up to leave. Please hold on. Zhao Haidang called out to him, changing her tone. I wonder if classmate Shen is interested in taking on a private task. Private task. Shen Chang'an paused in movement. Is it for killing or trafficking? Neither, Zhao Haidang chuckled lightly. I just want to ask classmate Shen to help take care of a newcomer from our Zhao family, who is also a freshman this year. Shen Chang'an frowned slightly. Another freshman from our batch. Who? Zhao Haidang took out a photograph from the nearby drawer and pushed it in front of Shen Chang'an. The photo depicted a young girl in a black training outfit appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, with features somewhat resembling Zhao Haitong, yet with less allure and more sharpness. She held an unsheathed wooden sword, her expression stern and serious. This is my younger sister Zhao Jin. She is also a newcomer this year. Zhao Haidang introduced, 18 years old at the third realm, majoring in swordsmanship. Shen Chang'an was somewhat puzzled. Third realm. That's quite outstanding among freshmen, isn't it? With such deep roots in your Zhao family, do you really need me to take care of her? Precisely because she is too outstanding, the family wants her to face some challenges. Zhao Haidang sighed softly. She is a martial arts fanatic with a rather arrogant temperament. The family originally wanted her to encounter some setbacks among the masters in Modu to understand that there are always people better than her. But unfortunately, Zhao Haidang paused, her tone tinged with helplessness. The practitioners of her age in Modu have basically all been defeated by her, and as for the geniuses from the other major families, they typically do not engage in casual sparring. Moreover, she has single-handedly slain several fourth-realm demon clans and fourth-tier magical beasts in the outskirts. Ms. Zhao, I am usually busy with my studies. Shen Chang'an cleared his throat, preparing to decline. An additional 50,000 contribution points per year along with 50 million in activity funds. Zhao Haidang presented her terms. The rejection that was about to come out of his mouth suddenly got stuck in his throat as he stared wide-eyed at the woman before him. Classmate Shen is new to Modu and may not yet be aware of the rules of the Night Watch Department. During your special recruitment, while studying at Modu University, no base salary is provided. With so many members of the Night Watch Department coming to Modu each year, if base salaries were to be paid to each of them, it would require a significant amount of resources. Moreover, do you think you can earn contribution points by slaying demons? Impossible. Zhao Haidang chuckled. Within the urban area of Modu, even the lowest-tier magical beasts would be swiftly eliminated by hundreds of practitioners short on contribution points as soon as they appear. You won't even see a shadow of the demons. If you want contribution points, you can only fight for scraps at the perilous edges of the rifts with those veterans. 3 seconds later, Shen Chang'an abruptly stood up, slightly bowing, and shook Zhao Haitang's hand up and down. Miss Zhao, you have a keen eye for people. Someone like your sister, a lost lamb, just needs a soul mentor like me to guide her. Rest assured I will take this job. As long as I am around, I will ensure she understands the harsh realities of society. No, I guarantee she will feel the gentle guidance of spring. Seeing Shen Chang'an's attitude change 180 degrees, comparable to a dramatic performance, Zhao Haidang couldn't help but laugh out loud. This kid really won't give up until he sees results. All right. Zhao Haitong, suppressing her laughter, withdrew her hand. In the next few days I will have Zhao Jin go to school to find you. Time flew by, and it was already 7 o'clock the next evening. Downstairs of the dormitory, Shen Chang'an and his 3 companions gathered on time. Jilin finally looked more normal today, having swapped his eye-catching ancient-style robe for a black sweatshirt emblazoned with letters and cargo pants. Let's go and witness the talents of the youth in Magic City. The 4 of them walked along the main avenue of the campus towards the grand auditorium. Before they reached the entrance, a chaotic and unabashed wave of spiritual power surged out from within the auditorium, as if an invisible boiling water layer had formed in the air. Shen Chang'an raised an eyebrow. Upon entering, he saw that the large auditorium, which could accommodate 2,000 people, was already more than half full. In this gathering of the young elites of the night patrol, everyone tacitly tore off the layer of disguise they usually wore among ordinary people, unabashedly projecting their spiritual pressure outward. He slightly closed his eyes, his immense perception instantly covering the entire venue. Most are at the peak of the first realm and the initial stage of the second realm. The third realm is rare. In these few seconds of perception, his companions Li Shuan and Bai Yin also sensed the unusual atmosphere in the hall. Li Ziwen's face turned slightly pale. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. Shen Chang'an's gaze swept towards a small area in the center of the auditorium with excellent visibility and position. There sat several groups of people, all forming small clusters centered around the third realm powerhouses. Those young practitioners of the third realm looked down upon others like lions surveying their territory, ruthlessly pushing away the first and second realm newcomers surrounding them. This, Shen Chang'an let out a cold laugh and muttered softly. It's only the second day of school, and they haven't even had a class yet, and they're already eager to rank everyone. He turned to Jilin beside him and nudged him with his shoulder. Release your peak third realm aura, be a little. Let's sit in that central area. Oh, we might as well make the most of it. Jilin was taken aback, then tapped his palm with his fan and complained, Bro, what are you pretending to be low-key for as a fifth realm powerhouse? If you release your aura, won't they all kneel and sing your praises on the spot? Why should I be the one to stick my neck out? Shen Chang'an argued confidently, isn't it because my aura is a bit intimidating? I'm afraid if I let it out, the glass in this auditorium will shatter, and then I'll have to pay for it. Who knows how much these assets cost when purchased in bulk? What if I can't afford the compensation later? Jilin thought for a moment, and seemed to find some truth in his words. All right then, let's see what this young master can do. Jilin took a deep breath, and the fierce spiritual power of his peak third realm erupted from his body. He held his head high, strutting like a proud peacock in front. Feeling the overwhelming pressure belonging to the peak of the third realm, the newcomers, originally crowding around the central area, changed their expressions and began to part like the tide. Even the few young practitioners at the early stage of the third realm in the center frowned upon sensing Jilin's aura silently, averting their gazes, opting not to confront him directly. Shen Chang'an and his three companions swaggered to the best seats in the center. As time passed, the auditorium quickly filled to capacity. Shen Chang'an boredly drummed his fingers on the armrest, confirming once more the number of high-level combatants present, approximately 123 at the third realm. All of them are around 18 years old and at the third realm. Shen Chang'an sighed inwardly. Indeed, heroes are as numerous as fish crossing a river. And this was merely a fraction of the young people brought over from the Night Patrol's internal ranks. One must remember that over 20,000 practitioners from various sects and top families also reside in the city of Magic City. At that moment, the lights in the auditorium suddenly dimmed, leaving just a spotlight focused on the podium. A tall figure walked down the steps to the standing microphone. It was none other than the leader of the group, Zhou Nianzi. Shen Chang'an looked up. The woman on the podium wore a well-tailored dark gray women's suit paired with a pencil skirt, nude stockings, and black high heels. She wore a pair of rimless glasses perched on her nose. Her features were beautiful and cold, exuding a strong intellectual aura, yet her figure was strikingly attractive, giving the suit a breathtaking silhouette. However, before the energetic newcomers below could start whistling, Zhou Nianzi adjusted her glasses, her originally gentle gaze instantly becoming sharp, and the spiritual pressure of the peak of the fourth realm crashed down like a tangible wave upon the entire audience. Put away your little thoughts of bravado and your outward displays of spiritual power. What? Just arrived in Magic City, and you're already staking your territory, comparing sizes, refusing to back down. As soon as her words fell, the tumultuous wave of spiritual energy in the auditorium instantly ceased, as if a chicken's neck had been pinched, falling silent abruptly. All the newcomers obediently retracted their auras, and the hall became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Seeing the atmosphere subdued, Zhou Nianzi withdrew her spiritual pressure, opened the folder in her hand, and began the tedious reading of the rules for the evening. With many practitioners at Magic City University, ordinary students will eventually come into contact with this level, so the first ironclad rule: no one is allowed to use extraordinary power to bully ordinary classmates. Once discovered, your cultivation will be directly abolished, and you will be expelled from the Night Patrol. The second rule: if there are personal grievances between practitioners and you feel wronged, that's fine. The school has a designated spiritual energy arena where you can sign a life and death agreement and fight. If you engage in private fights or damage public property in dormitory areas or classroom buildings, the compensation will be 10 times deducted from your contribution points. Next came a lengthy half-hour of regulations regarding curfews, credit acquisition, attendance in theoretical classes, and so forth, which made the audience drowsy, and Shen Chang'an yawned 3 times in a row. Wake up, let's talk about important matters. Zhou Nianzi tapped the blackboard. Regarding specialization, aside from the ordinary majors you are registered for, within the Night Patrol, everyone must choose their combat training specialization within 3 days. It's primarily divided into 2 categories: physical arts and magical arts. Internally, it's further divided into melee combat, heavy fire suppression, elemental destruction, formation assistance, and so on. Zhou Nianzi adjusted her glasses and offered a practical piece of advice. My personal suggestion is that if you are an extraordinarily gifted top talent, I recommend you develop comprehensively and try to cover your weaknesses, leaving no obvious fatal flaws. But if your talent is limited, then give me one path to the end. Choose the field you excel in and master it. In future team battles, as long as you can showcase your irreplaceability, you will survive. And one last thing that's also the most important. During your 4 years in university, I hope each of you can find teammates you can trust with your back and form a stable team. Zhou Nianzi's voice echoed in the auditorium, carrying a hint of gravity. You are all elites drawn from across the country. Perhaps you feel that being a lantern keeper in your local bureau and dealing with those low-level monsters was already quite, but I must tell you that was child's play. It is the easiest job within the night patrol. The true cruelty of this world and the terrifying things the night patrol is truly suppressing with their lives. You have yet to see them. After the meeting, the freshmen surged out of the auditorium like a tide. A few of them began discussing the department issue mentioned by Zhou Nianzi. Chang'an, which department are you planning to enroll in? Jilin asked, shaking his folding fan. The spell department. After all, with his extraordinary physical prowess, he didn't need a physical training teacher. What he lacked the most were flashy spell techniques. Jilin nodded. All right, then I'll enroll in the spell department too. But I plan to develop comprehensively and also attend some physical training classes. Li Xuan pondered seriously for a moment. I'll enroll in the spell department as well. I don't have a talent for close combat, so it's better to specialize. Munching on a lollipop mumbled in agreement. I'll go wherever you go. Just as they were chatting, as they stepped down the wide stairs in front of the auditorium, Shen Chang'an suddenly halted his footsteps. In the center of the square ahead, a figure stood quietly. It was a girl dressed in a form-fitting black sports outfit, her long hair tied into a sleek high ponytail, exuding an air of heroism. Even amidst the bustling crowd in the square, her cool and beautiful features, coupled with an aura that kept people at bay, drew the attention of many freshmen. Shen Chang'an recognized her at a glance. She was the second daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Jin. He didn't expect this wealthy young lady to act so quickly, blocking his way on the second day of school. At the same time, Zhao Jin also keenly caught Shen Chang'an's gaze, her cold eyes instantly locking onto him. I have something to handle. Shen Chang'an turned to the three beside him and said, you guys go back first. Hearing this, Jilin and the others exchanged glances. Not only did they not leave, but their eyes also ignited with curiosity, and they tacitly slowed their pace to follow Shen Chang'an, preparing to watch the show. Shen Chang'an walked straight up to Zhao Jin and politely extended his right hand. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Shen Chang'an. Your sister sent me here. Smack. Before he could finish speaking, his outstretched hand was ruthlessly swatted away. Zhao Jin didn't even look at his hand suspended in the air. Her cold, expressionless face simply uttered a few words, follow me to the training ground. After saying that, she turned around and left without any hesitation. Shen Chang'an glanced at the back of his hand that had been slapped red, twitching his lips slightly as he muttered, are we really going to fight right after meeting? This 50 million salary really isn't easy to get. Although he complained, he didn't refuse and followed her with his hands in his pockets. Training ground. The conversation between the two hadn't been whispered deliberately, and the freshmen, who had just been scolded by Zhou Nianzi like quails and were eager to vent their energy, perked up their ears instantly. Damn, there's a competition on the second day of school. Let's go see the excitement. I want to see who's the tough guy. The freshmen, eager for excitement, erupted and rushed forward. The training ground of Magic City University is built in a spacious underground facility. Not only are there numerous training areas, but the defensive formations are also solid. Zhao Jin was clearly familiar with the place, leading Shen Chang'an directly to the largest one arena in Area A underground. The venue fee had already been paid in advance. Go and handle the safety waiver procedures over there, then come back up. Zhao Jin stood at the edge of the arena and coldly tossed out a remark before vaulting onto the stage. Shen Chang'an was exasperated. I mean, we're just sparring privately. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal out of it? Zhao Jin directly closed her eyes to adjust her breathing, completely ignoring him. Fine. Shen Chang'an, amused and annoyed, made his way to a nearby machine to scan his fingerprint, muttering to himself, looks like I need to properly teach this girl a lesson for Zhao boss, otherwise I won't be able to carry out my work in the future. During the few minutes of preparation, the news spread like wildfire among the freshmen. 1 passing 10, 10 passing 100. The once empty one training ground in Area A was suddenly packed to the brim with thousands of spectators. In the front row of the stands, Li Xuan looked at the girl on the arena with an imposing aura and tugged at Jilin's sleeve with some concern. Jilin, who is that girl? Why do I feel like she has a lot of hostility towards Shen? Not just a lot, it's practically murderous intent. Jilin folded his fan and frowned slightly. That's Zhao Jin, a prodigy from one of the top families in Magic City. An 18-year-old swordsman at the Third Realm, absolutely a martial arts fanatic and a ruthless person. I heard she single-handedly challenged a Fourth Realm monster outside the city during the summer break. How did Shen end up provoking such a female tyrant right after arriving? Buying munching on chips without a care in the world remarked. Who cares, she'll definitely get her comeuppance. After completing the procedures, Shen Chang'an stepped onto the arena, made of special materials, walking leisurely. As he walked, he casually said, "Zhao boss said you are at the Third Realm. Fine, since I'm being paid, I won't bully you, and will only fight you at the Third Realm level." His voice wasn't loud, but in the completely quiet venue due to the competition, it clearly reached everyone's ears. The audience erupted with gasps of disbelief. What? Did he just say he would only use the Third Realm? Does this kid mean that his true realm is beyond the Third Realm? An 18-year-old at the Fourth Realm. He must be bragging. I know Zhao Jin, but who is this guy? Wearing a shabby t-shirt, looking poor and pitiful. Which rural bureau did he come from? He probably wants to show off in front of the goddess. Now he's hit a brick wall. On the arena, hearing Shen Chang'an's words, Zhao Jin's beautiful brows furrowed tightly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. She walked to the weapon rack at the edge of the arena, drew out a gleaming, unsharpened long sword made of high-quality steel, and pointed to the weapon rack, saying, "Choose your weapon." I practiced the killing sword. Swords and blades have no eyes. Don't say I didn't warn you. No need for a weapon. Shen Chang'an stood still, hands still in his pockets, looking lazy. Just guiding you, no need for a weapon. Zhao Jin's gaze instantly turned icy, the long sword in her hand giving a crisp, ringing sound, arrogant and conceited. The moment those four words left her mouth, the audience of over 1,000 erupted in chaos. Is this guy crazy? Going unarmed against Zhao Jin's sword? Does he even know who Zhao Jin is? She's the female tiger who has defeated all the young masters from the same generation in Magic City. Last month, that arrogant young master from the Wang family at the Third Realm was slashed by Zhao Jin, leaving him heavily injured and in the hospital for half a month. So arrogant. Zhao goddess, don't waste time with him, just chop him. Listening to the roar of encouragement around him, Shen Chang'an slowly withdrew his hands from his pockets, cracked his neck, and let out a series of bone-cracking sounds. Come on, let me see how much weight your killing sword really has. But I should state in advance, I never know the meaning of mercy in a fight. You better be prepared to go to the hospital. Oh, I won't cover the medical fees. As soon as these words were uttered, the stands erupted into commotion. Where did this guy come from? He's too damn daring to talk to Zhao goddess like that. He might not even be able to get off the arena later. They'll have to call an ambulance to carry him away. Silence. The instructor, acting as the referee, Jin Yi, raised his right hand and waved it down forcefully. The sparring begins. The moment the voice fell, the air above the arena erupted with a sound blast. Zhao Jin's figure darted like an agile black panther, leaving a phantom in its wake. The steel longsword in his hand sliced through the air with a piercing wind, aiming straight for Shen Chang'an's face. It was too fast. Many spectators didn't even react. However, Shen Chang'an didn't move an inch. With a hum, a semi-transparent crimson flame barrier instantly formed before him, manifesting an ordinary flame-shaped defensive charm. Clang! The sword tip struck fiercely against the flame barrier, sending sparks flying. Seeing the first strike blocked, Zhao Jin swiftly twisted her wrist, the sword light slashing down like a torrential storm at the same spot. Crack! The barrier shattered in response. The sharp sword edge, entwined with a fierce wind, halted just inches from Shen Chang'an's nose. Confronted with the blade so close, Shen Chang'an casually remarked, "The lethality is decent, and the speed of your strike is commendable." Hearing such condescending words, the killing intent in Zhao Jin's eyes intensified. With a flick of her wrist, the long sword transformed into a venomous, serpent-like cold gleam, viciously stabbing towards Shen Chang'an's throat. This time Shen Chang'an moved. He shifted his body slightly, and the fierce sword light grazed. Immediately, Shen Chang'an, disregarding martial ethics, extended his right leg and accurately tripped Zhao Jin at the shin. This sudden force caused Zhao Jin, who was lunging forward, to lose her balance. Yet it must be said that this Zhao family's prodigy indeed possessed exceptional combat quality. In the split second before she fell, she quickly reacted, exerting force from her waist to dissipate the momentum, completing a standard tactical roll on the ground to create distance. However, just as Zhao Jin knelt on one knee and raised her head, a sharp brown stone spike had unexpectedly pierced through the ground, stopping precisely in front of her forehead. It was less than half a centimeter from her skin. Shen Chang'an looked down at her from above, saying, "You just lost your first life. If that stone spike had advanced another half-inch, your head would be split open by now." After saying this, Shen Chang'an snapped his fingers, and the stone spike instantly crumbled into dust on the ground. Zhao Jin's back was immediately soaked with cold sweat. She hadn't even noticed when that stone spike had appeared. The new students in the stands were also in an uproar. That was close. Zhao goddess almost got hit. Someone exclaimed, pounding their chest. But in the front row several truly perceptive geniuses looked grave, gasping in surprise. Close. That guy on stage held back. Look closely. That guy at the moment the flame barrier shattered not only obscured Zhao Jin's vision with the firelight, but also set an entire ring of ground spike traps along her path as she rolled. No matter which direction Zhao Jin rolled, as soon as she looked up, it was a dead end. This is too sinister. Where did this old fox come from? On the arena, Zhao Jin gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with a stubbornness and unwillingness to be toyed with. Come again. She leaped up this time, choosing not to charge straight in. She swung her longsword, and 3 vivid sword energy phantoms erupted from the blade, sealing Shen Chang'an's retreat from above, middle, and below. Her true self, however, moved stealthily to Shen Chang'an's blind spot under the cover of the sword energy, aiming a swift strike at his vulnerable point. Exquisite and cunning combat techniques. Just as the sword blade was about to slice through Shen Chang'an's clothing, a large hand with distinct knuckles seemed to predict the future, piercing through numerous sword shadows to accurately grasp her wrist, while the other hand flicked lightly on the spine of her sword. Ding! A crisp sound of impact echoed. A surge of violent force traveled along the sword, and Zhao Jin only felt a numbness in her palm, her entire right arm losing sensation as she uncontrollably stumbled back 5 or 6 steps before barely stabilizing herself. Shen Chang'an withdrew his hand, looking at the panting Zhao Jin, a glimmer of genuine admiration flashing in his eyes. Using sword energy as a distraction to conceal your actual self, counterattacking from the blind spot. That's clever. This move is very practical in combat. Hearing such a light-hearted compliment, Zhao Jin felt an immense humiliation, her hand gripping the sword trembling slightly. In the front row of the stands, Ji Lin intently observed every clash on stage, unconsciously folding away his folding fan. Is the gap between these two really this large? Is it really that big? Ji Lin gasped. He could see that Shen Chang'an had barely disturbed his footing the entire time. Suddenly he recalled a remark his sister had once made: Shen Chang'an's combat talent is the most exaggerated I've ever seen, bar none. The continuously suffering Zhao Jin was utterly enraged. Her delicate face turned frost-like, the steel longsword in her hand emitting a piercing hum, transforming her into a storm, instantly entering a Fulan suppression mode. The countless sword shadows enveloped Shen Chang'an like a torrential storm, and Shen Chang'an retreated again and again, seemingly forced into a passive defense. Whoosh! Shen Chang'an turned his head to dodge a sword energy that grazed his eardrum, casually commenting, "Not bad, you're finally willing to show some real skill." The knowledgeable new students in the audience were already dumbfounded. Wow, this sword energy. The lethality is absolutely pushing up to the 4th realm. If I went up there, I wouldn't last 3 seconds. Facing Zhao Jin's increasingly fierce attacks, Shen Chang'an formed a single-hand seal. Fire Spirit Manifest. In an instant, the fire elements in the air erupted, and a 2-meter-tall silhouette of crimson flames directly formed in Zhao Jin's blind spot, unexpectedly swinging a punch at the back of her head. Break. Zhao Jin's combat reflexes were extremely quick. Not even turning her head, she retaliated with a sharp sword gleam, directly shattering the flame figure in half, sparks flying. But Shen Chang'an's combo was already upon her. Bound by earth. The ground beneath Zhao Jin instantly softened like quicksand, and several earth pillars rose like prison bars. Zhao Jin snorted coldly, lightly tapping with her toes, her whole body soaring into the air like a swallow, forcefully evading. However, suspended in the air, her old strength was spent, and her new strength had not yet risen. A gleam of triumph flickered in Shen Chang'an's eyes as he brought his hands together. Wind Flame Barrier. In an instant, a fierce wind whipped up, terrifying crimson flames resembling an inverted sea of fire, nearly filling the entire space between the arena and the air. Faced with this unavoidable sea of fire, Zhao Jin, suspended in midair, gripped her sword with both hands, squeezing her spiritual energy to its limits. Open for me. A dazzling sword gleam 3 yards long forcefully cleaved a vacuum path through the sea of fire. The moment she landed, Zhao Jin immediately initiated a counterattack. She slapped a hand against the ground. Earth wall. Boom. Instantly 4 or 5 heavy earthen walls rose on the arena, completely blocking Shen Chang'an's line of sight, trying to obscure the vision and close the distance for close combat. Shen Chang'an raised an eyebrow, looking at the towering earthen walls in front of him. Sure enough, in his perception, Zhao Jin was using the cover of the walls to weave and dash with terrifying speed, silently approaching. The new students in the stands burst into excitement. Zhao Jin is serious. This tactic is too clever, right? That guy just relied purely on underhanded tactics to steal a wave. I see him using spells all this time. His footing is so unstable, his physical skills must be quite average. Once he gets close to a sword cultivator, he's finished. Ji Lin couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the comments around him. Average physical skills. A bunch of fools. When Shen Chang'an's superior intellect tells him that he must use overwhelming force to break through you'll know what true cruelty is. Come again. On the arena, the killing intent surged. Whoosh. Zhao Jin darted from the left side of Shen Chang'an like a ghost. The sword light flowed like an unending stream, sealing off all retreat routes for Shen Chang'an. Bang! The flame barrier that had just formed around Shen Chang'an was shattered in an instant. Faced with the unavoidable storm of blades, Shen Chang'an staggered back awkwardly for 3 or 4 steps, as if he were drunk. Despite looking extremely disheveled, he miraculously evaded all the lethal sword lights at an unbelievable angle. Using the backward momentum, Shen Chang'an casually picked up a stone from the ground left behind by the crumbling earth wall and threw it into the air. Then he quickly formed a hand seal. Little stone transmutation. Boom. The originally thumb-sized fragment of stone instantly expanded hundreds of times in midair, transforming into 7 or 8 blocks of giant stones weighing several tons, casting terrifying shadows and howling winds as they hurtled towards Zhao Jin. Zhao Jin gritted her teeth, swinging her long sword in a flurry, the fierce sword aura instantly slicing the foremost 3 giant stones into pieces. But there were too many giant stones to cut through. Without hesitation, she decided to use a burst step to force her way out of the giant stone's range. However, just as she prepared to exert her strength, her peripheral vision caught sight of something among the shattered stones. There a hidden crimson rune flickered. Control character. Crash. Several chains made entirely of condensed flames burst forth from the rubble, instantly ensnaring Zhao Jin's calf with lightning speed. A trap within a trap. As the giant stones overhead were about to crush her into a pulp, a flash of madness crossed Zhao Jin's eyes as she forcibly gathered all her remaining spiritual energy. Slash. A terrifying sword light, nearly draining her of all strength, shot into the sky, shredding all the giant stones above her head and the surrounding earth wall into clouds of dust. As the aftermath settled, that sword light even struck the array barrier at the edge of the arena, creating a violent ripple and an ear-piercing alarm sound. The audience was silent. Everyone unconsciously gulped. With Zhao Jin's last few desperate sword strikes, let alone a fresh recruit, even a senior at the 2nd or 3rd level would likely struggle to withstand them unharmed. Huff. Huff. On the arena, Zhao Jin knelt on one knee, propping herself up with her long sword, gasping for breath, sweat streaming down her cheeks as her spiritual energy was completely depleted. That guy must have exhausted his spiritual energy too, a spectator murmured. However, just as the dust began to clear, a blazing red light shone brightly. A figure of a red flame, over 2 meters tall, had quietly appeared behind Zhao Jin, its fiery fist radiating terrifying heat, hovering just 3 inches from the back of her head. There was no killing intent, yet it was filled with intimidation. The dust settled completely. Shen Chang'an stood a few meters away, hands in his pockets, completely unharmed, his breathing rhythm steady. He looked at the drenched Zhao Jin on the ground and calmly uttered 4 words. Second life. Then he refrained from making another move, intending to see if Zhao Jin would concede. Zhao Jin took a deep breath. Gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, her previously unfocused gaze sharpened like a knife as she suddenly sprang at the unsuspecting Shen Chang'an. Open! She shouted angrily, burning the last remnants of her spiritual energy. The long sword transformed into a blinding white beam, resolutely aiming for Shen Chang'an's heart. If you don't surrender, you'll have to resort to physical techniques, but it won't feel good, so prepare yourself. Facing this seemingly grand sword strike, he stood firm, without flinching. At the moment the sword tip was about to touch his chest, his right hand darted out like lightning, grabbing Zhao Jin's wrist. Bang! A merciless knee strike slammed into Zhao Jin's soft abdomen. Ugh! Zhao Jin couldn't even let out a scream, her body instantly curling up like a shrimp. Shen Chang'an didn't stop there, following up with a precise side kick that struck her shoulder. Zhao Jin was sent flying by the tremendous force, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. The originally fair and delicate face was now bruised, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. A one-sided beating. It lacked any aesthetic appeal, showing no mercy whatsoever. The fresh recruits in the audience erupted in outrage. What the hell? Is this guy even human? He's going so hard on a girl. So utterly shameless. Pervert. Where's the instructor? Where's the referee? Stop him. This is just venting frustration. The angry curses swept through the entire venue like a tsunami. On the arena, Zhao Jin struggled to get up. But after 2 heavy blows, and with her spiritual energy thoroughly depleted, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Humiliation, unwillingness, anger. Countless emotions tangled wildly in her mind. Suddenly it felt as if something deep within her had shattered. Boom. A wave of spiritual energy far exceeding the limits of the 3rd realm erupted from Zhao Jin's body, without warning. The dried-up meridians were instantly expanded, and the newly revived spiritual energy flowed like a mighty river, emitting a faint rumbling sound. The previously scattered sword energy once again coalesced, even overflowing from her body, creating dazzling slashes on the arena. What the hell? Has she broken through? Fourth realm. Spiritual river realm. Goddess Zhao broke through in battle. The audience in the stands was stunned for a moment, then erupted into cheers, all standing up in excitement. Kill that pervert. Let him see the power of the fourth realm. Feeling the continuous surge of powerful energy within her, Zhao Jin slowly stood upright. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, tightened her grip on the long sword, and fixed her piercing gaze on Shen Chang'an. Shen Chang'an, draw your weapon and use your full strength. Her voice was cold and confident, otherwise you will die. Shen Chang'an looked at the girl whose aura had surged and did not reach for his weapon, his presence remaining firmly at the peak of the third realm. He even shook his head helplessly. Did you get something wrong? What? Zhao Jin frowned. In case you don't know, someone like you in the fourth realm I killed 3 years ago. As soon as the words fell, Shen Chang'an's expression changed instantly. If earlier he was merely completing a task mechanically, now there was a hint of genuine killing intent in his eye. Bang! First step. The ground was smashed into a deep pit as Shen Chang'an's figure vanished from the spot. Zhao Jin's pupils constricted as she instinctively unleashed several sword energies that extended 5 zhang long. Whoosh! The fierce sword energy grazed Shen Chang'an's shoulder and cheek, leaving behind a few small blood streaks. The audience erupted in ecstatic cheers, thinking victory was within reach. However, in the next moment their cheers abruptly ceased. Shen Chang'an withstood the slicing of the sword energy, now less than half a meter away from Zhao Jin. With a powerful straight punch he struck Zhao Jin's abdomen without any flair. Zhao Jin spat out a mouthful of blood, her grip on the sword instinctively loosening. Before she could retreat, Shen Chang'an's left hand passed through her defenses and firmly grasped the hilt of her steep. His right hand then clamped down on her wrist, forcefully twisting outward. Crack! The sound of dislocated bones echoed clearly throughout the venue. Zhao Jin's right arm fell limply, the steel-long sword clattering to the ground. But it wasn't over yet. Shen Chang'an's right leg, like a whip brimming with power, lashed out towards Zhao Jin's head. Zhao Jin barely raised her uninjured left arm to block, yet she was still shaken by this terrifying force, her entire body tingling. Finally, Shen Chang'an stepped closer, delivering a powerful palm strike that accurately and viciously struck Zhao Jin's chin. Bang! This blow completely severed the blood supply to Zhao Jin's brain. Her eyes rolled back instantly, and she collapsed to the ground like a marionette with cut strings, losing consciousness entirely. From her breakthrough to the fourth realm to being knocked unconscious by Shen Chang'an through pure close combat, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. Shen Chang'an slowly stood up straight, raised the back of his hand, casually wiped the trace of blood on his cheek left by the sword chi, and glanced at the unconscious Zhao Jin. The sword chi was indeed sharper than before, not bad. The referee swallowed hard. Zhao Jin has lost consciousness. Shen Chang'an wins. As soon as the words fell, a team of medical personnel rushed out from the corner of the arena, already prepared. They quickly lifted Zhao Jin onto a stretcher and evacuated the scene swiftly. After a brief moment of silence, the audience erupted in unprecedented anger. You beast! You lay such a heavy hand on an unarmed girl. Do you even understand what camaraderie means? Exactly. You don't even understand basic compassion. You're simply a psychopathic killer. Is it really necessary to beat someone to that extent? Faced with this tsunami of moral condemnation, Shen Chang'an halted his steps as he prepared to leave the stage. He turned around, looking at the indignant guardians of justice in the audience, and suddenly smiled. Compassion for the weak. Shen Chang'an picked up the microphone at the edge of the arena, his voice echoing through the speakers laced with piercing sarcasm. So what? When you encounter those bloodthirsty monsters in the field, do you plan to talk about compassion with them? Do you expect the monsters to bow to you before they eat you? This isn't a life-and-death battle. You're just making excuses. Someone in the audience shouted back, their face flushed with anger. Not a life-and-death battle. Shen Chang'an found it amusing. Did I not give her a chance? I gave her 2 chances at life, otherwise she would have died long ago. I didn't harm her essence, nor did I leave her body crippled. I simply knocked her out. The audience on the stage was not convinced at all, and the sound of curses filled the entire venue. In an instant, he became the target of 1,000 accusations. Seeing that negotiations were going nowhere, he casually tossed the microphone to the ground, producing a harsh screech. Since you all love to talk about camaraderie and want to play the saint, Shen Chang'an slowly walked to the center of the stage, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as if looking down at ants. Come. He extended a finger and arrogantly beckoned. Whoever shouted the loudest earlier, whoever is dissatisfied, come down now. I give you a chance to be a hero. If one person is afraid, you can call more to come together. It doesn't matter. Shen Chang'an cracked his neck. However, let me make it clear first. This time I won't be as gentle with you as I was with Miss Zhao. Arrogant. Damn, too cocky. Brothers. Several hot-blooded new students from the second and third realms could no longer hold back and were about to jump down from the railing. Stop it. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a tall figure appeared at the highest point of the audience. Zhou Nianzi, with a composed face, pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose, her gaze sweeping across several troublemakers who were preparing to jump down. This is a training ground for martial arts, not a place for gang fights and turf wars. Whoever dares to take another step forward, I will immediately cripple their cultivation and kick them out of the Night Watch department. Under this imposing aura, the hot-blooded new students instantly came back to their senses, cold sweat pouring down as they retreated to their seats. Put away that naive student mindset. Zhou Nianzi walked quickly down the aisle in her high heels, her voice echoing throughout the underground venue. Do you all think that, because you were called geniuses back home, you are truly significant people? Look at how you just acted, so helplessly furious. Do you think others are too harsh? Do you think that among colleagues it should be held back? She suddenly pointed at Shen Chang'an on the stage, her gaze piercing as she swept across the crowd. He's Shen Chang'an. Like you, he is only 18 this year. But the number of monsters and evil cultivators he has single-handedly slain has already exceeded 1,000. The venue fell into silence. All the new students widened their eyes, dizzy from this exaggerated number. Among you present, who has a higher monster kill count than him? Zhou Nianzi sneered. Don't even talk about single counts. I dare say you all combined have not seen more blood than he has alone. Standing in the center of the stage, Shen Chang'an rubbed his nose, feeling a rare sense of embarrassment. This was the first time in his 18 years that he had been publicly praised by a leader in front of so many people. Want to spar? Want to fight for justice? Sure. Then let's follow the rules and go through the formal challenge process. Don't act like a disgraced, ungracious shrew on the podium. Listening to Zhou Nianzi's admonition, the new students in the audience flushed with embarrassment, unable to utter. Meanwhile, he pulled his hands from his pockets, wearing a gentle smile, and lightly applauded the audience. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp and slow applause sounded jarringly in the silent venue, filled with I just love how you all can't stand me, yet can't take me down. Watching his arrogant demeanor, several hot-headed boys on the stage nearly suffered a stroke, their back teeth almost grinding together. Baiyin was directly amused by this scene, holding her stomach as she laughed uncontrollably. I can't take it anymore. The boss still has a temper. He usually seems indifferent to everything, but his skill in provoking people is absolutely top-notch. Li Shiwan could not help but cover her mouth and giggle. Teacher Zhou is right, we are all civilized people, let's follow the proper process. Shen Chang'an stopped applauding and said leisurely, however, my appearance fee is quite expensive. Challenges are not accepted for free. If you want to get beaten. Oh no, if you want to spar, prepare your stakes. 500 contribution points per match, no credit. As he said this, Shen Chang'an's smile gradually faded. In the next second, boom! A vast and terrifying spiritual pressure like a churning abyss shot up into the sky from his body, without reservation. This spiritual pressure was mixed with the substantial killing intent he had waded through from the corpses of thousands of monsters. From freshman to senior year, the ground beneath Shen Chang'an's feet began to crack, and under the embrace of that terrifying pressure, he declared word by word, I will accept all. The entire audience fell silent in an instant. In the face of that palpable killing intent and spiritual pressure, several first-realm new students in the front row, who were closer, even felt their legs go weak, collapsing directly to the ground, finding it difficult to breathe. Even Zhou Nianzi, standing not far away, couldn't help but tremble in her gaze upon feeling this unabashed aura, looking at the young man a little longer. Truly the fifth realm. Zhou Nianzi thought to herself, secretly shocked. Having finished his show-off, Shen Chang'an naturally retracted all his aura, slipped his hands back into his pockets, and swaggered out of the underground arena through the passage. Zhou Nianzi also took a deep look at the stage before turning to leave, until their figures completely disappeared at the end of the passage. The A-zone no. One hall, quiet as a grave, seemed to lift the time freeze, erupting into a terrifying sound wave that could almost flip the roof. What the hell? What did I just feel? The fifth realm. That's the spiritual pressure of the fifth realm. My grandpa is at the fifth realm, I absolutely cannot be mistaken. A fifth realm powerhouse, at 18. Is this the cultivation speed a human can achieve? It's impossible even if one started training in the womb. Challenging everyone individually, 500 contribution points a match. Is he trying to fleece the entire Magic City University dry? He's gone mad. This world is absolutely crazy. Listening to the new students around him descend into crazy howls and cries of existential doubt. Sitting in the front row, Ji Lin swiftly opened his ink-wash folding fan, watching the several new students who had collapsed on the ground under the pressure of the killing intent, shaking his head with a sigh. The people in Magic City University are indeed all dragons among men. Ji Lin sighed. It's just a pity that Shen Chang'an is that freak. He is the dragon among dragons. Shen Chang'an stepped out of the exclusive passageway of the underground training arena as the night breeze swept away the oppressive heat around him. He found a quiet corner, took out his phone, and sent a message in the small group of 4. "I'm at the exit, what shall we eat?" Just as the message was sent, Zhao Haitang's number called in. Shen Chang'an answered in a mature voice with a hint of laughter came through the phone. "Well done, Shen, you're even more impressive than I imagined." In the study of Beverly Manor, Zhao Haitang was comfortably reclining on an expensive velvet chaise lounge. Her right leg crossed over the left, her fair and well-proportioned calf hanging in midair, the delicate toes slightly pointed at a black stiletto heel, which swayed gently in the air in tune with her mood. "You're too kind, boss Zhao." Shen Chang'an leaned against the wall, his tone carrying a touch of formality. "I might have been a bit heavy-handed earlier. Your sister's medical expenses won't be deducted from my activity fund, will they, eh?" Hearing this financially minded concern, Zhao Haitang chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, the Zhao family can cover this small medical bill. She's not in serious trouble." "That's good. Regarding the subsequent private lessons, do you have any specific guidance for me?" "It's simple, help her refine that reckless sharpness she possesses. But be careful not to completely crush her confidence." Zhao Haitang's toes lightly curled, securing the stiletto on her ankle, her tone growing serious. "Additionally, she is solely following the path of sword cultivation, with family elders teaching her sword techniques, so you don't need to worry about that. Your main responsibility will be to guide her in body techniques and close combat. By learning related techniques, she might pick up something useful during battles." "Understood. Body technique training against strikes, I'm familiar with that." Shen Chang'an nodded. "They'll do my job for the pay, ensuring the task is completed." Just a few minutes after hanging up the phone, footsteps echoed from the passageway. "Boss." Sighing bounced over like a rabbit, her eyes sparkling as she circled around Shen Chang'an. "You were simply magnificent on the arena just now. When you released your aura at the end, several guys in the front row were shaking like leaves." Ji Lin and Li Xiwan also emerged, their eyes reflecting their uncontrollable shock and excitement. "We are all peers, just here to enjoy college life. I never intended to come in with such a crushing blow." Shen Chang'an helplessly shoved his phone into his pocket. "You all insist on forcing me to act tough. Oh, it's impossible to communicate without a fight." He waved his hand, ending the topic. "Let's go, I'm hungry after the fight. Oh, let's eat first." In the West District of Magic City, in a high-end private hospital, Zhao Jin slowly opened her eyes. The glaring white ceiling momentarily stunned her. Immediately after, an intense pain as if a large truck had run over her surged through her body, especially in her side and chin, making her breath tremble. Struggling, she lifted her hand and found her right arm and cheek wrapped in special bandages infused with medicinal fragrance. Defeated. Moreover, she had been utterly defeated, not even managing to slice off a corner of her opponent's clothing, reduced to being pressed and rubbed against the ground as if she were a child. The overwhelming humiliation made her bite her lip tightly. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicking against the marble floor came from outside the door. The door to the ward was pushed open, and Zhao Haitang walked in. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Zhao Jin's previously pale face darkened instantly. She turned her head away, fixating her gaze on the white wall on the other side, adopting a posture of rejection and hostility, unwilling to look at the woman for even a second. "What's wrong?" Zhao Haitang approached the bedside, looking at her sisters, sulking back, her smile tinged with undeniable mockery. "You were so easily defeated by your peers outside that you can't even hold a sword steady now. You, the pride of the Zhao family, have such a weak psychological endurance." This statement instantly struck Zhao Jin's nerves. She turned her head sharply, her bloodshot eyes slightly reddening, her hands gripping the pure, white bedsheet tightly. "I was just careless for a moment." Zhao Jin gritted her teeth, her voice slightly muffled due to the injury to her chin. "He is indeed strong, but I won't keep losing. If we fight again, I will definitely win." "Really?" Zhao Haitang looked at her, a trace of pity flashing in her eyes. "Come on, put away that ridiculous pride of yours. Little Jin, face reality. Your so-called talent is utterly worthless in front of true geniuses." Zhao Jin's breath hitched, her lips bitten tightly, tears welling in her eyes, but stubbornly refusing to fall. Seeing her sister on the brink of collapse, Zhao Haitang felt it was about time. She leaned slightly, her red lips near Zhao Jin's ear. "However, as your sister, I have found you a great teacher. This private body technique course tailored for you will last for a full 4 years." Zhao Jin was dumbfounded, ignoring the intense pain in her body. She turned her head sharply to look at her. "What do you mean?" Zhao Haitang straightened the unwrinkled hem of her qipao, and turned to walk out of the ward. "It means exactly that." Zhao Haitang's hand rested on the doorknob as she looked back. "From now on, your body technique classes will be personally handled by Shen Chang'an. Remember to attend class on time. If you dare to skip, I will cut off all your cultivation resources. Also, when you see Shen, show him some respect. After all, his appearance fee is quite substantial now." With that, Zhao Haitang opened the door and, accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels, swiftly disappeared down the corridor, leaving Zhao Jin dumbfounded on the bed. 2 days later, everyone had become somewhat familiar with the school. In the Management School of Magic City University, the first class meeting of the Business Administration Class 5 was underway. To facilitate centralized management by the Night Patrol Division, this class only had 25 students, all of whom were specially recruited young cultivators. Shen Chang'an, Li Shiwan, Bai Ying, and Ji Lin found a row of seats in the back of the classroom. However, an eerie scene unfolded in the classroom. In the row where Shen Chang'an sat, and within a 2-meter radius around him, the seats were completely empty, not even a shadow could be seen. Those new classmates who arrived early or late, upon seeing the youth with his hands in his pockets, head bowed over his phone, all instinctively swallowed and averted their gazes, as if avoiding a plague, obediently squeezing into the front row and the other side of the classroom. The terrifying aura from the underground arena had already deeply etched itself into these new students' bones. Amidst this distinctly eerie atmosphere, the instructor entered the classroom. He was a man in his 30s, dressed in a neat light blue shirt and black trousers, wearing black-framed glasses with a refined appearance. Shen Chang'an gave him a quick glance. He was at the initial stage of the 3 realms. In a place like Magic City, where geniuses clustered, he was clearly just a pure clerical staff. "Hello everyone, I am your counselor Gu Feng." Gu Feng stood firmly at the podium, offering a gentle smile. "Without further ado, let's discuss a few important matters. First, please report to me the practical training departments you have finalized in the next couple of days. Remember, choosing a particular department does not mean you cannot attend classes from other departments. The main purpose of this department is to facilitate the school in assigning you exclusive mentoring instructors. Once the course selection system is open, everyone will be able to make mutual choices for mentors and courses. If you have a preferred mentor, you can also reach out in advance." At this point, Gu Feng paused, adjusted his glasses, and his expression became somewhat awkward, even slightly embarrassed. "Well, another reminder. Since you are enrolled in the business administration major, if you feel tired from your training, you can also attend the specialized courses offered by our School of Management when you have the time. After all, you have come to Mo City, and there are no mandatory duties anymore. It's good to balance work and rest right." Gu Feng's lack of confidence stemmed from his deep understanding of the nature of these special admissions students from the Night Patrol. In previous years, these veterans basically went off the grid at the beginning of the semester. Forget attending classes, they were even too lazy to show up for final exams. After all, this identity as ordinary university students is merely a facade. A diploma is nothing but a hard piece of paper for those practitioners who are accustomed to walking on the edge of a knife. The last matter concerning your personal interests. Gu Feng clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. In Mo City, the Night Patrol does not offer a base salary. If you lack contribution points, you can apply on our Night Patrol's internal app to join the secret forum of the Extraordinary Mission Hall in Mo City. Various missions for clearing magical beasts and capturing demon tribes are released daily. However, the competition is fierce as there are too many peers in Mo City. Whether you can secure a piece of the action really depends on your own speed and capability. Having concluded the important matters, Gu Feng picked up the attendance sheet. "All right, from now on we will be classmates for at least 4 years. Next, in the order of roll call, everyone will take turns to introduce themselves briefly. The more friends you have, the more paths you will have. Those who were specially recruited as practitioners, especially those noble heirs who were raised with abundant resources from childhood, inherently possess pride and confidence. Therefore, regardless of whether they come from prestigious families or newcomers like Li Shiwan, who have just entered the cultivation world for less than a month, all stood on the podium with poise and eloquence devoid of the awkwardness and timidity typical of ordinary freshmen. Soon it was Shen Chang'an's turn. "It's my turn." Shen Chang'an stood up and walked up to the podium with a sum. When he turned to face the class, the previously relaxed atmosphere in the classroom suddenly plummeted to an icy. The more than 20 freshmen in the front row subconsciously straightened their backs, not daring to breathe, their eyes betraying an unmistakable mixture of awe and tension. "Hello everyone." Shen Chang'an placed both hands on the podium, trying hard to appear like a cheerful and sunny college student, revealing what he considered a friendly smile. "My name is Shen Chang'an. I come from Qingzhou District, Beijing City, and I am very glad to become classmates with all of you. I have a very good temper, and I am easy to talk to, so I hope everyone will take care of me in class." It was a very friendly speech. However, the freshmen below exchanged glances. Looking at the face that had declared to crush everyone last night, now smiling so amiably, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The classroom fell into a prolonged silence for 3 seconds. Then a sparse applause finally broke out. Observing this cold reaction, Shen Chang'an frowned slightly. He squinted in confusion, slowly scanning the tense faces below, wondering in his heart, was my attitude not good enough? Why do these people look like that? But the people below did not share the same sentiment. "Oh no, he thinks we are being perfunctory. He is not happy. He is holding a grudge. He is definitely remembering our faces." It was hard to tell who started it, but in the next second, clap, 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 clap. The thunderous applause erupted in the multimedia classroom. A few boys in the front row even clapped until their hands turned red, fearing they would be slower than the others. Listening to the sudden wave of enthusiastic applause, Shen Chang'an became even more puzzled, but he still nodded in satisfaction and stepped down from the podium. In the eyes of the crowd, Shen Chang'an might indeed not remember who exactly applauded just now, but he definitely knew who didn't applaud. Shen Chang'an returned to his seat after stepping down from the podium, listening to the continuous applause around him, and stroked his chin in satisfaction. It seems everyone likes me quite a bit. The students of Mo City are really warm. Hearing this shameless remark, Ji Lin's corner of the mouth twitched fiercely, and he silently turned his head, completely unwilling to speak. The self-introduction session soon came to an end. As soon as the class meeting was dismissed, Shen Chang'an's phone in his pocket vibrated. Upon checking, it was a message from Zhao Haitong. Come to Beverly Manor. An hour later, Shen Chang'an once again stepped into this precious area for the wealthy of Mo City. The old butler was still quietly waiting at the entrance of the mansion, flawlessly guiding Shen Chang'an to the office on the second floor. He pushed open the heavy solid wood-carved door. At a glance, Shen Chang'an spotted Zhao Jin standing by the large mahogany desk. The once proud genius of the Zhao family, who had been invincible in the arena, was now standing there looking aggrieved. Several parts of her body were still bandaged due to fractures, and her cold and beautiful face bore bruises of varying hues that had not yet completely faded. Upon seeing Shen Chang'an enter, Zhao Jin clenched her teeth, huffed coldly, and turned her head away, her expression clearly stating, "I am very displeased." Zhao Haitong, on the other hand, sat comfortably in a large leather office chair, playing with an expensive fountain pen, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she observed the reactions of the two. "Student Shen has arrived, please take a seat." Zhao Haitong pointed to the chair opposite. "You two have already made each other's acquaintance through conflict. The main reason for calling you here today is to finalize the specific training plan for the physical technique class." Shen Chang'an sat down without any hesitation. "As per Zhao's arrangement, I can pay for the service. My time is..." After several discussions, they ultimately set a time schedule for this exorbitantly priced personal training course valued at 50 million twice a week, with each session lasting at least 2 hours. One session would be fixed on Saturday evenings, while the other would be arranged according to their usual class schedules. Shen Chang'an snapped his fingers, looking at the visibly disgruntled Zhao Jin. "Zhao, remember to wear clothes that are a bit more stain-resistant for class. I teach using my fists." Zhao Jin trembled in anger, about to retort, but she was stopped by a mere glance from Zhao Haitong. "All right, the plan is set." Zhao Haitong put down her pen and waved her hand at Zhao Jin. "Zhao Jin, you can leave now. I have some private matters to discuss with student Shen." Zhao Jin bit her lip, reluctantly turned around, and shot a fierce glare at Shen Chang'an before slamming the door shut behind her. Only 2 people remained in the room. Zhao Haitong leaned back against the chair, the smile on his face gradually fading as his expression turned serious. "Student Shen, I heard that a few years ago in Qingzhou district you killed quite a number of magical creatures. It was necessary for work." Shen Chang'an nodded slightly. "Are you interested in the Abyss Rift?" Shen Chang'an's pupils contracted slightly. As the lamp keeper of the Night Watch, he certainly knew what the Abyss Rift meant. It was the weak point where the inner world and the abyss intersected, the true source from which magical creatures continuously poured into the real world. Is there an Abyss Rift near Magic City? If a rift were to exist near such a super metropolis with a population of tens of millions, it would undoubtedly be a bomb ready to explode at any moment. Not only is there one, but it's quite significant. Zhao Haitong stood up and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the night scene in the distance. It's just over 100 kilometers away from the coastline of Magic City in Donghai Bay. That area has been designated as a permanent fishing ban zone, and its coordinates have been erased from the nautical charts with strict prohibitions against any vessels entering. The Night Watch has joined forces with several top families in Magic City to completely seal off that location with a massive barrier. The low-level magical creatures in the city are not enough for you talented individuals. But the Donghai Rift is different. It's dangerous, and you could encounter high-level magical creatures or even other entities at any time. It is a sacred ground for earning contribution points and life and death trials, but correspondingly, it is also a true slaughterhouse. Saying this, Zhao Haitong opened the drawer and took out a piece of jade pendant made of sheep fat, jade warm to the touch and engraved with the ancient seal of the character Zhao, placing it on the table. Not just anyone can enter the sealed area of the Donghai Rift. The Night Watch only opens a limited number of slots each day, and the majority are controlled by the families. Zhao Haitong pushed the jade pendant towards Shen Chang'an. "This is my pass. With it you can go to the defense line of the Donghai Rift at any time." Shen Chang'an looked at the jade pendant on the table. He understood the rules of survival in the inner world. Zhao Haitong was a shrewd merchant. She was betting on his future ability to command this world. "Thanks, Boss Zhao." Shen Chang'an readily tucked the jade pendant into his pocket. "Once I sort out the issues at school, I will definitely go and take a look." Shen Chang'an pushed open the solid wooden door and immediately spotted Zhao Jin standing in the corridor. She had an upset expression on her face as she stood beside the old butler, her eyes filled with resentment, resembling a little wife who had suffered great grievances but had nowhere to vent. Seeing the bruises on her face that had not completely faded, Shen Chang'an felt a rare moment of guilt and instinctively scratched his head. About that. Yesterday in the arena, I did go a bit too hard. Zhao Jin shot him a cold glance, turning her head away and leaving him with the back of her head filled with resistance. Student Shen, miss, it's getting late. Let me take you back to school. The butler timely interjected, breaking the off. Shen Chang'an looked at the swiftly passing street scenery outside the window, secretly muttering to himself. This would be a 4-year exorbitantly priced private tutoring course. How could he proceed with the teaching work in the future with their relationship being so tense? Had he known, he would have held back a bit on that last combo yesterday, at least leaving her some dignity. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the gate of Magic City University. Just before getting out of the car, the butler pulled out a set of keys with a sensing card from his suit pocket and handed them to Shen Chang'an. Student Shen, this is the key to the private martial arts training ground established by the Zhao family near Magic University. The young lady specially instructed to grant you access so you can take her there for training at any time. Shen Chang'an accepted the keys and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. In such a location surrounding Magic City University, they could actually set up a private training ground. The power of capital is simply terrifying. The two got out of the car. Shen Chang'an looked at Zhao Jin standing under the streetlight and tried to ease the relationship. Student Zhao, we have already set the class schedule. Let me know when you're available and we can start the first lesson. Now. Zhao Jin coldly replied with two, huh? Shen Chang'an was taken aback for a moment. Zhao Jin stared directly into his eyes, her gaze filled with unyielding stubbornness. Let's go now and have another match. Wait, you still have injuries. Shen Chang'an pointed to the bandages on her face and arms. Even though this class is expensive, I wouldn't want you to fight while injured. It's just a bit of external injury, I want die. Zhao Jin gritted her teeth and directly yanked the bandage off her arm, revealing the scabbed wounds beneath. Seeing her insistence, Shen Chang'an was completely at a loss for what to do. All right, since you want to work overtime. Half an hour later, Shen Chang'an, holding the keys, brought Zhao Jin to a large high-end shopping mall less than a kilometer from the school. Taking the exclusive internal elevator to the underground 3rd floor, with a beep of the sensing card, the heavy door slowly slid open. The sight before Shen Chang'an left him inwardly astonished. The entire underground level had been cleared out and transformed into a vast top-notch private training facility. All sorts of testing instruments were available. Zhao Jin completely ignored Shen Chang'an's scrutinizing gaze. She walked straight to a nearby weapon rack, drew out a hard wooden longsword, skillfully twirled it, and assumed an attacking stance in the center of the training area. Looking at her serious demeanor, Shen Chang'an stroked his chin. Since this was nominally a guidance class, it indeed wouldn't make sense to be unarmed. He walked to the other side's long weapon rack, picked a white waxwood spear that felt somewhat decent, and casually weighed it in his hand. Although I don't know your Zhao family's sword techniques, Shen Chang'an held the spear with one hand, the tip angled toward the ground, gazing at Zhao Jin across from him. The path of weapons ultimately leads to the same goal. An inch longer means an inch stronger. Today I'll teach you the basics first. Watch the sword. Zhao Jin had no intention of listening to his rambling. With a sharp shout, her figure shot out like an arrow released from a bow, the ironwood longsword slicing through the air with a piercing wind, mercilessly stabbing towards Shen Chang'an's heart. Looking into her eyes, Shen Chang'an sighed helplessly. This first lesson was going to start with him getting hit. Facing Zhao Jin's torrential assault, he gripped the middle section of the white waxwood spear with one hand, his wrist merely flicking slightly. Crack! The spear tip moved like a venomous snake, accurately striking the spine of Zhao Jin's wooden sword. The tremendous backlash completely neutralized her attack. Before Zhao Jin could change her move, the spear's tail had already appeared at her throat. You're dead. First life. Zhao Jin gritted her teeth, taking 2 steps back in silence before charging forward again. For the next few hours, the large underground training ground echoed with the dull sounds of wooden weapons colliding. The two tacitly refrained from using any spiritual energy, relying solely on pure hand-to-hand combat and technique comparisons. However, the disparity was still despairingly evident. No matter how exquisite and cunning Zhao Jin's swordplay was, Shen Chang'an's spear, which seemed utterly unmethodical, would always intercept her blade from the most unexpected angles and declare her death in various crafty and ruthless ways. 10 minutes per life. This had almost become an unbreakable curse for Zhao Jin. An hour later, Zhao Jin's hand gripping the sword began to tremble violently, and uncontrollably blisters forming in her palm. She gasped for breath, her clothes already soaked with sweat. Take a break. If you can't even hold the sword steady, how can you fight? Shen Chang'an leaned on his spear, his face devoid of any sweat. Zhao Jin leaned against the wall, silently resting for less than 10 minutes before gritting her teeth and picking up the wooden sword, charging forward without a word. He didn't say much, either meeting her charge with his spear. Time slipped by quietly in the monotonous and tedious combat. They fought until just past 6 in the morning. One must admit there was a reason Zhao Jin was known as the pride of the Zhao family. After an entire night of high-intensity confrontation, the two exchanged no words. It was all Zhao Jin attacking and Shen Chang'an countering before launching his own strikes. But Zhao Jin could rely on her astonishing combat intuition to quickly identify the flaws in her techniques, with each defeat making immediate adjustments in her next attack. This terrifying speed of improvement and resilience even shocked Shen Chang'an. Clatter! The wooden sword finally slipped from Zhao Jin's exhausted hand, crashing onto the ground. She had completely exhausted her last ounce of strength. Zhao Jin staggered to a soft mat in the corner of the training ground, curling up like a cat that had spent all its energy. Without even a word, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. How can she fall asleep instantly in front of a man who just nearly beat her to death? Reluctantly, Shen Chang'an took out his phone, preparing to message. How can she fall asleep instantly in front of a man who just nearly beat her to death? Reluctantly, Shen Chang'an took out his phone, preparing to message Zhao Haidang to send someone to pick up Zhao Jin. Just as the message was successfully sent, click. The heavy door of the training ground was unexpectedly pushed open from the outside. The old butler, dressed in a crisp tailcoat, calmly walked in. When did you arrive? His perception had remained on alert even while teaching Zhao Jin a lesson. As a fellow at the 5th stage, even if the other party had special techniques to conceal their presence, as long as they approached this heavy door, he would definitely be able to catch a hint of weak spiritual fluctuations or changes in airflow. But the old butler seemed to have appeared out of thin air, completely evading all of Shen Chang'an's perceptions. The butler appeared oblivious to Shen Chang'an's wariness. He walked over to the soft mat, gently lifting the sleeping Zhao Jin into his arms, turning to give Shen Chang'an a slight nod. Thank you for your hard work, Shen classmate. I will take the second young lady back to rest now. After saying this, he carried Zhao Jin and turned to leave the training ground. Until the door closed again, Shen Chang'an remained standing in place, brows furrowed, his mind replaying the scene of the butler entering. Something's off. This old man's strength is definitely more than just the 5th stage. Shen Chang'an stroked his chin. The waters of Magic City are indeed deeper than he imagined. However, there was no use pondering these things now. He glanced at the time. It was almost 7. I still need to rush back to school to deal with the mess of choosing departments and classes. It's really troublesome. Beverly Manor. The morning sun poured into the spacious and bright dining room. Zhao Haitong, clad in a silk robe, was enjoying breakfast. Knock knock. The dining room door was gently tapped. Come in. Zhao Haitong set down her cutlery. The butler entered, respectfully reporting in a low voice. Miss, everything has been arranged. The medical team is conducting recovery therapy and is expected to fully restore her by the afternoon. This girl has gained some patience, Zhao Haidang said, picking up her napkin to wipe her mouth, casually asking. Is there anything else? The butler slightly bowed, his tone becoming somewhat somber. It seems the eldest young master has already noticed your investment in Shen Chang'an. Messages from the Dark Lines indicated that the eldest young master's people have been making some moves near Magic City University recently. What do you think? Should we intervene? No need to rush. Zhao Haidang gently waved her hand. Since it's an investment, we should see if he is truly worth this price. Let Shen Chang'an handle it himself and see how capable he is. If he can't even solve this minor trouble, then it will be considered charity, and there will be no need to continue wasting resources on him in the future. Understood, she commanded. Also go to the storage room and retrieve a batch of medium-grade spirit stones, select some useful recovery pills, and send them to Shen Chang'an's dormitory. Yes. Inside Shen Chang'an's single dormitory at Magic City University, Shen Chang'an sat at his computer, pressing the enter key to complete the tedious process of selecting departments and courses. He stretched lazily, preparing to grab some clothes to take a shower and catch up on sleep when the doorbell rang. He signed for a small black package with no sender information. Opening the box, he found a beautifully ancient silver ring lying quietly inside. A spatial ring. Shen Chang'an's eyelids twitched. This item was priced starting at 80,000 contribution points in the internal market of the Night Watch. His phone vibrated at that moment. Zhao Haidang messaging. You received the package, right? Received it, thank you, boss Zhao. He replied, probing a hint of spiritual energy into the ring, revealing a storage space of about 10 cubic units in his mind. In the corner, several boxes of high-grade healing pills were neatly stacked, while the majority of the space was filled with a pile of crystalline stones radiating rich spiritual energy fluctuations. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Shen Chang'an couldn't help but smacked his lips, marveling at the depth of the prominent families. These pure spiritual energy crystals were something he had hardly used before. In the Night Watch market, spirit stones are not directly available for exchange. To trade for contribution points, one had to fill out a series of exceptionally cumbersome application reports. After all, this is the end of the Law era. The ancient texts of the Night Watch recorded that the cultivation world in ancient times was a golden age where heavenly materials and earthly treasures were everywhere, and spiritual energy was so abundant it could condense into water. But now every piece of spirit stone must be used sparingly. Looking at this pile of strategic resources, Shen Chang'an was uncharacteristically envious. He sat cross-legged on the bed, took a medium-grade spirit stone in his hand, and closed his eyes. In just 2 or 3 seconds, with a soft crack, the spiritual energy within the stone was instantaneously drained, turning into a grayish-white powder that slipped through his fingers. At this moment, a vast ocean appeared in Shen Chang'an's inner vision. This is the hallmark of the 5 realms, the Spirit Sea. He roughly estimated that the ocean formed by liquid spiritual energy in his dantian had a diameter of about 100 miles. He hadn't communicated much with other peers in the 5 realms, and wasn't quite sure how large their spirit seas typically were. But his spirit sea could definitely be described as peculiar. The surface of the sea was not empty, instead it resembled a doomsday scene, a cataclysmic tapestry. Endless black flames roared and surged in the sky above. From time to time, a wisp of black flame would fall, making contact with the surface of the sea of spiritual sizzle. The seawater was instantly evaporated by the terrifying heat, transforming into pure spiritual energy that surged upwards, feeding back into the inferno above, causing the rolling black flames to burn even more violently. Shen Chang'an slowly withdrew from his inner vision, silently calculating in his heart. After absorbing a full 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, the area of his spirit sea had only expanded by about 1%. Moreover, he felt that the edge of his spirit sea was still unfathomably deep, with no sign of reaching this. Every cultivator's spirit sea limit is different. Once the limit is reached, the spirit sea begins to collapse inward, eventually turning into a spirit abyss, marking the transition into the 6th realm of the 5 realms. Shen Chang'an had no intention of rushing to break through. He wanted to expand his spirit sea to the true physical limit before making any plans. He took a deep breath, slowly opening his eyes. Just as he was about to inhale some fresh air, a strong smell of dust surged into his nostrils. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Chang'an was choked and started coughing repeatedly. He focused his gaze and saw that the powder from 1,000 spirit stones had turned his 20 square meter single dormitory into a scene resembling severe haze, a grayish fog that made it hard to see the ceiling light. He quickly scrambled over to open the dormitory door and the balcony window, forming a basic wind-type spell with his hands. A gust of wind swept through, blowing all the powder out of the room. Shen Chang'an casually closed the balcony window and glanced at his phone screen. It was already past 11 o'clock. I should get some good rest now. He stretched lazily, fell back onto the bed, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Just as he drifted off, a sensation of weightlessness struck him, and his consciousness plunged into a grayish-white peculiar space. The moment he stepped into this dream, the fatigue from his body melted away like snow, and his spirit instantly returned to its peak state. He stood up, his gaze naturally turning to a familiar shadow not far away. The shadow, so familiar it was almost intimate, stood quietly in the grayish space. What are we teaching today? Shen Chang'an paused for a moment, then immediately began to stretch his muscles, his bones cracking as he murmured, "Bring it on." After all, his terrifying instincts for close-quarters combat had all been honed through countless rigorous sessions with this shadow in his dreams. He was well prepared for a beating. However, unexpectedly, the shadow did not launch an immediate attack as usual. It remained in place, slowly raising its right hand and waving it casually in midair. Whoosh! A ball of black flame spontaneously ignited. But this flame did not dissipate. Instead, it rapidly elongated and twisted in the air, ultimately transforming into a line of burning ancient script. Black flames have another marvelous use, capable of incinerating abyssal demonic energy and refining pure spiritual energy. Shen Chang'an was momentarily stunned. This was the first time in many years that the shadow had communicated with him in such a manner. Refining spiritual energy. Are you saying it can directly burn demonic creatures to aid in cultivation? Just as Shen Chang'an opened his mouth to ask for clarity, the black flame in midair shifted again, reforming into another brief warning. Go to the East Sea Rift and be extra cautious. As soon as the words formed, the entire grayish dream space began to tremble violently, without warning. The sky above shattered like a broken mirror, large cracks appearing and chunks of debris began to fall. The dream was collapsing. Hey, who are you really? Seeing the world around him rapidly disintegrating, Shen Chang'an rushed forward a few steps, shouting loudly at the shadow. The shadow did not answer. Just as the dream completely turned to dust, it slightly turned its head, casting a deep glance in Shen Chang'an's direction with its featureless face. Swish! Shen Chang'an abruptly sat up in bed, his chest slightly heaving. The night outside remained deep and dark. He grabbed his phone to check the time, realizing that barely 10 minutes had passed. He lay back down on the pillow, closed his eyes, and attempted to re-enter that space for more clarity. However, after tossing and turning for a long time, his brain fell into a true, deep sleep, resting soundly until dawn, and the shadow did not appear again. The next morning, Shen Chang'an raked his messy hair and got up to wash up, mumbling, "Forget it, it'll just wait until the next dream to ask face to face." Just as he slipped on a t-shirt, there came a knock at the door. He opened it to find Jilin dressed neatly standing outside with a textbook he had somehow acquired. "Let's go. It's the first class at 8 today, Principles of Management." "Skipped it," Shen Chang'an straightforwardly replied. Jilin's eyes widened, and he tapped his folding fan in his hand, making a clattering noise. "You skipped the very first class of the semester." "So blatant." "Compulsory courses can be skipped and elective courses must be skipped." Jilin paused for a moment. "But this Principles of Management is a compulsory course." "In my view, it's all elective," Shen Chang'an defended confidently. "What's there to worry about? Old Zhao specifically instructed me to skip more classes before he arrives. After all, this liberal arts diploma is useless once obtained." Jilin listened and found it very reasonable, but still tidied his collar. "That's true. However, I still have to attend class, especially since it's the first day, or I need to check if there are any pretty juniors or seniors in the Business Management Academy. Farewell." Just 2 minutes after Jilin left, another small head peeked in from outside the door. It was Lee. Today she wore a white cartoon t-shirt paired with loose light-colored shorts, revealing a pair of straight and proportionate fair calves. She wore sneakers, and a clean little white sock peeked out from above her ankle, exuding a refreshing and lively vibe unique to the girl next door. "Chang'an, are you going to the 8 o'clock class?" Li Shiwan blinked her bright eyes and asked softly. "I skipped it." "Oh." Li Shiwan obediently nodded, but did not leave like Jilin. She stood with her hands behind her back, gently tracing circles on the floor tiles with her toes, appearing hesitant to speak. After a moment of hesitation, she softly asked, "So, do you have any plans for this morning?" "I plan to take a stroll in the teaching area of the Department of Spells and familiarize myself with the surroundings," Shen Chang'an casually replied. After speaking, he turned to see Li Shiwan still lingering at the door, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes occasionally glancing sneakily at him. Shen Chang'an was taken aback. He looked at the girl still standing at the door and casually asked, "If you have nothing, would you like to go together?" Li Ziwen's toes, which had originally been tracing circles on the floor tiles, abruptly stopped. Shen Chang'an casually changed into a set of casual clothes. The two walked side by side along the main avenue of the campus, bathed in morning light, attracting the attention of several passing freshmen. The Spell Department of Magic Capital University is not located in the regular teaching buildings. Its entrance is situated in the basement of the Art Academy Exhibition Hall on the easternmost side of the school. Following the directions from his phone, the two arrived smoothly at the internal exhibition hall of the Art Academy. After maneuvering around several avant-garde sculptures, they found a small room at the end of the hall, which didn't even have a door plate. "This should be it." Shen Chang'an glanced at his phone and reached out to twist the doorknob. Just as the door opened halfway, a flurry of frantic fabric rustling and a gasp echoed from inside. Shen Chang'an and Li Shiwan focused their eyes and saw a young couple squeezed behind an abandoned easel, disheveled and caught in a heated moment. Their gazes met, and the air fell into a dead silence. "Aunt!" The girl let out a sharp scream and quickly buried her face in the boy's arms. The boy hurriedly pulled up his pants, his face flushed, not daring to utter a single harsh word, and dragged his girlfriend out like two frightened rabbits, heads down, sprinting away in an instant. Li Ziwen's cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly averted her gaze. Shen Chang'an, however, remained unfazed, casually closed the door, and began to assess the cluttered room, saying, "These college students do get up quite early." The room was a dead end with no passage leading to the spell department. Shen Chang'an scanned the floor, stepped forward, and abruptly lifted an old carpet that lay in the center. Beneath the carpet lay a circular magic array, faintly glowing. Next to it, a line of small text explained basic spell door opening technique. "This is the first threshold to enter the spell department. The function of this spell is quite simple. It can forcibly open a door in various dead ends, walls, or even spatial barriers. The difficulty of casting is entirely determined by the stability of the target space." The two leaned in front of the magic array and began to learn the trajectory of this basic spiritual energy operation. "We'll give it a try first." In less than 3 minutes, Shen Chang'an grasped the trick. He formed a hand seal with one hand, a glow of spiritual light sparking at his fingertips, and pointed forcefully at the solid wall in front. "Open!" Boom. Accompanied by a violent spatial fluctuation, a door indeed appeared on the wall. However, due to Shen Chang'an's excessive force and the overwhelming amount of spiritual energy he injected, the door directly penetrated the entire architectural structure of the art exhibition hall. Through the doorframe, one could even clearly see an old sanitation worker sweeping the street outside the exhibition hall. A cold wind rushed in through the open door. "Damn it, mistake, I was too forceful." Shen Chang'an quickly waved his hand forcefully, closing the door that had been opened in the wrong place. Li Shiwan couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes curving playfully as she said, "Let me try." The instructions on it stated that opening a passage cannot rely solely on brute force. One needs to adjust their own spiritual energy to resonate in sync with the fluctuations of the array here. Saying this, Li Shiwan stepped forward, closed her eyes, and carefully sensed for a moment. Then she skillfully formed a magic seal with both hands. A deep blue halo rippled out like water waves, quietly distorting the space on the wall, transforming into a deep blue teleportation portal. "Let's go." Li Shiwan turned around and playfully winked. The two stepped into the teleportation portal one after the other. With a slight sensation of weightlessness, the portal behind them vanished in an instant, and the scenery ahead became clear. This is a completely independent folded space from the outside world. What came into view was a spell department filled with rich, fantastical colors. Floating in the sky were ancient-style pavilions and buildings with architectural styles leaning towards the ancient flying eaves, curling corners, and surrounded by mist. Most strikingly, in the center of the space stood a towering tree that blocked the sun. The massive tree canopy resembled a giant umbrella covering the entire space. The leaves emitted flickering phosphorescence like stars dotted in the air. In midair, corridors formed by transparent magic arrays connected those aerial pavilions. Practitioners in various outfits traversed the corridors. On several open stone platforms in the distance, bursts of dazzling magical light and booming sounds occasionally erupted, clearly indicating that some were engaged in sparring. "So beautiful." Li Shiwan looked up and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "It really is something special. Let's go and get the procedures done first." Shen Chang'an glanced around and led Li Shiwan toward the academic affairs office indicated on the signpost. The process at the office was very efficient. After verifying their identities, the two each received a jade identity badge inscribed with their names and a set of uniforms exclusive to the spell department. The staff specifically explained that this uniform was made from special materials, providing considerable physical defense and magical resistance, and could be worn as casual wear. Next to the office was a changing room, and Li Shiwan curiously took the clothes inside. A few minutes later, the curtain of the changing room was pulled back. Li Shiwan stepped out, and when Shen Chang'an looked up, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. She wore a cleverly designed light blue long dress that retained the elegance and grace of traditional style, while incorporating modern tailored refinement. The long dress hugged her slender waist, and the hem was embroidered with subtly flowing magical cloud patterns, enhancing her already pure temperament, making her stunningly beautiful. Li Shiwan shyly looked down at the hem of her dress, then turned to see Shen Chang'an still in his casual outfit, holding the long robe of his male uniform. "Chang'an, why aren't you changing?" Li Shiwan asked curiously. Shen Chang'an disdainfully lifted the wide hem of the mage's robe and shook it. "This outfit looks too cumbersome and severely affects my performance." Li Shiwan paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "That's true." With an hour left before class, Shen Chang'an and Li Shiwan decided to leisurely wander around the Department of Sorcery. Most of the buildings here floated in midair, connected by array corridors. The two strolled along the corridors, stopping occasionally to admire the fantastical scenery that was invisible to the outside world. As they walked, a majestic ancient building with four corners came into view. The tower soared into the clouds with a plaque adorned with elegant characters that read Library Pavilion. After presenting their identity badges, the two successfully entered the interior. The furnishings inside the Library Pavilion retained a strong sense of ancient style. Rows of huge bookshelves made of golden silk nanmu wood were neatly arranged with various bamboo slips, jade slips, and thread-bound ancient books, filling the air with a faint scent of ink and the aroma of medicinal preservatives. According to the privileges granted to newcomers, we can only access the bottom 3 floors. Shen Chang'an glanced at the nearby guide map. This building had a total of 7 floors. The two casually flipped through some books on the first and second floors. Looking at the dazzling array of basic spells and the essentials of the 5 elements, Shen Chang'an couldn't help but murmur to himself, the heritage of this top-tier university is indeed extraordinary. Just taking out a modified version of the fireball technique or the water induction technique and placing it in the point exchange section of the night patrol division would require at least 100 or 200 contribution points. However, after wandering around for quite a while, Shen Chang'an felt somewhat disheartened. Only the first 3 floors were open for borrowing. Spells with strong lethality and tactical value like the stone transformation or flame spirit transformation would clearly not be displayed so openly in low-privilege areas. After wandering for a while, the time was approaching 9:30. The two left the library and walked along the corridor towards the main teaching area of the Department of Spells. The classroom was located in a spacious floating pavilion. It was a giant tiered auditorium capable of accommodating over 300 people, and at that moment it was filled to capacity with various colors of mage robes and casual clothes intermingling. As Shen Chang'an and Li Shiwan reached the door of the classroom, they spotted Bai Yin and Ji Lin, who had arrived early to secure their seats. However, Ji Lin was not alone. Standing beside him was a young woman dressed in a deep blue, fitted mage robe. She wore a pair of exquisite gold-rimmed glasses, stood about 1.70 meters tall, and had a slender figure. Her long, straight black hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding an aura of maturity. At that moment, Ji Lin was fanning himself with a folding fan, having said something that made the woman cover her mouth and giggle, creating a very harmonious atmosphere between them. Bai Yin, on the other hand, stood far away from the two, like a punching bag, chewing on a lollipop, with a look of Seeing Shen Chang'an and Li Shiwan approaching, Bai Yin immediately ran over, as if finding her backbone puffing up her cheeks, as she pointed angrily at Ji Lin, who was still showing off. "What's going on?" Shen Chang'an asked in a low voice. "Boss, that Ji Lin is utterly shameless." Bai Yin whispered into Shen Chang'an's ear. "The person beside him is the teaching assistant he just met during the Principles of Management class this morning. In just one class, he's already hooked her into the Department of Spells. I heard she's a graduate student, and also one of us from the Town Knight Division." Upon hearing Bai Yin's complaint, Ji Lin finally noticed the two approaching. He welcomed the girl over. "Chang'an Li, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is Pei Shuyi, a second-year senior from the School of Management, and also a senior from our Town Knight Division." "Hello, senior. I'm Shen Chang'an." Shen Chang'an politely nodded in greeting. Pei Shuyi pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, gave Shen Chang'an an appraising look, and smiled gently. "You're too polite, Junior Shen. Your name is already well known to me. Since the start of the semester, you've swept through the new generation, even declaring you'd take on all challengers among the students. This has not only spread like wildfire among the freshmen, but has also sparked lively discussions among us seniors." "Is that so?" Shen Chang'an scratched his nose. "It's just rumors exaggerated. Class is about to start, senior. Let's go in and find a spot to sit." Ji Lin seized the opportunity to interrupt the pleasantries, making a gentlemanly gesture of invitation, then led Pei Shuyi directly to an empty seat on the other side of the classroom. Watching the two leave side by side, Shen Chang'an couldn't help but mutter, "That guy. After breaking free from his sister's control, he's completely unreserved. It's only been 2 days since school started, and he's already so quick to flirt with a senior." Ding! The class bell echoed through the spacious auditorium. An elderly man dressed in a somewhat faded gray-blue robe walked leisurely through a small door on the side of the podium with his hands behind his back. The old man appeared to be at least 70 years old with graying hair, yet his back was straight, and his slightly murky eyes contained a sharpness that commanded respect without anger. Shen Chang'an habitually scanned with a hint of perception. Sixth realm. Lingyuan realm. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations of his spiritual power, this old man was definitely a seasoned powerhouse who had been at the sixth realm for many years. The old man stood on the podium, his sharp gaze sweeping over the more than 300 freshmen below, finally landing on the few dozen students not wearing the uniform of the Department of Spells. Among them was Shen Chang'an, who was dressed casually. "I am the main lecturer for this course, The Origins and Evolution of Spells, Jiangwan." The old man spoke slowly, his voice not loud yet clear enough to reach everyone's ears. "In my class, rules must be followed. Everyone must wear the designated clothing. Today is just a small reprimand." As soon as Jiangwan finished speaking, his right hand casually waved in the air. Without any incantation or preparation, dozens of nearly transparent wind blades instantly tore through the air, precisely locking onto those dozens of freshmen without uniforms. Swish, swish, swish. A series of subtle cutting sounds rang out. Li Shiwan felt a gust of wind pass by her ear, and the boys in front let out terrified gasps. A few strands of their bangs or sideburns were neatly severed by the invisible wind blades falling onto the desk. If those wind blades had shifted down by an inch, it wouldn't have been hair that was cut, but rather their eyeballs or throats. The entire classroom fell into a sudden silence. All the students were awed by the imposing aura of this sixth realm powerhouse. Meanwhile, in the back row, Shen Chang'an looked at the miniature wind blades heading straight for his face, without even raising an eyelid. He simply raised his right hand casually and flicked his fingers in the air. Pop! That wind blade was shattered by him, using pure physical strength. Aside from Shen Chang'an, there were a few other talents in the classroom who either used rapidly condensed spiritual shields or some protective magical artifacts to barely block the attack. The chaotic airflow lifted the skirts of some girls, and Shen Chang'an quickly glanced over, muttering, "Was the teacher intentional, or just careless?" Bai Yin pinched his arm. "When you were so focused on looking under the skirts, did you remember that your childhood dream was to be a scientist?" He remained unflustered. A scientist needs to use a magnifying glass to observe. Jiang Wen's gaze lingered on Shen Chang'an for a moment, a hint of barely perceptible admiration flashing in his eyes, yet his expression remained solemn. "This is just a small warning. In the next class, if anyone thinks their casual wear is more effective than the Department of Spells anti-magic uniform, don't blame my wind blades for cutting in the wrong place." After giving this warning, Jiang Wen turned around, and wrote 2 large characters on the blackboard spells. Now let's begin the class. Everyone knows that the fundamental essence of spells is the practitioner's invocation and reassembly of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as their own spiritual power. But I want to ask you a question under the same realm and equal spiritual power output. How can we enhance the power of a spell? As soon as he finished speaking, the tiered classroom erupted into discussions. Compress the density of spiritual power. Accelerate the seal formation speed and seize the initiative. Combine different elements to produce compound reactions. Listening to these various answers, Jiang Wen shook his head and unceremoniously dismissed everyone's viewpoints. What you all mentioned are merely techniques. The fundamental determinant of a spell's power ceiling is its vessel. He forcefully wrote the words vessel on the blackboard. Our Eastern Huang's cultivation world has been passed down for thousands of years. Countless predecessors have concluded an iron law through battles with demons. When spiritual power leaves the body, if not restrained, it will rapidly dissipate in the air, greatly reducing its power. To lock in spiritual power, the best vessel is symbols. Jiang Wen turned to look at everyone, his gaze profound. This is also why the spell system of Eastern Huang eventually evolved into the formidable symbolic magic. There are 2 types of symbolic magic. One is to draw symbols out of thin air, and the other relies on physical vessels such as talisman paper, jade stones, or even the bones and blood of demons. Jiang Wen pulled out a piece of ordinary yellow talisman paper from his sleeve. With a flick of his fingertip, the talisman paper instantly ignited, without fire, transforming into a dazzling fireball. Everyone should have noticed that the stronger the material of the vessel, the greater the amount of spiritual power infusion it can withstand, and the more complex the rune structure that can be inscribed. This means that spiritual power can be maximally preserved and compressed before release. If in actual combat you release a fireball spell by forming a hand sign out of thin air, its power would be 1. However, if you infuse the same amount of spiritual power into high-quality talisman paper in advance and trigger it instantly during battle, its power could reach at least 1.5 or even 2. Jiang Wen concluded, the same principle applies to formations. Why can the protective formations of major families and the various branches of the Town Knight Division withstand the attacks of evil cultivators and demons? It's precisely because their formation bases are built upon the finest spiritual veins or precious spiritual materials buried deep underground. Hearing this, the freshmen below lit up with excitement. So here's my first core suggestion for your 4 years at university. If possible, try to convert all the conventional spells you currently master into symbolic magic casting modes. Even if you do not have a physical vessel, developing the habit of drawing symbols out of thin air can elevate the power and stability of your spells to a new level. If you have sufficient contribution points and budget. Jiang Wen paused. Go buy the best talisman paper, get the skin and bones of high-tier demons. Engrave your strongest symbolic magic onto them during normal times. In the moments of life and death, unleashing them will undoubtedly result in a qualitative leap in your combat power. Jiang Wen waved his large sleeves, and a gentle breeze swept across the entire venue. Immediately, a thin, ancient book appeared out of nowhere on the desks of over 300 students. This is the corresponding catalog of basic spells and runes. Your only task now is to transform the most fundamental wind spell, wind blowing technique, from the traditional hand seals into a method of drawing runes in the air to cast it. The methods are all in the booklet. Think and practice on your own. After saying this, Jiang Wen said no more and calmly sat back in the grand teacher's chair at the back of the podium. The classroom was instantly filled with the sound of flipping pages as everyone began discussing fervently. Shen Chang'an and a few others huddled together, flipping through the booklet to study it. Finding the corresponding runes isn't difficult, it's just like looking up words in a dictionary. Ji Lin pointed at several twisted symbols on the page with his folding fan, his brow slightly furrowed. But piecing this thing together is a huge hassle. The incantation is a series of coherent movements, while the runes have to be constructed into a 3-dimensional array in midair. Which rune goes in front, which goes on top? Any slight miscalculation, and the structure falls apart. Bayin bit the end of her pen, distressed as she tugged at her hair. While they were studying, many impatient freshmen in the class had already begun to try. However, there was evidently a vast chasm between theory and practice. As crooked runes began to take shape in midair, the airflow in the classroom completely lost control. The gentle breeze that was supposed to blow forward turned into chaotic currents akin to headless flies wildly darting among the crowd. Who cast the spell? How did this happen again? The chaotic updraft directly lifted the skirts of several female classmates dressed in casual skirts. Even a few boys' loose shorts were blown up, inflating far more than the small gust caused by Shen Chang'an earlier. Watching the flustered girls hurriedly covering their skirts, Shen Chang'an stroked his chin and mused. No wonder the old man insists on making everyone wear the specially made robes from the spell department. It turns out this clothing not only enhances defense, but primarily serves to prevent wardrobe malfunctions. Just as he finished speaking, Shen Chang'an suddenly felt a chill down his back. Jiang Wen had opened his eyes at some point, and those cold eyes were glaring directly at him. He cleared his throat twice, quickly shutting his mouth, and pretended to pick up the booklet to start trying. Isn't it just drawing runes? How hard can it be? He focused his mind, extending his index finger. With his skill level, copying a few basic wind runes was naturally a piece of cake. In just a few seconds, 3 pale blue runes took shape at his fingertips. Shen Chang'an attempted to forcefully piece them together according to his instincts, then poured a vast amount of spiritual energy into them, without holding back. Done. The next second, the rough, cobbled-together runes in front of Shen Chang'an could not withstand such a massive influx of spiritual energy, and the structure instantly collapsed. However, the spiritual energy did not dissipate. Instead, it exploded in a twisted manner. Boom! A terrifying whirlwind centered around him instantly swept through the entire auditorium of over 300 people. Holy crap! Ji Lin, along with his chair, was directly blown away, letting out a scream in midair. Bai Yin and Li Shiwan also did not escape, both being caught up by the raging tornado and spinning in the air like clothes in a washing machine. The entire classroom instantly transformed into a disaster zone, with screams and wails nearly bringing the roof down. What a mess! Seeing the chaos in the classroom, Jiang Wen's face darkened. He abruptly stood up and waved his sleeves. An invisible force instantly enveloped the entire area, and that tornado, which nearly threatened to tear down the building, was abruptly snuffed out like it was grasped by an invisible hand. Bang, 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 bang. Without the support of wind, hundreds of freshmen along with their desks and chairs fell to the ground like dumplings, and the cries of despair merged into one. Jiang Wen's temple throbbed, and he pointed at the door, letting out an angry roar. Everyone, get to the plaza outside to practice. Over 300 disheveled freshmen were driven out to the White Jade Plaza outside the spell department, dispersing in groups of 3s and 2s to continue struggling as they gestured at the air. Shen Chang'an stood in a corner, his fingertips shimmering with a blue glow as he once again forcefully tried to piece several runes together. Whoosh! A flow of wind indeed took shape, but its path was completely chaotic. This was far from the gentle wind-blowing technique. It resembled a meat grinder rampaging through the air. The violent currents directly scraped deep white marks into the few white jade tiles on the ground. In contrast, not far away, Li Shiwan demonstrated significantly better control. As a top talent in the spell lineage, her perception and control far exceeded that of ordinary people. She closed her eyes in contemplation for a moment, her fair fingers gracefully sketching the transition in midair. In just half a minute, a complete rune radiating a pale blue glow steadily hovered in front of her. As the spiritual energy was injected, a gentle and warm breeze blew forward, accurately lifting a few fallen leaves. Wow, I did it! You mastered the rune structure so quickly, that's incredible. The surrounding freshmen looked on in awe and envy at this scene. Hearing the voices, Shen Chang'an immediately stopped what he was doing and approached Li Shiwan. In order to see the intricate structure of the rune in midair clearly, Shen Chang'an instinctively bent down, bringing his face very close, almost pressing against Li Ziwen's shoulder to observe. The two were too close for comfort. Close enough that Li Shiwan could distinctly feel the warm breath Shen Chang'an exhaled brushing past her ear, and she could even smell the faint scent of soap on him. Li Ziwen's cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of crimson, her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. However, Shen Chang'an was completely unaware of any unusualness. His eyes were solely focused on that rune. So the ending at the bottom needs to curve back a bit. No wonder my spiritual energy was all over the place earlier. Shen Chang'an stood up in realization, taking 2 steps back, and immediately began to replicate the rune. He extended his finger and recreated the perfect rune Li Shiwan had drawn earlier in midair. Got it, here we go. He poured the massive spiritual energy within him into it. Boom! A terrifying column of wind over 5 meters in diameter shot up from the ground, accompanied by a deafening howl soaring into the clouds. The fierce wind pressure blew the surrounding students off balance, even dispersing a few wisps of clouds in mid. Everyone in the plaza stared in awe at the towering whirlwind reaching for the sky. Shen Chang'an clapped his hands in satisfaction, murmuring, "Now this is more like it. This destructive power looks the part." Nonsense. Jiang Wen did not know when he had walked out of the classroom with his hands behind his back. He looked at the raging wind column in the sky, his brows furrowed as he approached. He first glanced at the perfect rune that had yet to dissipate in front of Li Shiwan, then looked at Shen Chang'an and asked, "What are your names?" "Student Li Shiwan." "Student Shen Chang'an." The two answered truthfully. "Show me the rune." Jiang Wen took the rune drawn by Li Shiwan, and a rare look of approval appeared on his usually serious face. "The structure is perfect, and the spiritual energy output is stable. Not only do you have good comprehension, but your scores in both mental strength and spiritual energy affinity tests must be quite high. You are a natural talent for rune crafting. After praising Li Shiwan Jiang, when turned to Shen Chang'an, his eyes filled with confusion and doubt. As for you, the rune is indeed drawn correctly, but how did you manage to unleash such outrageous power from a non-offensive wind spell? Even with abundant spiritual energy, the carrying capacity of low-level spells is fixed. What level of spiritual energy density must this kid possess to forcefully amplify a basic spell into a storm? Shen Chang'an scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know either. Jiang Wen did not press further, and suddenly turned to Li Shiwan, saying Li used the rune paper to draw 2 identical wind runes. The more stable the better. Li Shiwan did not dare to be negligent, and immediately took out 2 blank yellow rune papers and a cinnabar pin from her storage bag, focusing her mind. In less than 2 minutes, she had drawn 2 identical wind runes perfectly. He took the rune paper and handed one to Shen Chang'an. Then he turned to the other new students on the square and waved his hand. Everyone stepped back, retreat to the edge of the square. Once everyone had retreated, clearing a large space, Jiang Wen stood about 10 meters opposite Shen Chang'an and said in a deep voice, the carrying capacity of this rune paper is fixed. Now use all your strength to activate it and release it towards me. I want to see what tricks you can pull off with the same rune meat. Hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Shen Chang'an's eyes. This old man was indeed a genuine 6th realm spirit abyss realm powerhouse. Having broken through to the 5th realm for quite some time, he had yet to have a direct confrontation with a 6th realm expert. Although it was just a test with a low-level rune paper, it was a perfect opportunity to gauge the strength of a 6th realm practitioner. Teacher, please be careful. Shen Chang'an gripped the rune paper, leaving no reservations. The vast ocean of spiritual energy within his dantian surged with waves. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged into the fragile rune paper, like a flood breaching a dam. Buzz! The rune paper erupted with a dazzling blue light. Jiang Wen's gaze sharpened, and he similarly crushed the rune paper in his hand, unleashing the pure spiritual energy of the 6th realm. Boom! 2 torrents of blue wind violently collided in the center of the square. The terrifying shockwave generated by the collision instantly blew away the white jade tiles on the ground, and debris was swept into the storm, turning into lethal projectiles that shot out in all directions. The 2 gusts of wind held their ground for barely 3 seconds. Shen Chang'an's storm ruthlessly overpowered Jiang Wen's storm, mercilessly bearing down on Jiang Wen's face. Jiang Wen's expression changed, and he could no longer care about maintaining the demeanor of a senior. He snorted coldly and slammed his right hand forward. Boom! The 2 gusts of wind detonated in midair, dispersing into chaotic air currents that scattered in all. Although he forcibly suppressed the gust, Jiang Wen's originally meticulously combed gray hair was still blown into a disarray by the explosive aftermath, and his gray robe flapped wildly, making him look rather disheveled. The entire venue fell into silence, everyone dumbfounded. Using a basic low-level rune paper to make a 6th realm mentor look this disheveled. Jiang Wen coughed twice, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, and ruffled his hair a couple of times, stiffly managing to say not bad in power. Having said that, he turned around with his hands behind his back, not looking back as he headed towards the teaching building. What in the world, where did this freak come from? Just how vast is his spiritual sea, and how terrifying is his spiritual energy density to unleash a weak wind spell to such an extent? Not long after the class bell rang, everyone finally felt relieved. As Shen Chang'an and the others regrouped, Ji Lin approached with Pei Shuyi. Let's have lunch together. I booked a table outside, and Pei Senior is joining us too. Shen Chang'an rubbed his belly, feeling hungry, and nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Half an hour later, the 5 of them arrived at a high-end private customized restaurant near the school in the car, called. The place was not large on the outside, but it had a hidden world inside, featuring a tranquil, standalone traditional Chinese courtyard. There was no main hall, only independent private rooms with excellent privacy, and the dishes were top-notch private cuisine, customized per head, focusing on luxury and tranquility. Once seated, the group chatted while eating. Pei Shi's gaze fell on Shen Chang'an, still filled with curiosity about what had happened in class earlier. Shen Jr., how did you manage to do that on the square? Clearly they were the same low-level runes, and even with more spiritual energy infused, logically speaking, the difference should not be so vast. Shen Chang'an casually fabricated a reason while holding his chopsticks. It might be because I have a larger reserve of spiritual energy and a rather domineering nature of my spiritual energy, just a bit of personal talent. Seeing that he was unwilling to elaborate further, Pei Shi smiled knowingly and did not pursue the matter. After taking a bite of rice, she turned to Shen Chang'an and asked, Pei Senior, I heard from Ji Lin that you're in your 2nd year of graduate studies. I always thought that cultivators in the night watch department only spent 4 years in university and were directly assigned to various branches for fieldwork after graduation. Why are there still those who pursue further studies? Upon hearing this question, a hint of helpless laughter crossed Pei Shuyi's gentle face. You guys are special recruits. Your situation is different. Pei Shi put down her chopsticks and explained softly, actually, I entered the management school of Magic City University through the regular college entrance examination. It was only after starting my freshman year that due to some fortuitous circumstances, I was specially recruited into the administrative reserve of the Night Watch department and got in touch with the cultivation world. I only started cultivating at 18, so my start was too late, and I don't have much talent for cultivation. Pei Shi shook her head self-deprecatingly. Now at the age of 24, I have barely managed to refine to the initial stage of the second realm. If I were to go fight magical beasts, it would be just to serve as food for them. Therefore, I can only choose to continue my graduate studies, hoping that after graduation, I can secure a stable job in the logistics or administrative departments of the Night Watch department with my high education. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. In a place like the magic capital where monsters abound, the survival pressure on ordinary cultivators is indeed astonishingly high. Senior sister, what is the general strength level of the previous senior students? Bain asked curiously while gnawing on sweet and sour ribs. The meeting you held 2 days ago was just a small internal gathering of the Night Watch division, so you might not be familiar with the overall situation of the new students in the magic capital. Pei Shi recalled the data she had seen earlier and said, let me give you some insight. Including your Night Watch division along with the people sent in by various sects and clans, there are probably around 20,000 new cultivators in the magic capital this year. Among these 20,000, about 1,000 to 1,500 will reach the third realm by the age of 18, which constitutes the backbone of the new students. After 4 years of resource accumulation and trials of life and death, by the time this group graduates in their senior year, approximately 500 of them will emerge as fifth realm experts. Pei Shi paused, her tone becoming somewhat reverent. As for the sixth realm, that cannot be achieved merely through resources. It requires extremely high comprehension and opportunities. In a cohort of 20,000, there might not even be a few sixth realm cultivators, and most of them have to refine themselves at the fifth realm to the limit before choosing to break through, so most geniuses will linger at this level for a long time. Hearing this, several people couldn't help but nod in agreement. For years, pouring countless resources from the third realm to the fifth realm, this is what is known as a top-level genius. Thinking of this, the 4 people who were originally eating in the private room almost simultaneously stopped their actions. Ji Lin's folding fan ceased to sway. Bain stopped gnawing on her ribs. Li Xuan and Pei Shi also set down their cups. For pairs of eyes turned in unison to focus on Shen Chang'an, who was about to put a piece of roasted meat in his mouth. While others aimed for the fifth realm upon graduation, he started at the fifth realm. Feeling the suddenly quiet atmosphere, Shen Chang'an's hand, holding the braised meat, froze in midair. He blinked in confusion and chewed on the rice in his mouth. Wait, why are you not eating? And just staring. Upon hearing Shen Chang'an's mumble, everyone cleared their throats and tacitly averted their gazes. Bain swallowed the rib in her mouth, her curiosity piqued again, and turned to Pei Shi. Senior Pei, since you've been in the magic capital for so long, have you ever witnessed the true battles between those top geniuses from various academies? Pei Shi nodded and set down her teacup. I've seen some. The school holds an internal selection competition every year, followed by a city-level league, and ultimately it leads to a national competition, which is the National Youth Championship. Tickets for events of that level are hard to come by. I once had a friend get me 2 tickets for the inner arena, and I've watched a few matches live. How was it? How exaggerated is the combat power of those people? Bain's eyes widened as she pressed for more information. Pei Shi's expression grew serious as she recalled, very strong. They exist in an entirely different dimension. Every year, those who can rank among the top in the city-level league, or even advance to the national competition, are basically the core descendants of the top clans. Their talent, mastery of high-level spells, and even the magical tools they possess far exceed those of ordinary cultivators. At this point, Pei Shi adjusted her glasses, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifting toward Shen Chang'an, lowering her voice. Besides these common methods, what truly makes those clans formidable are their family secret techniques. For example, Zhao Jin, who fought with Shun during the competition, the Zhao family in the magic capital has some terrifying secret techniques passed down through generations. Shen Chang'an raised his eyebrows, showing interest. Secret techniques? Yes. I once personally witnessed a genius from the Zhao family use it during a match. At that time on the arena, I saw that person swing a blade that seemed capable of cleaving everything tangible in front of them in two. Pei Shi took a deep breath and continued. That swing ended the battle in an instant. I remember clearly that opponent was also a genuine fifth realm expert, yet before that blade light, they couldn't even muster the slightest resistance. The protective spells and defensive artifacts were cut open like paper, completely crushed in a one-sided manner. Upon hearing this, Jilin, Bain, and Li Xuan all displayed expressions of astonishment. Being of the fifth realm, yet capable of one-shotting the opponent, not even giving a chance to resist. Does such unreasonable trump card really exist in this world? And that was just a match within the magic capital. Pei Shi chuckled wryly. As for the national level competitions beyond that, I have never seen those prodigies from the capital or other hidden top sects. Thus, many geniuses who come from small places tend to be proud when they first arrive in the magic capital, but once they have witnessed battles of this caliber, they will feel a deep sense of powerlessness. On the path of cultivation, the further one goes, the greater the gap brought about by resources, secret techniques, and foundational strength becomes to the point of despair. The private room fell into a brief silence. Sighing silently set down the half-eaten rib in her hand, murmuring with a face full of disillusionment, "This is just too monstrous." After eating, Shen Chang'an and the other three bid farewell to Pei Shi and strolled towards the... Recalling the conversation at the dining table, Shen Chang'an turned to Jilin, who was shaking his folding fan, and casually asked, "Hey Ji, big shot, your family is at least a local power in Zhejiang province. Do you have any ancestral secret techniques at home?" Jilin paused with his folding fan, shaking his head with a wry smile. "How would I know? Such core secrets are probably known only to the family head and a few core elders. If you really want to know, you'd have to ask my sister. But with her temper, she probably won't tell you." "No way, aren't you one of the future heirs of the Ji family?" Sighing curiously leaned in. "They don't even give you the inside scoop." "Inherit what?" Jilin rolled his eyes and retorted with irritation. "Do you have some misunderstanding about the breeding capabilities of big clans? I have so many siblings, both full and half-blood, that I can't even count them on both hands. This doesn't even include those cousins from the collateral branches. Altogether, there are definitely 30 or 40 people among my peers. Moreover, my grandfather is still alive and healthy, probably able to live for another decade without issue. In any case, for at least the past few decades, the position of family head is not something our generation needs to worry about. Even the power struggles among my parents' generation haven't concluded yet, so how can someone like me, who just idles around all day, concern myself with ancestral secret techniques?" After hearing Jilin's grievances, Shen Chang'an and the other two exchanged glances and couldn't help but murmur to themselves, "The waters of big families run deep. There really is a lot going on here. All right, let's stop discussing such depressing topics." Shen Chang'an shifted the subject and bumped his shoulder against Jilin. "You move pretty fast, huh? It's only been 2 days since school started, and you haven't even attended many classes. How did you accurately lock onto a high-quality single graduate student like Senior Pei? You guys wouldn't understand." Jilin smiled proudly, pulled out his phone, and opened an app. "As a mature college student, the first thing you need to learn is to leverage information gaps." He opened a clandestine forum group titled Mudu University Paranormal Intranet and slid the screen toward... "Take a look. This is the Mudu University Comprehensive Handbook on Paranormal Combat Prowess and Aesthetic Appeal, compiled by upperclassmen with far too much free time. It contains not only dossiers on elite practitioners across all departments, but also the most authoritative rankings of physical allure." The three leaned in and were utterly dumbfounded. The screen bristled with meticulously categorized charts, standard campus beauty and campus heartthrob lists, further subdivided by archetype, elegant ice queen type, adorable lowly type, pure moon, first love type, and more. Even more astonishingly, at the very bottom appeared a separate yukai allure ranking featuring high-resolution portraits of shape-shifted female yukai, some adorned with fox ears, others with delicate feline tails. What on earth do these people do with their time? Shen Chang'an's lips twitched. And it doesn't end there. The male rankings are next. Jilin swiped his finger across the screen, revealing new headings: cold and remote heartthrob list, younger boy, puppy dog list, steady fatherly type list. Titles so cringeworthy they defied direct gaze. Shen Chang'an skimmed the male rankings idly, then froze, spotting a familiar avatar near the 56th position on the charismatic heartthrob list. "Holy, you're actually on this list." He jabbed a finger at the name and read aloud the accompanying blurb. "Jilin, heir to the Ji clan of Zhejiang province, Realm Foundation at 3rd stage, effortlessly refined, carries an inkwash folding fan at all times." Shen Chang'an stared at him, appalled. "If you're ranked, this can't possibly be anything but a rogue, unvetted list." "Nonsense. This is magnetism. Do you think anyone could break into the top 60 out of tens of thousands? I earned this spot with sheer breathtaking handsomeness and peerless charisma. Let me see. Sighing snatched the phone, scrolling frantically through the female rankings. "Oh, senior sister Pei is here too. She ranks 22nd on the elegant and erudite list. Wait, Cece made it too." Sighing scrolled further, then gasped, pointing at the pure moon first love list. "Li Shiwan, freshman, innocent and charming. Ranked 87th. Shen Chang'an leaned over for a glance, then shook his head. 87th. Far too low." He turned to Li Shiwan, voice earnest. "With that face, that aura, she'd easily rank among the top 10 across the entire university. This ranking is utterly blind." Li Shiwan blinked. Then her cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed flustered at the screen. She hastily lowered her head, fingers twisting nervously. I am really not that pretty. This is the first week freshman ranking. Many haven't been rated yet, so placements remain provisional, Jilin explained. Shen Chang'an seized the phone and scoured every heartthrob list, his eyes burning from strain, yet found neither his name nor his image. Exactly. I knew this was a rogue list. How dare this trash heap feature a gaggle of misfits while omitting me entirely? He tossed the phone back to Jilin disgruntled. Jilin caught it smoothly. You're indeed absent from the aesthetic rankings, but rest assured your name appears on another list prominently featured near the very top. Oh, which one? Jilin scrolled to the bottom and tapped a special list marked in bold blood red, the Mudu University Villain Registry. His name blazed defiantly at 9th place. The photo, captured mid-fight on the arena stage as he struck Zhao Jin, appeared in multiple angles. His profile blazed beneath in thick scarlet emphasis, Shen Chang'an. Freshman. 5th realm. Arrogant beyond measure. Ruthless in combat. Devoid of comradely restraint. Utterly indifferent to feminine grace. Publicly declared intent to challenge every single student on campus. Bounty 5 million. Open to any upperclassman willing to land a solid blow. Full liability assumed by the bounty poster. He stared at the bounty for 2 silent seconds, then turned to Jilin. So, can I claim this 5 million myself? What if you 3 take the bounty? Well, meet underground, in the arena. Ill-famed defeat, let you throw a couple harmless punches, play along. Afterward we split the reward 4-6. He'll take 6, just to be generous. You're looking at us like we're idiots, Jilin replied flatly. Everyone knows we've been inseparable since day one. We're practically a unit. No one would believe you turn on us. Besides, read the fine print beneath the bounty. The poster explicitly demands a genuine bone-rattling thrashing, preferably one that leaves you unrecognizable even to your own mother. Your half-hearted theatrics won't fool a soul. Fine then. He sighed wistfully, abandoning the scheme entirely. Li Shiwan watched him with quiet concern. Chang'an, please be careful. With your name so high on the villain registry, many upperclassmen will surely seek you out, for the bounty or simply to make a name for themselves. No matter. ID welcome the chance to gauge exactly what caliber of talent Muda University's seniors truly possess. Back in their dormitory, Shen Chang'an and the others registered accounts on the intranet. Predictably by afternoon, the martial arts duel forum had erupted. Challenge posts naming Shen Chang'an directly sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Wang Ming Junior Year. I've heard tales of your prowess, brother Shen. I respectfully request a match. Li Feng Senior Year, 5th Realm Initial Phase. I wish to test this so-called 5th Realm freshman firsthand. Every post came from juniors or seniors. Though cloaked in polite language about friendly exchange, their underlying intent, to humble this audacious freshman, was unmistakable even to the blind. Shen Chang'an scanned the flood of challenges, said nothing, and posted a site-wide pinned response under his real name, accepting matches. Freshman through senior year. Friendly sparring permitted, but bring stakes. 500 contribution points per bout payable in hard currency, rune-carved media preferred. Formal challenge letters required. No credit extended. Medical costs and injuries borne entirely by participants. And in busy. Only one match accepted daily, first come first served. The moment the post went livid ignited the forum like cold water hitting white-hot oil. Thousands of furious replies cascaded down the comment thread within seconds. Jilin's message flashed instantly. Are you insane? This post will alienate every junior and senior on campus. Sure you're okay with that? Shen Chang'an replied, no issue. Someone must set boundaries, or we'll be pestered endlessly by gnats. Closing the chat, he glanced at his inbox. Over 100 duel requests flooded in. Too weary to read them individually, he closed his eyes and tapped blindly at the screen, accepting the first request that surfaced. Duel confirmed. Opponent Lei Hung Junior Physical Arts Department, 5th Realm Initial Phase. Time tonight, 8:00 p.m. Venue Arena 3, Zone A. Tonight's just a warm-up. Shen Chang'an tossed the phone onto his bed and rested his hands behind his head. A little practice on campus. Then in a few days he'll head to the Rift and assess the situation firsthand. With the duel notice sent out by the forum across the school, this challenge quickly spread throughout the campus. Look, that arrogant freshman has accepted the challenge. Oh my, he drew Lei Hung. He's a powerhouse from the 3rd-year martial arts department. He just broke through to the 5th realm last semester, and his skills are so formidable that even spells of the same level can't penetrate them. This kid has hit a brick wall in his first match. Tonight's going to be a show. Due to the high topic engagement and controversy, what was originally a casual sparring match instantly attracted the attention of half the school. In the forum system, the number of people applying to watch the live duel was skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. At 7:30 in the evening, Shen Chang'an walked alongside Jilin into the large outdoor venue No. 3 in Area A. As soon as they stepped through the door, a deafening cacophony hit them. This venue could accommodate around 3,000 people. At this moment, the circular stands were packed tightly with senior students and some curious freshmen, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Wow, this place is huge. Jilin opened his folding fan and surveyed the area. You guys find a spot to sit, I'll go check in at the contestant area. Shen Chang'an casually replied, and then slipped his hands into his pockets, strolling leisurely towards the backstage. A spot with an excellent view on the upper tier of the venue. Zhang Qingqing was wearing a simple pair of light blue jeans paired with a loose white casual t-shirt topped off with a low-brimmed cap. She was sitting at the edge of the stands, her gaze fixed intently on the familiar figure heading toward the backstage. Next to her was a girl dressed in revealing hot pants and a black crop top with striking pink hair that stood out. This was a friend she had only recently made, and their personalities matched quite well. Hey, I say, Qingqing, have you suddenly taken an interest in these fighting duels today? Zhang Qingqing replied, I just came to take a look since I have nothing else to do. Do you know that person down there? Wu Xiao looked in the direction of Zhang Qingqing's gaze and asked tentatively. She stiffened slightly, then quickly regained her composure, shaking her head in denial. I don't know him. I just suddenly became interested in the battles of these cultivators. Wu Xiao rolled her eyes. Come on, what's so interesting? It's just pure physical brawling, fighting, and killing. In the front row of the VIP seating area, Bai Ying was munching on a large bucket of popcorn, enjoying her snack. With her other hand, she was browsing the betting odds online, as most of the notable matches at the school had odds set by Lao Zhuan. These seniors really underestimate the boss. Bai Ying scoffed. The current odds are 1 to 5, with most of the money placed on Lei Hong. Jilin leaned over to take a look, tapping his palm with his fan. This is a golden opportunity. With the odds this high, we should quickly discuss how much to bet. Li Xiuan also leaned in. We can't bet too much. This betting pool is organized privately by the students, and the funds aren't very large. If we suddenly invest a huge sum, it could alert the bookies, leading them to close the betting or significantly lower the odds. That's reasonable. Jilin nodded. Then we'll just play around. He'll bet 1 million. He'll bet 1 million too. Bai Ying chimed in, then turned to Li Xiuan. Xiuan, how much are you betting? Li Xiuan, feeling a bit shy, fiddled with her clothing and took out a card from her bag. I don't have that much money. He'll put in all my savings, 300,000. All right, a deal is a deal. Bai Ying swiftly completed the bet on her phone, then cheerfully said, Don't worry, Xiuan, this bet is definitely a sure win. If by any chance we lose, we'll just ask the boss to reimburse us. After all, the boss has plenty of money. After Shen Chang'an registered, he walked up the steps to the ring. As soon as he stood still, a wave of pressure washed over him. Opposite him, Lei Hang's imposing figure was at a towering height of 2 meters. He was a whole head taller than Shen Chang'an. His entire body was muscular, wearing a sleeveless black tight vest, and his exposed arms resembled 2 thick steel-reinforced concrete pillars. As a prominent figure in the third-year martial arts department, Lei Hang had a strong record of facing and defeating Fifth Realm experts on the ring, earning him a solid reputation among the seniors. Shen Chang'an, you're quite arrogant, huh? Lei Hang looked down at Shen Chang'an, his voice booming like thunder on the ring. Shen Chang'an casually rotated his wrist, speaking calmly. It's all right. Let's get this started quickly. I'm in a hurry to get back to sleep. Hearing this provocative remark, Lei Hang smirked, deciding not to waste any more words. The referee stepped to the center of the ring and loudly announced the rules. In this regular sparring match, it's a stop at the point and lethal strikes are strictly prohibited. The match will end immediately if one side loses combat capability or surrenders. Don't worry. Lei Hang cracked his knuckles, the joints popping like firecrackers as he fixed his gaze on Shen Chang'an. I won't kill him. At most, I'll make sure he can't get out of bed for a few days to learn his lesson. Shen Chang'an glanced at the weapon rack by the side of the ring, thought for a moment, and decided to step into the center empty-handed. Since he was facing a top-tier body cultivator from Modi University, it was a perfect opportunity to test the limits of his pure body technique. Begin. The referee called out and swiftly retreated to the edge of the ring. Boom. Lei Hang's massive body suddenly unleashed a terrifying speed that was completely unexpected for his size. With a powerful stomp, he left a deep dent in the ground. At the same time, the spiritual power of the Fifth Realm erupted from within him like a volcanic eruption. The heavy earth attribute spiritual energy immediately enveloped his body, forming a tough armor that resembled granite. With the force of 1,000 pounds, Lei Hang charged at Shen Chang'an like an out-of-control heavy armored vehicle, his fist the size of a sandbag, tearing through the air, ready to strike Shen Chang'an's chest. It was too fast and too fierce. Shen Chang'an did not dodge. Instead, he crossed his arms to protect himself and chose to take the hit. Boom. At the moment their arms collided, a deafening thud echoed. A visible shockwave exploded from beneath their feet. Under the immense impact, Shen Chang'an felt his arms grow heavy, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. He traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily against the transparent defensive barrier at the edge of the ring, creating intense ripples. A wave of astonished gasps erupted from the stands. What the hell? He got sent flying in one move. With Lei Hang's earth armor and pure physical strength, that's terrifying. At the edge of the barrier, Shen Chang'an landed. He shook his slightly numb arms and couldn't help but mutter, "Looks bulky, but that strength is really something." In the center of the ring, Lei Hang observed this, seeing a flash of undeniable surprise crossed his eyes. He had used 80% of his strength in that punch. Against an ordinary fifth realm cultivator, their arms would have been shattered. Yet this kid merely shook his hands like nothing happened. "Come again," Lei Hang shouted angrily, unleashing his earth's spiritual energy, once more charging forward like a rampaging rhinoceros. "Bring it on." Shen Chang'an's expression darkened, his spiritual sea roiling as he advanced towards Lei Hang. Lei Hang, using the momentum from his charge, delivered another heavy and powerful straight punch. Shen Chang'an raised his left hand to block Lei Hang's wrist while his body lunged forward, his right fist shooting towards Lei Hang's face like a bullet accompanied by a sharp whistle through the air. Lei Hang reacted quickly, immediately tilting his head to evade this strike, and his left hand transformed into a palm strike aimed at Shen Chang'an's shoulder. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them engaged in a brutal brawl in the center of the ring. The sound of fists whooshing through the air, the waves of energy rolling. There were no flashy spells exchanged, only raw physical blows. Lei Hang relied on the absolute defense of his rock armor and his overwhelming strength, while Shen Chang'an utilized his honed combat instincts and speed, landing each hit with precision and ferocity. In just a few seconds, the two had exchanged dozens of blows in a head-to-head clash, creating a perfectly balanced standoff. Boom. Once again, a collision of fists without reservation resulted in a terrifying backlash that coursed through their arms, causing both to slide back 7 or 8 meters, creating some distance on the ground. The two stepped back, putting distance between them. Lei Hang, panting heavily, fixed his gaze on the young man across from him. As a prominent figure in the third-year martial arts department, it was a disgrace for him to end up in a tie in a bare-knuckle fight against a freshman. "Oh!" Lei Hang let out a thunderous roar, unleashing his spiritual power without reservation. The rock armor covering his body thickened again, and sharp stone spikes emerged from its surface. He stomped hard on the ground, transforming into a furious earthy-hued war god, charging forward with the might to destroy everything in his path. Shen Chang'an took a deep breath and assumed his stance. Bang! Lei Hang struck down with a powerful punch, causing the dust on the ground to swirl into the air. Shen Chang'an twisted his waist, slipping past the enormous fist. However, Lei Hang's combat experience was equally formidable. As his punch missed, Lei Hang's elbow came crashing down, the sharp stone spikes on his rock armor slicing through Shen Chang'an's left arm, sending a spray of crimson blood into the air. At the same time, a sharp gust of wind grazed Shen Chang'an's cheek, tearing open a wound on the side of his face. Blood dripped down his chin, but Shen Chang'an didn't even furrow his brow. Seizing the moment he got close, he completely penetrated the defensive blind spot of Lei Hang. "It's over," Shen Chang'an murmured. He stomped down with his right foot, utilizing the ground's reaction force, and aligned his waist with his stance. A fierce elbow strike like a cannonball slammed into the rock armor on Lei Hang's chest. Crack! A distinct crack appeared on the seemingly indestructible rock armor. Lei Hang's pupils constricted sharply, and before he could retreat, Shen Chang'an's fist had already transformed into a blur. Bang! 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 In less than a second, a series of 7 or 8 punches landed precisely on the same spot of the cracked armor. Each punch carried a terrifying force that penetrated deeply, shaking Lei Hang's internal organs. Boom! The final unreserved uppercut smashed brutally into Lei Hang's jaw. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the rock armor on Lei Hang's chest and face shattered completely, turning into a shower of stone fragments flying everywhere. Lei Hang's massive 2-meter-tall body was sent airborne by the punch, his feet leaving the ground as he fell backward. A mouthful of blood was spewed from his mouth, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. The entire No.3 venue, filled with over 3,000 spectators, suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief, eyes wide, watching the incredible scene unfold in the arena. The ace of the third-year martial arts department was actually defeated in a bare-knuckle brawl by a freshman. On the upper stands, Wu Xiao was left dumbfounded. Beside her, Zhang Qingqing adjusted her hat's brim, a barely noticeable smile forming at the corner of her mouth. In the center of the arena, Shen Chang'an stood in place, his chest slightly rising and falling. Blood dripped from his left arm, pooling on the ground. Lei Hang lay on the shattered floor, twitching twice before his eyes rolled back, completely unconscious. Only then did the referee snap out of his stupor and rushed onto the arena to check Lei Hang's condition. Confirming he was merely unconscious, he raised his right hand high. Taking a deep breath, the referee's voice echoed through the amplification array. Lei Hang of the third-year martial arts department has lost combat capability. The victor, freshman Shen Chang'an. Shen Chang'an stepped down from the arena and went straight to the side where the notarization was taking place, claiming the stakes. Lei Hang had put up before the match 5 finely crafted jade tokens. These items were priced at 100 contribution points each in the internal market of the Night Watch. With the outcome decided, the crowd in the stands began to disperse, their faces painted with shock and lingering excitement. As Shen Chang'an walked through the player tunnel, he soon spotted Li Xuan and others waiting at the exit. "Boss is amazing," Bai Ying exclaimed, bouncing up and down in excitement. In contrast to Bai Ying's enthusiasm, Li Ziwen's gaze was firmly fixed on Shen Chang'an's bloodstained cheek and left arm. Her eyes were filled with concern as she quickly pulled out a wet tissue from her bag and handed it over, her voice slightly tense. "Chang'an, you're bleeding a lot. Why don't we go to the school medical department for a bandage?" "No need, it's just a scratch," Shen Chang'an replied, casually wiping the blood from his face with the tissue. Beside him, Jilin snapped open a water ink folding fan, smiling as he reassured, "Li, you don't need to worry. He's tough-skinned and thick-fleshed with a resistance to blows that's even scarier than that Lei Hong. Come on, we just made a small profit from the forum betting tonight. I'll treat you all to some late-night snacks at the food street." Half an hour later, the four of them sat at a bustling food street near the school, having ordered a large table full of grilled skewers and crayfish, chatting as they ate. "Chang'an, you've been making waves since the start of school. What are your plans next? Will you continue taking challenges in the arena?" Jilin asked, taking a gulp of cold beer. Shen Chang'an shook his head, biting into a piece of lamb. "I won't take any challenges for the next few days. I plan to head to the Abyss Rift in the East Sea tomorrow. Do you all want to come and see it?" Upon hearing the words Abyss Rift, Jilin and Bai Ying simultaneously paused in their actions, shaking their heads vigorously. "No way, no way." Bai Ying waved her hands repeatedly. "With my little arms and legs, I'm not even enough to fit between a monster's teeth." "I completely agree," Jilin added. "That's a place for you battle maniacs. I'd rather stay at school and exchange spells with the senior sisters for safety." Li Xuan set down the bamboo skewer in her hand, glancing at Shen Chang'an with some hesitation, whispered, "Chang'an, I want to go." Shen Chang'an glanced at her and firmly refused. "No." "Why not?" Li Xuan pouted slightly. "You're still at the initial stage of the first realm. That place is too dangerous for you. Any low-level magical beast could take your life. If I run into trouble, it'll be hard for me to protect you. Once you've gained a higher realm and can protect yourself, then I'll take you there." Hearing Shen Chang'an's promise, Li Xuan felt a warmth in her heart, obediently nodding. "All right, I'll stay at school and practice diligently." After the meal, the group finished their chatter and walked back to the dormitory together. Early the next morning, Shen Chang'an donned a sleek black combat outfit, stowed the June into his spatial ring, checked his gear along with essential water and some food, and took a taxi directly to the coastal port on the east side of the Demon City. The port along the East China Sea was astonishingly vast. In addition to the regular civilian and commercial docks, there was an area at the edge surrounded by tall barbed wire and a magical barrier. After getting out of the car, Shen Chang'an followed the directions given by Zhao Haitang and found a nondescript little shop at the port. Upon pushing the door open, a faint smell of the sea wafted out. An old one-eyed man was sitting behind the counter smoking a pipe. Shen Chang'an stepped forward and directly slapped the jade token given by Zhao Haitang onto the counter. Upon seeing the ancient seal of the Zhao character on the jade token, the old man quickly extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, stood up, and his demeanor turned exceptionally respectful. "So it's a distinguished guest arranged by the young lady. How may I assist you?" "I want to enter the Abyss Rift, but am not sure how to get in." "That's simple. They'll contact the support boat to come and pick you up right away." While waiting for the boat, the old man took out a price list and began to give Shen Chang'an a brief introduction. "This is your first time at the Rift, right? That place is dangerous, but it's filled with treasures. When magical creatures die, they yield several valuable core materials. For instance, the mutated bones and claws of high-level magical beasts are excellent materials for crafting weapons." Lowering his voice, the old man tapped the counter. "As long as you can bring these materials back alive and deliver them to my little shop, whether it's for healing elixirs or converting them into contribution points for the night patrol, the price will certainly satisfy you." "No problem," Shen Chang'an readily agreed. The one-eyed old man pulled out a black tactical watch from a drawer and handed it over. "Young man, heed this old man's advice. The space within the Abyss Rift is extremely complex. What each person encounters upon entry may vary completely. Remember this, the Abyss affects people, and people also affect the Abyss." Shen Chang'an put the watch on his wrist, raising an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Literally, you'll understand once you go in." The old man pointed at the watch. "This has positioning and distance measuring functions. Remember, no matter what you encounter, never go deeper into the rift than 10 kilometers. If you exceed the safety distance, the watch will sound an alarm. Also, if you encounter a rift within a rift, do not enter, as no one knows where that leads. If you come across something you can't defeat, don't be stubborn. Oh, just turn and run." "All right, thanks." Shen Chang'an nodded, keeping the old man's advice in mind. Soon a black speedboat docked at the pier. It was a single-person support boat. Shen Chang'an leaped aboard, and the boat immediately cut through the waves, heading deep into the East China Sea. Along the way, the scenery over the sea was indistinguishable from the ordinary ocean outside. The azure sea and blue sky were calm, with a few seagulls occasionally flying overhead. However, as the speedboat arrived at the designated coordinates under the radar's guidance, a massive translucent barrier suddenly appeared in the sky, reaching from the ground to the heavens. The driver quickly input a series of complex commands at the control panel. The surface of the barrier rippled like water, then slowly opened a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. "This is it," the driver called out. "The barrier can't stay open for long. Please enter quickly." Shen Chang'an leaped through the gap. The moment he passed through the barrier, the sound of the sea wind suddenly vanished, replaced by a chilling low rumble that sent shivers down his spine. He felt the flow of spiritual energy beneath his feet, allowing him to stand firm on the water's surface. As he lifted his head and saw the scene before him, his pupils involuntarily constricted. The sky had split open. In the distance, hundreds of meters above the sea, a massive black rift extended for over 10 kilometers. The edges of the rift displayed a twisted, fragmented appearance. Even more bizarrely, the water below seemed to have lost its gravitational pull, twisting into numerous thick waterfalls that spiraled as they were forcefully sucked into the pitch-black rift. Beneath these swirling waters, a group of practitioners in uniform stood guard. All of them wore the emblem of the Night Patrol on their chests. Some stood on floating magical formation discs, while others, like Shen Chang'an, stood directly on the water's surface, clearly responsible for guarding this area. Noticing someone entering, a man appearing to be in his early 30s swiftly approached, walking on the waves. "Who goes there? What brings you here?" He stopped several meters away, eyeing Shen Chang'an with caution. "Night Patrol Shen Chang'an, with the identity token of Zhao Haidang." Shen Chang'an pulled out the jade token given by Zhao Haidang and displayed it. "I plan to check out the rift." The man's expression stiffened. Such a prestigious family token was not something just anyone could possess. The wariness in his eyes instantly faded, and he stepped aside to clear a path. "So you're someone carrying the Zhao family's token?" The man nodded, pointing at the swirling water above. "The method to enter is simple. Go beneath those water columns, relinquish the spiritual energy holding you to the water's surface, and the gravity of the space inside the rift will naturally pull you in. Good luck." Shen Chang'an thanked him and walked beneath one of the thick waterfalls of swirling water. He focused his thoughts and dispersed the spiritual energy, maintaining his balance. In the next moment, a massive and eerie force of attraction emanated from the rift above. Shen Chang'an's body instantly felt as light as a feather, and he began to slowly float upward toward the gaping maw of the abyss. As he drew closer to the gigantic black rift, the surrounding light visibly dimmed. A thick, chilling aura and a pungent smell of blood assailed him. The malevolent thoughts and malevolence of the magical creatures enveloped him like a cold tide. At a high-end seaside cafe outside the Zhao family's exclusive port along the East China Sea, Zhao Yi, the second young master of the Zhao family, was dressed in a pure white suit, lifting a cup of hand-brewed coffee to take a gentle sip. "Second young master." An assistant in a black suit hurried to the table, slightly bowing as he whispered a report. "Has that person entered?" Zhao Yi set down his coffee cup, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Replying to the second young master, Shen Chang'an has boarded the support boat and entered the barrier, successfully passing through the Night Patrol's entrance inspection, and has now completely entered the depths of the abyss rift. Since he's gone, and let's take action. Be clean about it. This is a place where the dead leave no bones behind, perfect for dealing with those arrogant geniuses. The assistant asked, "Should we notify the eldest young master? Won't our sudden action upset him?" "No need. A country bumpkin like him can die without a second thought. He's Zhao Haitang's associate. My brother originally wanted to deal with him, and I'm just helping him out in advance." "Understood." The assistant respectfully nodded and stepped back. Before long, two figures passed through the barrier, arriving at the entrance of the fissure. Within the barrier, the entrance, guarded by the Night Watch Division, was located below. The man who had just released Shen Chang'an frowned slightly as he looked at the two figures that suddenly appeared before him. Both were dressed in black clothing and masks, emanating a powerful wave of spiritual energy. "Who are you?" He pressed down on the weapon at his waist. The leading figure in black did not speak, but silently retrieved a piece of jade pendant carved with the ancient script for Zhao from his pocket and handed it over. He took the jade pendant and inspected it, confirming its authenticity. Although he found the actions of this group somewhat suspicious, as an ordinary guardian, he felt it was inappropriate to intervene too much in matters concerning the aristocracy. He waved his hand, "Let them pass." The black-clad figure took back the jade pendant, and without a word dissipated the spiritual energy beneath his feet, swiftly ascending into the enormous black fissure. Bang! As the slight sensation of weightlessness ended, Shen Chang'an's feet firmly landed on a patch of hard dark brown ground. He glanced at the tactical watch given to him by the one-eyed old man on his wrist. The screen lit up, displaying not only a depth of 0 kilometers, but also precisely marking his current coordinates at the initial entrance on the map. Pretty useful. Shen Chang'an nodded in satisfaction, choosing a higher terrain direction, and began to advance forward. The tribulation cloud spear instantly appeared in his hand. The heavy metallic texture brought a sense of reassurance. He held the spear and delved deeper within. He stopped only when the watch indicated a depth of 5 kilometers, carefully surveying the interior world of this legendary abyss. The scene here was like a bizarre and colorful alien painting. In the far distance behind him, the dark fissure remained clearly visible, resembling a terrifying scar suspended in the sky, forcibly connecting two entirely different worlds. In this world, the sky was not blue, but displayed a suppressed purplish red hue. High above the firmament, 2 suns radiating a dim red light hung prominently, casting an eerie twilight over the desolate dark brown land. The monsters that required the Night Watch division to be on high alert in the outside world were as common here as wild dogs by the roadside. Shen Chang'an tried to take a deep breath, but his brow immediately furrowed. There's no spiritual energy. He was astonished to discover that the air in this space contained not even a trace of natural spiritual energy. This meant that once a cultivator exhausted their internal spiritual energy here, they could neither recover naturally through meditation, nor could they rely on pills or spirit stones. No wonder the outside world said this was a place of peril. Just the inability to recover spiritual energy alone was enough to drain most high-level cultivators. No recovery. Shen Chang'an stroked his chin. He suddenly recalled the words left by the shadow in his dream, marked by flames. Let's try it out. He immediately opened his left hand. With a thought, a wisp of black flame quietly ignited in his palm. He cautiously controlled the black flame to touch a wisp of abyssal demonic energy drifting in the air. Hiss, like sparks falling into a gasoline barrel. The originally highly corrosive black-gray demonic energy instantly melted and burned away upon contact with the black flame, as if snowflakes met with a hot iron. Where the demonic energy was burned away, a wisp of completely absent transparent spiritual energy slowly emerged like spring bamboo shoots. Wow, it really works. He felt the weak yet pure spiritual energy and couldn't help but mutter, this entire fissure is filled with demonic energy. If I unleash my flames without restraint, wouldn't this become an ultimate cultivation sanctuary with infinite spiritual energy for me? Without hesitation, Shen Chang'an raised both hands, the spiritual sea within him surging wildly. Boom! The black flame erupted from within him, transforming into a sea of black fire with a diameter of over 10 meters, completely enveloping him. The violent black flames, like a greedy beast, frantically devoured the intensely rich abyssal demonic energy in the surrounding air. Hiss, 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 hiss. The sound of intense burning merged into one. A large amount of demonic energy was instantly incinerated, followed by waves of vast and pure spiritual energy. Shen Chang'an closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The extremely pure spiritual energy surged into his limbs and bones, rushing into his spiritual sea through his meridians like a torrent. The exhilarating feeling of wantonly devouring spiritual energy was even more intense than absorbing 1,000 spirit stones. In this world dominated by monsters, this vast and pure natural spiritual energy that appeared out of nowhere was like several barrels of fresh blood poured into a shark tank. Hiss! Roar! After a brief silence, horrifying roars suddenly erupted from the wilderness in all directions. Shen Chang'an suddenly opened his eyes, halting his absorption. Within his perception, net monsters within a radius of several kilometers surged towards his location like sharks sensing blood. The ground trembled, and the air was thick with the suffocating scent of blood and slaughter. They come quickly. Shen Chang'an licked his lips, his eyes igniting with fervent battle intent instead of fear. Just right. I've been itching to fight after being cooped up for the past few days. It's been too long since I've hacked at these true monsters without concern for life or death. His divine sense swiftly swept across the battlefield. About 100 or more 3rd and 4th realm monsters plus 3 5th realm ones. Shen Chang'an tightened his grip on the tribulation cloud spear. Buzz! He swung the spear with one hand, creating a floral pattern in the air. First, let's clear the area. Shen Chang'an shouted lowly, and the black flames surrounding him erupted outward like a volcanic explosion. The terrifying sea of black fire transformed into clawing fire dragons radiating outward in a circular wave from him towards all directions. Roar! The low-level 3rd and 4th realm monsters charging at the front didn't even have the chance to scream completely. As soon as they were slightly touched by the black flames, their tough scales and flesh were instantly turned to ash. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the beast horde composed of low-level monsters was obliterated, with the air thick with the acrid stench of burning and the pure spiritual energy left behind. Boom, boom, boom. 3 figures bearing terrifying pressure forcefully charged through the residual waves of black flames, violently rushing towards Shen Chang'an. These were 3 5th realm monsters exceeding 5 meters in size. One was a giant two-headed wolf covered in sharp-boned spines. Another was a bizarre creature with a spider-like lower body and a human female face on the upper half. The last one was a heavily armored rhinoceros monster resembling a moving fortress. Come on. Facing the onslaught of 3 magical beasts of the same rank, Shen Chang'an fished out a jade token he had won yesterday from his pocket. Inscribed in cinnabar on the token was an ancient protective talisman. Shen Chang'an hung the jade token around his neck and directly infused it with a strand of spiritual power. Buzz! A barrier formed from black flames instantly expanded around him, firmly protecting him at its center. Roar! The two-headed wolf struck first, leaping into the air as its 2 enormous mouths simultaneously spewed forth highly corrosive black-green venom. Sizzle! The venom frantically corroded the barrier, producing a harsh sound, yet the barrier merely rippled slightly, without a single crack appearing. A quality vessel combined with the real talisman drawn with my spiritual power truly delivers result. Shen Chang'an glanced at the barrier, completely unharmed with satisfaction. Then he suddenly sprang forth, transforming into a shadow, directly ignoring the wolf's venom and charging beneath it despite the attack. Die! The tribulation cloud long spear transformed into a dark red flash of lightning, thrusting upward with a violent spiral of air accurately piercing through the softest part of the two-headed wolf's abdomen. The force at the spear tip erupted. Thud! The dark red spear blade pierced through the wolf's back, sending a spray of rancid black blood into the air. With a sudden surge of strength in his arms, Shen Chang'an sharply lifted the spear, tearing the several-ton heavy 5-rank magical beast in half. Amidst the rain of blood, the human-faced spider demon let out a sharp shriek, pouncing from the side, its 8 legs as sharp as steel piercing toward the back of Shen Chang'an's head with overwhelming force. Clang! 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 A series of piercing sounds of metal clashing erupted. The spider demon's sharp limbs, capable of easily slicing through tanks, struck violently against the black flame barrier formed by the protective talisman, causing only a slight tremor in the barrier, while it itself was scorched by the black flames. This turtle shell is so hard that even I am afraid of it. Shen Chang'an used the recoil to forcibly twist his body in midair. The tribulation cloud long spear slithered like a venomous snake, weaving through the gaps of the spider demon's limbs, and with a cunning angle directly pierced its eerie human face. Boom! The black flames at the spear tip erupted instantly, the violent heat exploding from within, turning the human-faced spider demon's head into a cloud of black mist. In less than 2 minutes of fighting, 2 of the 3 5-rank magical beasts had already perished. The remaining heavily armored rhinoceros demon, witnessing its 2 companions fall dead in an instant, displayed a flicker of primal fear in its crimson eyes, letting out a low growl before attempting to flee. Can you escape? Shen Chang'an smirked coldly, his figure darting out like lightning, even too lazy to use spells. He wielded the tribulation cloud long spear like a club, smashing down with immense force. Boom! In just a few swift moves, the rhinoceros demon's proud, thick bone armor was shattered, and its massive head was pierced by the long spear, crashing to the ground. With the battle concluded, Shen Chang'an unleashed the black flames once more, wrapping the 3 enormous corpses of the 5-rank magical beasts along with the surrounding demonic energy. As the black flames burned fiercely, a torrent of spiritual energy, far greater than before, surged directly into Shen Chang'an's body. Hiss! So comfortable. Shen Chang'an couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling that the spiritual energy produced by burning the flesh and blood of high-ranking magical beasts was simply more delicious and pure than the ambient spiritual power. Feeling the surging spiritual power within him, he snapped his fingers with satisfaction. This purity is at least 99% an absolute rarity. Having finished absorbing, he flashed his figure and continued to charge deeper into the rift. Just 2 figures landed at the place where Shen Chang'an had just fought. The 2 looked at the charred land completely burned around them within 100 meters, as well as the magical beast traces left that had barely any ash remaining. One of them slightly furrowed their brow beneath their hood. Did he even burn the bones of the 5-rank magical beasts? Is this the special black flame that the intel mentioned the kid possesses? One of the cloaked figures crouched down, picking up a handful of charred earth. The destructive power is indeed immense. No wonder the second young master sent us both together. No matter how great the destructive power, he's just a freshman. In this abyss, spiritual power cannot recover. He is so recklessly consuming it, it won't be long before he runs out. Let's not worry about that. Hurry up and catch up and settle this quickly. The 2 exchanged glances and swiftly pursued forward, following the trail left by Shen Chang'an. On the other side, Shen Chang'an pressed on, discovering that the space within the rift was incredibly vast, resembling a boundless, independent wasteland. He raised his hand to glance at the numbers on his tactical watch. Depth 9, 2 kilometers. He immediately halted his steps. As the saying goes, if you don't listen to the advice of the elders, you will suffer the consequences. Shen Chang'an was very receptive to advice and decisively abandoned the idea of going deeper, stopping directly at this invisible boundary of 9 kilometers. Then he turned around and began to explore parallel along this horizontal depth line. Along the way, he ran into 2 waves of magical beasts wandering nearby. Relying on the defense of the protective talisman and the terrifying lethality of the black flames, Shen Chang'an was like an unyielding meat grinder, clearing these magical beasts thoroughly. Boom! As the last flicker of black flames extinguished, Shen Chang'an greedily absorbed the massive amount of spiritual energy just produced. That pure energy flowed wildly through his limbs and bones, giving him the sensation as if he had just absorbed the equivalent of 3,000 or 4,000 medium-grade spirit stones in one breath. Every cell in his body cheered with delight, and his state instantly reached an unprecedented peak. Damn, I really should have come to this place sooner. Shen Chang'an, feeling refreshed, twisted his neck and couldn't help but murmur. This is no dire strait. This is clearly a tailor-made exclusive supply channel for me. He closed his eyes, introspecting his spiritual sea. After absorbing the equivalent of 3,000 or 4,000 spirit stones worth of pure spiritual energy, that originally vast ocean of liquid spiritual power had likely expanded outward by about 2%. 2%, huh? Shen Chang'an looked at the still violently rolling black flames above the spiritual sea. I want to see how large this spiritual sea can expand before triggering a qualitative change at the 6th rank. He immediately found another batch of magical beasts. As the last 4-rank magical beast was pinned to the ground by the long spear, the surroundings once again turned into a sea of flames. Just as he was burning the magical beasts to refine the spiritual energy approximately 1 kilometer away on a dark red desolate mountain, 2 figures had quietly appeared at the mountain's peak, looking down silently at the young man in the sea of fire. After confirming their target, the 2 casually pulled off their black hoods and oversized cloaks, revealing a man and a woman. The man is named Luo Zhang. His figure is robust and sturdy, resembling a moving mountain of flesh. Most striking is his face, which is covered with a web of terrifying scars. The woman is named Lu Fong, and her appearance is entirely opposite to that of Luo Zhang. She is quite beautiful, but her beauty exudes an unreal quality. Her features are filled with silicone and traces of artificial sculpting. Her figure can only be described as explosive, clad in a tight black leather outfit that showcases her exaggerated curves. Around her wrists and ankles are black collars adorned with sharp metal spikes, adding an air of eerie danger. Is this kid really it? Luo Zhang's voice is hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing together. He does look a bit odd. Whether he is odd or not, we'll know once we try it out. With a flick of her wrist, a massive dark purple longbow suddenly appeared in her hand. Simultaneously, a specially made metal arrow flashing with eerie blue light emerged between her fingers. Once he finishes clearing the monsters and his guard is at its weakest, he'll make my move. Lu Fong drew the bowstring, the specially made arrowhead firmly locking onto the position of Shen Chang'an's heart below. Below in the wasteland, Shen Chang'an had just absorbed the last bit of spiritual energy into his body and sighed with satisfaction, preparing to turn and continue his sweep in a different direction. At the moment he turned around, a strong sense of life and death crisis suddenly exploded in his mind. Whoosh! The sharp sound of slicing air pierced the silence, almost shattering his eardrums. The specially made metal arrow, glowing with eerie blue light, appeared at Shen Chang'an's back with a terrifying speed that was nearly impossible to perceive. It was too fast. Moreover, the timing was ruthlessly precise. Shen Chang'an didn't even have time to turn around. He could only rely on his terrifying combat intuition to shift sideways by half an inch. Boom! The arrow struck heavily against the protective barrier formed by the jade plate on his body. Accompanied by a deafening bang, the shield, which could withstand the frenzied attacks of 5th-grade monsters without a scratch, was instantly covered with cracks under the terrifying penetrating power of the eerie blue arrow, and then shattered with a loud bang. Shen Chang'an was also jolted forward by this terrifying impact, staggering a few steps. He quickly steadied himself, without hesitation pulled out another jade plate from his space ring and hung it around his neck to re-establish the defensive barrier. He suddenly turned around, his gaze like lightning locking onto the distant mountain peak. Before he could see the face of the attacker, whoosh! Whoosh! The second and third arrows almost followed right behind the first, once again piercing through the air with a sharp screech. The lethality and penetrating power of these 2 arrows were clearly not as terrifying as the first, but for Shen Chang'an, at this moment, they still posed a deadly threat. Bang! Crack! The successive heavy strikes landed on the newly formed barrier, nearly shattering it, dimming, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Daring to cause trouble, here seeking death. A murderous intent surged in Shen Chang'an's eyes. He tightly gripped the Jiyun long gun, exerted force with his feet, and with a boom sound of air explosion, his whole body transformed into a dark red streak of light charging towards the mountain peak along the trajectory of the arrows. Huh! Just as Shen Chang'an was halfway through his dash, a hoarse, cold laugh suddenly emanated from the air. Luo Zheng's burly body, resembling a mountain of flesh, had somehow descended like a meteor, precisely intercepting Shen Chang'an's path. Without any spell preparation, Luo Zheng raised his fist, as large as a cooking pot, unleashing a terrifying wind that seemed to collapse space itself, and slammed towards Shen Chang'an's face. Shen Chang'an's expression changed drastically. He had no time to change his tactics, and could only horizontal raise the Jiyunlong gun to block the heavy punch. Clang! The sound of collision echoed across the wasteland, resonating like a large bell. The terrifying force transmitted through the gun's body made Shen Chang'an feel his arms go numb, as if he had been struck heat by a high-speed train, instantly flying backward. Crack! The jade plate on his chest, already precariously hanging by a thread, was utterly shattered into pieces under this brutal impact. Shen Chang'an rolled several times in midair, his toes gouging deep grooves into the ground, barely managing to stop his retreat. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging blood in his chest, his gaze more serious than ever. 2. 6th grade experts. In that brief moment of confrontation, the spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by both the woman and the scarred man before him were unmistakably those of genuine 6th grade Lingyuan realm. That overwhelming spiritual power felt as vast as an abyss, identical to that emanating from Jiang. Without giving Shen Chang'an a chance to catch his breath, the sky above suddenly turned a fierce red. Fall! Lu Fang's delicate voice rang out from the mountain peak in the distance. In the previously empty air, hundreds of fireballs the size of basketballs instantly coalesced. These fireballs, like a meteor shower, sealed off all of Shen Chang'an's escape routes, crashing down upon him. Instead of retreating, Shen Chang'an bent his legs slightly and leaped up. The Jiyunlong gun in his hand spun into a dense dark red light wheel. Clang, 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 clang. The gun blade collided wildly with the fireballs, exploding in a dazzling and deadly shower of sparks. Shen Chang'an danced like a shura in the rain of fire, using his near-ultimate marksmanship to forcefully flick and shred all the incoming fireballs. Upon landing, Shen Chang'an did not recklessly attack again. He stood with his gun, the spiritual sea within him swirling violently, and his external attributes were released without any reservation. A violent black flame swirled around him like a black tornado, distorting the surrounding air with its heat. Opposite him, Luo Zheng landed slowly, his body encased in a heavy mountain-like rock armor of brown earth attributes. In the distance, Lu Fang also gracefully jumped down from the mountain peak, landing beside Luo Zheng. She held a massive bow surrounded by a ring of crimson flames, black flames, yellow rocks, and red fire. The three distinctly different, yet terrifyingly oppressive external attributes formed a standoff in this wasteland. Shen Chang'an's gaze swept over the faces of the two, and he suddenly let out a laugh. 2 experts from the Lingyuan realm coming to surround and kill a freshman. What a grand show this is. So are you not planning to introduce yourselves? Who exactly is so willing to spend resources to send you here? A sinister smile appeared on Luo Zheng's scarred face. He cracked his knuckles, the bones emitting a sound that made one cringe. A dead man doesn't need to know the answer. His mountainous, towering frame vanished instantly from its original position. Die! Luo Zheng roared, his right fist, sheathed in thick stony armor, blasting toward Shen Chang'an's chest with a deafening sonic boom. The sheer force of that punch was terrifying beyond measure, compressing the air around Shen Chang'an into a vat so fast. Shen Chang'an's pupils contracted sharply. With no time to evade, he instinctively crossed the Jian spear across his chest, while spiritual energy surged wildly from within him. Clang! The spear shaft collided with the stone-fisted blow, unleashing a thunderclap-like detonation. A devastating shockwave traveled up the spear and through his entire body. Shen Chang'an felt his internal chi churn violently, his feet carved 2 deep furrows across the unyielding earth before he barely stabilized himself. Yet Luo Zheng's assault raged on like a tempest, relentless, unbroken. No sooner had the first strike missed than the next followed without pause. Thud! 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 Wielding the spear with masterful precision, Shen Chang'an executed the core techniques of spear art: parry, block, lift, and deflect, each movement narrowly averting Luo Zheng's earth-shattering punches. Merely enduring blows won't suffice. After blocking another crushing fist, Shen Chang'an's gaze hardened, and his left hand shot out, grasping empty air. 3 luminous talismanic runes materialized mid-air: control, explode, defend. Thick black chains erupted, coiling tightly around Luo Zheng's massive frame. Simultaneously, the explode rune detonated between them, hurling Luo Zheng backward half a step with a violent concussive wave. Meanwhile, the defend rune solidified into a shield of black flame, rising before Shen Chang'an and granting him a fleeting moment to catch his breath. Enchant. Shen Chang'an snarled low, channeling his abyssal black flame down his arm and into the Jiyun spear. Its originally crimson blade instantly shrouded in dense, writhing black fire. Kill. Seizing Rou Zheng's momentary recoil, Shen Chang'an lunged forward, thrusting the black flame-wreathed spear straight for his throat. Faced with this razor-edged counterattack, Rou Zheng did not retreat. In fact, he threw back his head and laughed wildly. Then his earth-hued stony armor began to crack and slew away. In its place surged a sinister dark red aura, like living blood fire, rising in fierce incandescent waves that enshrouded his entire form. Shen Chang'an sensed it instantly. Every trace of Rou Zheng's spiritual energy had in that instant transmuted entirely into this volatile, aggressively charged qi. What cultivation technique is this? Shen Chang'an's brow furrowed deeply. Before he could even begin to comprehend it, Rou Zheng met the spearhead Heaton with another thunderous fist. Boom! The black flame-tipped spear struck the dark red blood aura fist and failed to pierce it outright. Instead, a colossal shockwave erupted from the impact. Both men staggered backwards several paces under the blast, but this rare moment of parity lasted less than. The black flame shield conjured by the defend rune, already battered by the aftershocks of Rou Zheng's heavy blows, finally reached its limit. With a crystalline shatter, it dissolved into a cascade of shimmering light. At the very instant the shield disintegrated, Shen Chang'an had yet to reposition himself, when an overwhelming sense of peril descended upon him from above. Do you truly believe I'm irrelevant? From afar, Lu Fang swiftly wove a complex arcane seal with both hands. Heaven falls, earth entombs. As her incantation ended, the already violeting sky above Shen Chang'an tore open. A colossal meteor over 100 meters in diameter and wreathed in searing crimson flame plummeted directly toward him. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Shen Chang'an convulsed violently. Rumble. Thick earthen pillars erupted from the earth, surging upward like colossal prison bars, sealing off every possible escape route. But it did not end there. Wind rises. As Lu Fang shifted her seal, a ferocious wind artifice descended upon the battlefield. Gales howled, whipping up torrents of sand and shattered stone, plunging the entire arena into blinding chaos where even direction became impossible to discern. This was the true horror of a sixth realm grand artifice, seamless synergy between spells, capable of warping local terrain and celestial phenomena, transforming the battlefield into an inescapable slaughterhouse. Beneath this all-encompassing barrage, Shen Chang'an was but a solitary skiff tossed upon a maelstrom. Swiftly, he summoned several colossal flame spirits to temporarily intercept the falling meteor. Damn it! I must create distance, or eliminate that spellcaster behind me first. Shen Chang'an clenched his teeth. As long as she keeps mindlessly hurling these grand spells, this fight is unwinnable. In that split second of mental diversion, a dark red figure pierced through the storm like a phantom. Rou Zheng seized the opening, fleeting yet fatal. Boy, distraction in battle invites death. His scarred face suddenly loomed before Shen Chang'an's eyes, and his blood-aura-charged fist broke past the spear's guard, landing a brutal direct strike to Shen Chang'an's abdomen. Thud! A searing, tearing agony ripped through his gut. His viscera seemed to twist and shift. He flew backward like a severed puppet ejected from the heart of the spellstorm, spewing a torrent of crimson blood midair. Crash! Shen Chang'an slammed hard onto the barren wasteland hundreds of meters away, carving a deep furrow across the cracked earth. Bracing himself with one hand, he sprang upright in a fluid kip-up, suppressing the violent turbulence within his meridians and spirit, then wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Yet the arcane onslaught showed no sign of relenting. Far away, Lu Fang's hands blurred with rapid seals, her immense sixth realm spiritual energy pouring forth without restraint. Within kilometers, the landscape itself warped under her crimson fire artifice. The dry, dark brown earth melted and bubbled, spewing blinding rivers of dark red magma, transforming the region into a volcanic hellscape. Rumble! The ground trembled violently once more. On every horizon, twisted black silhouettes swarmed into view. A cacophony of feral shrieks merged into a hair-raising roar. Hundreds, then thousands of demonic beasts surged forward like a crimson tide, eyes burning with savage hunger. Shen Chang'an glanced at his wrist device. The screen flashed 5 kilometers. Ahead, 2 sixth realm cultivators sealing all paths. Around him, a churning sea of frenzied demons. No more time to think. He gritted his teeth, turned, and with the Jiyun spear in hand, transformed into a dark red shadow, sprinting madly towards the depths of the abyss 10 kilometers away. Trying to run. Chase! Rou Zheng roared from behind, his blood energy surging beneath him, shattering a large patch of magma ground as he pursued like a ferocious beast. Lu Fang lightly touched the ground, her form resembling a fiery red bird, closely tailing him in midair. Don't drag it out too long, finish this quickly. The magic beasts are increasing, getting entangled will be troublesome. As Lu Fang drew her massive bow in midair, she shouted down at Rojang. Both had evidently sensed the brewing storm of magic beasts, the killing intent growing sharper, wanting to eliminate Shen Chang'an in the shortest time possible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several azure enchanted arrows accompanied by a piercing sonic boom shot from behind directly towards Shen Chang'an's back. In his mad dash, Shen Chang'an suddenly turned around, his left hand sketching rapidly in the air. Guard. A pitch-black rune instantly took shape. Then Shen Chang'an's left hand transformed again. As the rune illuminated, several thick black flame chains erupted from the ground ahead of Rojang and Lu Fang suddenly and without warning. These chains, as if possessing life, crazily intertwined into a massive net tightly wrapping around Rojang's legs at the front, while several chains lashed out like whips towards Lu Fang in midair. Get away from me! Rojang's blood energy surged and his fists smashed like a pile driver, forcibly shattering the black flame chains that entangled him, though his forward momentum was consequently slowed. Before him was a massive gorge that spanned between heaven and earth. The gorge was so shocking that standing at the edge and looking down, he could. Shen Chang'an's eyes narrowed, his left hand clenching fiercely as the final rune in midair instantly lit up. Explosion. Boom. In that moment, the black flame chains shattered by Rojang, and the residual black flames on the ground erupted in a series of violent explosions. The terrifying black fire waves mixed with shockwaves not only obliterated dozens of magic beasts that charged from all directions, but also transformed into a wall of black flames, effectively halting Rojang and Lu Fang's pursuit. Taking advantage of the explosion's cover, Shen Chang'an plunged deeper into the wilderness without looking back. The wind howled in his ears. These two worked too well together. One a close combat shield that clung on relentlessly, while the other, a ranged mage, dealt devastating damage. No matter how abundant my spiritual energy, with them controlling and attacking, I'd eventually be worn out. I must separate them. As long as I can use the magic beast tide and the complex terrain to lure that meat shield away, I'll find an opportunity to face that fire-wielding woman unknown. I don't believe I can't take her down. Shen Chang'an dove into the dark torrent of magic beasts ahead. He instantly dispersed all fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, the black flames on the Jian spear extinguishing as well. Relying solely on his physical strength, he weaved through the gaps between the magic beasts like a slippery load. Without the attraction of pure spiritual energy, the frenzied magic beasts temporarily lost their target, relying only on their eyes to catch sight of their prey. But soon the pursuing Rojang and Lu Fang appeared like two glaring lamps in the dark, instantly attracting the ire of all the magic beasts. Roar! Countless magic beasts roared, turning to pounce on Rojang and Lu Fang, whose spiritual energy was surging. Damn it! How did this kid disappear like a ghost? Rojang looked at the tide of magic beasts surging around him and had to stop swinging his blood-soaked fists to clear a path. Lu Fang in midair also furrowed her brow, having to lower her altitude. The red flames swirling around her transformed into rings of fire, incinerating the flying magic beasts that attacked her into ashes. Seeking death. As Lu Fang attempted to relocate Shen Chang'an's presence amidst the dense tide of magic beasts below, Shen Chang'an, hidden within, chose to strike a flicker of dark flame igniting deep within his pupils. Fire! Without any warning, a ball of black flame suddenly ignited on Lu Fang's tight black leather outfit. This black flame arrived strangely, and at an extremely high temperature, instantly burning through Lu Fang's protective spiritual light. She let out a painful scream, needing to frantically summon her inner red fire to suppress this sudden black flame. In that fleeting moment of panic caused by the sudden situation, Shen Chang'an used a massive ape-like magic beast as a springboard, his legs propelling powerfully. Bang! The shoulder of the five-vestige magic ape collapsed under his foot, and Shen Chang'an transformed into a dark red flash, directly leaping over Rojang, who was entangled by the magic beasts ahead, advancing towards Lu Fang with incredible speed. Lu Fang's enchanting face finally revealed an uncontainable astonishment. She never expected him to close in so quickly, but her instincts as a sixth-stage mage saved her life. Flame shield. At the critical moment, Lu Fang thrust her hands outward. 3 solidified red flame shields blocked the path of Shen Chang'an's spear thrust. Break! Shen Chang'an's gaze was like a blade. The black flames on the Jian spear surged violently, piercing towards the flame shields with unstoppable momentum. Crack! Crack! The 2 flame shields were forcibly shattered under Shen Chang'an's terrifying explosion. As the spear pierced through the 3rd shield, although its speed was greatly diminished, the spear tip still carried a deadly edge, viciously twisting towards Lu Fang's throat. Lu Fang's scalp tingled, the wind surged beneath her feet, her form retreating like willow fluff in the wind, attempting to create distance from this deadly close combat. But Shen Chang'an's spear followed closely. Although Lu Fang dodged the fatal blow to her throat, her right shoulder had nowhere to escape. The Jian spear adorned with dark cloud patterns brutally pierced through her right arm, where she held the bow, then abruptly lifted upwards. Ah! With a shrill scream, Lu Fang's right arm was severed at the root. Blood sprayed like a fountain across the sky, and the massive bow fell as well. The excruciating pain from losing an arm twisted Lu Fang's face, but her instinct to survive drove her to retaliate fiercely. I want you dead. Fire Lotus explosion. With her remaining left hand, she formed a seal, and a red fire lotus, exuding a devastating aura, instantly coalesced between the two, exploding with a thunderous roar. Boom! The terrifying wave of flames sent both of them flying. In midair, Shen Chang'an rolled several times before landing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but the killing intent in his eyes grew fiercer. Meanwhile, Lu Fang, using the explosion's recoil, sped away, clutching her severed arm, her eyes filled. As a ranged mage with one arm rendered useless in close combat, she realized this battle was unwinnable. Lu Fang. From a distance, Rojung, entangled by the magic beast, heard Lu Fang's chilling scream, and turned just in time to see her right arm severed. Rojung's eyes instantly turned blood red, letting out a beast-like roar. Get lost! His blood energy erupted without restraint, sending dozens of high-level magic beasts flying away. Want to save someone? It's too late. Shen Chang'an wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Without even glancing at Luo Zheng, who was charging towards him like a mountain of flesh, he gritted his teeth against the internal injuries caused by the explosion and took off running once more. Transforming into a streak of deadly black light, it relentlessly pursued Lu Fang, who was retreating. As that face filled with cold, murderous intent drew closer, Lu Fang's fear turned into frenzied madness. She knew she couldn't escape. Then let's die together. Red Lotus Karma fire burned the heavens. Lu Fang's remaining left hand formed the last seal with great effort. A massive crimson fire lotus large enough to obscure half the sky erupted violently, with Lu Fang at its center. The terrifying firestorm instantly engulfed the desolate land for several kilometers around. The hundreds of monsters rushing in were vaporized instantly, without even a scream, reduced to nothing in the hellish heat capable of melting steel. Shen Chang'an, being the first to bear the brunt, felt as if he had been thrown into the core of the sun. Buzz. Crack. Crack. All the jade tokens on him shattered under the horrifying impact in less than half a second. In the face of life and death, Shen Chang'an's left hand waved frantically in front of him. Black barriers formed from black flames continuously emerged like armor. But as soon as the barriers took shape, they were instantly melted through by the intense heat of the Red Lotus Karma fire. Shen Chang'an could only rely on the vast reserve of spiritual energy within him, frantically drawing symbols to forcefully expend layer upon layer of black flames to counter that dreadful crimson fire. The flames scorched for over 10 seconds, feeling like years. When the storm finally subsided, a massive charred crater over 100 meters in diameter remained in the center of the battlefield. Lu Fang had completely vanished, not even leaving ashes behind. Cough, cough. Shen Chang'an knelt at the bottom of the pit, violently coughing each cough, bringing forth a torrent of blood. The left side of his body was severely burned, the skin peeling away. Most severely affected was his right arm, which held the gun. The muscles had been charred extensively, the meridians severely damaged, and his arm hung limply by his side, nearly unable to lift the jian. On the other edge of the crater, Luo Zheng stood, equally covered in dirt. Though he too had suffered a significant portion of Lu Fang's final retaliatory attack, he specialized in physical defense as a dual cultivator of earth and blood energy, and being a bit farther away, he was in much better shape than Shen Chang'an. You actually killed her. Luo Zheng looked at the empty crater, his scarred face twisted in rage, his eyes bursting with brutal killing intent. I will crush every bone in your body inch by inch. Screw you. Shen Chang'an cursed under his breath. In his current state, even gripping the gun was a challenge. How could he possibly confront an enraged 6th realm body cultivator? Without any hesitation, Shen Chang'an quickly traced a few blue symbols in the air. Wind spell? A fierce wind sprang up, and Shen Chang'an, enduring the tearing pain throughout his body, used the wind's force to transform into a blur, turning to flee deeper into the abyss. You can't escape. Luo Zheng roared, his blood energy erupting as he pursued relentlessly. The two raced against time in this eerie purplish-red wasteland. As the chase deepened, the surroundings grew increasingly bizarre. Deep, bottomless fissures began to appear in the ground, and the demonic energy in the air thickened to the point of almost condensing into black droplets. When Shen Chang'an glanced at his tactical watch, the numbers made his scalp tingle. Depth, 22 kilometers. Roar. A low growl suddenly resonated from behind a massive black mountain ahead. The pressure emanating from that sound made both Shen Chang'an and Luo Zheng, who were running, feel a tightness in their chests, nearly spitting out blood. A peak 6th realm. Possibly even a 7th realm terrifying monster. In that instant, both Shen Chang'an being hunted and the enraged Luo Zheng instinctively performed the same action. They instantly suppressed all fluctuations